That day, a dense fog enveloped the world outside. The boundless mist rolled and swirled, so thick that it seemed as though the entirety of existence had vanished beyond its veil. Leaving only the dim, indistinct light of dawn to filter through, casting a half-lit glow within the tranquil confines of the room. I in the slightly disheveled confines of a single apartment. Zhou Ming hunched over his desk, the clutter hastily shoved aside. He appeared haggard, yet he wrote feverishly. On the seventh day, the situation remains unchanged. A thick fog blankets everything outside the window, which is sealed by an unknown force. The entire room feels as if it has been cast into some extraordinary realm. I'm unable to communicate with the outside world, devoid of water and electricity, yet the light persists, illuminating the space, and the computer remains operational despite MYH. Avang disconnected its power supply. Suddenly, a faint whisper of wind seemed to emanate from the direction of the window. Zhou Ming, engrossed in his journal, abruptly lifted his gaze, a flicker of hope igniting in his weary eyes. However, in the next instant, he realized it was merely an illusion outside the window. The relentless pallor of the fog persisted, a lifeless world coldly shrouding his diminutive abode. His gaze drifted across the windowsill, where he spotted a wrench and a hammer, carelessly discarded remnants of his futile attempts to escape the confines of his room over the past few days. Yet now, these once mighty tools lay still, as if mocking his dismal predicament, that I find myself ensnared in an utterly perplexing predicament. Over the past few days, I have even endeavored to dismantle the roof, walls, and floor, yet despite exerting every ounce of my strength, I have left not a single mark upon the walls. This room has transformed into a box seemingly fused with space, devoid of any escape. Except for that door. However, the circumstances beyond that door are even more unsettling. Zhou Ming paused once more, carefully scrutinizing the scrawl he had just inscribed. He absently leafed through his diary, observing the oppressive words he had penned over the preceding day's meaningless ramblings, anxious doodles, and the dry wit he had forced himself to express in moments of attempted levity. He questioned the significance of these writings, uncertain to whom these nonsensical musings would ever be revealed. In truth, he was not even accustomed to journaling. As a high school teacher with scant leisure time, he had little energy to devote to such pursuits. Yet now, whether he wished it or not, he found himself with an abundance of free time. Upon awakening one fateful morning, he discovered himself trapped in his own chamber. Outside, an impenetrable fog lingered, so dense that nothing beyond it could be discerned. The entire world seemed to have lost the rhythm of day and night, as a constant, dreary light pervaded the room. The windows were sealed tight, utilities severed, and his phone devoid of signal. No matter the commotion he stirred within, it would not summon aid from the outside world. It felt like an absurd nightmare, where everything unfolded in defiance of the natural order. Yet Zhou Ming had exhausted every means to ascertain one undeniable truth. This was an EI. They're an illusion nor a dream, but merely a world stripped of its normalcy, alongside a self that still retained a semblance of normality. He inhaled deeply, allowing his gaze to settle finally on the solitary door at the far end of the room. A plain, inexpensive, white wooden door, adorned with a calendar he had neglected to replace since last year, its doorknob polished to a gleaming shine, and the welcome mat askew at its threshold. That door could indeed be opened. If this confining, alienated room resembled a prison, then the most insidious aspect of this prison was that it retained a door that could be pushed open at any moment, perpetually, tempting the captive to step outside. Yet the world beyond was not the outside Zhou Ming yearned for. There lay no familiar, comforting corridors, no sunlit streets bustling with life, nor anything he recognized. Instead, there existed a foreign and unsettling realm, and over there was equally a trap from which one could not escape. Yet Zhou Ming understood that his time for hesitation was dwindling, and the notion of choice had never truly existed from the outset. Perhaps there remained an opportunity to uncover the reasons behind this bizarre and distressing supernatural predicament. I have endeavored to document the myriad extraordinary phenomena I have witnessed within this diary, as well as all the efforts I have made to extricate myself from despair. Should there truly be any future inheritors, I implore you to remember my name, to acknowledge that all of this once transpired. Zhou Ming closed the diary and tossed the pen into the nearby holder, slowly rising from behind the desk. It was time to depart, before he succumbed completely to passivity and despair. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he did not proceed directly toward the sole gateway to the outside world, but instead made his way to his bed. He needed to present himself in a state of utmost readiness to confront the foreign land that lay beyond the door, and his current condition, particularly his mental state, was far from adequate. Zhou Ming was uncertain if he could fall asleep, but even forcing himself to lie down and clear his mind was preferable to venturing into the other side in a state of overwhelming fatigue. 8 hours later, Zhou Ming opened his eyes. Outside the window, a shroud of chaotic mist lingered, with a dim light that rendered the distinction between day and night indistinguishable, casting an oppressive gloom. Zhou Ming consciously ignored the situation outside. He retrieved what little food remained from his meager supplies and consumed enough to feel somewhat satiated before approaching the dressing mirror in the corner of the room. The man reflected in the mirror still bore disheveled hair and appeared quite disheartened, lacking any semblance of composure. Yet, Zhou Ming continued to gaze intently at his reflection, as if he were intent on etching this visage indelibly in his memory. He gazed into the mirror for several minutes, then softly murmured to himself, as if addressing the figure reflected within. "Your name is Zhou Ming, at least on this side. You are Zhou Ming. Always remember this." Afterward, he turned away. Standing before the familiar door, Zhou Ming inhaled deeply and placed his hand upon the doorknob. Aside from the clothes he wore, he carried no additional belongings, no sustenance, nor any means of defense. This was a lesson learned from previous explorations. Aside from himself, he could not transport anything through this threshold. In truth, he even questioned the very notion of self, for Zhou Ming twisted the knob and pushed the door open, revealing a swirling mass of gray-black mist, which resembled a curtain before him. Within the undulating fog, he fancied he could already hear the distant sound of waves crashing. Stepping through the mist, a slightly briny sea breeze greeted him, and the illusory sound of waves became tangible. Beneath his feet, he felt a subtle swaying sensation, and after a brief moment of dizziness, Zhou Ming opened his eyes to behold a vast expanse of wooden deck, towering mast shroud, ed in dark clouds, and a boundless sea beyond the ship's railing, gently undulating. Indeed, even the notion of self was open to question. Chapter 2. The captain of the lost ship. This was not Zhou Ming's first time crossing through the door to the other side. Several days prior, he had awakened to find himself ensnared by a peculiar phenomenon within his own room, a strange mist shrouding the entire world. It was then that he discovered this bizarre realm beyond the door. After all, that door had become the sole exit from his room. He vividly recalled the bewilderment and helplessness he felt upon first pushing open the door, only to be greeted by the sight of a deck. He also remembered the astonishment and panic that washed over him when he first looked down to find himself in a different body. Yet, since then, in pursuit of an opportunity to break free from his predicament, he had bravely undertaken several successful explorations of this side. Although he still could not comprehend the true nature of the transformation he had undergone, nor could he decipher the enigma of the colossal ship that loomed outside his door, he had at least acquired some experience and gained a preliminary understanding of the vessel. Regrettably, the objects from the two worlds could not traverse the door, nor could he bring his camera along. However, his phone, which remained in the apartment, had recorded the scene of him passing through the door. He indeed had walked through that dark mist. Was it during the passage through the black fog that his body transformed into this form? Zhou Ming murmured to himself, aware that his solitary musings on the deck might appear somewhat comical to an outsider. Yet, he felt compelled to utter some sound amidst the eerie emptiness of this ghostly ship. He needed a semblance of evidence to affirm that he was still alive. A gust of briny sea breeze swept across the deck, stirring the enigmatic fabric of the dark blue captain's coat draped over Zhou Ming's shoulders. He let out a soft sigh, yet instead of advancing towards the deck, he turned to regard the door behind him. Placing his hand upon the doorknob, he exerted force, pulling the heavy oak door outward with a decisive motion. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit cabin within. In the subdued light, exquisite tapestries adorned the walls, and shelves brimming with various decorative items were scattered about, while a grand nautical table commanded the center of the room. At the far end, a small door awaited, its threshold covered by a wine-red carpet. Zhou Ming stepped into the captain's quarters, instinctively glancing to his left as he passed the entrance. There, affixed to the wall, hung a full-length mirror, in which his reflection was vividly displayed. He was a tall man, with thick black hair and a commanding short beard. His deep-set eyes emanated an aura of authority, suggesting he possessed a formidable presence even without uttering a word, though he appeared to have crossed into his 40s. His striking visage and the intense gaze he bore seemed to obscure any sense of age. The finely crafted captain's uniform he wore further underscored the unique status of the figure reflected before him. Zhou Ming adjusted his neck and made a grimace at the mirror. He considered himself a genial and amiable individual, yet the reflection before him appeared incongruous with his temperament. Soon, however, he relinquished this endeavor, for he found that the visage staring back at him not only failed to exude friendliness but had transformed from that of a dignified captain into something resembling a psychopathic serial killer. As Zhou Ming engaged in these antics, a faint crackling sound emanated from the direction of the navigation table. Without surprise, he turned his gaze toward the source of the noise and beheld a wooden goat-headed sculpture gradually shifting its face to regard him. At that moment, it seemed to come alive, its obsidian eyes embedded in the wood gazing intently in his direction. "Duncan," Zhou Ming calmly intoned, "Duncan Abnormer." The voice of the wooden goat head instantly morphed from a hoarse and somber tone to one of warmth and friendliness. "Good morning, Captain. I am delighted to see that you still remember your name. How do you find yourself today? How is your health? Did you sleep well last night? I hope you had pleasant dreams. Moreover, today is indeed a splendid day for setting sail. The sea is tranquil, the wind is favorable, and the atmosphere is cool and comfortable. Thankfully, there are no bothersome naval officers or noisy crew members around. Captain, you know how irritating a loud crew member can be. You are already loud enough." Zhou Ming interjected, despite his prior encounters with the peculiar goat head. At this moment, he felt a tremor in his brain, and he shot a fierce glare at the figure, his voice seeping through clenched teeth. "Be quiet. Ah, indeed. Captain, you are fond of tranquility, and your loyal first mate. Second mate, bosun, sailor, and lookout is acutely aware of this fact. The virtues of silence are manifold. There was once a figure in the realm of medicine, or perhaps philosophy or architecture, who posited." Zhou Ming now felt not only his brain quaking, but even his bronchi beginning to tremble. "What I mean to say is, I command you to remain silent." The moment the words "I command" escaped his lips, the goat-headed figure finally fell silent. Zhou Ming let out a slight sigh of relief and stepped forward to take a seat at the navigation table. At that moment, he became the captain of this desolate ghost ship. Duncan Abnormal, an unfamiliar name, a tongue-twisting surname. From the instant he traversed that shroud of black-gray mist and set foot on this vessel, he had known these truths. He understood that his corporeal form here was called Duncan, that he was the master of this ship, and that it was embarking on a journey far beyond the realm of imagination. He was aware of these facts, but nothing more. The remnants of Zhou Ming's consciousness resembled the lingering impressions of a ghostly captain, haunting the world after his ultimate demise. Instinct whispered to Zhou Ming that there were significant issues lurking behind the identity of this Captain Duncan, particularly in light of the supernatural occurrences aboard the ship, the talking wooden goat head. The enigma surrounding Captain Duncan might even herald dangers he had never envisioned. Yet, he must bear this name to navigate safely within the confines of this vessel, just as the wooden goat's head on the table seems to perpetually question the captain's identity. So too do various elements aboard this vessel strive to ascertain the captain's authenticity. Even the ship itself appears to be in a constant state of inquiry regarding the captain's identity. Zhou Ming is uncertain of the consequences that may arise from Captain Duncan's forgetfulness concerning his own name. Yet he is convinced that a misstatement of his own name would undoubtedly lead to unfavorable outcomes. After all, even the wooden goat's head on the navigation table does not exude an air of benevolence. However, bearing the name Duncan Abnormer, he finds that everything aboard the ship seems to adopt a more congenial demeanor, as they appear to possess a rather limited intellect. Nevertheless, the nautical chart reveals no identifiable routes. There are no markings of land, nor even the silhouette of an island. The coarse, thick surface of the parchment is obscured by vast, swirling patches of grayish-white, resembling mist, which seem to shroud the original pathways that ought to exist upon the paper. The only discernible feature at the center of the chart is the faint outline of a vessel, barely visible through the dense fog. In the decades of his life, Duncan, Zhou Ming, has not acquired any experience in sailing. Yet even the most unfamiliar navigator would recognize that a typical nautical chart does not present itself in such a manner. Clearly, akin to the wooden goat's head on the table, this chart is yet another supernatural artifact, the usage of which Duncan has yet to comprehend. It seemed that the captain's attention had finally shifted to the nautical chart, and the goat's head, which had remained silent on the table for quite some time, began to stir. It emitted a series of creaking sounds, reminiscent of wood rubbing against wood, as its neck twisted gently back and forth. Initially, the movements were restrained, but soon the creaking grew to an undeniable intensity, ultimately causing the entire head to vibrate as if it had been set to a peculiar mode of agitation. Duncan, fearing that this creature would continue its antics and spark a fire on his navigation table, could no longer resist glancing at it. "Speak," he commanded. "Indeed, Captain." The goat's head responded, "I must reiterate that today is truly an auspicious day to set sail. The Lost Homeland awaits your command, as always. Shall we raise the sails?" Chapter 3. The Perilous Drift. The wooden goat's head regarded Duncan, who sat behind the navigation table, with its rigid, dark visage. The obsidian eyes seemed to shimmer with an enigmatic light. In truth, this object was devoid of the ability to express emotions. Yet Duncan distinctly perceived a sense of anticipation emanating from its wooden countenance. This was not the first occasion the goat's head had urged him to set sail. Each time he entered this space, it had offered the same insistence. However, Duncan fell into silence, his naturally commanding visage now shrouded in clouds of contemplation. In his introspection and reticence, he became acutely aware of two pressing issues. First, he was utterly alone aboard this vessel, which was a staggering construct for a sailing ship. The ship, known as the Lost Homeland, measured an estimated 150 to 200 meters in length, and maneuvering such a colossal entity would require the expertise of dozens, if not hundreds, of seasoned sailors. How could he possibly steer it alone? Second, aside from the aforementioned professional considerations, there loomed a critical obstacle to his nautical journey. He simply did not know how to operate a ship. A pang of anxiety struck Duncan as he imagined what would transpire if he sought the counsel of the peculiar and boisterous goat-headed figure before him regarding navigation. The more he envisioned, the more his anxiety intensified. Meanwhile, the goat-headed creature remained oblivious to the turmoil within its captain's mind, inquiring instead, "Captain, do you harbor any concerns? If your worry pertains to the condition of the Lost Homeland, rest assured that she is always prepared to sail with you to the ends of the earth. Or perhaps you are troubled by the inauspiciousness of today's voyage. I possess some knowledge of divination. Might I inquire which method you hold in higher regard? Astromancy, incense, or crystal? Speaking of crystals, do you recall?" Duncan strained to maintain a composed expression, suppressing the urge to engage in a fierce confrontation with the goat-headed being. In a measured tone, he replied, "I shall first ascend to the deck to assess the situation. You remain here and keep quiet. In accordance with your wishes. I must remind you that the Lost Homeland has drifted aimlessly for far too long. You must swiftly take command of it and steer this voyage back on course." At that moment, Duncan felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. He exhaled softly, the resonance in his mind gradually calming. And then he picked up the flintlock pistol resting on the table, rising to exit the captain's quarters. This seemingly aged flintlock was a discovery he had made during his explorations aboard the ship, alongside a one-handed sword, which now hung at his waist. These two items provided him with a sense of security as he navigated the vessel. Over the past few days of exploration, he had invested considerable time in learning the rudiments of wielding these tools, despite not having encountered any living beings aboard, aside from the talking objects. The briny sea breeze enveloped him, and his slightly agitated mood began to settle. He stepped onto the deck outside the captain's quarters, instinctively tilting his head to gaze at the sky. Dense, ominous clouds continued to blanket the horizon, obscuring any sight of the sun, moon, or stars. Only a murky twilight shrouded the boundless expanse of the ocean. This dismal scene had persisted for an extended period. In fact, since the day Duncan had boarded this ship, he had only ever witnessed such a sky. It led him to question whether this world ever experienced normal weather at all, and if this cloud-laden visage was indeed the eternal atmosphere of these waters. Duncan turned around and beheld the door to the captain's quarters standing quietly before him. Above the door, inscribed on a beam in a script he did not recognize, were the words that, as his gaze lingered, resonated clearly in his mind: "The Gate of the Lost. The Gate of the Lost. The Lost Ship," he murmured to himself, followed by a touch of self-mockery. Indeed, this vessel bore a fine name. He then stepped around the captain's quarters, ascending the stairs along the edge of the deck to the upper deck at the stern. Here, a wooden platform offered the most unobstructed view of the ship, second only to the lookout. A heavy black helm awaited the helmsman's arrival on the platform. Duncan furrowed his brow, Inexplicably, a sense of urgency and restlessness surged within him, seemingly born the moment he laid eyes on the helm. In his previous visits to this place, he had never felt such a sensation. As if in response to his inner turmoil, a sudden, chaotic gust of wind swept across the deck, rousing the previously tranquil sea into waves. Though the wind and swell posed no threat to the formidable lost ship, Duncan's instincts blared a warning, compelling him to glance toward the bow. Before the lost ship, amidst the indistinct haze of sky and sea, an immense wall of white mist, akin to an insurmountable barrier, appeared to materialize from thin air, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. It was as if a blanket of white mist enveloped the entire world, isolating it, connecting heaven and earth like an insurmountable cliff bearing down upon him. Yet, more than the sheer scale that inspired trepidation in Duncan Zhoming, it was the immediate association it evoked with the endless haze outside the window of his solitary apartment that heightened his vigilance. The Lost Homeland was barreling straight toward that wall of fog. Duncan was oblivious to the nature of this dense mist, or what lay beyond its depths. But an instinctual sense of peril washed over him. His survival instincts warned him that being engulfed by that fog was far from auspicious. He instinctively dashed toward the platform where the helm was located, yet an overwhelming sense of helplessness loomed over him, even if he took the helm. How could one man steer such a massive vessel away from that wall of fog? Nevertheless, he found himself drawn to the wheel, and almost simultaneously, a hoarse, ominous voice emanated from a copper pipe connecting to the captain's quarters beside the wheel. It was the voice of the goathead, and this time, its tone bore an unsettling hint of panic. "Captain, we are approaching a border collapse ahead. We are nearing the limits of reality. Please adjust our course immediately." Listening to the goathead's frantic words, Duncan nearly erupted in expletives. Adjusting the course was easy to say. Why not conjure up a dozen capable sailors right there to steer this contraption? He then lifted his gaze toward the direction of the mast ahead, only to behold several bare masts standing forlornly on the deck. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Not only was there no sail to raise, but those masts were utterly devoid of any canvas. In a fit of overwhelming emotion, he scarcely paused to contemplate the peculiar words that had escaped the goat-headed figure's lips. Instinctively, he grasped the helm, which seemed to quiver for reasons unknown. For several days, this marked the first instance he had actively placed his hands upon the wheel of the Lost Homeland. The strange occurrences aboard the vessel, coupled with the goat-headed creature's incessant urgings, had perpetuated his doubts and instilled a deep reluctance to take the helm. Yet, at that moment, he found himself devoid of the luxury of hesitation. He clutched the ship's wheel tightly, his mind a blank slate, bereft of thoughts on how a solitary individual might command a ghostly ship devoid of crew. Change, however, would manifest in the next heartbeat. A cacophony akin to a roaring tempest reverberated within Duncan's mind, as if a multitude of jubilant souls were gathered at the shore, bidding farewell to a departing vessel. It was as though countless sailors were calling the captain's name from the deck. Their cries intermingled with the mournful strains of sea shanties and the unseen tumult of crashing waves. A surge of emerald flame flickered at the periphery of his vision, prompting Duncan to glance at his palm. To his astonishment, a brilliant green fire erupted from the helm of the Lost Homeland, sweeping towards him with astonishing swiftness, enveloping him in its embrace in the blink of an eye. Amidst the roaring flames, his corporeal form suddenly felt hollow and ethereal, his captain's uniform appearing as though it had languished in the briny depths for decades, tattered and worn. Beneath this abruptly spectral flesh, Duncan could faintly discern the glimmering contours of his bones, which danced with flickering flames. An unquenchable fire coursed through his veins like water. Yet, he felt no pain or searing heat. Amidst the raging flames, his perception seemed to radiate outward in all directions. The fire cascaded down from the helm, sweeping across the deck, engulfing the ship's sides, and ascending the mast. The flames intertwined like a net, rising from the deck as if breathing, spreading along the solitary mast, ultimately intertwining between sea and mist to form a vast sail, ethereal and gauzy. The Lost Homeland set sail before the rapidly collapsing borders of reality. Chapter 4. The spirit world sails. The ghostly green flames blazed fiercely upon him, flesh and bone transforming into a translucent spirit amidst the inferno. Duncan grasped the helm of the Lost Homeland, and his awareness seemed to extend along with the flames, ultimately encompassing the entire vessel. It became evident that the ship required no crew. The Lost Homeland could sail with merely its captain at the wheel, ready to embark at any moment. As the ghostly green flames surged into the air, Duncan momentarily faltered, but the supernatural phenomena he had witnessed aboard the ship over the past few days steadied him, allowing him to maintain his grip on the helm during those critical seconds. Now, he was certain that this fire was some form of benign force. Regardless of whether his physical form would ultimately recover, at least for now, The power of the flames aided him in mastering the ghostly ship beneath his feet. The tumultuous cheers echoing in his mind gradually faded, and Duncan felt his consciousness clearer than ever before. The ship, the lost home, resonated with an array of indescribable sensations, as if it were an extension of his own being. Although he lacked the requisite knowledge and experience to be a competent captain, he now possessed the capacity to command the vessel single-handedly. The ethereal sails billowed upon the mast, while auxiliary and lateral sails began to adjust their angles autonomously. At that moment, the air currents above the sea were tumultuous, yet those spectral sails seemed to draw a unified force from the invisible chaos. As the grand lost home ceased its aimless drift and began to stabilize under the impetus of the sails, Duncan attempted to turn the helm, and a tangible feedback of power coursed through his mind. He could feel the immense hull beneath him gradually shifting direction, making an effort to steer away from the boundless fog ahead. However, the rate of this turn appeared insufficient, as the endless thick mist continued to encroach upon them. The sharp cry from the copper pipe beside the helm pierced through the air. Caution! Approaching the limits of reality. We are on the brink of entering the spirit realm. Captain, we need. I'm doing it. Duncan bellowed, interrupting the voice. Instead of making noise down there, why don't you think of something useful to contribute? Instantly, the voice fell silent. Yet, just as Duncan believed the other had finally quieted, a sudden, hoarse, and chilling scream erupted from the copper pipe. Push, push, push. Duncan. At that moment, he suddenly felt a profound disconnection from the reality surrounding him. He embraced the bizarre phenomena he had encountered, accepted the supernatural forces aboard the vessel, and even came to terms with the fact that he was being simmered slowly in a cauldron of green fire. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that the goat-headed figure, which had instilled a sense of eerie danger from the very beginning, would now engage in such astonishing antics. This sinister entity had been unsettling from the outset, but at this moment, its strangeness had reached an unprecedented level. However, the encroaching fog afforded Duncan little opportunity for further contemplation or lamentation. Despite the vessel, the lost home, beginning to pivot with remarkable swiftness, its massive form almost drifting, the ominous fog seemed to pursue its prey with deliberate intent. Its edges dispersed large swathes of thin mist that spread rapidly, enveloping the entire vicinity of the lost home in an instant. As the haze rose from the surface of the sea, Duncan distinctly sensed a bizarre transformation in his surroundings. The daylight dimmed abruptly, and the once azure waters were now inexplicably adorned with countless fine black threads, which emerged from beneath the surface like densely tangled strands of hair, swiftly tainting the entire ocean with a pitch-black hue. Within the mist, countless shadowy forms seemed to manifest. We have fallen into the spirit world. The cacophonous and eerie cries of the goats had finally subsided, its calls echoing as if they emanated from an exceedingly distant realm, interspersed with a multitude of low, hushed whispers, as though a multitude of malevolent voices encircled Duncan. Yet, the lost homeland had not entirely succumbed to the depths. The captain held the helm, and before it sank into the profound abyss, the vessel still possessed the power to maintain its course. We can still escape, provided I know which way to steer. Duncan bellowed, his voice mingling with the crackling of green flames, resembling a call from the inferno. I have lost my sense of direction. Intuition, Captain, intuition. The goat's head shouted through the brass tube, your instinct is more reliable than the lines on the nautical chart. Duncan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Yet he lacked the energy to engage in a verbal spar with an otherworldly goat's head. Since the entity insisted on relying on intuition, he resolved to act boldly. Grasping the helm with all his might, he turned it with conviction towards the direction he believed in. The lost homeland emitted a series of spine-chilling shrieks, its massive hull carving an astonishing arc across the now pitch-black sea. The howling winds roared, and the mist swirled, when suddenly, amidst the dim light and fog, Duncan's peripheral vision caught sight of something gradually materializing within the haze. At the terminus of the elegant arc traced by the lost homeland, a vessel suddenly emerged from the mist, either colliding directly with it or, conversely, the lost homeland was hurtling towards it. Duncan's mind was consumed by a singular exclamation. What on earth? The spirit realm speedboat has gone awry. After exploring this bizarre world for what felt like an eternity without encountering another soul, why did a ship appear at this very moment? What an improbable convergence it was. The howling winds and towering waves unleashed the terrifying forces of the boundless sea, and before this natural might capable of shattering even the most formidable beings. The white oak was extracting the last vestiges of power from its steam turbine to defy the specter of death. The silver-haired captain, Lawrence Creed, stood resolutely in the wheelhouse. Yet the sturdy walls and glass windows offered him no semblance of security. He gripped the helm with both hands, while the anguished roars and convulsions of the white oak and its death throes seemed to surge into his mind through the intricate gears and levers behind the wheel. Through the expansive window, he beheld the astonishingly colossal waves rising outside the ship, but what instilled greater dread was the ominous fog creeping across the distant sea, within which flickered elusive black lightning. The White Oak was the most advanced steamship in existence. Yet even the most sophisticated machinery could only guarantee its robust performance in tranquil waters. Now, however, it and its captain faced the crumbling edges of reality. The biting chill emanating from the foul palaces of malevolent deities lurking in the depths of the world. Captain, the pastor is on the verge of collapse. A wave of despair washed over Lawrence. He understood that the esteemed pastor still stood by humanity's side, valiantly combating the ominous cries emanating from the depths of the world with his dwindling faith and sanctified spirit. Yet, this resistance was nearing its limit. The purple-black smoke billowing from the censer was undeniable evidence that the corruption had breached the boundaries of prayer. Should the pastor falter? Every awakened mind aboard this vessel could potentially become a gateway to the abyssal depths of the sea, or even to the realms of hyperspace. Captain, the first mate's voice cut through the tension once more, but Lawrence interrupted him. The middle-aged captain's face was now resolute. Temporarily disable the holy beacon. We shall descend into the spiritual realm. The first mate stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Captain, to descend into the spiritual realm means we would be sheltered from the most ferocious wave of the collapsing border for at least 10 minutes, granting the pastor a chance to recover. Yet, Lawrence reiterated his order with an undeniable tone, adding 2 more explanations. Execute my command. The first mate opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to voice further objections, but he quickly steeled himself. You are the captain. The crew swiftly executed the commands issued by the captain, while Lawrence, who was personally at the helm, took a deep breath. The sacred beacon deep within the ship's hold was gradually dimming, and he sensed the invisible protective field enveloping the White Oak was rapidly weakening. Without the sanctity of the relic, the vessel was slowly descending into the liminal space between reality and the profound depths of the sea. A thin mist began to rise on the surface of the water, which was gradually turning darker. This was perilous. However, history bore witness to ships returning from the ethereal realm. As a member of the Explorers Guild, he had perused countless tomes on the subject, along with various survival guides penned by survivors. How much worse could it get? He merely needed to navigate the White Oak along the edge of the spirit world to evade the storm, then harness the powerful thrust of the advanced steam engine for a daring drift through the ethereal. If fortune still favored him, he could lead his crew back to the corporeal realm. Then he would promptly deliver the cursed Anomaly 099 to the governor of the Prander City-State, ensuring he would never again wade through governmental murk. It couldn't possibly get worse. Lawrence reassured himself. Just then, he beheld an enormous 3-masted sailing ship, considerably larger than the White Oak, suddenly emerge from the now pitch-black waters, cutting through the mist with an unstoppable momentum, arcing dramatically towards them. Captain Lawrence stared ahead in stunned silence. Chapter 5. Intertwined, a colossal shadow loomed, overwhelming the vessel White Oak, as every soul on board beheld a moment that would be etched in their memories for eternity. It was a majestic 3-masted warship, ancient yet regal, emerging from the mist in an era where steamships had become commonplace. This sailing ship appeared as if it had materialized from the canvas of a century-old painting, its towering mast reaching skyward, steep hull cutting through the waves. The dark wooden hull flickered with an ethereal green flame, reminiscent of lost souls, while the immense sails billowed in the void, embodying the howling phantoms and layers of fiery illusions. Such a scene could only manifest amidst the most terrifying legends of maritime disasters, even upon the desolate expanse of the sea. Collision imminent. A crew member shouted in alarm. These mariners, renowned for their bravery and ruggedness, found themselves momentarily paralyzed in the presence of such a behemoth. They cried out and scrambled, some desperately seeking refuge upon the deck, while others clung to anything that could tether them. A few, overwhelmed by the tumultuous waves and howling winds, knelt in fervent supplication, invoking the names of the storm goddess Garmona or the Lord of Death, Bartok, with an unprecedented reverence. On this boundless ocean, the blessings of the gods had waned. Yet the powers of these 2 deities remained steadfast, casting an equal gaze upon all their subjects. Yet not all crew members lost their composure. The chief mate swiftly turned his gaze towards the captain, the one he trusted most. He understood that navigating the boundless sea was fraught with peril, and that an experienced captain was always the key to determining the fate of the vessel. Lawrence had been traversing the oceans for over 30 years, although this seasoned captain, now in his 50s, may not possess the same physical strength of his youth. His wealth of experience in surviving the vast waters might yet offer a glimmer of hope for everyone aboard. The ship that emerged from the thick fog bore little resemblance to a vessel sailing in the realm of reality. It seemed more akin to something conjured from the spirit world or deeper. If this were indeed some form of extraordinary phenomenon, perhaps it could be met with an equally extraordinary force. The seasoned captain sailing the infinite seas possessed some degree of experience when confronting such phenomena. However, the chief mate could only discern fear and shock upon the captain's face. The old captain stood rigidly at the helm, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the entire ship had been enveloped in shadow. His eyes were fixated on the looming silhouette ahead, his facial muscles taut as though carved from stone. Finally, he managed to utter a few words, which were colder than the biting winds of the frigid sea. "It is the Lost Homeland. Ship, Captain?" The chief mate was startled by the name that drifted into his ears. For like every soul who eked out a living upon the boundless waters, he had heard this name uttered by many older, more seasoned, and superstitious sailors. "What did you say? That is the Lost Homeland." Captain Lawrence seemed oblivious to the first mate's voice, gripping the helm of the White Oak with all his might, as if he were about to unleash a furious roar. Almost simultaneously with his words, the towering form of the Lost Homeland finally collided with the bow of the White Oak. A collective scream erupted from nearly all the sailors. However, the anticipated earth-shattering impact never materialized. The massive vessel, engulfed in green flames, appeared as a grand illusion, sweeping across the deck of the White Oak with a howling blaze. Engulfing the thick hull, the ominous chambers, the dimly lit corridors, and the flaming keel and pillars, the sailors widened their terrified eyes, helplessly witnessing their collision with the specter of the ghost ship as the burning green flames enveloped them like a net of fire, sweeping past in a furious rush. Lawrence, too, stood transfixed, watching the inferno rush toward him, but before that, he first saw the flames engulf the first mate ahead of him. The mate's body abruptly transformed into an ethereal specter within the illusory flames, his bones crackling like kindling. He then beheld the priest by the altar, witnessing the flickering flames upon the priestess form, as if the deity behind him was still bestowing a meager blessing to shield him from the grasp of the Lost Homeland. Subsequently, the flames engulfed Lawrence, and he beheld his own body undergoing a similar transformation. A profound sense of fatigue, submission, and dread pervaded his being. The oceanic talisman concealed upon him began to manifest its effects, a sensation of scorching heat interspersed with coolness barely sustaining his sanity. Within the remnants of his reason, he traversed the corridors and cabins of the Lost Homeland. The oppressive and sinister atmosphere of the ship enveloped him, swirling away like a tempest. Ancient wooden pillars, ablaze with green fire, were ensnared by decaying ropes and barnacles. He beheld a vast cargo hold, where lay an array of bizarre artifacts that ought to have been interred in the abyss. He also glimpsed a lavish cabin, where a wooden goat's skull rested upon the table at its center. The skull turned, coldly scrutinizing Lawrence with its gaze. At last, summoning every ounce of strength, Lawrence lifted his head and beheld the figure at the helm, a tall silhouette clad in a black mariner's uniform, exuding an air of dread and authority reminiscent of a tyrant from a nightmare. This figure commanded all the spectral flames, and even the depths of the ocean. Ensnared in the realm of spirits, seemed about his majesty, tearing open a rift behind him. Resigned, Lawrence closed his eyes, acutely aware that he had now become a part of the Lost Homeland. The nightmarish captain demanded offerings to satiate his endless void and solitude. "You need not take everyone. Take me instead, spare my crew." Lawrence could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "They have wives and children to return to." The figure standing on the Lost Homeland finally reacted, gazing intently in Lawrence's direction, as if uttering something. Yet, a loud howling sound erupted from the side, drowning out any clarity. "What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." In the next moment, a cacophony surged into Lawrence's ears. A tumultuous blend of wind, crashing waves, and the shouts of sailors outside. Out of the corner of his eye, he perceived green flames swiftly fading, and the last remnants of the Lost Homeland's apparition dissipated like mist into the air. Lawrence inhaled sharply and noticed, to his astonishment, that his hands, previously consumed by the green fire, had returned to their original state. The others in the cockpit had also transformed back into flesh and blood. The devout priest was collapsed beside the prayer altar, gasping for breath while fervently invoking the name of the storm goddess, Gormona. Meanwhile, the ominous purple-black smoke from the censer gradually dispersed, giving way to pure white vapor rising from the copper vessel. After a prolonged moment, Lawrence managed to steady his breath. Casting a bewildered glance around, as if struggling to believe that the nightmare had indeed concluded. It was then that the first mate's voice broke through. "Captain, the ship, Lost Homeland, has departed." Lawrence, momentarily dazed, took a few seconds to respond, murmuring, "He actually spared us?" The first mate, momentarily confused, inquired, "Captain? What did you say?" "Captain Duncan," Lawrence murmured instinctively, but immediately, as if he had inadvertently uttered a forbidden word, he slapped himself. He then abruptly raised his head and gazed at the first mate, declaring, "Sound the call. Quickly, check if anyone is missing from the ship." The first mate nodded in compliance, but just as he was about to depart, Lawrence called him back. "We must also ascertain if there are any unwelcome guests aboard." The first mate hesitated for a moment. Then comprehension dawned upon him, his eyes revealing a flicker of trepidation and uncertainty. He took a deep breath and softly recited the name of the storm goddess before hastily making his way to the deck. As the White Oak continued to navigate through the ethereal realm, the sound of the assembly bell rang out like a death knell. Chapter 6. The disappearing cargo. The assembly bell tolled, its urgent chimes accompanied by the frantic footsteps of the sailors. Lawrence remained in the wheelhouse with the second mate and the still breathless clergyman. The old captain peered out at the sea at that moment. The White Oak was deep within the spirit world. A shroud of mist enveloped the waters beyond the ship, the surface as dark as ink. Yet the storm had subsided, and the ominous lost land was nowhere to be seen. This evoked a peculiar illusion, as if the previous tempest and the crumbling borders of reality had been conjured by that phantom vessel, and now, with its departure, all calamities seemed to retreat from the White Oak. Lawrence recalled the terrifying legends associated with the lost colony and Captain Duncan Abnomer, conjuring images of a fleet consumed by the very borders of reality over a century ago, and the various vessels that sank into the abyss during their fateful encounters with the lost colony. It suddenly seemed plausible that such a fate could befall them. Nevertheless, the lost colony had departed, and the surrounding waters had momentarily regained their tranquility. Although they remained perilously deep within the spirit realm, he and his crew were afforded a brief respite. Next, Lawrence needed to ascertain precisely what the lost colony had taken from or left aboard the White Oak, and he needed to do so swiftly. He could not afford to overlook any potential dangers. The thought of recklessly bringing the vessel to the surface of the real world filled him with trepidation, for certain entities extracted from the spirit realm could wreak havoc upon reality. Yet, if they lingered too long in the depths of the spirit realm, he and his crew would suffer irreversible consequences. As the clamor from the deck reached his ears, Lawrence abruptly lifted his gaze. Focusing on the priest seated before the incense burner, his complexion having improved slightly. With a serious expression, he inquired, "Mr. Ron, what is our current stability?" The priest coughed twice and then retrieved a beautifully crafted compass from his breast pocket, its surface adorned with numerous marine symbols and sacred sigils. With a decisive click, he opened the metallic lid, and the needle of the compass began to spin rapidly before eventually settling steadily on a particular position. We linger at the surface of the spirit realm, slightly adrift in proximity to the tangible world, influenced by the profound depths. The impact is exceedingly faint. The pastor gazes at the state of the compass needle, his expression suddenly clouded with confusion. It is peculiar. We have achieved complete stability here, and in the absence of the sacred artifact, there is nearly no descent. Ahem. Perhaps the collision with the Lost Homeland has fortuitously set us on a safe course. Lawrence chuckles wryly, shaking his head, attempting to lighten the mood with a cold jest. I have heard whispers of subtle balance points within the spirit realm, capable of shielding elements of the real world from deeper pulls. The ship is neither overcrowded nor sparsely populated. Upon our initial encounter, the first mate immediately reports without waiting for the captain's inquiry. I personally inspected the sailors gathered on the deck, and even ventured into the boiler room to check on the mechanics stationed there. They all accurately recited the names of their respective deities. Without a doubt, they are living souls. Not a single person is missing. Lawrence's eyes widen, for this should be good news, yet he hesitates to believe the first mate's report. What of the sacred beacon? The artifact is functioning normally. The first mate promptly nods in affirmation. The navigator is preparing incense and essential oils, awaiting your command to reactivate the sacred object. Lawrence listens with uncertainty, unable to restrain himself from muttering softly once more. Has he truly spared this vessel? Fortune seems to favor us, Captain, the first mate shrugs. We have suffered no losses. Perhaps that fearsome ghost captain merely passed by, or perhaps it was merely an accidental collision. Do you truly believe that? Lawrence shot a glance at his first mate. If fortune truly favored us, we would have never encountered. Just as he was about to complete his thought, A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by the abrupt entry of a sweating bosun, who appeared before Lawrence. His expression a mixture of dread and urgency. "Captain, Anomaly 099 has vanished." A profound silence enveloped the cabin as all eyes turned to one another, bewildered. Yet, for reasons unknown, amidst the momentary shock, Lawrence felt a strange sense of relief. How wonderful! After the encounter with the Lost Homeland, it seemed something was finally amiss aboard the vessel, which was precisely fitting. However, he quickly composed his features, striding towards the door while urgently instructing his first mate to take the helm and directing the bosun to lead the way. The hurried footsteps resonated through the corridors of the White Oak, and soon, under the bosun's guidance, Lawrence found himself in the depths of the steamship. Before him stood a peculiar chamber, its entrance adorned with an intricate array of esoteric symbols. The heavy, obsidian door appeared to be forged from a single solid piece of black iron, the enigmatic symbols extending from the doorframe into the corridor, as if they were striving to form an enclosing cage designed to restrain whatever was preserved within the chamber. Lawrence cast a glance at the door, confirming that neither the door nor the surrounding symbols bore any signs of damage. He then lifted his gaze to the sacred chamber above, where the emblematic marker was situated directly over the sealing chamber. This marker was pivotal in safeguarding the vessel from profound influences and served as an additional layer of protection for the sealing chamber. Even in its dormant state, it ought to ensure the integrity of the chamber's barrier. Yet, under the circumstances where both layers of protection remained intact, the most crucial cargo being escorted by the White Oak, the anomalous 099 doll coffin, had inexplicably vanished. Taking a deep breath, Lawrence approached and opened the heavy door of the sealing chamber, pushing it forcefully. Inside, the chamber was brilliantly illuminated, with gas lamps suspended from 4 pillars casting light almost without shadow across the room's center. However, the cargo that was supposed to be there had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind only a tangle of interwoven chains and a scattering of pale gray ashes on the ground. The voice of the first mate resonated from behind Lawrence. In accordance with the sealing requirements of Anomaly 099, the lights in this chamber have been perpetually illuminated, and every 2 hours, a crew member is tasked with reinforcing the chains surrounding the coffin and scattering ashes upon the floor. However, when that ghostly vessel emerged, chaos ensued, and the sailor on duty failed to enter the room in a timely manner, arriving nearly 7 minutes late, only to discover that Anomaly 099 had vanished. A mere 7-minute delay should not have led to the loss of control over that entity. At most, it would have weakened the seal, causing some disturbances. The worst-case scenario would merely involve a coffin roaming within this chamber. The layers of seals and the sacred sigils binding it are not mere decor. Yet Lawrence furrowed his brow and shook his head. The current predicament is that it has disappeared. The cargo has left the ship. And this is unrelated to the sailor's delay. The first mate's expression grew tense. "Are you suggesting that it must be the Lost Haven?" Lawrence spoke in a low tone. "That captain has taken Anomaly 099. He paused, letting out a soft sigh. "Perhaps we should count ourselves fortunate. The Lost Haven only ever takes what it desires, and that captain was after Anomaly 099, not our lives." The first mate glanced at his captain's face, then at the desolate sealed chamber, and after a long moment of hesitation, inquired, "Then, how shall we explain the loss of such a significant cargo to the city authorities?" Lawrence regarded the first mate with a steady gaze and firmly patted his shoulder. "The Lost Homeland is a victim of natural disaster, and we possess maritime insurance. Will the insurance company cover this? If they refuse to compensate, we shall have the Explorers Association issue a new bounty for the Lost Homeland." "Captain, are you feeling somewhat anxious?" Silence. Chapter 7. The puppet. The infernal green flames were gradually subsiding, and the surrounding sea was beginning to calm. After confirming from Goathead that the Lost Homeland had departed from the perilous waters and could now navigate independently, Duncan withdrew his hand from the ominous helm. He bowed his head, and what met his gaze was his corporeal form restored, along with the deck of the Lost Homeland, which had reverted to its original state after the extinguishing of the green fire. Yet, in the depths of his being, he sensed that many things had irrevocably changed. Duncan slowly closed his eyes, and he heard the faint whispers echoing through the dimly lit corridors of the Lost Homeland, imbued with an inexplicable familiarity. He noticed that the lantern in the captain's quarters had somehow been lit, casting a ghostly pallor through the glass shade. He could hear the waves lapping against the hull, beneath which seemed to lurk profound gazes. However, whenever he sought to discern the source of those eyes, they eluded his grasp as if consciously veiling their presence. Duncan opened his eyes, exhaling gently. The gossamer-like, ethereal sail atop the mast of the Lost Homeland began to billow. He approached the stairs leading to the deck, where the ropes coiled and slithered aside. He understood that by choosing to take the helm, he had truly become the captain of this vessel. In the realm of reality, the ethereal ocean, the profound depths of the abyss, and perhaps even the subspace lurking deeper still. Duncan's mind conjured these peculiar terms that had appeared before him in rapid succession. He understood that these words pointed towards the true nature of this enigmatic world. Yet he remained oblivious to their genuine meanings. However, as he listened to the voice of the goat-headed figure address him as captain, Duncan sensed a subtle shift in the tone of his interlocutor. He even speculated that, at this moment, even if he were to reveal his identity as Zhou Ming, the goat-headed being would still adhere to his commands. This transformation had emerged following his mastery of the helm and his successful recovery from the green flames. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from recklessly pursuing this line of inquiry and did not question the goat-headed figure about the spirit realm, the abyss, or subspace. Just a few days prior, he had indeed been enveloped in anxiety and unease, desperately seeking to comprehend his circumstances. However, now he found himself surprisingly unperturbed. This world harbored other individuals, other vessels, a structured society, and various civilizations, which was sufficient to instill in him a sense of hope for the future, even allowing him to conceive some rather nebulous plans. It was a vessel powered by machinery. Yet the Lost Homeland bore the appearance of a sailing warship from a bygone era. Duncan muttered to himself, pondering that it was not entirely a mechanical ship. Within its confines lay certain enigmatic chambers, arranged as if for some ritualistic purpose. The hull's keel was adorned with peculiar patterns and symbols, seemingly decorative yet surpassing mere ornamentation. The goat's head, Duncan suddenly interjected, unaware of its true designation, instinctively voicing the name that sprang to his mind. When he had encountered the ship earlier, the individual who appeared to be the captain had shouted at him. What were his words? The goat's head seemed indifferent to the captain's address, readily accepting it and promptly responding, "The storm was too fierce. I could not hear clearly." "You couldn't hear clearly either?" Duncan furrowed his brow, feeling that the captain's expression had been tragically resolute, as if he were prepared for mutual destruction. The message he shouted must have been of considerable significance. The desire to perish together with you is a natural human reaction, particularly among sailors at sea, and it is hardly worthy of excessive alarm. Their futile roars before the might of the great tree should not warrant your concern. However, as soon as he uttered these words, he felt a twinge of discomfort, for it seemed to expose a flaw in his identity as captain, revealing his insufficient understanding of his own circumstances. Perhaps the earlier consumption of energy due to the green fire had taken its toll, or perhaps the sense of merging with the Lost Homeland had dulled his vigilance. Regardless, this realization caused Duncan to feel an instant surge of anxiety, while the goat head appeared utterly oblivious. "It is only natural that they fear you." The tone of the goat head even seemed tinged with a hint of pride. "Every mariner traversing the boundless seas should harbor a fear of you, akin to their dread of the ancient deities and the shadows that lurk in the subspace." Speaking of shadows, you may recall a distinguished engineer, perhaps an agriculturalist or a gourmet, once uttered a profound statement. "What is this?" Duncan stood at the edge of the deck, astonished by the object at the doorway of the captain's cabin. It was a wooden chest, measuring the height of a man, exquisitely crafted from an unknown dark timber, meticulously joined together and reinforced with a gold-like metal. The edges of the chest were adorned with intricate carvings, resembling both script and deliberately distorted hieroglyphs. This chest was undoubtedly not a possession of the Lost Homeland. Duncan had not seen it when he departed from the captain's quarters. The voice of the goat-headed figure fell silent for a moment before resuming. "Unfamiliar, yet it must be a trophy." A trophy. Duncan was momentarily taken aback, walking around the box twice. This object resembled a coffin, yet it was far more exquisite than an ordinary one. "Wait, a trophy? Are you implying that this item was acquired from that ship we just encountered?" "A successful hunt, Captain." The goat-headed figure spoke with a tone of seriousness, laced with what seemed to be flattery. "Your voyages always return laden with treasure. This is simply standard performance." Duncan instinctively opened his mouth, pondering that he had no intention of taking anything from that ship. How could this be considered a hunt or a bountiful return? He stood before the ornate wooden box, reminiscent of a coffin, noticing that its lid appeared slightly ajar, seemingly easy to open. After a moment's hesitation, he placed his hand on the lid. At the very least, he needed to ascertain what his recent spectral sailing had brought aboard. His physical strength surpassed his expectations, and the lid was not as heavy as he had envisioned. With a mere exertion of force, the dark box lid parted just enough to reveal a gap, which he then fully lifted. Duncan gazed into the box, utterly astounded. A person? In the wooden chest lies a beautiful young woman, her silvery hair cascading like liquid mercury within the confines of the box. Her features are exquisitely flawless, imbued with an ethereal and regal demeanor. Clad in a splendid purple-black court gown, her hands are gracefully folded before her, as if she is ensconced in a deep, eternal slumber, resembling a perfect doll. No, it is indeed a doll. Chapter 8. The Sun a Doll. Exquisitely lifelike to the point where Duncan nearly failed to discern its true nature. It lay quietly in the opulent chest, akin to a lady resting in a coffin, awaiting someone to awaken her. Duncan genuinely felt that she might awaken at any moment. Yet, this was merely an illusion. The doll remained still within the box, entirely unresponsive to her surroundings. Duncan observed this uncanny phenomenon with vigilance and caution. A doll in itself is not particularly strange, but the uncanny resemblance to a living being and the coffin-like chest instinctively instilled a sense of danger in him. Coupled with the inexplicable arrival of this box aboard the Lost Country, it is no wonder he felt a surge of wariness. After a prolonged observation, Duncan finally assured himself that this magnificent Gothic doll would not suddenly spring to life to deliver an unexpected shock, allowing him to breathe a little easier. He then furrowed his brow and inquired of the goat-headed figure, "What do you believe this situation entails? A seal?" Duncan's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he immediately directed his gaze toward the lid of the box that he had completely opened. The lid had been damaged upon his arrival on the Lost Country, allowing him to push it aside effortlessly. Although he lacked understanding of seals and such matters, he was convinced that the seal on this object had undoubtedly failed. Was it truly a dangerous item? Perhaps for those fragile, ordinary individuals, it posed a significant threat, but he did not believe it would endanger him. This abnormality, which could be sealed away by someone with special skills, could not withstand the might of Captain Duncan. Duncan remained silent, his expression grave, yet his mind was tumultuous. The flattery from the goat-headed figure was rather pleasing to hear. Had he truly been Captain Duncan, he might have been persuaded. However, he was not, and this realization filled him with anxiety. The goat-headed figure's words had clearly indicated that the doll lying in the coffin was indeed a hazardous item, albeit one that posed no threat to the true captain. Despite currently bearing the name of Captain Duncan and seemingly occupying the body of the man, possessing a fragment of his power, Zhou Ming was acutely aware of his own limitations. He did not believe that this status would render him akin to the genuine Captain Duncan. His understanding of this world, this ship, and even his own present form was still woefully inadequate. Additionally, he keenly noted the emergence of a peculiar new term, abnormality, in the goat-headed figure's earlier remarks. Deviation from the norm signifies abnormality. This may sound like a rather commonplace term, yet the peculiar emphasis placed upon it by the goat-headed figure subtly instills in him the awareness that this word appears to bear a unique significance in this context. Perhaps, in this realm, the term abnormal encompasses more than merely exceeding the ordinary. It may specifically denote a certain category of entities, such as a doll reclining within a coffin. Regrettably, he lacks a suitable rationale to inquire about this matter, which should be considered common knowledge. As he articulates this thought, a flicker of hesitation arises within him, particularly as he gazes upon the doll, rendering his uncertainty all the more pronounced. However, this very hesitation ultimately solidifies his resolve, for he is well aware that this world teems with bizarre and fantastical phenomena. Although thus far, his encounters have been limited to merely the Lost Home ship. Even within its confines, he has already beheld a talking goat-headed creature, a self-sailing mast, an everlasting lantern, in that strange and perilous sea, along with the disquieting spirit realm and the endless mists. Just moments ago, he even collided with a mechanical vessel transporting sealed artifacts across this uncanny ocean, the contents of which bizarrely found their way onto the deck of the Lost Home. As a rational and cautious individual, he cannot afford to retain such an object, which likely harbors strange and dangerous powers, simply because it possesses an appealing appearance. Regretful though it may be, Duncan resolutely closed the lid of the coffin once more. Unsettled, he rummaged through the cabin to procure nails and a hammer, meticulously securing the coffin with a ring of iron nails. At last, he pushed the casket containing the effigy to the edge of the deck. The voice of the goat head reached his ears. "You may dispose of your spoils as you wish, but I humbly suggest that you need not be so cautious. The Lost Home has not acquired spoils in quite some time." Silence. Duncan curtly interrupted the goat head's ramblings. The goat head fell silent, and Duncan delivered a forceful kick to the casket, sending it plummeting into the sea. The heavy wooden box fell straight from the deck's edge, plunging into the now tranquil waters, producing a muffled sound before resurfacing. gradually drifting towards the stern of the lost home. Duncan watched as the box floated away with the currents until it was entirely obscured by the ship's rear, allowing him to exhale with a modicum of relief. He then lifted his gaze to the horizon, observing that the fog on the sea had completely dissipated, revealing the azure waters gently undulating around the lost home. Nearby, there was no trace of the mechanical vessel that had briefly intersected with the lost home. Duncan furrowed his brow, calculating the time elapsed since the two ships' encounter and each vessel's respective speed. Given the current state of the waters, that ship should not have vanished from sight so swiftly. Was it the peculiar nature of this enigmatic sea? Or was it related to the so-called spiritual navigation? Duncan's mind was awash with doubts, yet soon, his attention was captivated by other matters. He beheld a sliver of golden light suddenly emerge from the depths of the ever-present dark clouds above the sea. The brilliant rays of sunlight gradually filled the atmosphere, as if an invisible hand were gently sweeping away the heavy curtain of clouds, allowing the somber waters that had languished in shadow for an unknown duration to be illuminated by the sun. Standing at the bow of the lost homeland, Duncan widened his eyes, gazing at the vanishing gloom, and in that fleeting moment, he felt an inexplicable stirring within him. Ever since he had learned of this side's existence days prior, and embarked on his inaugural exploration of this peculiar vessel, the persistent dark clouds had perpetually shrouded the entire ocean, leading him to almost believe that this world was devoid of sunlight, forever cloaked in melancholy overcast. He had been estranged from the sun for far too long, even in the apartment across the hall, in Zhou Ming's solitary dwelling. The dense fog had long obscured the sun's rays, but now the boundless sea had cleared. After such a protracted absence from sunlight, he finally experienced the sensation of seeing the light once more in this realm. Instinctively, Duncan inhaled deeply, extending his arms towards the radiant direction of the sun. And the heavy clouds swiftly dissipated in response, retreating. In that moment of utmost brilliance, a colossal sphere enveloped in countless twisted golden streams of light came into Duncan's view. And all of his expressions crystallized as he stood with open arms, welcoming the sunlight. He gazed intently at the sky, the sunlight piercing yet far less blinding than he remembered. He could distinctly perceive the object suspended above, observing its exterior, adorned with a myriad of intricate patterns, and the radiant streams of light emanating from it. Against the backdrop of intertwining luminescence, he noted the two concentric rings, gracefully revolving around the central sphere. Duncan squinted, faintly discerning that these rings seemed to be composed of countless delicate and complex runes, as if an immense power had inscribed an eternal binding in the firmament, imprisoning the sun within the heavens. Duncan could not embrace the sunlight he had longed for. This world was devoid of it. "What is that?" he murmured, his voice tinged with an icy solemnity. "That is, of course, the sun, Captain," came the ever-calm voice of the goat-headed figure. Chapter 9. The Return. And the return again. The sunlight was indeed bright. If that luminous entity hanging in the sky was truly the sun, then its light was undeniably brilliant. Yet, this was not how the sun appeared in the world he once knew, even in an alien sky. The star suspended above should not take on such a form. Nevertheless, he had to accept the reality. He was in a foreign land, a place more distant than he had ever imagined. Even the sun had transformed into something beyond his comprehension. Outside that room, a dense fog had long obscured the entire world, leaving his familiar homeland, in a sense, reduced to a mere 30-square-meter abode. In the prolonged silence, the voice of the goathead suddenly pierced Duncan's ears. "Captain, where are we headed next? Do you have any navigation plans?" Navigation plans? How could Duncan possibly possess such a thing? Despite his earnest desire to devise a comprehensive scheme to explore this world and finalize the upcoming voyage, he lacked even a proper nautical chart and remained oblivious to the lands and powers that existed, not to mention whether this boundless ocean had any end. Only a few hours prior had he learned how to steer the Lost Homeland. Yet, he fell into contemplation, and after several minutes, he spoke inwardly. Where did that ship that collided with the Lost Homeland come from? "You wish to venture towards those city-states?" The goathead's voice expressed surprise, quickly followed by a cautionary tone. "I would advise you to keep your distance from the shipping lanes controlled by those city-states, at least for now. Though you are the illustrious Captain Duncan, the current state of the Lost Homeland is far from what it once was, and the naval guards of those city-states, along with the papal forces, will undoubtedly exert their utmost to thwart your advance." For a moment, Duncan found himself at a loss for words. He was suddenly compelled to understand what actions the Duncan captain he had replaced had committed to evoke such wrath from the world, as though merely showing his face could provoke a group of 25 to form. Indeed, another term for exile could be described as a journey to the world's end. Yet, the civilized societies of this world seem to hold a different perspective. In the eyes of the locals, Captain Duncan is merely a formidable world boss roaming outside the main city, one that necessitates the formation of a 25-member raid upon his appearance within sight. It is essential to acknowledge that the captain's role demands a high level of knowledge. Even the most brutish of pirates must possess a leader capable of interpreting nautical charts, understanding astrology, and calculating routes. Reading aboard a ship, however, poses a perilous endeavor, as the abyssal depths and the entities of subspace are ever vigilant, waiting for a mortal mind to falter. The only literature deemed safe for consumption is that which is issued by the church. Its classics may offer security, yet their tedium is such that one might prefer scrubbing the decks instead. Were you not always disinterested in the church's offerings? Duncan raised an eyebrow at this notion. How could reading a book at sea be fraught with such danger? Is it truly only the church's classics that can be read without risk? What affliction plagues this boundless ocean? As he seemingly grasped a fragment more of the world's mysteries, new questions arose, compelling Duncan to stifle these thoughts as he approached the ship's railing, gazing into the vast expanse where the sea meets the sky. The golden sun cast its radiant beams, creating undulating reflections upon the water akin to scattered flakes of gold. If one overlooked the sun's peculiarly ominous appearance, it was indeed a breathtaking sight. I would like to hear your advice, Duncan said cautiously to the goat-headed figure, after much deliberation. I find myself weary of this aimless voyage. Perhaps. As he spoke, an unsettling sensation suddenly surged from the depths of his heart, stemming from the connection he shared with the Lost Homeland. It felt as if an external force had abruptly made contact with the vessel. Almost immediately, he heard a thud from the direction of the ship's stern, as though a heavy object had collided with the deck. Furrowing his brow, Duncan swiftly drew his already loaded flintlock pistol with one hand, while brandishing his longsword in the other. He then raced toward the source of the sound. Moments later, he arrived at the aft deck, where a sight lay before him that rendered him utterly speechless. It was the ornate wooden chest, resembling a coffin, alongside the peculiar effigy. A chilling wave of dread washed over Duncan as he stared intently at the still damp surface of the chest, as if it might spontaneously open at any moment. He soon noticed that the nails securing the lid had mysteriously vanished. These were the very nails he had driven in before casting the chest into the sea, meant to be steadfastly secure. After standing guard beside the chest for several tense minutes, Duncan finally resolved to act. Gripping the flintlock tightly in one hand, he inserted his longsword into the crevice of the chest's lid with the other, and with a determined force, pried it open. The ornate lid of the box creaked open, revealing the lifeless Gothic doll nestled within, enveloped in a crimson velvet lining, reminiscent of a slumbering princess. Duncan gazed at the doll for several moments, adopting a serious tone as he spoke with solemnity, believing he exuded sufficient authority in that instant. If you are alive, rise and converse with me. He repeated his command twice, yet the doll remained utterly motionless. Concluding his pronouncement, he unhesitatingly closed the lid once more, procuring tools to affix a series of coffin nails around the box in a crisscross fashion. After securing the nails, he discovered a length of iron chain and, utilizing the hooks already present on the box, firmly fastened the lid. Satisfied, Duncan straightened up, applauding his handiwork, and nodded slightly at the coffin. Now bound and reinforced with nails, this time, you shall not rise from your coffin. With that, he unflinchingly kicked the box back into the sea. Watching it sink into the water, then rise and fall with the waves as it drifted away, Duncan exhaled softly, before turning to depart from the stern of the ship. The wooden box continued to bob on the surface of the sea, having drifted far and wide. Perhaps I should place a cannonball or something similar inside, so it would sink, Duncan muttered, finally turning to make his way slowly toward the captain's quarters. You are rather harsh on that lady. A voice resembling that of a goat echoed in his mind. Shut up. Do you dare to refer to a cursed doll as lady? It indeed appears to be a cursed doll. Yet, what curse on the boundless sea could rival that of the Lost Homestead and the illustrious Captain Duncan? Captain. In truth, that lady seems quite gentle and innocuous. Duncan, why does this goat-headed figure take such pride in recounting the curse and infamy of the Lost Homestead and Captain Duncan? Perhaps sensing Duncan's discontent in his silence, the goat-headed figure swiftly shifted the topic. Captain, you previously expressed a desire to hear my counsel. Specifically, what is it? We shall discuss it later. I require a moment to recuperate, as navigating the Lost Homestead through the spiritual realm has drained my energy. Please remain silent for now. Yes, Captain. In the next instant, his gaze suddenly fixed. The nautical chart appeared to exhibit a subtle alteration. The once pervasive, writhing grayish-white blotches that seemed to animate across the paper appeared to dissipate slightly, and the waters surrounding the lost homestead were becoming clearer. Could it be that this entity is updating the information of the surrounding waters in real time as the lost homestead sails? Duncan promptly approached the navigation table, fully engrossed in observing the delicate changes on the chart. However, his intense focus was soon interrupted. From the depths of his consciousness, the lost homestead signaled once more the contact with a foreign object, and immediately thereafter, Duncan heard a thud emanating from the deck behind the captain's quarters. Chapter 10. Elegance is not quite so elegant. On the aft deck of the Lost Homeland, Duncan stood expressionless, gazing at the opulent wooden chest that lay quietly before him. The droplets of water clinging to the edges of the chest fell steadily at his feet, affirming that his recollection of casting the chest into the sea was not a mere figment of imagination, but a reality where this object had indeed floated upon the waves not long ago. This bizarre situation was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Duncan's demeanor was far more tranquil than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was the eerie atmosphere of the ghost ship itself, or the recent harrowing experiences of navigating through the spirit realm and colliding with another vessel. It could also be attributed to his prolonged interactions with a rather peculiar goat-headed entity. It seemed that Duncan had developed a certain immunity to the extraordinary phenomena that permeated this strange world. In fact, even when he had previously cast the cursed doll into the depths, he had sensed, albeit vaguely, that matters would not conclude so easily. He lowered his gaze and, as expected, discovered that the iron nails which had once secured the coffin and the surrounding chains had vanished without a trace. Bending down, he employed his pirate sword to pry open the lid of the coffin once more. The exquisite Gothic doll remained undisturbed at the center of the crimson velvet lining, her hands elegantly folded, exuding an air of serene grace. Yet this time, Duncan distinctly observed that the hem of her gown bore signs of having been dampened by seawater, and a faint scent of brine wafted from the interior of the coffin lid. As of now, the peculiar doll, aside from its repeated comings and goings, appears to exhibit no other extraordinary or hazardous behavior. However, the mere fact of its cyclical return qualifies it as a cursed object by standard definition. Duncan, with an impassive expression, regarded the doll for a moment before, with a faint semblance of a smile, breaking the silence. I find myself compelled to satiate my curiosity. With those words, he turned and walked towards the nearby entrance of the cabin, leaving the doll on the deck with a sense of reassurance. While he personally remained wary of the doll and preferred not to have it in close proximity, his familiarity with the Lost Homeland and the goat-headed creature led him to believe that temporarily leaving the doll on the deck posed no significant risk. Even if it were to suddenly turn violent, the myriad of living beings aboard the vessel would be more than capable of handling the situation. Duncan traversed the rear deck of the ship, opened the wooden door leading down to the lower deck, and descended the time-worn wooden stairs, familiar with the path, until he reached the upper cabin below deck. This area, designated for the placement of cannons, housed antiquated front-loading artillery resting quietly along the sides of the cabin. Moldy, darkened wooden planks covered the nearby gun ports, while barrels of black powder and solid iron cannonballs were stacked between the gun positions, seemingly having accumulated over the course of a century. As Duncan's gaze swept over these seemingly ancient artifacts, a thought suddenly struck him. Aboard this ship, he had yet to encounter a single soul aside from himself. So, who then was in command of these cannons? Is it possible that, much like the ship itself, these cannons are capable of self-loading and self-firing? And what of the freshwater tanks aboard the vessel? Are they also replenished autonomously? As for the damaged areas, can they repair themselves? Or perhaps, does this ship truly possess the concept of damage? A multitude of questions surged forth in his mind, yet he found himself at a loss for explanations. However, at that moment, an even greater curiosity regarding the ship enveloped him, or rather, a heightened sense of control emerged within him. This is his ship. He ought to comprehend the intricacies of the Lost Homeland. This transformation may have arisen from grasping the helm. Duncan shook his head, momentarily shelving his future exploration plans, before proceeding to the area where the cannonballs were stored. Had she made any movements earlier? Silence. Duncan gazed impassively at the figure in the coffin. He could not ascertain whether she was genuinely immobile or merely feigning slumber. Either way, Duncan remained indifferent. It was time to satiate his curiosity. The solid iron cannonballs were remarkably heavy when executing traders aboard the ship. Binding one of these projectiles was sufficient to send even the most seasoned sailor to a watery grave. 8 cannonballs nearly filled every remaining crevice of the wooden crate, encircling the elegant Gothic figure in an almost ludicrous display of martial prowess. Elegance had devolved into a rather unsettling spectacle. With a firm resolve, Duncan sealed the coffin once more and, with considerable effort, pushed the crate to the edge of the deck. Even with his current physical strength, this task proved to be quite a challenge. At last, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the coffin plunging into the sea. A heavy splash resonated as the ornate wooden box sank straight down into the depths. Duncan remained motionless at the edge of the deck, fixated on the spot where the box had vanished, lingering in silence. The voice of the goat-headed figure echoed in his mind. "Captain, have you changed your mind? If you feel remorse about discarding this trophy, the Lost Homeland can attempt to retrieve the box with the anchor, though it is not the proper use of an anchor. It claims it can give it a try." Silence. "But it appears you have been standing at the edge for quite a while." Silence. "Oh." Duncan exhaled softly. Before the sycophantic goat-headed figure, he could never admit to the discomfort in his toes. After a few moments of quiet contemplation, he gauged the time was ripe and suddenly strode towards the stern of the upper deck, opening the observation window nestled between the 2 aft cannons. Intently observing the surface of the sea, the goat-headed figure fell silent for only a brief spell before succumbing to curiosity. "Captain, are you, concerned because she is a cursed doll?" Listening to Duncan's explanation, the goat-headed figure paused for 2 seconds, then tentatively inquired, "Captain, you seem suddenly more spirited?" "Ah. This is indeed a positive development. Since awakening last time, your demeanor has not been the best, appearing disinterested in many matters. Your loyal first mate and second mate, and—" Silence. "Oh." After the goat's head fell silent, Duncan remained intently focused on the movements upon the sea's surface. In his line of sight, the waters at the stern of the ship lay undisturbed. That coffin seemed to have truly sunk into the abyss, no longer to resurface. Yet, drawing from his experiences from the previous encounters, Duncan exhibited an extraordinary patience this time. He silently counted the seconds, waiting and observing, allowing time to flow unimpeded. Unbeknownst to himself, he found himself actively anticipating the reappearance of that figure. Then, a small dark silhouette indeed emerged within his view. Amidst the undulating waves, the shadow burst into Duncan's vision. A beautifully crafted wooden box, akin to a solitary vessel navigating the tumultuous waters, with the exquisite Gothic doll standing within it, striking a commanding pose as she embraced her ornate coffin lid, fervently paddling through the tempest with unyielding determination. A Gothic doll. Brandishing the coffin lid as she rode the waves, elegance was scarcely present, while the eeriness was more unnerving than a barrage of cannon fire. Duncan was profoundly astonished. Chapter 11. Alice Duncan felt he would likely never forget the bizarre and perilous image of a magnificent casket rising and falling on the boundless sea, while a Gothic doll, propelled by some enigmatic force, stood within the casket, clutching the immense coffin lid, advancing through the storm, and it appeared she was not particularly pleased. In the brief moment that Duncan was lost in thought, the doll had already approached the vicinity of the stern of the Lost Homeland. Though wielding a coffin lid as her tool, she astonishingly glided through the water with remarkable speed, exhibiting an unusual blend of agility and strength. Duncan cautiously peered out from the observation port and beheld the figure hurl the coffin lid into the sarcophagus. Almost immediately, she grasped a protruding piece of wood at the stern of the vessel and began to ascend with remarkable swiftness, as if an invisible cord were pulling her upward. Strangely, the seemingly heavy wooden chest floated effortlessly from the depths of the sea, as if it had lost all weight, hovering beside the figure. Evidently unaware that the ghostly ship's captain had been observing her in secret, she swiftly scaled the towering stern of the Lost Homeland, flipping over and landing on the deck. With a flick of her finger, she ensured the floating coffin settled securely at her feet. She then glanced around, seemingly assessing the situation on deck. And after confirming the area was devoid of onlookers, she quickly adjusted her slightly damp garments and began to crawl into the coffin. Halfway through her endeavor, she was abruptly halted by a pirate sword that emerged from the shadows. Following that, she heard the chilling click of a flintlock being cocked. The figure's movements froze instantly. She attempted to turn her head, only to find a ghostly captain, enveloped in green flames, standing nearby with a cold, piercing gaze. The voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the spirit realm was chillingly profound. "Ah, I have caught you, puppet." Before Duncan, the figure visibly trembled, seemingly startled, instinctively attempting to evade to the side. However, in her moment of panic, her movements became somewhat disordered as her upper body swayed. Duncan distinctly heard a sharp crack emanating from the area of her shoulder and neck. Then her head fell off, in front of Duncan. A beautiful visage detached from the puppet, its silvery hair cascading in the sea breeze, entwining with the severed head as it tumbled at his feet. The puppet's body remained poised beside the coffin, frozen in a stance of impending flight, one hand aimlessly grasping at the air, while the head helplessly gazed at Duncan. Its mouth opening and closing. Help, help, help. It is no exaggeration to say that at that moment, Duncan's heart ceased to beat. Although he harbored doubts about the existence of his heart while being consumed by ghostly flames, witnessing the dismemberment of the puppet's head undeniably left him in a state of shock. The infernal blaze obscured his horrified expression, and his momentary hesitation in the face of terror was interpreted by the puppet as a form of indifference. Consequently, Miss Puppet remained oblivious to the fact that the fearsome Captain Duncan appeared to be more anxious than herself, continuously repeating, "Help, help, my head has fallen." Finally, Duncan regained his composure, soothing the heartbeat that existed only in his imagination. He exerted immense effort to control his actions and voice, observing the puppet with utmost calm and steadiness. After a moment, he confirmed that despite the curse that plagued her, the puppet seemed more frightened of him, the ghostly captain, than of her own bizarre nature. Realizing this truth, Duncan understood that he must maintain this composure. He remained oblivious to the world around him, and even more so to the cursed puppet that lay before him. Before he could fully seize control of the situation, the terrifying identity of Captain Duncan was his utmost assurance of safety. On the other hand, he could not afford to disregard the puppet in front of him. Although the unfolding events did not align with his initial expectations, the outcome indicated that communication with this puppet was indeed possible. He sheathed his flintlock pistol, while his other hand steadfastly gripped the sword. In close quarters, the singular opportunity for a shot with the flintlock was evidently less reliable than a blade, especially given his hasty practice had yet to transform him into a skilled marksman. Subsequently, he seized the puppet's severed head that lay abandoned on the ground. The sensation was profoundly unsettling. Although he understood it was merely a cursed puppet, the act of grasping a head elicited a sense of unease deep within Duncan's heart. The faint warmth emanating from the head almost compelled him to discard it. This was too bizarre and uncanny. You take it," he stammered. Duncan nodded, casually handing the head to the puppet's erratically grasping hands. The entire process was fluid and effortless, a clear indication that this was not his first encounter. Soon after, the puppet's somewhat rigid features animated with remarkable swiftness. She blinked her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I am alive again." Duncan, regardless of the perspective, he felt an urge to express his grievances. Yet, considering his persona as Captain Duncan and the ambiguous nature of the automaton before him, he ultimately nodded expressionlessly at the figure. "Very well, now you shall accompany me. You have visited my ship on several occasions. It is time we had a conversation." As he spoke, he dissipated the spectral flames that had enveloped him, reverting to his original form. The ability to transform into a spectral entity was a power he had acquired upon grasping the helm of the Lost Homeland, yet it remained an unfamiliar skill, far from mastered. Apart from steering the vessel, he was unaware of any other capabilities this power might possess. The display of flames had merely served to project an imposing image before the eerie cursed automaton and bolster his own confidence. Now that the image had been established and the automaton was compliant, there was no need to expend energy maintaining the flames. The cursed automaton obediently rose from beside the coffin, her eyes widening in astonishment as she witnessed Duncan's transformation back into human form. You are not a ghost?" she stammered in disbelief. Duncan regarded her coolly. "When necessary, I can be." The automaton lifted a hand to steady her head, her expression hinting at a measure of reverence. Duncan could not discern the source of her awe, but it was evident that her head was still somewhat precarious, perhaps having nearly come undone moments prior. He turned and made his way toward the captain's cabin, and through the real-time communication with the Lost Homeland. He sensed that the cursed doll hesitated for a fleeting moment before obediently following him. As anticipated, the ornate and peculiar coffin floated closely behind the doll, as if it were an inseparable companion wherever she went. Moments later, Duncan entered the captain's cabin, accompanied by the cursed doll. Under the watchful gaze of the intricately carved goat's head, the ghostly captain sat across from the cursed doll at the navigation table. Duncan settled into his dark, heavy armchair, while the doll, elegantly poised, chose the coffin-like wooden box as her seat, sitting gracefully atop it. She indeed exuded an air of elegance and dignity. When she sat in silence, her silver hair cascading and clad in a Gothic gown, she appeared as if she belonged in a grand palace. An exquisite work of art surrounded by guards. Unfortunately, the mere sight of her reminded Duncan of the tempestuous journey she had just undertaken. He sighed, restoring his indifferent yet commanding demeanor, and fixed his gaze upon the doll's eyes. Name? Alice. Race? Doll. Occupation? Doll. Why inquire about these? Duncan pondered for a moment, to gain some fundamental understanding. Chapter 12. The ghostly captain and the cursed doll on either side of the expansive navigation table. Captain Duncan of the Lost Homeland faced the cursed doll, Alice. The atmosphere between the two individuals, though it is possible that neither is truly human, cannot be described as harmonious. The automaton, who claims to be named Alice, appears somewhat anxious, despite the ghostly captain before her having assured her of temporary safety. In the presence of Duncan, whose visage inherently exudes an air of authority, even a cursed automaton seems unable to find solace. She currently maintains a dignified posture while seated upon her coffin lid. Yet the fingers discreetly clutching the hem of her skirt betray her unease. Meanwhile, Duncan remains momentarily silent, contemplating as he observes this enigmatic lady before him. An automaton powered by an unknown force, evidently not composed of flesh and blood, yet capable of speech, movement, and possessing a semblance of warmth. Such a phenomenon, had it occurred in his homeland, would have surely warranted a feature on a scientific exploration program, likely spanning at least 3.5 episodes. Duncan is uncertain of the classification of beings like Alice in this world, yet through his recent interactions with the Caprine entity, he has gleaned some information. He understands that despite the existence of extraordinary phenomena in this realm, such occurrences are not commonplace. Thus, he suspects that this automaton lady, even in this bizarre and extraordinary world, must belong to a category of unique existence. His conjecture was not unfounded. The mechanical vessel that collided head-on with the Lost Homeland was remarkably new, equipped with a well-trained crew. He had witnessed firsthand, even amidst overwhelming fear, that many sailors aboard that ship steadfastly maintained their posts. Moreover, the ship's interior was filled with numerous chambers and objects of unclear purpose, many adorned with intricate runic markings that bore a striking resemblance to the symbols on the surface of Alice's coffin. In other words, such a cutting-edge vessel was likely dispatched to escort, or perhaps transport, Alice, the cursed doll. Duncan shifted his posture in the chair, gazing with a blend of ease and seriousness at the remarkable guest aboard Alice's ship, a fact beyond dispute. Yet, from another perspective, this young lady seemed far from terrifying. She appeared somewhat timid. After all, upon their initial meeting, she had been so startled that she had yet to utter a word. May I ask? It seemed that Duncan's prolonged silence and scrutiny had created an overwhelming pressure, prompting Alice to finally speak. Furthermore, Alice visibly paused, as if contemplating the significance of Duncan's question. After a few seconds, she gently tapped the ornate wooden chest beneath her. From here. Duncan's expression stiffened momentarily. I am well aware that you were lying in this chest before. He cleared his throat twice, but what I inquired was your place of origin. Do you understand? Do you have a homeland? Or perhaps something that could be deemed a point of departure? Alice pondered for a moment, then calmly shook her head. I cannot recall. Cannot recall? Duncan raised an eyebrow. What were they discussing in your presence? Just some trivial matters, nothing of consequence. Yet, curiosity stirred within me. Duncan spoke earnestly, expressing his belief that those matters were indeed trivial, yet he felt an urgent need to grasp the essence of this world, even if it meant delving into the mundane chatter of ordinary folk. The automaton spoke leisurely, then as if a thought struck her, she added, however, what I heard recently still lingers in my memory. It must have been before I boarded your vessel. The voices discussing matters in wooden crates frequently mentioned a place, the city-state of Prand, which seemed to be their destination, and perhaps mine as well. The city-state of Prand? Duncan's gaze grew contemplative as he silently etched the name into his memory. At last, he had gleaned a fragment of valuable information, albeit uncertain of when it might prove useful. He raised his head once more to regard the automaton before him. What else? Beyond that, I spend most of my time merely sleeping, the automaton replied with utmost seriousness. When one is confined within a coffin-like box, with incessant, drowsy whispers seeping into one's ears, what else is there to do but sleep? Sit-ups in a coffin, perhaps? A twitch emerged at the corner of Duncan's mouth, with an air of grace. She appeared as an elegant beauty when her composure was intact. However, in reality, she could not only navigate the tempest with ease, but also unexpectedly unleash a torrent of biting remarks that could leave one gasping for breath. In his mind, he swiftly constructed a new image of Miss Alice. Yet, he maintained the facade of the steadfast and formidable Captain Duncan, merely responding with a non-committal hum before continuing. Thus, Aside from your drowsiness within the wooden crate, you are utterly oblivious to the outside world. You cannot enlighten me about the current transformations of this realm, nor can you pinpoint the locations of any port or city-state. Alas, it appears so, Captain, the automaton lady replied earnestly, nodding her head. Almost as if a realization struck her, her eyes widened slightly, and she regarded Duncan with a hint of anxiety. So, do you intend to cast me off the ship? Because I am of no further value? Before Duncan could respond, Alice continued, Well, I understand. After all, this is your vessel. But this time, could you refrain from stuffing me back into the crate with cannonballs? To be serious, 8 cannonballs seem rather excessive. It was evident that the automaton lady was not in the best of spirits, yet she hesitated to express her discontent openly. Duncan found himself in an awkward predicament, primarily due to his earlier decision to stuff cannonballs into a box without contemplating the subsequent necessity of calmly discussing the matter with the involved party. At that moment, he regarded the still figure of Alice within the box merely as a standard horror movie cursed doll, his mind filled with images conforming to that eerie aesthetic. Little did he anticipate that this cursed doll had not emerged from a horror flick, but rather from a traditional courtyard. Consequently, the preparations he had made to counteract the terrifying curse transformed into sheer embarrassment. Was this vessel named the Lost Homeland? Admittedly, I harbor a certain trepidation towards you and your ship, yet is it not the depths of the ocean that pose a greater peril? The doll, with a placid gaze, observed the ghostly captain before her. Within her line of sight, this tall man was shrouded by an expansive, impenetrable void, an obscurity that intertwined with the tangible reality of the cabin, as though two worlds were forced into a jarring amalgamation. However, in comparison to this overwhelming and suffocating shadow, the entities lurking from the unfathomable depths of the sea elicited a far more profound sense of danger within her, a being defined as Exception 099. In this world, could there be anything more fearsome than the abyssal depths? Chapter 13. Prolonged bed rest is detrimental to cervical health. The deep sea indeed warrants fear. Alice is a doll, yet she possesses a pair of expressive, lively eyes and an array of facial expressions that defy conventional explanation. Thus, Duncan can distinctly perceive in her countenance a palpable fear and aversion towards the deep sea, or rather, certain elements within its depths. This realization, coupled with his previous encounters with the ethereal realm and the so-called border anomalies at sea, leads him to understand that the vast ocean in which he finds himself undoubtedly conceals great terrors. However, the Lost Homeland continues to navigate this boundless expanse, while the mechanical vessel he previously encountered in the spiritual realm also traverses these waters. This incites within him a curiosity about more distant matters. What is the land of this world like? Does normal land even exist in this realm? He recalls the moment of passing the mechanical ship and the insights gleaned through the extensive perception of the Lost Homeland, revealing the enigmatic symbols, the religiously charged decor, and the inscriptions adorning Alice's coffin, all indicators that she, this cursed doll, is undoubtedly regarded with deep trepidation in civilized society. Confirming once more, you have no recollection of your origins, nor any clarity regarding your past experiences, correct? This time, Duncan disregards Alice's nonsensical remarks and continues his inquiry. From whence does your name originate? Who bestowed it upon you? If you truly have never left the box nor interacted with others, how could you possess a name? Did you assign it to yourself? Alice suddenly fell into a daze. It seemed as though she was genuinely engulfed in confusion, remaining in a state of stupor for several moments. Just as Duncan began to worry whether this doll might also possess the flaw of freezing, the doll lady resumed her activity. I do not recall. I have known from the very beginning that my name is Alice, yet this name was not bestowed upon me by my own choice. She murmured in bewilderment, instinctively cradling her head with her hands. This gesture caused Duncan's heart to skip a beat, prompting him to urgently interject. All right, if you cannot remember, there's no need to pull your head apart. Alice. Following this, Duncan posed numerous inquiries to the doll lady before him. However, regrettably, most yielded little in the way of results. As she herself had articulated, she had spent the majority of her conscious existence in a state of hazy slumber within that coffin, oscillating between sleep and wakefulness. Her knowledge of the outside world was exceedingly limited, primarily derived from the fragmented conversations she overheard while in a semi-conscious state. These trivial bits of information were hardly sufficient for Duncan to piece together an outline of this world. Nevertheless, his dialogue with Alice was not entirely fruitless. He managed to ascertain a few key points. There exists a power structure referred to as city-states, a term that recurred frequently in the doll lady's narrative. almost encapsulating the entirety of her journey. Moreover, the original destination of her voyage was a city-state known as Planned. It appears to be a flourishing place, as sailors have remarked on its significant position along many trade routes. Additionally, Alice bears the peculiar designation of Anomaly 099, which seems to be some sort of official appellation within the civilized world. As for the name Alice, apart from herself and Duncan, it appears that no one else is aware of it. Furthermore, Alice has been continuously transferred from one city-state to another, and it seems she is not the only anomaly subjected to such relocations. During certain journeys, she has overheard those tasked with her escort discussing other sealed entities. It is evident that the team responsible for transporting Anomaly 099 has encountered misfortune due to the unexpected emergence of the Lost Country, leading to the escape of their prisoner. The nature of this peculiar cursed doll remains uncertain, raising questions about the potential devastation her liberation might unleash. After all, she appeared rather innocuous while aboard the Lost Country. Frankly, Duncan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to have finally discovered a channel of information to help him understand this world, only to find that the occupant of the coffin was as bewildered as he was. However, as his gaze fell once more upon Alice, who sat quietly on the wooden crate, his disappointment waned slightly. At the very least, he now had a conversational partner aboard the Lost Country, despite her being a doll. The unsettling moment when her head detached, the certainty that she harbored further secrets, and her occasional outbursts of nonsensical chatter. However, she is certainly more composed than that cacophonous goat-headed figure. Speaking of the bizarre and perilous, in this boundless sea, aboard this ship named the Lost Homestead, amidst the peculiar and strange objects on board, what truly appears to be safe? From an outsider's perspective, Captain Duncan himself seems to embody the greatest danger upon these uncharted waters. Duncan exhaled, and unbeknownst to him, his expression softened slightly as he casually inquired, "I wonder, if I were to cast you overboard again, what would you do?" Alice blinked. "Will you be stuffing cannonballs this time?" "No." "Then will you be hammering in nails?" No." "How about pouring lead?" "No." "Ahem. What I mean is, if I were to refuse to let you remain on the ship." Duncan was taken aback by the doll's nonchalance, unsure whether to label her as honest or audacious. After much contemplation, he managed to utter, "You might consider being a bit more tactful." Duncan interrupted her. "My senses extend throughout the entirety of this vessel. I can even discern the precise location of every wave crashing against the hull." He continued with an air of calm. "Moreover, I possess the ability to eliminate you entirely, employing a far more definitive method to prevent your incessant entanglement with me and my lost homestead." Miss Dahl seemed genuinely unprepared for this possibility, her eyes widening instinctively, followed by a distinct click near her neck. "You should have mentioned that earlier. You nearly frightened the life out of me." Alice wore an expression of innocence. "I was unaware. I seldom have the opportunity to engage in activities, so I am unaware of the reasons behind my physical ailments." Duncan silently observed Alice for a few seconds, his expression earnest as he remarked, "It appears that prolonged bed rest is detrimental to the cervical spine." Alice, gazing at the speechless automaton, Duncan's spirits lifted slightly. "Very well. In any case, a new crew member has joined the Lost Homeland. Follow me, and I shall arrange for your resting quarters." Chapter 14. The harmless new crew member. The Lost Homeland is remarkably vast, astonishingly so for a sailing vessel. And in Duncan's view, its size nearly exceeds necessity. Such grand proportions imply larger cargo holds, an abundance of cannons, a sturdier structure, and a more stable posture in the face of tumultuous seas, all of which suggest its capability to withstand the most arduous challenges of long voyages. However, at present, Duncan harbors no plans for such expeditions. This peculiarly oversized ghost ship has only brought him a sense of solitude. Thus, having an additional conversational companion aboard would be no misfortune. After all, the ship boasts ample vacant cabins. The sound of footsteps shattered the stillness of the corridor as Duncan descended the wooden staircase, guiding the Gothic automaton to the lower deck of the stern, situated directly beneath the captain's quarters. From a structural perspective, this area could be regarded as a superior living space on this grand vessel, considerably brighter and tidier compared to the darker, more ominous, and eerily sinister regions found further below. Duncan paused before a crew cabin and casually pushed open the ajar wooden door. Inside lay a sparsely furnished single room. The ship housed several such solitary quarters, all of which had long remained unoccupied, showing no signs of previous habitation. After a preliminary exploration of the upper deck of the Lost Township, Duncan had noticed the existence of these empty rooms, but had given them little thought at the time. Now, having assumed command of this ghostly vessel and grasped its secret of solitary navigation, a question arose within him. If this ship required no crew at all, then for whom were these crew quarters intended? The single rooms in the upper deck were evidently designed for the first mate, second mate, and the bosun, while the lower deck featured communal sleeping quarters for ordinary seamen. Additionally, the ship boasted a dining hall and a game room, clearly meant for multiple occupants, as well as sails and rigging that functioned without manual control. The mere existence of these facilities suggested they were intended for human use. Yet, this ship had no need for a crew. Duncan furrowed his brow, realizing that this ghost ship, now sailing alone upon the waves, must have once had a crew at some point in its history. At least, when the vessel was originally constructed, it had been designed with adequate accommodations for seafarers. What, then, had transpired to transform this ship into its current state? Where had the original crew vanished? Was the true Captain Duncan the vessel's master from beginning to end? What secrets did that enigmatic goat-headed figure hold? Captain? A voice filled with curiosity suddenly echoed from behind. Duncan's musings were abruptly interrupted, and he was taken aback, only to realize it was the voice of the doll-like lady. In that moment, he had forgotten Alice's presence. Over the past few days, Duncan had grown accustomed to being the sole living inhabitant aboard this vessel, and he had become indifferent to the incessant bleating of the goat-headed figure. However, the sudden appearance of Alice left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. I am Duncan. You may address me as Captain Duncan. Though you are free to call me simply Captain, he swiftly composed his expression before turning to face the doll-like lady who trailed behind him. This empty chamber shall be yours from now on. Feel free to explore it. Ah, certainly. Alice nodded, peering over Duncan's shoulder to glance at the room's contents. She then turned, grasping the wooden box that had been floating closely behind her, and carefully hoisted it onto her shoulder, gingerly making her way into the room. Observing Alice's unwavering attachment to the coffin, Duncan could not suppress the impulse to twitch his lips in amusement. He watched as she meticulously placed the coffin beside the bed and inspected the velvet lining within with great care before surveying the room's furnishings. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and inquired, "You intend to carry this box with you at all times, do you?" "Indeed," Alice replied matter-of-factly. "Where else would I place it? This chest once served as your seal. I had thought you would care about this matter." Duncan furrowed his brow. "But it appears you cannot part with it. The ones who bound me were those individuals, not the chest itself." Alice perched upon the box, casually patting its lid as she spoke. "Would you care to join me inside?" Duncan shook his head. "No need. What do you think of this room?" "Ah, it is quite delightful," Alice replied, her expression brightening. She surveyed the room's modest furnishings, yet it seemed as though she were immersed in a lavish palace. "Is that a wardrobe? I have no spare clothes, so it should go unused, but having a cabinet is rather nice. Oh, and their essay table, which could serve a purpose in the future, though I seem to lack items to place upon it. Perhaps it could be used for my head? It would be more convenient for grooming." "As long as you are satisfied," Duncan remarked, observing the peculiar sight of a Gothic doll seated atop a coffin, planning its existence, especially with some rather dubious elements within that plan. Yet, a subtle smile began to form on his face. He then took a step back, his expression returning to normal. "You may rest here for a while and acclimate to your surroundings. Besides the staircase leading downwards, you are free to roam this level and the deck above. The layout is not overly complex, and you should soon grasp the locations of all the rooms. I will be in the captain's quarters. Should you need anything, you can find me there. If I am not present, there is a talking goat's head on the navigation table. He is my first mate." Alice was nodding along, listening intently, but when she heard the last two sentences, her eyes widened in astonishment. "The goat's head? That pitch-black wooden carving? It seems you have noticed it." "I did notice. But you say it can talk, and it is your first mate?" Alice's face was filled with wonder. "I thought it was merely. That is too incredible." "You are a walking, talking puppet," Duncan replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Alice. "And you still find a talking goat's head to be unbelievable?" Alice paused, glancing down at her hands as if she had just grasped the implication, muttering, "Ah, perhaps that is true?" Duncan shook his head and turned to leave, saying, "Very well, you may rest here. If you need anything, seek me out." From behind him, Alice's voice called out, "Understood." "Captain." Duncan felt as though his brain was about to boil over. In that moment, he reaffirmed one thing, with that incessantly chattering goat's head around. He truly needed a conversation partner as normal as Alice. Silence. He shot a fierce glare at the goat's head, and only after it ceased its chatter did he continue. You were quite compliant while Alice was here. I thought you had finally learned to remain quiet. During the captain's interview with new crew members, it is imperative to refrain from interjecting. This is a maritime custom. Even though I am your loyal first mate, second mate, and head sailor. Duncan did not wait for Goathead to finish. In truth, had he not interrupted, Goathead would have spoken indefinitely these days. Keep a vigilant eye on that puppet's movements. Oh, pardon? You mean to monitor that lady? Are you still uneasy about her? Oh, indeed. Necessary caution is a captain's responsibility. She harbors numerous secrets, many of which remain undisclosed, perhaps because she herself is unaware, or possibly, for some ulterior motive, she is deliberately concealing them. In any case, she is ultimately a cursed puppet bearing the title Abnormal 099. Duncan remarked calmly, recalling how the crew of the previous ship had employed numerous seals to prevent Alice from escaping that wooden box. Yet now, the sealed puppet roams freely aboard my vessel. I require a bit of time to ascertain that Alice is indeed a harmless puppet, even if she is merely harmless on the Lost Homeland. Chapter 15. Touching the flames since taking the helm personally. Duncan has gained true control over the Lost Homeland and can sense any movement aboard the ship. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, he commanded Goathead to remain ever watchful of the cursed puppet's activities. Knowing that he was far from an expert in the realm of mysticism and possessing scant knowledge of the extraordinary forces at play in this world, Duncan felt a sense of unease. The notion of a sentient, walking, and speaking automaton was well beyond his comprehension. While Alice's demeanor might seem innocuous, the possibility that the doll harbored any unseen influences was a concern he could not dismiss. In this regard, the goat-headed figure held a greater expertise than he did. This sudden emergence of doubt stirred a mild irritation within Duncan, yet under the hollow gaze of the goat-headed entity, he maintained a facade of composure, diverting a fraction of his attention to ascertain the situation concerning Alice. He had no inclination to pry, even when faced with a being that was not of human origin. Instead, he merely sought to grasp the general circumstances below deck. Through the perceptive link with the Lost Homeland, he could ascertain Alice's current location and whether she was attempting to tamper with anything. After all, beneath the seemingly harmless and elegantly beautiful exterior of the doll lay the essence of a cursed automaton, a perilous entity referred to as Anomaly 099 by the ordinary populace of this world. She remained in her chamber, perhaps genuinely examining the room's furnishings and arranging a place for repose. Duncan felt a slight relief, but at that moment, the goat-headed figure abruptly broke the silence. Captain, what are your plans moving forward? If you find yourself bored, you're loyal. Silence, Duncan interjected. Duncan cast a fleeting glance at the goat's head, then placed both hands upon the edge of the nautical table. As his thoughts shifted, the familiar sensation of gripping the helm resurfaced within him, and the green flames once again flowed like water. Amidst the consuming fire, Duncan's corporeal form transformed into an ethereal presence, and the enveloping flames spread from the nautical table, extending outward to the captain's quarters, reaching the upper deck, climbing the mast, entwining with the rigging, and causing the translucent sail above to billow in the wind. As the mainsails, foresails, and jibs adeptly adjusted their angles to the maritime breeze, the grand three-masted vessel began to gradually accelerate across the boundless ocean. Duncan's gaze fell upon the nautical chart before him, and as anticipated, he observed the grayish-white mist lingering upon the chart suddenly shift, revealing the silhouette of the Lost Homeland slowly advancing, while the mist surrounding it dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, he endeavored to concentrate his attention on the chart. The emerald flames enveloping the nautical table conveying the captain's will as if they were extensions of Duncan's own limbs. In this delicate state of connection, he began to faintly grasp the enigma of this evidently extraordinary chart. With a mere shift of thought, the silhouette representing the Lost Homeland on the chart momentarily enlarged before promptly returning to its original dimensions. Under the hollow gaze of the goat's head, Duncan's expression remained impassive, embodying the demeanor of a true captain earnestly scrutinizing the chart, yet a subtle thrill stirred within his heart. His gaze swept across the flames engulfing his body, while his consciousness attuned itself to the condition of the Lost Homeland and the alterations occurring on the nautical chart. This enigmatic green fire indeed held the key to mastering the Lost Homeland, as well as to controlling many peculiar artifacts aboard the vessel. Perhaps this was the captain's might? Duncan contemplated the power of this flame, fully aware that if he wished to truly command the ship and survive in this bizarre world, he must first comprehend his own abilities. The foremost step was to completely master this flame. As for the arrangements mentioned earlier by the goat-headed figure, Duncan gazed at the nautical chart before him. observing the wisps of white mist gradually dissipating around the silhouette of the Lost Homeland, and his thoughts were quite straightforward, given his insufficient understanding of this world. With the map shrouded in fog, it was undoubtedly prudent to set sail. After all, the purpose of navigating was to venture forth. Regardless, Captain Duncan's reputation among the locals was that of a world boss roaming the wilds, and merely remaining aboard the Lost Homeland would not enhance his standing. As for the potential risks of aimlessly sailing the seas, Duncan reasoned that before he took the helm, the ship had already been adrift. The Lost Homeland had never anchored. So what additional peril could there be? In contrast to the previous state of aimless drifting, the navigation under sail at least dispels the fog enshrouding the nautical map, marking an end to the utterly passive condition of being lost in obscurity. Duncan rose from the navigation table, the green flames enveloping him gradually subsiding. However, within his perception, the translucent spectral sail atop the mast of the Lost Homestead did not vanish with it. A portion of the green flames, lingering on the mast and rigging, continued to burn, executing the captain's will. Reflecting on the observations made while at the helm, Duncan began to grasp the situation with a sense of clarity. Although the ship had raised its spectral sail in flames only after he took command, both the vast sails and the myriad of automated functions aboard were not reliant upon the captain's own strength. This ghostly vessel possessed its own source of propulsion. While he remained unaware of the exact energy that propelled the ship, it was evident that his role as captain was merely to issue commands, after which the vessel would dutifully adhere to his instructions. Duncan departed from the navigation table and turned his gaze toward the small door at the farthest end of the captain's quarters. Behind the door lay his private chamber, which he had initially regarded as a sanctuary during the early days of exploring the ship. Now, he sought a tranquil environment to thoroughly contemplate what further actions he, as the captain of the Lost Homestead, could undertake. Yet, before he could do so, the ship, now in full sail, required vigilant oversight. He cast his gaze upon the wooden goat's head at the edge of the navigation table and, in a tone that suggested it was a matter of course, declared, "You shall take the helm." The goat's head paused, its tone tinged with surprise. "But Captain, you." The mast, rigging, sails, helm, and cannons, all elements were intricately interwoven, resembling a network of nerves or veins coursing through the vessel, ultimately converging in the captain's quarters. The goat's head was subtly linked to this entire system. Perhaps this enigmatic and uncanny goat's head was the embodiment of the ship itself? Or perhaps it served as a mechanism to assume control in times of crisis. Duncan, not the ship's creator, was unaware of its operational principles. Yet he mused that the true Captain Duncan would undoubtedly comprehend the capabilities of the goat's head. Moreover, the goat's head, which consistently identified itself as the first mate, should naturally be able to steer in the captain's stead when circumstances demanded it. Duncan recognized the necessity of taking a slight risk to undertake actions he had never before attempted, yet as a genuine captain, he understood such arrangements were imperative. After all, a captain must have moments of respite. A second later, the goat's head emitted a cheerful and raucous sound. Very well, Captain. Please do not concern yourself. You're loyal." Duncan paid no heed, merely gestured dismissively, turning to enter the cabin deep within the captain's quarters, casually closing the door behind him. Chapter 16. The Walk of the Spirit World. The door closed behind him, shielding him from the hollow gaze of the goat's head. Yet Duncan could still perceive the lost home with remarkable clarity, sensing every subtle shift aboard the ghostly vessel. In that shared consciousness, akin to an extension of his own limbs, he observed a series of sails adjusting their angles with precision to the caress of the sea breeze. The black helm at the stern was slightly turning, allowing the lost home to stabilize further amidst the waves. As he anticipated, the goat head had temporarily taken the helm, diligently executing the duties of the first mate, though Duncan could seize control of the ship at any moment. Compared to when he personally steered, the lost home exhibited diminished agility and speed. However, Duncan's primary objective was to dissipate the fog obscuring the nautical charts. With no clear destination or course in sight, he remained indifferent to the vessel's slight decline in performance. After confirming that the goat head posed no threats and that the gothic figure below deck remained obediently in its quarters, Duncan exhaled gently and surveyed the modest room. This was his private quarters as captain, the most comfortable and meticulously appointed space aboard the Lost Home. Aside from a plush bed, the room featured a classical wardrobe against the wall directly opposite the door, alongside a shelf adorned with an array of peculiar items. Opposite the bed stood a dark brown writing desk, devoid of any books, merely displaying a few decorative pieces and tools for writing and sketching. Beside the desk stood a window, offering a direct view of the distant sea. On the wall adjacent to the window hung several hooks, from which Duncan had previously suspended the pirate's sword he now carried, along with a flintlock pistol. Approaching the desk, he set the sword and pistol within easy reach, then opened the drawer to inspect the gunpowder and lead balls contained within a wooden box. Nestled beside the lead balls and powder bag was a small brass compass. Duncan picked up the compass, observing the needle beneath the glass casing spinning erratically, as if ensnared by an invisible chaotic force. Inscribed on the base of the compass was a line of fine script: "We are all exiles." Duncan idly toyed with the compass in his hand, watching the needle whirl about like a drunken reveler. He had thoroughly examined all the items in this room, having discovered it during his initial explorations. The objects here, including the inscription, were undoubtedly remnants left behind by the true Captain Duncan. After mentally reviewing the information he had gathered, he exhaled softly, placing the compass back on the table. Raising his right hand, he gently rubbed his fingertips together. A small cluster of green flames ignited at his fingertips, and in the glow of the flames, Duncan's palm took on an ethereal, translucent quality. However, under conscious control, the fire did not spread as before. Instead, it hovered delicately above his fingertips like a solitary candle flame. Once the flames stabilized, Duncan cautiously approached the flickering light with one hand to gauge its warmth. He then retrieved a quill from nearby, using its tip to delicately touch the fire. To his astonishment, he felt no heat, nor did the quill ignite. Instead, a faint, ethereal green hue began to spread along the shaft of the pin, casting a ghostly glow. In his mind, Duncan silently cataloged this newfound knowledge. The spectral fire possessed no temperature and did not ignite material objects. It seemed intrinsically linked only to the anomalies aboard the Lost Home, exhibiting no reactions to commonplace items. He pondered the implications. If the flame were to encounter anomalies from beyond the Lost Home, would it respond? A fleeting image of a certain Gothic doll named Alice flitted through his thoughts, intriguing him with the notion that she might indeed be an anomaly from outside. Would she be susceptible to the influence of this spectral fire? Yet, he swiftly dismissed this whimsical notion. Regardless of Alice's non-human nature or her status as the cursed Anomaly 099, she was undeniably a sentient being, capable of speech and movement, possessing her own thoughts. Moreover, she currently served as a crew member of the Lost Home, and Duncan had instinctively regarded her as an individual. He could not entertain the idea of testing the flame on a living entity, for he remained uncertain of the profound implications this fire might hold for affected anomalies and whether it posed any danger. Thus, Duncan proceeded to conduct several more tests, meticulously examining the properties of the flame while determining whether the various objects within the room bore any extraordinary attributes. At last, his gaze settled upon the small brass compass inscribed with messages. The brass compass lay quietly on the table, its needle spinning chaotically beneath the glass casing. Yet, whether it was an illusion or not, as Duncan maintained the flame while casting a malevolent glance at the needle, it seemed to momentarily freeze in place. Then, as if nothing had occurred, it resumed its erratic whirling. Duncan thought to himself, this contraption definitely reacted to his gaze just now. Initially, he harbored a certain trepidation towards the compass, for it bore the authentic markings of Captain Duncan himself. He was apprehensive that the ghostly captain, now departed, might have imbued this personal artifact with some form of power or trap to deter thieves. Thus, he had refrained from testing the compass with flame. However, upon witnessing its peculiar reaction, he suddenly resolved to act. Duncan reached out to grasp the compass, its icy touch sending a shiver through his fingertips. After casting a fleeting glance at the still twirling needle, he placed the object into his right hand, which was reserved for sustaining the spirit fire, and gradually tightened his grip. The eerie green flames cascaded forth like burning oil, spreading between his fingers. The surface of the compass ignited with a ghostly glow, within which countless phantoms flickered and dissipated. In the next instant, the needle, which had been spinning wildly, came to an abrupt halt, pointing resolutely towards a direction on the vast, uncharted sea. Duncan felt a mere tremor in his body, and in the next moment, his surroundings transformed into nothingness. The furnishings of the captain's quarters faded away, and the walls and ceiling crumbled like snowflakes, disappearing in an instant. Amidst the swirling cascade of light and shadow, an unfathomable darkness enveloped his vision. Standing bewildered at the heart of this obscurity, alarm bells rang within him. His instinct was to reach for the firearm and sword that lay beside him. Yet in the next heartbeat, he realized that only the brass compass remained, firmly grasped in his hand. Duncan blinked, and before his eyes, an intricate web of countless delicate beams of light began to emanate from around the compass. These luminescent threads spread and intertwined through the darkness, expanding infinitely like a vast net. Amidst this luminous tapestry, innumerable glimmers appeared, some scattered like stardust, while others converged like rivers, creating a breathtaking spectacle that resembled the Milky Way. Duncan gazed at this extraordinary phenomenon with a mixture of confusion and wariness, feeling a twinge of unease. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed no imminent threat. Rather, he found himself enveloped in a long-lost sense of tranquility amid the dim light and twinkling stars. In the next moment, an unusual sensation swept over him, drawing his gaze irresistibly toward a cluster of starlight woven within the luminous network. He looked at this cluster, feeling as if the starlight were teetering on the brink of oblivion, as if it were about to plunge into the depths of darkness. Instinctively, he reached out his hand toward the radiant beacon. A tremendous force surged forth at that moment, causing Duncan to feel as though his very soul had taken flight. He found himself irresistibly drawn towards the star that was on the brink of plunging into darkness. While the intricate web of light woven by the compass rapidly receded from his view, the surrounding starry river, composed of luminous celestial bodies, suddenly began to whirl and writhe. In his frantic rush, he instinctively glanced at his right hand, which tightly gripped the compass, only to discover that it had inexplicably vanished. Just as he was about to make contact with the dim star, a shadow materialized in the corner of his eye, coalescing from the darkness. This shadow appeared to have always been by his side, emerging effortlessly as he plummeted towards the faint glimmer. The heavy sensations of the real world surged through his limbs, accompanied by a foul stench of decaying flesh and the jarring sound of heavy chains dragging along the ground. Chapter 17. The cave cold, damp, and permeated by the stench of rot. The noise of chains scraping against the floor filled the air. A multitude of bizarre sensations flooded Duncan's mind. Yet he found himself unable to open his eyes at that moment. He felt as though his soul had been cleaved into two halves. One remained aboard the Lost Homeland, while the other was crammed into an entirely alien vessel. This body felt like an antiquated, dilapidated machine, difficult to maneuver. Confused perceptions clashed within his nervous system, mingled with a sense of sluggishness and numbness. He attempted to open his eyes and move his fingers, yet he could not perceive the existence of these corresponding body parts at all. The disconcerting sensation lingered for several moments, until the indescribable numbness and lethargy within his nervous system gradually began to dissipate. Duncan felt as though his body was awakening from a prolonged hibernation, slowly regaining its ability to move. At last, he opened his eyes and beheld the circumstances surrounding him. Before him lay a dimly lit space, reminiscent of a subterranean cavern, with burning torches fixed to the distant stone walls. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows upon the surroundings, revealing a horrific tableau. Duncan beheld numerous figures, or rather, many lifeless corpses, carelessly strewn across the damp, waterlogged earth and rocks. Most were clad in tattered rags, though a few retained remnants of intact garments. Condensed droplets of water dripped from the cavern ceiling, and from afar, he could faintly hear the sound of what seemed to be sewage flowing through an underground river or drainage system. The clinking of iron chains echoed from a passageway that connected to the cave, gradually fading into the distance. Duncan blinked, attempting to comprehend the unfolding events. He lowered his gaze to his right hand, only to find a completely unfamiliar and emaciated palm, adorned with ragged clothing at the arm. The brass compass he had previously clutched was nowhere to be found. He then turned his gaze to his side, recalling the fleeting shadow that had trailed him as he traversed through the starlit web of light. The silhouette had appeared to resemble a bird, yet, as expected, he discovered nothing. That avian-like shadow seemingly did not accompany him into this realm of reality. Duncan slowly clenched his fist, forcefully suppressing the anxiety that stirred within him, and then attempted to rub his fingers together. A faint green flame flickered to life at his fingertips. It must be said that this small flame appeared to be significantly weaker than the one Duncan was accustomed to, yet it provided him with a modicum of reassurance. As the flame ignited, his somewhat disoriented mind experienced a slight awakening, allowing him to more vividly perceive a certain rift and connection on a spiritual level. He distinctly sensed that another fragment of his consciousness was not present here. He was aware of the existence of the Lost Homeland, of his own self seated at the desk, grasping the brass compass. This sensation was remarkably peculiar. Yet Duncan immediately began to grasp the nature of his predicament. His consciousness had undergone a form of projection, or perhaps extinction, whereby a part of his mind had traversed an indeterminate distance and now inhabited an unfamiliar body. In this state of projection, he could still clearly feel the presence of his true self. Surely, this must be related to the brass compass. Could this be the extraordinary object's capability? Intrigued by such conjectures, Duncan refrained from allowing his mind to wander too far. Having confirmed that his true self remained unharmed and his consciousness was still under control, finding himself merely temporarily ensconced in a distant, nameless vessel, he felt a slight sense of calm return. He resolved to ascertain the condition of this new body he now inhabited. The first observation was unequivocal. The surroundings were certainly not aboard a ship. Here lies the land he had sought for so many days adrift at sea. Secondly, this ominous cavern does not appear to be a place of solace. The scattered corpses around him certainly do not signify a proper burial. What misfortune has confined him within this infernal realm? Duncan inhaled deeply, exerting himself to sit upright. His body had been propped against a large stone, a position far from comfortable. However, as he took that breath and rose, an overwhelming sensation surged through him. As if the air he inhaled was instantly expelled, a hollow and eerie feeling emanated from his chest, warping the very motion of his ascent. Duncan glanced down in bewilderment. Discovering a gaping hole where his heart should be, its contents mysteriously vanished. A chill breeze wafted forth, mingling with the remnants of the breath he had just taken, dissipating into the damp air. From a certain angle, he could even discern the scene behind him. Good heavens! Even with an iron constitution and having broadened his horizons aboard the Lost Homeland, Duncan felt a cold sweat break out in that instant. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, every hair standing on end. Yet, amidst this sudden horror, he quickly realized he was still standing here, and he still possessed the strength to curse. In a state where his heart had vanished and a gaping hole marred his chest, he felt no semblance of pain emanating from this corporeal vessel. Was this truly a corpse? Moments later, Duncan grasped the gravity of his situation and swiftly regained his composure. Occupying a lifeless shell and rising to move about was perhaps not as extraordinary as it appeared. After all, he possessed a ghostly ship that sailed autonomously and a loquacious wooden goat for a first mate, not to mention a cursed puppet adept at navigating the boundless seas. Each of these peculiarities seemed far more disconcerting than conversing with the deceased. At least he had merely lost his heart, while Alice's had frequently strayed from her shoulders. Amidst the swirling chaos of thoughts, Duncan remarkably steadied himself with an astonishing swiftness. He confirmed the functionality of his current form and gradually acclimated to the disquieting motions caused by his chest's anomaly before striding toward the corpses strewn in the cavern. Indeed, as Duncan beheld the first corpse, he felt no shock upon noticing the horrifying emptiness of its chest. The figure was a gaunt, tattered middle-aged man, reminiscent of a beggar on the street, long deceased, yet still bearing the fierce gaze that conveyed his struggle and despair in his final moments. Duncan continued to advance. Encountering one heartless corpse after another, their lifeless forms sprawled upon the frigid stones. Only two exceptions stood out, their heads marred by grotesque wounds, seemingly the result of violent impacts against the rock, leading to their immediate demise. A thought crossed Duncan's mind. Perhaps these were two individuals who had chosen to end their own suffering before confronting the torment of having their hearts ripped from their chests. To be frank, the sights within this cavern were somewhat overwhelming for an ordinary person. Even Duncan, after a thorough examination of the scene, found it somewhat overwhelming, compelling him to retreat to a more distant area where he could sit upon a cleaner stone. There, he endeavored to collect himself, using the moment of calm to ponder the truth behind this horrific tableau. It was evident that these were ghastly acts of murder. Yet the chilling uniformity of the killings suggested something beyond mere homicide. An insidious ritualistic essence lurked beneath the surface. He felt an imperative to unravel the mystery of what had transpired here, if only to acquire some intelligence regarding the land. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the chilling draft seeping through his chest and rose from the stone where he had been resting. His gaze shifted toward the tunnel deep within the cavern, recalling the sound of chains clinking that had emanated from that direction. This subterranean realm housed not only the deceased, but also others who moved about freely in this dreadful place, those who could provide him with answers. Though it was undeniably perilous to recklessly venture forth, Duncan felt undeterred, for he was currently unburdened. Chapter 18. The Sewers before departing from the temporary refuge of the cave. Duncan tore some tattered cloth from a nearby corpse to wrap around himself. This was not merely to shield himself from the cave's biting chill, but rather to provide a semblance of cover for his exposed heart. Although the gaping wound in his chest posed no threat to his survival, traversing the cold, damp space in such a vulnerable state felt eerily unnatural for a man of his disposition. Draping something over his body offered a modicum of psychological comfort and mitigated the unsettling sensations brought on by the draft. Moreover, Duncan was acutely aware of the potential for an unexpected encounter with others in the subterranean realm. Logically, Presenting a gaping hole in his chest would hardly facilitate a cordial exchange with strangers. Thus, after hastily tending to his wound, Duncan cautiously emerged from the eerie, damp cave and entered a corridor connected to it, gradually making his way deeper into the darkness. This temporary vessel was far from convenient. Not only did the grievous injury impede his agility, but he could also distinctly sense the frailty of this body. The excessively emaciated limbs hindered his ability to walk swiftly. A stark contrast to the formidable physique of the ghostly captain, which surpassed the bounds of mortal strength. Duncan could not perceive the entirety of his current form, yet from the portions visible to him, he surmised that it belonged to a youth, one whose frail constitution was a consequence of prolonged and severe malnutrition. Although it was the formidable spirit of a ghostly captain that now animated this body, it appeared that the strength of the spirit could not transcend the physical limitations imposed by such weakness. On either side of the path, walls bore openings resembling drainage pipes, from which sewage flowed, channeling into the waterway below, vanishing into the obscurity beyond. A sewer? Duncan quickly deduced that he was confronted with a vast sewage system. While the previous location, which concealed numerous corpses, resembled a natural cavern intricately connected to the sewer, the immense sewer, along with the natural cave, and the hidden bodies painted a picture of grand scale, exquisite craftsmanship, and a primary structure seemingly composed of reinforced concrete. In critical instances, it might even serve as a form of underground shelter. The magnitude of such a construction implied that the city above the sewer was substantial, and its technologies must have reached a considerable level of advancement. Technology cannot exist in isolation. Every engineering marvel is inevitably supported by a multitude of interrelated industries and techniques. Even a simple sewer can unveil to Duncan the intricacies of its construction, planning, materials, maintenance standards, and the corresponding life philosophies of its inhabitants. This was sufficient for Duncan, who currently faced a severe lack of intelligence, to acquire some invaluable information from the civilized world. The wall was adorned with a lamp encased in a glass shell, which was further protected by a seemingly robust metal cage. Duncan leaned in closely to scrutinize it. For him, anything originating from beyond the lost colony, particularly the artifacts of modern civilization, held immense allure. After observing for a considerable time, Duncan finally discerned the nature of the luminous source before him. It was a gas lamp. However, this gas lamp appeared to differ from those he had previously encountered in records, aside from stylistic variations. The most striking feature was the presence of several delicate symbols on the glass casing. These symbols seemed to have been inscribed at the inception of the lamp's creation, curving and twisting in a manner reminiscent of hieroglyphics. Though Duncan could not decipher these symbols, they immediately evoked memories of the enigmatic runes he had observed aboard the mechanical vessel and on Alice's coffin. Despite their differing contexts, they shared a similar essence. It was something sacred, ritualistic. As an underground facility that seldom received visitors beyond essential maintenance, the illumination within this sewer seemed almost excessive, and perhaps each gas lamp bore similar mysterious symbols. This instilled in Duncan a profound sense that these densely distributed gas lamps were, in fact, standing sentinel against some unseen force in the desolate darkness below, representing humanity's civilization in a quiet struggle against an unknown adversary. Duncan advanced along the path illuminated by the gas lamps, his gaze meticulously scanning the surrounding walls, floor, and vaulted ceiling for any valuable clues. Suddenly, from the periphery of his vision, he detected something unusual. He halted between two gas lamps, in a particularly dim section of the sewer, and tilted his head upward. There, high upon the wall, near the arching ceiling of the sewer, he discerned what appeared to be dark red paint depicting something. Narrowing his eyes, he strained to interpret the rough lines, and at last, he discerned a pair of hands reaching towards the heavens, seemingly venerating an object of reverence. Above these hands, a radiant sphere hung, emanating an overwhelming brilliance. Beneath this scene of worship and adoration lay a line of jagged, trembling text, its strokes vibrating with an intense fervor and anticipation. The letters were not of any earthly script, yet Duncan instinctively understood. The false sun shall ultimately fall, and the true sun God shall resurrect from blood and fire. All vitality returns to the sun. All order belongs to the sun. Duncan stood silently in the sewer, gazing upward at the dimmest junction of the gas lamp's glow, fixating on the dark red graffiti and the sun that appeared soaked in blood, resplendent and fervently worshipped. It felt as though he were peering into another world. He remained in this trance for an extended period, until a sudden clamor erupted from the depths of the sewer. accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. He abruptly raised his head towards the source of the sound, only to behold several figures cloaked in robes advancing from the depths ahead. Their faces were shrouded in the shadows of their hoods, resembling ominous specters manifesting within the murky recesses of the sewer. In the next moment, those figures emerging from the darkness took notice of Duncan's presence. Chapter 19. The underground assembly. The robed figures, naturally, observed Duncan, who stood defiantly in the middle of the path without flinching or retreating. At that moment, Duncan still bore the appearance he had upon exiting the cavern, his frail, emaciated frame clad in tattered garments. A makeshift piece of cloth hastily draped over his upper body to conceal the gaping wound on his chest. He stood boldly in the center of the path. Yet he seemed taken aback by the sudden emergence of the hooded figures. The cloaked individuals, visibly surprised, momentarily froze, before the leader among them suddenly exclaimed, "A sacrifice is escaping." Immediately, Duncan witnessed them rushing towards him, another voice calling out as they ran, "Quick! Stop him! Do not let him get away." Duncan merely shrugged, continuing to regard these approaching figures, who appeared anything but benevolent, with an expressionless demeanor. After weighing the current situation, he had no intention of fleeing. Nevertheless, the group continued their frantic pursuit, shouting, "Do not let him escape. A sacrifice is fleeing." As a result, Duncan's steadfast presence in the middle of the road, without flinching or retreating, rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. The individuals who had been running towards him, shouting, evidently sensed something amiss midway through their approach, their vocalizations involuntarily fading into silence, yet they were compelled to continue their advance. Duncan could almost perceive the mingled scent of embarrassment and irritation wafting from beneath their dark hoods, and soon these embarrassed yet irate figures encircled him from all sides. It was only at this juncture that Duncan surveyed the silhouettes around him, and after a moment's hesitation, he remarked, "Should I have perhaps made a hasty retreat? Given the ambience, it seems warranted." The cloaked figures, however, appeared to disregard Duncan's sardonic jest, casting merely a cautious glance in his direction before redirecting their attention towards the space behind him. Two among them swiftly bent their heads to exchange a few hurried words, and Duncan faintly discerned snippets of their conversation. Why has one emerged? Could it be that the pack of hyenas from the church has discovered this hiding place? But he does not seem like one who has been released. Let the emissary decide. Duncan found himself utterly bewildered by the true nature of these individuals and was equally in the dark regarding the meaning of the emissary they referenced. However, reflecting on the peculiar circumstances he had witnessed along the way and the mention of the term sacrifice, he began to surmise some of the underlying truths of the situation. He was uncertain about how to respond in a manner befitting a sacrificial offering, and he had no intention of cooperating with these individuals in their performance. Outside the confines of the Lost Homeland, he was merely utilizing a temporary vessel, leaving him with little to contemplate. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he boldly inquired, "Where are you taking me?" The robed figures, taken aback by the calmness of the offering before them, exchanged glances. Despite their hoods obscuring their faces with black veils, Duncan could discern their surprise. One of the cloaked figures cast a menacing glance at him through the mask, his voice low and threatening. "You lack the right to question. Move." A few of the dark-robed individuals advanced, but before they could act, Duncan stepped forward. "There's no need for force. I shall accompany you willingly." The robed figures exchanged looks, likely perceiving a hint of madness in the offering's demeanor. Nevertheless, the leader of the group gestured with a hand. "This is preferable. After all, you cannot escape. Come with us, and perhaps you may yet greet glory with some semblance of dignity." Thus, the cloaked figures encircled Duncan, sealing off all avenues of escape as they guided him deeper into the bowels of the sewer. The nauseating stench of the sewer was repulsive, yet the figures in black robes seemed utterly oblivious, walking nonchalantly along the filthy, moldy path. Duncan maintained a stoic silence as he followed these robed individuals, attentively eavesdropping on their sparse conversations. Although their exchanges were infrequent, he managed to glean useful words such as Prand, Regent, and Church. "Is this the city-state of Prand?" Duncan suddenly inquired, his tone casual as if conversing with an acquaintance. He nodded, a smile gracing his lips, and then tentatively asked, "The true sun god. Is that correct?" The black-robed figures momentarily halted, seemingly misinterpreting Duncan's unusual demeanor. One of them whispered to a companion, "Wait, could this be a follower of the Lord? Impossible. He is clearly an escaped sacrifice," another replied quietly, casting a glance at Duncan. "You are quite clever, but do not presume this will spare you from the offering. The Lord has decreed your fate. It would be wise to accept it willingly." Duncan remained noncommittal, aware that his overly calm response had led these apparent cultists to misconstrue the situation. They likely believed he was feigning composure and masquerading as a follower to survive. Yet the reality of his circumstances was known only to him. The temporarily occupied body struggled to perform even the simplest actions, its facial muscles rigid as though suffering from necrosis at the extremities. Thus, only a placid, expressionless facade remained. Yet, he paid little heed to the inner thoughts of these cultists. His sole desire was to gather as much intelligence as possible during this exploratory endeavor. Consequently, he casually inquired, "Do you believe the sun in the sky is a false sun? Do you think it will inevitably fall?" The notion of a spurious sun was undoubtedly a provocative topic for these zealots, and Duncan was gratified to hear one among them respond with fervent enthusiasm. Even the sycophants of the ecclesiastical hierarchy had to concede in historical accounts that the celestial sun emerged only after the Great Annihilation as a twisted aberration. It is the sun god who truly bestows life and order upon the world. Yet our Lord has had his dominion usurped by that vile counterfeit. Surely, that despicable imitation will one day plummet from the heavens. As Duncan listened to the fervent utterances of these zealots, his mind raced with thoughts. He understood that such fanatical cultists could not be reasoned with through conventional logic. Their beliefs were predominantly distorted and perverted interpretations of information. Nevertheless, certain fragments of their revelations remained worthy of consideration. They claimed that the sun hanging in the sky was a mere illusion, asserting that the true sun had been usurped of its power. They fervently believed that the genuine sun was a fallen deity destined to resurrect from blood and fire. They spoke of the superfluous oceans of the world, and of an era marked by abundance and stability. What could these terms signify? Duncan's thoughts swirled chaotically, while the cultists soon regained their composure, recalling their primary objective, escorting a fugitive sacrifice. The individuals nearest to Duncan fell silent, while those at the rear of the group whispered amongst themselves, "Do you find this sacrifice somewhat sinister? He seems rather off. I feel uneasy. Perhaps this sacrifice has spent too long in the lightless underground, his mind tainted by something. Fortunately, the Lord's might will cleanse him." Duncan, keenly attentive to the conversation behind him, noted the phrase lightless underground, just as he sought to glean further insight from their exchange. The leading figure in the black robe halted abruptly. "We have arrived," the cloaked cultist intoned, his voice cold and resonant. Duncan felt a pang of regret in his heart. But soon, his attention was captivated by the scene before him. Chapter 20, The Sacrifice. The vast expanse of this sewage system surpassed, in Duncan's eyes, the mere necessity of urban waste disposal. The gas lamps adorned with runes in the reinforced structures, capable of serving as shelters, further fueled his speculations regarding the purpose of this underground facility. Regardless of the intentions harbored by its builders, one undeniable truth emerged, deep within this colossal structure. Beyond the gaze of the surface world, this dark and frigid space had become a breeding ground for some malevolent force. A cult that ostensibly worshipped the sun, yet evoked only a sense of chill. At the intersection of several corridors within the sewer lay a vast underground chamber, where sturdy concrete pillars supported a vaulted ceiling of stone. Metal conduits crisscrossed near the apex, resembling a spider's web. Bright gas lamps illuminated the entire space, as well as the throng of people gathered at this convergence. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of individuals clad in black robes congregating in this murky, damp locale. Among them stood a raised dais, upon which loomed a tall figure, also draped in black, evidently the most esteemed among this assembly of robed figures. The individual standing upon the elevated platform did not don a hood like the others. Instead, he adorned a peculiar golden mask, resembling a disc radiating an endless effulgence, its surface etched with numerous fragmented cracks. Behind this masked figure, the platform was graced by an unusual totem, a tall wooden post upon which a fiercely burning fireball was affixed. The core of this fireball appeared metallic, its surface punctuated by numerous small apertures through which flames erupted in a spectacular display. This was the scene that greeted Duncan as he was escorted into the gathering. The cloaked figures assembled in the assembly ground also took note of his presence. "We have captured a fleeing sacrifice on our way to the gathering," proclaimed one of the black-robed captors, stepping forward to address the leader atop the platform with a tone infused with self-importance. "This sacrifice has lingered too long in the shadows. His mind now in disarray. May you wield your power to bestow our Lord's glory upon this wretched vessel." The cult leader, adorned in the golden mask, turned to fix a cold, surprised gaze upon the expressionless Duncan, inquiring with a hint of frost in his voice, "A fleeing sacrifice?" Yet, Duncan remained unresponsive. His curiosity piqued as he observed the surroundings, including the golden mask upon the cult leader's face and the blazing fireball totem behind him. Perhaps these symbols appear to be bizarre and peculiar to the ordinary people of this world, yet he discerned at a glance that these artifacts were imitating the sun, not the radiant orb confined by torrents of flames and dual rings of runes that currently graces the heavens, but rather the sun that Duncan was familiar with, the one that radiates an incandescent brilliance, fiercely ablaze. These individuals were indeed venerating the sun, worshipping a celestial body that seemed to have fallen from grace in ancient times, treating it as a deity. Duncan lifted his gaze, calmly regarding the black-robed priest who loomed above him from the dais. However, perhaps due to the atrophy of his facial muscles, his composed demeanor appeared to the priest as a form of numb detachment, devoid of intellect. Merely a bland, perfunctory commendation elicited an extraordinary fervor among the black-robed figures. One by one, they became animated, extolling the true solar deity while ushering Duncan to the forefront of the platform. It was only at this moment that the masked priest addressed Duncan. "O unfortunate soul who has strayed from the path. Do you feel the chilling depths between the lightless rocks and the earth?" Duncan could hardly comprehend the drivel emanating from the charlatan before him, leaving him in a state of silent anticipation. The priest, seemingly indifferent to the reaction of the sacrificial offering, spoke not for Duncan's ears, but rather for the assembly of believers surrounding him, and for the deity he fervently revered. The cold and darkness are the afflictions bestowed upon this world by the false sun. Under its tyrannical reign, the abyssal ocean ravages the earth, leaving naught but fragmented patches of land where life barely clings to existence. Yet, even upon these shattered fragments, humanity finds it arduous to escape suffering. Beneath the surface lurks the shadows of ancient horrors, their ravenous minions writhing in the lightless caverns, while the ground above is rife with hatred and strife, tainting the pure souls of mankind with the breath of malevolent deities. How can we endure this protracted agony? How can we withstand the grotesque and absurd world forged by the false sun? As the priest's impassioned rhetoric stirred the assembly, Duncan could distinctly sense a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The robed devotees began to stir, first echoing his words, then transforming their agreement into fervent cries, "May the true sun god descend upon the earth once more. From blood and fire, let him blaze forth. May the true sun god descend upon the earth once more. From blood and fire, let him blaze forth. May the true sun god descend upon the earth." The priest on the dais proclaimed loudly, subsequently gesturing towards Duncan, "And today, my lord shall awaken further from slumber. The blood of the lost shall soothe the scars left by the shattering of the sun. Bring forth the offering." A group of cloaked figures surged forth. Yet Duncan was swifter than they. He did not require assistance to ascend the altar, effortlessly hoisting himself up, although this body was somewhat uncooperative. Climbing the platform posed no challenge. Upon reaching the summit, he stood before the masked priest, who still maintained the imposing and enigmatic demeanor from earlier commands. The abrupt shift in circumstances caught the cult leader off guard, as he found himself locked in a gaze with Duncan through the golden mask. While an eerie silence enveloped the altar, Duncan, seemingly oblivious to the changed atmosphere, felt invigorated by the acquisition of further intelligence about this world and eagerly anticipated witnessing more extraordinary occurrences before this temporary vessel could no longer sustain him. With a sense of inquisitive anticipation, he rubbed his hands together and inquired earnestly, "What comes next? What is the next step?" The masked priest, momentarily stunned, failed to comprehend. Duncan furrowed his brow, though the limitations of his facial muscles prevented a proper frown. "I said, what should we do next?" It was only then that the priest regained his composure. Despite the barrier of the mask, a fleeting look of confusion flickered in his eyes. "Soon," he spoke in a low, resonant voice, "the shadows and the darkness have indeed affected your mind. However, do not fret. The most exalted sun shall bring an end to your suffering. Bring the offering to the totem." Two figures clad in black robes swiftly ascended the stage, seizing Duncan's arms and guiding him toward the totemic pillar crowned with a blazing fireball. This maneuver perplexed Duncan, leaving him unable to anticipate their intentions. Nonetheless, he remained compliant, standing beneath the inferno while restrained by the two robed figures. Despite his lack of physical resistance, they exerted an extraordinary amount of force to secure his arms, as if terrified that he might violently resist and break free at the last moment. Their grip was so intense that Duncan could feel the bones of this temporary vessel threatening to fracture, prompting him to cast a bewildered glance at his captors. Shortly thereafter, a masked priest approached. Duncan silently prepared to sever his soul projection, aware that the information this temporary body could gather was nearing its limit. The sinister chant of the cult priest resonated from the platform. O Most High and Holy Sun God, I beseech you to accept this sacrifice upon the altar. I offer you the heart of this offering. May it return to you from blood and fire. Instantly, Duncan halted his attempt to sever the soul projection, staring at the cult priest in disbelief. Chapter 21. Joyous tidings. The ceremony proceeded with remarkable smoothness. He gazed at the masked priest, who had just concluded an impassioned prayer. With a look of bewilderment, the priest raised a small dagger, seemingly carved from obsidian, high above his head. Around the altar, the congregation erupted in excitement, chanting the name of their deity, an entity that, according to legend, had long since fallen from grace, fragmented, and diminished. They intended to offer themselves as a sacrifice to the sun god, specifically by presenting the heart of their offering. Then, he observed the masked priest take a step toward him, the obsidian dagger now enveloped in an eerie, dark flame. This striking supernatural phenomenon piqued Duncan's curiosity. He speculated whether this dagger was indeed a peculiar artifact, pondered if the priest before him was a being capable of wielding extraordinary powers, and contemplated the number of such exceptional individuals within the fabric of this civilized world, as well as the roles they might play in society. Meanwhile, he maintained a stoic expression as the dagger, ablaze with black flames, descended, piercing his chest with a hollow, muffled thud reminiscent of fabric tearing. The flames flickered within, yet failed to ignite anything. Behind him, atop the totemic pillar, a fiery orb suddenly erupted with a series of disconcerting crackles and pops, intermingled with a tearing, disorienting cacophony. Duncan vaguely sensed that something was emanating from the blazing sphere, a chilling and frenzied touch that eluded precise description. This was not merely due to the dulled sensations of the body he temporarily occupied, but rather because this feeling transcended any prior experience of perception. One thing was unmistakable. In this tangible realm of extraordinary phenomena, the sacrificial ritual of the priest before him was undoubtedly in grave peril. The aberration emanating from the totemic pillar, symbolizing the sun, immediately captured the attention of the nearest congregants, accompanied by muted gasps of astonishment. The atmosphere swiftly shifted from fervor to silence. Even the two cloaked figures who had firmly restrained Duncan's arms seemed momentarily paralyzed, releasing their grip in terror as they knelt before the pillar in submission. The priest, holding the obsidian dagger, stood frozen in place, his grip unwavering upon the blade. Yet his gaze was fixated on the face of the offering. Through the apertures of the mask, Duncan discerned a pair of eyes engulfed in confusion and chaos. Duncan strained to lift the corners of his stiff mouth, finally managing to conjure a bizarre smile. He slowly raised his right hand and placed it upon the priest's tightly clenched fist that grasped the obsidian knife. Wisps of green flame began to flow like water, seeping and gradually entwining around the blade. In a fleeting moment, Duncan sensed the feedback from the dagger, yet curiously, this sensation was faint and hollow. As if the blade were merely a shoddy imitation, its void shell harboring only a trace of borrowed strength. However, whether the dagger was genuine or not mattered little to him. He curled the corner of his mouth into a smile for the priest and, with an unhurried demeanor, stated, "I must convey two matters." In the next instant, the priest felt an abrupt disruption in the connection between himself and the obsidian dagger, as if the fervent force of his unwavering faith in the sun god had collided with an indomitable wall, severing the bond entirely. First, I am a person of broad-mindedness. As you can see, quite expansive. Duncan tore away the already tattered fabric, now further rent by the dagger, revealing a shocking gash. Through this horrifying aperture, the officiating priest could clearly perceive the scene behind Duncan. Second, endeavor to refrain from presenting expired offerings to your deity. Gently, Duncan pushed aside the priest's hand. For reasons unknown, after ensnaring the obsidian dagger with his ethereal green flames, the priest seemed to have lost much of his vigor, allowing Duncan's feeble strength to effortlessly displace the towering figure before him. Upon being shoved aside, the priest suddenly appeared to regain awareness, engulfed by overwhelming terror and rage. His muscles quivered as he raised a finger towards Duncan, as if to restore order to the sacrificial grounds through a resounding shout. The abomination that has risen from the dead. This is a resurrection of the departed. You have desecrated this sacred sacrificial rite. Filth, which audacious necromancer stands behind you? Do you not fear the might of the sun? I do not comprehend your words, Duncan mused as he glanced at the obsidian dagger he held, feeling the faint pulse of power emanating from it. He then lifted his gaze towards the priest before him, listening to the crackling sounds emanating from the totem behind him. A bold and audacious idea suddenly sparked within him. Yet I am merely compelled by curiosity. With that, he raised the obsidian dagger high, and in the presence of the chaos-stricken, fearful black-robed followers. He pointed at the masked priest and proclaimed loudly, "O most exalted and sanctified sun god, I beseech you to accept this sacrifice from the altar. I offer you the heart of this offering. May you return it from blood and flame." In the next moment, he witnessed flames erupting fiercely from the obsidian dagger, while the cold sensation emanating from the totem behind him converged and directed itself towards the priest not far away. Duncan saw the priest's eyes widen in terror, as if he wished to flee the altar immediately. Yet, the dagger moved swifter than he could escape. It soared from Duncan's grasp, drawn by an invisible force. Enveloped in blazing black flames and subtly entwined with green fire, piercing straight into the priest's chest. With a piercing scream, the leader of the cult was impaled, his heart reduced to ashes in an instant. It is known that within the sacrificial range of a cult's altar, there exist two individuals, one possessing a heart while the other does not. Today, a certain malevolent deity desires to sample a human heart. The question arises, who will lose their heart? Undoubtedly, it must be the one who has a heart. Yet, despite the soundness of this logic, the ease with which events transpired exceeded Duncan's expectations. He was astounded that his audacious experiment could actually prove effective. It was not until he witnessed the cult priest collapse that he turned to glance at the now tranquil totem behind him, muttering in a peculiar tone, "So, as long as the words are right, it matters not who offers." The cultists nearest to the altar were the first to react, fervently shouting the name of the sun god as they charged towards Duncan. These boldest of followers quickly inspired a surge of others, and soon a throng of robed figures rushed forward as if bereft of reason. Some even brandished daggers and short swords concealed beneath their dark garments. Duncan had initially contemplated shouting that he would offer the hearts of everyone on the altar to the sun god, curious about the peculiar appetite of this sinister deity. However, upon noticing that some of the approaching cultists were drawing revolvers from their cloaks, he promptly abandoned that thought. Considering the timing of the sacrificial ritual's effectiveness and the law of precision and speed within 7 paces, he decisively flashed them a middle finger, severing the projection of his soul. Meanwhile, the elegantly attired doll Alice departed from her chamber and approached the captain's quarters. This time, the ornate wooden chest did not follow her, but was left behind in her room. The captain had previously mentioned that she could move freely within the cabin below deck and stroll upon the deck. Should there be anything unclear, she could directly approach the captain in his quarters. Alice recalled this distinctly. Chapter 22. The crew's code. Alice paused at the entrance to the captain's quarters. The doll-like lady lifted her gaze to the somber oak door before her, noting the elegant cursive inscription upon the doorframe, "The Gate of the Lost." It was certainly not surprising to find such words adorning the frame of the lost captain's quarters, yet Alice instinctively furrowed her brow, not out of intrigue regarding the door itself, but rather in wonder at her own ability to comprehend the text. She possessed no recollection of having studied such letters. In fact, she had no memories of learning at all, nor could she recall any experiences of engaging with others or exploring the outside world. Nevertheless, this knowledge resided effortlessly within her mind. She could decipher the letters on the captain's doorframe and understood the purposes of the various furnishings within the room, knowledge that could not have been acquired merely by lying in a wooden box and listening to the conversations of those outside. From whence, then, did this knowledge originate? Prior to this day, Alice had never contemplated this question. Yet, for reasons unknown, after conversing with Captain Duncan, a sense of curiosity unexpectedly emerged within the once placid workings of her mind. Alice was uncertain whether this looseness was a blessing or a curse, yet she found the sensation of confusion unpleasant. Consequently, she swiftly shook her head, casting aside her doubts, and paused at the threshold of the captain's quarters to recalibrate her mindset. Only then did she place her hand upon the oak door's handle, applying a gentle pressure to push it forward. The door remained immovable. Stunned for a moment, Alice attempted once more to shove it, but it felt as though the wooden barrier were forged of iron, unyielding and steadfast. Just as she contemplated another effort, a voice suddenly emanated from within the captain's quarters. Raspy and deep, as if it had emerged from decayed timber, "The door opens outward, madam." This was not the voice of Captain Duncan, and Alice was startled. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a hurried acknowledgement, pulled the door outward. This time, it opened with remarkable ease. It appeared that the knowledge conjured in her mind was merely theoretical. After years of slumbering within a wooden crate, she lacked genuine survival experience. Reflecting on this, Alice cautiously peered into the captain's quarters. The space was devoid of occupants, and the prominent navigation table lay quietly under the glow of the lamp. The surface of the maritime charts was shrouded in a delicate haze, while the dark, intricately carved goat's head shifted its gaze from the edge of the table. Its obsidian eyes hollowly fixed upon her. "Please come in, madam. The captain is currently occupied. You may wait for him here." The goat-headed figure spoke, more courteously than Alice had anticipated. Moreover, it advised her to refrain from such inquisitive gestures, as they might provoke some overly sensitive souls aboard the Lost Homeland, leading to complications in soothing them. Not to mention, should your head happen to fall off, it would pose a dilemma. "As I lack hands to assist you in retrieving it," it truly spoke. This wooden carving is genuinely articulating words. Alice, belatedly grasping the implications of the goat's earlier remarks, began to survey her surroundings with astonishment and anxiety. In that moment, she felt as though the captain's quarters, and indeed everything aboard the Lost Homeland, was swaying in the dimness, transforming into bizarre entities akin to that peculiar goat head. The goat's voice then resonated in her ears. "Is this truly so strange? Operating such a vast vessel requires a considerable number of hands. Do you suppose the illustrious Captain Duncan would personally attend to scrubbing the deck?" The words of the goat-headed figure surprisingly held a certain wisdom, although Alice, still in a state of groggy awakening, sensed that something was amiss. After much contemplation, she could only nod in agreement. "It is indeed so. Hence, aboard the Lost Homeland, there are many like you. The captain's loyal first mate is but one, while the rest consist of a motley crew of rather dim-witted individuals. You need not concern yourself with engaging them in conversation, for they possess no interest in human interaction." The goat-headed figure interrupted Alice before she could finish. "But considering you are a newcomer to the ship, it is perfectly reasonable that there are many truths and regulations you do not comprehend. As the most loyal first mate and second mate to Captain Duncan, I must impart to you certain essential knowledge necessary for survival aboard this vessel. After all, the captain would not deign to explain such matters to a novice." "My lady, are you prepared?" "Excellent. Now, here are several cardinal rules that every crew member of the Lost Homeland must know, which will aid newcomers in swiftly acclimating to their surroundings and receiving the protection of both the Lost Homeland and the esteemed Captain Duncan amidst the perilous expanse of the sea. First, Captain Duncan is the absolute sovereign of the Lost Homeland. He is perpetually correct. Even if reality contradicts his assertions, we must adhere to his judgment. Second, no crew member may venture beyond the areas permitted by Captain Duncan. Any zones not expressly authorized by him are to be regarded as non-existent, and you are strictly prohibited from stepping foot into them. Fourth, the Lost Home shall forever navigate the correct course. Do not question the captain's navigational plans. Should you find the scenery surrounding the Lost Home to diverge from your expectations, or if you perceive the vessel to have descended into deeper waters, know that this is merely a component of the standard navigational protocol. Sixth, there are precisely 6 fundamental rules for the crew aboard the Lost Home. Seventh, the door to the captain's chamber opens outward. The goat-head has seemingly taken it upon himself to impart knowledge to the new crew members on multiple occasions, articulating these rules with remarkable fluency and ease. However, upon hearing the last 2 rules, Alice immediately sensed an inconsistency. "Wait a moment, Mr. Goathead. You just stated the 6th rule." For a moment, Alice questioned whether the fault lay with her own understanding or with the first mate before her, "But you just mentioned the 7th rule." Staring blankly at the dark, wooden carving of the goat head on the table, she first doubted her ears, then her mind, only to quickly realize that she possessed no mind to doubt. Thus, she reaffirmed her thoughts. These two, do they not contradict each other? There is no contradiction. Chapter 23. Birds. Alice did not quite grasp the complexities of this world. Yet, she had, on countless occasions, overheard hushed conversations laced with fear and tension within the wooden crates, from the tightly wound crew members tasked with transporting the unusual cargo and the guards. She formed a rudimentary understanding of certain extraordinary occurrences. If a phenomenon is evidently irrational yet undeniably exists, it is imperative to adhere to established safety protocols and, while maintaining a prudent distance, to contemplate research and analysis. This is the essence of survival. Alice, in her state as Anomaly 099, felt little connection to this reality, remaining oblivious to her capabilities or past actions that instilled such fear and caution in humanity. She was uncertain of how an intelligent anomaly ought to think, finding herself merely engaging in human-like contemplation. Since the goat-headed figure declared that there are precisely 6 crew regulations, those 6 must stand. However, upon the mention of a 7th rule, she resolved to remember it. Yet, a lingering question compelled her to speak. "I attempted to push the captain's cabin door earlier, and it indeed opens outward, such a self-evident fact. Why emphasize it in the regulations? The wooden goat head gazed intently into Alice's eyes, and after a significant pause of 2 seconds, he responded with unprecedented brevity. Sometimes it can open inward. Therefore, if you encounter a door that opens inward, never enter. Only the captain is entitled to do so aboard the Lost Paradise. This marked the first instance of the goat head employing such a serious and somewhat intimidating tone, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor while introducing the crew regulations. Alice was taken aback by the gravity of his words. However, immediately afterward, the tone of the goat-headed figure lightened, as if the grave discussion that had just transpired were but a fleeting memory. He cheerfully declared, "Well, the necessary introduction process for the new crew member has concluded. Now let us converse about other matters. Ah, by the way, madam, what brings you to the captain's quarters? If you are merely uncertain about the ship's facilities, there is no need to trouble the esteemed Captain Duncan. Should you seek someone to engage in conversation, you have indeed come to the right person, as I am quite adept at finding topics and possess an abundance of knowledge regarding the remarkable tales of this vessel. Not interested in grand tales? Then allow me to introduce you to the most renowned culinary delights of the boundless sea. I have a modicum of skill in the culinary arts." The goat-headed figure launched into his monologue, and Alice found herself unable to interject despite several attempts. By the time she realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. Anomaly 099, the doll Alice, faced the second greatest terror aboard the Lost Homeland, aside from Captain Duncan himself. Meanwhile, in the adjacent cabin, separated by merely a wall, Duncan quietly listened to the sounds emanating from the chart room. Vital intelligence, an unexpected boon. Duncan had yet to fully digest the information he had gathered from that band of cultists when he unexpectedly overheard the exchange between the goat-headed figure and Alice. Both the peculiar and eerie crew regulations, as well as the implications woven into the goat-headed one's words, held immense significance for him. The goat-headed figure held no doubts about this and regarded it as a natural conduct inherent to Captain Duncan himself. So, did the true Captain Duncan of this vessel once push open the door to the captain's quarters and venture into some enigmatic realm? Moreover, such occurrences were not singular, having become a commonplace event in the eyes of the goat's head, even morphing into a facet of the crew's code aboard the Lost Homeland. Yet, on the other hand, Duncan found himself grappling with an unavoidable concern that these matters were intricately linked to the 61 tenets of conduct the goat's head had deliberately referenced. What do these crew regulations truly signify? What principles underlie these seemingly bizarre, perilous, and at times contradictory rules? Certain stipulations appear to underscore the captain's authority. Yet the reality is evidently more complex. These stringent behavioral restrictions seem designed to enable the crew to navigate an environment fraught with hidden dangers, allowing them to evade unseen perils through established guidelines. Duncan furrowed his brow, contemplating his genuine position within these regulations. Judging by the contents of the code, it appeared that he, as captain, was the sole individual endowed with the greatest freedom and initiative. He need not concern himself with the invisible risks aboard, and indeed, he was often the adjudicator of many of those very risks. However, all of this hinged on the premise that he must be the authentic Captain Duncan. This, indeed, was the most worrisome aspect. The goathead had never reminded himself of the crew regulations. He regarded himself as the true Captain Duncan. During his time aboard, he had never encountered any peculiar dangers, nor could he possibly imagine a second captain emerging to impose restrictions upon him. From this perspective, the threats mentioned in the crew regulations seemed indeed trivial to him. Duncan exhaled softly, continuing to listen intently to the sounds emanating from the chart room. Half a minute later, he cursed himself for not being able to block out the noise. The inane chatter of the puppet and the raucous goathead engaged in a dialogue, with the latter evidently holding overwhelming sway. The incessant prattle surged through the chart room like the tumultuous waves of the boundless sea, overwhelming even Duncan, who was secretly observing from the dormitory. He felt compelled to rush out and rescue the poor puppet lady. For the socially inexperienced Alice was clearly no match for the goathead. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Duncan paused. Under normal circumstances, he would have been concerned that his prolonged seclusion in his room, absorbed in studying his newfound abilities, might draw unnecessary attention from the goathead. However, with Alice outside to divert that noisy creature's attention, it was truly fortuitous. Silently apologizing to the puppet lady, Duncan cast his gaze down at his right hand, only to be struck dumb the next moment. The brass compass, slightly larger than a pocket watch, had inexplicably vanished. He distinctly remembered having clutched it tightly just moments ago. Duncan's gaze suddenly turned icy as he realized he had completely overlooked the changes in his hand. This moment of negligence was the first of its kind since he boarded the peculiar ghost ship. In the next instant, he loosely grasped his right hand, and a wisp of eerie green flame quietly materialized between his fingers. He then rose from behind the desk, preparing to utilize the connection between the ethereal flames and extraordinary entities to inspect the dormitory for any anomalous traces. However, just as he stood up, his movement abruptly halted, a subtle connection emerging from the depths of his heart. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the source of that connection, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several seemingly real, yet illusory feathers drifting down from the air. Duncan stared in astonishment at the spot where the feathers descended, witnessing a phantom swiftly taking shape before him. In mere seconds, the illusion coalesced into a pure white dove. The missing compass hung from the dove's chest. Beside it lay a familiar obsidian dagger, quietly resting at its feet. Chapter 24. The Dove? The snow-white dove stood dazedly upon the desk, adorned with the brass compass Duncan had searched for so long, while the well-known obsidian dagger rested beside its feet. Duncan gazed at the dove with a somewhat dazed expression, and the dove, in turn, stared back at him with an equally bewildered look. Interpreting the emotions of a bird merely by observing its visage is no trivial task. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Duncan felt he could decipher the expression of this pigeon. Not only could he grasp its demeanor, but he even perceived a certain glimmer of wisdom emanating from the bird's slightly reddened eyes. The pigeon, with its two verdant orbs, stared intently ahead. When Duncan directed his gaze towards it, one of its eyes seemingly shifted to acknowledge him, while the other appeared to remain fixated on the ceiling of the captain's quarters, its gaze wandering aimlessly. A pigeon? After several moments of astonishment, Duncan instinctively murmured, "Why a pigeon? What brings this pigeon here so suddenly? And why is my brass compass hanging from its body? How did that little knife come to be with it?" Or to distill a multitude of thoughts into a singular query, on this peculiar vessel, could anything normal still occur? Meanwhile, as Duncan's mind swirled with questions, the pigeon, which had been momentarily dazed, seemed to awaken. It bobbed its head and took a couple of steps on the table, leaning towards Duncan and stretching its neck while emitting a resounding coo. Upon hearing Duncan's words, the pigeon promptly nodded with an air of seriousness and delivered a somewhat peculiar and monotonous female voice. Transmission complete. In that instant, all of Duncan's internal murmurings were abruptly silenced, causing him to nearly choke on his own saliva. His eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the white dove before him, utterly astonished. Yet, this was not Duncan's first day aboard the lost ship. He had long grown accustomed to the peculiarities of this world. Thus, the sight of a pigeon speaking merely surprised him for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, his expression turned grave, and a green ethereal flame began to flicker faintly in one of his hands as he regarded the pigeon with caution. "Where do you hail from?" he inquired. The pigeon tilted its head, one eye fixated intently on Duncan while the other drifted aimlessly toward the ceiling. "Incorrect address. Please verify your location or contact the system administrator," it replied. Duncan, rather than the brief moment of bewilderment on his face, a far greater tumult stirred within his heart. The words uttered by the pigeon did not resonate with the vernacular of this realm. They were unlike any terms that might emerge from a goat-headed creature, Alice, or any of the dark-robed cultists. Instead, they were phrases with which he, as a denizen of Earth, was far more familiar. Yet, the pigeon seemed entirely oblivious to the changes in Duncan's expression and demeanor. It merely bent down to peck at its wings, and then shook the brass compass hanging from its chest, before strolling leisurely across the table. After a few steps, it scampered in front of a small obsidian dagger, nudging it toward Duncan with its claws. While emitting the peculiar tone of a female voice from before, seized the solar-powered battle axe and embraced the glory of combat, Duncan abruptly rose from his desk, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. He fixed his gaze upon the pigeon before him, which wore an expression of innocent indifference, while a bizarre yet amusing emotion swelled in his mind. This pigeon could not possibly be an object native to the Lost Homeland, nor could it be an entity inherent to this world. The words it uttered held meaning only for Zhou Ming. Perhaps the clattering of the furniture was too loud, for even within the chart room, the commotion was audible. Suddenly, Duncan heard the voice of the goat head echoing in his mind. "Captain, are you all right?" Duncan continued to scrutinize the pigeon on the table, aware that the goat head would not dare to directly observe the situation within the captain's quarters. Thus, he responded in a deep, composed tone, as was his custom. "I am fine. Miss Alice is here to see you. Should I let her in first?" "Yes, Captain." The goathead's relentless bombardment of Alice's incessant chatter persisted. The doll-like lady had attempted to rise several times, only to be thwarted. Duncan felt he ought to emerge and rescue the unfortunate doll, yet at this moment, he had more pressing matters to ascertain. A little more patience with Alice. Then, a flickering flame of ethereal spirit danced between his right fingers, subtly extending into a slender tendril of fire, so delicate it resembled a single strand of hair, dissipating into the air after extending a few inches. Upon that peculiar pigeon, a wisp of ethereal green flame entwined itself, hidden within the crevices of its wing feathers. The other end extending into the air, vanishing into the void. Duncan furrowed his brow and raised his right hand, his thoughts igniting a flicker of flame. In an instant, the pigeon on the table disappeared. The next moment, it reappeared upon his shoulder, where it pecked at Duncan's hair, emitting a loud coo, coo coo. With another snap of his fingers, the pigeon returned to the desk. A brass compass dangled from its chest, the gleaming shell reflecting the green glow of the flame. Duncan's brow knitted in contemplation. Could this be related to the brass compass? He had begun to ascertain that there existed a significant connection between the pigeon and himself, one that surpassed even the bond he shared with the Lost Homeland. This perhaps elucidated why the pigeon possessed knowledge that only he, from Earth, could know. However, he remained uncertain of the reasons for the pigeon's appearance. As he pondered, his suspicions gravitated towards the enigmatic brass compass. From the moment he had tested the spirit fire, all anomalies had originated from this very compass, whether it was the prior experience of traversing souls, the projection of consciousness into a corpse, or the compass's mysterious disappearance, only to reappear once more affixed to the pigeon's chest. All seemed to trace back to this curious object. Duncan regarded the pigeon for a moment before reaching out towards the compass, intent on removing it for further examination. The pigeon neither evaded nor obstructed, yet Duncan's fingers failed to make contact with the surface of the brass compass. They passed right through, brushing against the soft down of the pigeon's breast, as if traversing a layer of illusion. The pigeon hopped in place a couple of times, seemingly tickled by Duncan's touch, and opened its beak to squawk. "Today is KFC's Crazy Thursday. Give me 50. A twitch at the corner of Duncan's eye betrayed his disbelief as he skeptically tested the phenomenon twice more, ultimately confirming that it was utterly impossible to detach the brass compass from the pigeon. It had evidently undergone some form of transformation, becoming an illusion inextricably linked to the bird, impervious to removal or even touch. Or perhaps, the pigeon itself was now the essence of the brass compass? A flurry of conjectures surged within Duncan's mind, many of which he questioned even as they formed. Yet one certainty remained. The appearance of this pigeon was inextricably tied to his experience of soul traversal with the brass compass, an experience that may have simultaneously altered the compass's very nature. This could very well be the inherent quality of the brass compass, a characteristic of its anomalous nature, or perhaps the price of its use. As for why the pigeon seemed so peculiar, it was not the compass that was at fault, but rather Zhou Ming, this earthling. All of this remained unprovable or disprovable unless Duncan could locate the manual detailing the various anomalies aboard the Lost Homeland. For now, he needed to contemplate how to accommodate this extraordinary pigeon. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolved to bestow a name upon the bird. "I must bestow upon you a name." He gently tapped the table with his fingers and earnestly addressed the pigeon before him. "I believe you can understand my words, correct?" The pigeon tilted its head, its small eyes darting toward Duncan. "Aye?" Chapter 25, Communication is challenging the pigeon, still tilting its head, seemingly sensed Duncan's lack of comprehension. Quickly repeated itself, this time with an even louder voice. "Aye." At last, Duncan grasped the meaning behind its utterance. "So, your name is Aye?" The pigeon nodded proudly, pacing back and forth on the desk. "Cool." Duncan could not help but rub his temples, feeling that conversing with this bird was even more peculiar than engaging with a goat's head, chiefly due to the elusive nature of the pigeon's linguistic style. "Do you know how you came into being? Or rather, how you found yourself here?" The pigeon pondered for a moment, its eyes drifting in unison to different directions. "Oh dear, the page has vanished. Perhaps a refresh is in order?" Duncan. He realized he was utterly incapable of deciphering what thoughts resided within the bird's mind, even doubting whether its sudden remarks bore any relevance to the ongoing discussion. Yet, he was unequivocally certain that this bird was indeed contemplating and was earnestly attempting to communicate with him, albeit with its own distinct interpretation of what communication entailed. In the end, the communication yielded little progress. Duncan could only furrow his brow and mutter, "What kind of bizarre phenomenon is this?" He sensed that it would take a considerable amount of time to establish a normal rapport with this peculiar bird, a process that might prove even more arduous than acclimating to the incessant chatter of a goat's head. The pigeon sat innocently on the table opposite him, blinking its small eyes and occasionally mumbling a request for Viet 50. Duncan paid no heed to the bird's murmurs. Instead, he curled his fingers and gently rubbed them together, observing the green flame at his fingertips dance through the air. One thing he could ascertain was that, despite the brass compass having fused with the pigeon before him, it remained, in essence, an extraordinary artifact that he could control. A ghostly green fire surged upwards, and simultaneously, flames of the same hue flickered among the feathers of the pigeon named AIE. The brass compass affixed to its chest sprang open with a snap, and beneath its transparent glass casing, the somewhat ethereal needle gradually steadied itself in accordance with Duncan's will, while the dial adorned with enigmatic symbols became increasingly illuminated by the flames. Throughout this process, AIE exhibited no discernible reaction, bathing naturally in the ghostly fire as if awaiting Duncan's command. Before the brass compass was fully activated, Duncan chose to extinguish the flames. During the testing process, Duncan silently reflected, the compass remains functional, albeit with the addition of a peculiar medium. Its effects on the pigeon are yet to be determined. Perhaps they may prove beneficial. The true nature of this compass remains elusive, and it would be wise to refrain from a second transit until proper preparations are made. In the subsequent tests, it is imperative to monitor any changes in both the compass and the pigeon closely. A connection exists between the pigeon and myself, under the ignition of spiritual essence. This bond becomes more pronounced, allowing for a degree of influence over the pigeon's positioning. However, such control has its limits. IE evidently possesses its own volition and may act according to its own inclinations. Commands issued may not always be obeyed, distinguishing it from other items aboard the Lost Homeland. It can converse, possesses a degree of cognitive ability, and engages in independent problem-solving. Compared to ordinary anomalies, this pigeon's nature seems to align more closely with that of a goat-headed entity. Duncan compiled the known information in his mind, ultimately directing his gaze towards the obsidian dagger. Its blade, resembling gnarled and withered fingers, gleamed with a deep, reflective blackness. This was indeed the very artifact wielded by the dark-robed priest who donned a golden sun mask, presiding over the malevolent sacrificial rites in the subterranean assembly. Judging by its intended use, it appears to be a ceremonial blade. After a moment's contemplation, Duncan reached out and grasped the dagger. The cold, unyielding sensation confirmed its tangible existence. Duncan once again summoned a flicker of spiritual fire, allowing the flames to entwine around the blade. From the hollow and void feedback, it was evident that the extraordinary power once harbored within this ritual dagger had indeed dissipated completely, as he had previously surmised at the sacrificial site. This item was not a true anomaly, but rather an extension of some otherworldly force or a temporary creation infused artificially. Although Duncan was uncertain about the precise hierarchy of anomalies in this realm, he speculated that this dagger could hardly be deemed a rarity, at the very least. It appeared to resemble a mass-produced item. The pigeon, with its red eyes fixed intently on Duncan, remained completely motionless, showing no response to his inquiries. Duncan. He repeated his question, yet the pigeon remained unresponsive, as if it had suddenly transformed into a lifeless statue. The abrupt change in behavior caused Duncan to furrow his brow, but just as he prepared to use the spiritual flames to rouse IE forcibly, the bird sprang back to life, hopping in place and exclaiming, "Take this solar-powered battle axe, take this solar-powered battle axe, take this." After a moment of contemplation, the pigeon pecked at Duncan's finger and declared, "Full venue discounts, free shipping on every item." Duncan sighed, deciding to pretend he understood. He felt that the limits of his communication with this peculiar bird had been reached. Subsequently, he rose from his desk and gazed toward the direction of the nautical chart room. The goat-headed figure and Alice were still outside, engaged in their enthusiastic and friendly discourse. Miss Dahl had not uttered a sound for a considerable time, while Goathead had just commenced to narrate the 17th method of preparing seaweed stew. Duncan felt an imperative need to rescue his only crew member, who, surprisingly, was the most normal among them. On the other hand, he had lingered in the dormitory for far too long, during which some peculiar noises had arisen. He deemed it necessary to make an appearance to reassure Goathead. However, before departing, he hesitated and cast a glance at AI, who was scurrying about on the table. Should he bring this pigeon along? How would he explain its presence? After a mere 2 seconds of indecision, Duncan resolutely seized the pigeon and perched it upon his shoulder. He intended to remain aboard the Lost Homeland for an extended period. and this pigeon would undoubtedly accompany him in the foreseeable future, although he was yet to ascertain its behavioral patterns as an entity capable of thought and communication. It would be challenging to conceal it as if it were an inanimate object. An additional occupant on the ship was an undeniable fact. Should he attempt to hide it now, any future revelation would greatly tarnish Captain Duncan's reputation. Thus, it was far more prudent to openly bring the pigeon along, claiming it as his latest trophy. There was no need for him to explain anything to Goat Head or to the first mate. The first mate would surely fill in the gaps with his imagination. As for the occasional bizarre utterances from the pigeon, utterances incomprehensible to the locals of this world, there was no need for clarification. Let Goat Head and Alice devise their own interpretations. With a plump pigeon perched upon his shoulder, Duncan rose to adjust his appearance, gracefully striding towards the chart room. The pigeon puffed out its chest with an air of pride, as if proclaiming, "Authentic good herbal tea, authentic good sound. Stay tuned for." Chapter 26. A Starless Night. Truth be told, Duncan suddenly realized that when this pigeon began to speak, even a nerve thicker than a main support beam would struggle to maintain his composure. In that moment, he fervently wished to resemble a typical pirate captain, with a parrot on his shoulder, or at the very least, a monkey. Inside the room where the navigation table was set, the goat-headed figure was exuberantly chattering about the 12th legend of stewed sea fish. The sound of the captain's quarters door finally interrupted the noisy creature, causing its dark wooden head to swivel eagerly towards Duncan, its tone rising with evident delight. Captain, you finally emerged. I must tell you, Miss Alice is truly an exceptional conversationalist. I haven't enjoyed a chat so thoroughly in many years, you know." Duncan chose to disregard the goat-headed figure's loud prattle and instead immediately turned his attention to the unfortunate soul seated opposite the navigation table. There, the headless puppet sat upright in its chair, cradling its own head while pressing its hands firmly against its ears. Duncan. She removed her own head. Before Duncan could utter a word, the goat head began to explain, although I too was perplexed by her motive for doing so. The incessant chatter of the goat head was remarkably potent, compelling a curse doll to detach its own head in a bid to counteract the sound waves. While Duncan was astonished by this turn of events, the exuberant goat head finally noticed a peculiar figure accompanying the captain. Its wooden head turned slightly, and its pitch-black eyes abruptly fixated on the dove perched upon Duncan's shoulder. Captain, what is this on your shoulder? Its name is AIE, and it is now my pet, Duncan succinctly replied, striving to use as few words as possible to avoid any potential pitfalls, all while observing the goat head's reaction to his statement. Walking through the spirit realm? An unfamiliar term suddenly emerged, prompting Duncan to recall the brass compass placed in the captain's quarters, the inscriptions left by the true Captain Duncan, and the wondrous experience of souls traversing and projecting across vast distances. He sensed a connection in his mind, and after contemplating, he calmly nodded, just taking a little respite. From the goat head's compliments, Duncan discerned a subtle implication. He realized that the goat head was evidently familiar with the brass compass now adorning AIE's chest, which was of significant importance to the genuine Captain Duncan, important enough that it should not be carelessly bestowed upon a newly emerged pet. Yet even upon sensing something amiss, he found himself utterly powerless, for the compass was now irrevocably bound to the pigeon. In fact, judging by the feedback from the manipulation of the ethereal flame, it seemed as though the pigeon had become the very essence of the compass itself. Duncan's mind raced with thoughts, though his expression remained inscrutable. In that fleeting moment of distraction, AIE, who had been quietly perched on his shoulder, suddenly emitted a loud coo, then flapped its wings and flew before the goat-headed figure. The goat's dark eyes instantaneously fixated on the pigeon, which, in a manner most earnest, tilted its head and pecked at the goat's face, inquiring, "Would you like to recharge your Q coins?" Duncan was taken aback. An anomaly endowed with sentience. The goat-headed being also appeared momentarily stunned, yet soon regained composure, its tone filled with astonishment. This pigeon could indeed speak. Duncan, standing nearby, gently interjected, "You can speak too." AIE took a couple of steps across the table, muttering to itself as it walked away, "Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable?" Indeed, an anomaly endowed with sentience, and under my direct control. Duncan nodded toward the goat-headed figure. "Is there any further inquiry?" Duncan chose to disregard the goat's head, swiftly concluding the topic before redirecting his attention to Alice, who remained dazed, cradling her head in her hands. Perhaps the earlier experience of open-mindedness had fortified his nerves, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it after witnessing it several times. In that moment, observing Alice's bewildered demeanor, he found her oddly endearing. He reached out and gently tapped the shoulder of the doll-like figure. "Awaken, awaken. Alice's body jolted as if roused from a long, tormenting nightmare. In the head she cradled began to move its mouth, uttering, "Boat, boat, boat." Duncan interjected, "First, reattach your head." The goat's head on the table immediately chimed in. "No, we were just discussing certain legends regarding fish stew. This topic can be resumed next time." Duncan cut him off succinctly, silence. "Oh." At that moment, Alice visibly flinched when the goat's head spoke, her face, despite being a cursed doll, betraying a look of horror. Even though the goat's head obediently closed its mouth upon the captain's command, she still cast a wary glance towards the navigation table. With this thought in mind, Duncan finally inquired with genuine curiosity, "You sought me out. What is the matter?" As he spoke, Alice's expression shifted to one of evident embarrassment. Though it was Duncan who should have felt more awkward, considering he had previously discarded her box overboard, not once, but several times. A fleeting sense of embarrassment crossed Duncan's mind. Yet he exerted himself to maintain a neutral expression, his tone indifferent. "Is it truly for this?" Alice, seated awkwardly in the chair, replied, "Yes, it is indeed for this." Instantly, she rose, feeling an overwhelming desire to escape the presence of the goat's head. After concluding his explanation, he stood and pushed open the door to the captain's quarters, leading Alice onto the deck. At this moment, the night had descended. The vast expanse of the ocean lay under a clear night sky. After days of persistent overcast, Duncan found himself beneath the first truly clear night sky of this world. Suddenly, he halted, gazing upwards, fixated on the celestial canvas. The night sky was pitch black, devoid of stars, with no celestial bodies in sight. The only discernible feature was a faint grayish-white fissure that seemed to tear across the entire sky, stretching across the horizon, its edges resembling flesh that had been torn apart, extending into fine cracks. A dim, grayish halo emanated slowly from this rift, reminiscent of blood diffusing through a deep pool of water. This pale scar, spanning the heavens, illuminated the boundless sea, shining more brightly than the moonlight Duncan remembered, more than twice as bright. Chapter 27. Insufficient knowledge of life's fundamentals in a certain sense. The impact of this starless, moonless sky, marked only by a scar, was far more profound for Duncan than the sun, confined within a circle of runes. For regardless of how peculiar the sun may be, it merely illuminated the world beneath Duncan's feet. In his understanding as an earthling, the so-called sun was merely one of countless celestial bodies. All distorted phenomena are confined beneath the sunlight. Beyond the radiant beams lies a sky that may harbor an infinite array of stars brimming with possibilities. Although for a being ensnared by gravity, the sunlight represents the entirety of existence, Duncan at least comprehends and accepts the magnitude of this phenomenon. However, at this moment, the night sky reveals no celestial bodies that can be deemed stars. There are neither stars nor moon, nor distant galaxies. Instead, there exists only a torn scar, draped in an incomprehensible play of light and shadow, spreading a pale luminescence across the firmament. The entire boundless sea is shrouded in this snow-white night. Beyond the sun lies the distant void and even grander anomalies. Duncan uttered not a word, fixated on the heavens, while a multitude of questions and conjectures swirled in his mind. Where are the other planets? Did they never exist from the very beginning? Or is it possible that the world beneath his feet is a celestial body adrift in the cosmic vacuum, so far removed from other stars that its night sky remains a dark expanse devoid of light? What, then, is this pale scar that stretches across the heavens? Is it a rift in the fabric of space? A tangible celestial structure? Or merely an illusion, suspended above this treacherous, boundless sea? "Captain," at last, a voice roused Duncan from his reverie. The automaton Alice gazed anxiously at the ghostly captain, who had suddenly halted his steps. She noted that his expression had darkened, becoming even more somber and grave than before, which startled her. "Are you all right? Is it possible that the celestial phenomena are shifting? Is a great storm brewing? I have heard sailors outside the box speak of such things, yet nothing has transpired." Then Duncan stepped forward, his expression serene as if oblivious to the events around him. "Come, I shall lead you to the cabin where you may freshen up if you so wish." Once again, this world revealed its bizarre and grotesque nature to the foreigner, a peculiarity that seemed far from its conclusion. Duncan had come to realize that he could only wonder how many astonishing sights awaited him in the future. If he were to react with astonishment to each, he would spend his life in perpetual disbelief. If the experiences of the past few decades on Earth had imparted any wisdom, it was this: when a problem undeniably exists, one must strive to resolve it. Denial will not cause it to vanish. Just as the strange sky before him will not transform into a tapestry of twinkling stars due to his skepticism, The world exhibits such a demeanor for a reason. Since all things can exist here, it is an irrefutable fact, no matter how absurd or peculiar the phenomena may seem. They are objective realities that he currently fails to comprehend. That is his predicament, not the world's. As the captain of the Lost Homeland, Duncan sensed that he might have ample time to gradually unravel the mysteries of this world. Alice was unaware of the reasons behind the captain's silence throughout their journey. She only perceived that the atmosphere around Duncan had suddenly become rather oppressive. However, upon reaching their intended cabin, that feeling of unease dissipated abruptly. Duncan escorted Miss Puppet to a bathing area, a luxurious facility designated for the upper-tier seamen. On a classic sailing vessel, such a bathhouse could be deemed a lavish indulgence, as typically such amenities were not afforded to ordinary sailors. In the bygone era of sailing ships, the conditions during long voyages were often quite brutal. Limited freshwater, putrid provisions, inadequate medical care, and the psychological strains of extended sea travel plagued every adventurer daring to confront the ocean. Many of these challenges persisted even into the early industrial age. According to Duncan, early sailing vessels on Earth often lacked even basic sanitation for common crew members. Personal matters were typically resolved on the grating facing the sea, an endeavor requiring attention to the wind direction. Bathing posed a significant challenge, with makeshift baths fashioned from spare sails and seawater employed by many unconcerned sailors. A considerable number of mariners from the age of sail would forego bathing for weeks or even months, as the threat of scurvy, plague, and the overwhelming mental strain of collective hysteria overshadowed any minor hygiene concerns. Ironically, aboard a ghost ship that instilled fear in all, these dire living conditions had somehow found resolution. The freshwater compartment aboard the Lost Homeland replenishes itself autonomously, and the provisions stored in the hold show no signs of decay. The ghost captain remains impervious to illness, and Alice's cervical spine issues are not attributed to the rigors of maritime life. Aside from the occasional spike in blood pressure when interacting with the goat-headed entity, the vessel is surprisingly habitable. The pipe beside the bathtub leads directly to the freshwater compartment, allowing for easy access to water, and the bathtub stopper hangs nearby. Do take care not to misplace it. Currently, the conditions are rather limited, as the ship does not provide hot water, though you likely won't mind this. Duncan introduced Alice to the facilities within the cabin, these seemingly mundane experiences being the fruit of his explorations over the past several days. He nodded, but his expression soon turned peculiar as he glanced at Alice. His tone tinged with hesitation. By the way, do you know how to bathe? Do you possess such life experience? Duncan. He regarded Alice, who returned his gaze with an expression of innocence. Alice. I suppose not. Alice appeared somewhat perplexed. Why? At this, he paused before adding, your cervical spine issues are already quite serious. Alice envisioned the scenario, instinctively retracting her neck. All right, I understand now. I think I know what to do. Best to, Duncan replied, casting another wary glance at this individual seemingly lacking in life experience before preparing to turn away. I have many matters to attend to. Please do not create too much trouble. Thank you, Captain, Alice said joyfully. However, just as Duncan was about to exit the cabin, she suddenly spoke again. Oh. By the way, Captain. Duncan paused and tilted his head slightly. Is there anything else? Captain. I suddenly feel that you aren't as fearsome as they say, Alice remarked, contemplating her words as she gazed at Duncan's silhouette. The goat-headed figure claimed you were the most terrifying captain on the boundless sea, an elusive calamity on all trade routes. But what? Duncan inquired. I find you quite agreeable, almost like a concerned parent. Alice hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook her head. Actually, it seems there is nothing parental about you. Then let us refrain from discussing parental matters. Remain on the ship, and I shall ensure your comfort during your stay here. Oh, very well, Captain. Chapter 28. The pale night. Do superheroes truly rest after battling the forces of evil in the evening? And do these malevolent entities ever venture to the supermarket for supplies? Such inquiries are seldom addressed in tales. The characters flit through the narrative like snow-white phantoms, and the cursed dolls merely emerge from shadowy corners to frighten. Similarly, the ghostly captain has never fretted over the ship's supply of century-old salted meat and hard cheese. Standing outside the cabin, Duncan sighed, gaining a clearer understanding that mere determination would not suffice for a prolonged existence aboard this vessel. He was compelled to contemplate a myriad of practical concerns, particularly those arising from the increase in crew members. Duncan was acutely aware that the ghost ship was bereft of abundant supplies, while it boasted an unlimited supply of fresh water. This was the sole resource available in such quantity. The provisions in the food storage would not replenish themselves after consumption, and the only edibles available were salted meat and hard cheese. Despite the unique nature of the Lost Homeland, which prevented spoilage, Duncan reasonably suspected that these rations had been stored for at least a century. Moreover, the ship lacked any clothing suitable for Alice's stature. Although the cursed doll had never expressed a need for such items, there were no diversions to be found, not even a game of chess or a deck of cards. The vast, boundless ocean surrounded them, yet the Lost Homeland struggled to procure genuine supplies from this endless expanse. The ship appeared devoid of a reliable harbor for respite and lacked any channels for communication with the civilized city-states on land. The goat-head seemed utterly indifferent to these pressing issues, but at this moment, Duncan was earnestly contemplating ways to ameliorate the current scarcity of resources aboard the Lost Homeland. Furthermore, he was considering how to establish a connection with the city-states on the mainland. Setting aside this matter, even for the sake of his own mental and physical well-being, he must endeavor to engage more with the city-states upon the land, to immerse himself in the civilized society of this world. Otherwise, he genuinely fears that after an extended period of drifting, he may truly transform into a distorted, somber, and reclusive ghost captain. With this thought, Duncan slightly turned his head to gaze at the pigeon, AIE, who was diligently preening its feathers upon his shoulder. His attention primarily rested upon the brass compass affixed to AIE's chest. The pigeon tilted its head to regard its master, suddenly exclaiming, "Establish a base. Lay down a mycelium blanket. By the way, do you know how to operate this?" Duncan fell into a momentary silence. The pigeon often exhibited a peculiar nervousness, yet its occasional utterances struck with such precision that one could not help but wonder if it possessed a profound wisdom disguised as folly. After a moment of contemplation, the pigeon stated gravely, "You require more crystal ore." Duncan replied with a pause. He resolved to temporarily forego further communication with this pigeon, concluding that it would be more prudent to personally attempt such matters during the next venture into the spirit realm. Within the cabin, Alice finally managed, after some trial and error, to comprehend how to utilize the water intake pipe, and she roughly figured out how to take a bath. Under the constrained conditions of the ghost ship, she could only indulge in a cold shower. However, for a mere doll, this posed no significant issue. Yet, before plunging into the tub, Alice decided to first extend her greetings to everything within the cabin. She gently tapped the enormous oak barrel, then rapped on the supporting pillars of the cabin. With the tips of her toes, she kicked the floor beneath her, and on tiptoe, she brushed against the ropes and hooks that dangled from the ceiling. "Greetings, I am Alice," she cheerfully addressed these cold, unfeeling objects, much like she had greeted the previous gentleman with the goat's head. "I shall reside aboard this vessel from now on." The goat-headed one had mentioned that the Lost Homeland was alive, and many things aboard this ship possessed life. Although they did not seem to possess true intelligence like the goat-headed one, nor the ability to communicate. This did not deter Alice from perceiving the entire Lost Homeland as a neighbor worthy of her salutation. The Lost Homeland was an entity of living matter. And so was she. Confident that her greetings were both polite and appropriate, Alice's spirits lifted further. And only then did she shed her opulent gown and clumsily climb into the already filled oak barrel. Miss Puppet deemed her plans to be exceedingly reasonable. The bustling day in the city-state of Plan finally drew to a close under the pale luminescence of the night sky, as this thriving maritime jewel gradually succumbed to slumber. Yet, amid the tranquil darkness, there were watchers keeping vigil over the sleeping city. Atop the grand clock tower, the tallest edifice in Plan, a young lady with long, silvery hair, remarkably tall and statuesque, stood at the window, gazing down upon the urban landscape. The lady possesses strikingly beautiful features, yet a prominent scar slicing across her left eye instills a sense of trepidation. She stands taller than the average man, adorned in a silver-gray light armor and a battle skirt. Evidently seasoned by rigorous training, her limbs are muscular and well-proportioned. Within arm's reach lies a massive sword, emanating a faint silvery glow. The hilt of this colossal blade is inscribed with runes symbolizing ocean waves, while the blade itself shimmers with a subtle luminescence reminiscent of rippling water. Behind the lady, the rhythmic sounds of machinery resonate. The clock tower's mechanism operates steadily under the propulsion of a steam engine. Intricate and complex gears, along with a system of linkages, traverse the ceiling and floor, powering the four faces of the clock above and the concealed astrolabe deep within the building. From the sounds, it is evident that this vast and precise machine is functioning optimally, free from any malevolent forces that might disturb the sanctity of the steam core. Nevertheless, Judge Vanna is plagued by an unsettling sensation, an ominous premonition that some event is either about to unfold or has already transpired. leaving her feeling helpless and increasingly agitated. Footsteps echo from the staircase, prompting the silver-haired woman at the window to turn. She observes a priest clad in the ceremonial robes of a maritime cleric ascending the stairs, holding a copper censer from which pure smoke gently coils around him. The pastor approached the central pillar of the mechanism in the room, removing the old incense burner that had hung from the railing and replacing it with a new one. He observed the smoke wafting from the burner, ensuring it floated freely around the whirring gears and connecting rods. Only then did he softly utter the name of the goddess of storms and turn to regard the gray-haired lady standing by the window. "Your Honor, good evening. Are you once again keeping vigil yourself? I have been plagued by an ominous premonition lately, particularly tonight." "Ominous premonition? In what regard?" The pastor lifted his gaze, concern etched in his deep-set eyes. "Has the goddess bestowed a portent upon you?" "The message is not entirely clear," the young female judge replied, shaking her head. "I merely sense something is approaching this city." Chapter 29. Guardians of the city. The omnipotent deities reside within the very foundation of this world, observing its workings with an insight that transcends time and space. Devout believers, through their sacred connection with the divine, may catch glimpses of the future's trajectory or detect subtle changes occurring in some obscure corner of the world. This vision is unbound by the constraints of time, yet it carries the inherent risk of being eroded by the subspace. However, for those steadfast in their faith, this perilous yet potent force becomes their greatest ally in safeguarding the fragile flames of civilization amidst the boundless ocean. The devout judge had witnessed a similar vision for several consecutive days. In a state of half-dream, she beheld the boundless ocean cloaked in a shroud of ink. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the sea, cleaving the ocean in two and revealing a terrifying trench that plunged to the seabed. From the abyss, a colossal ship engulfed in flames ascended, rising slowly through the air like an airship, accompanied by an unseen giant, draped in starlight, who followed in its wake, advancing step by step towards the city-state of planned. In the life of the adjudicator, Vanna, such ominous portents of terrifying magnitude had manifested only twice. The first occurrence transpired in her childhood, when she awoke from a nightmare soaked in blood, only to lose her parents in an assault by cultists, leaving a scar on her face that would mark her for life. The second instance unfolded 4 years prior, during a dream in which she witnessed a dark sun rising from beneath the city, leading to the obliteration of the sun god cult's most significant stronghold within the city. To this day, the remnants of those cultists linger in the vast, intricate, and ancient subterranean tunnel system of Planned, engaging in futile skirmishes with the guardians of the church. She deceived the priest before her, for the portent she had witnessed was, in truth, strikingly vivid, so vivid that it had deprived her, an adjudicator, of sleep for several nights. The priest gazed into her calm, gray-white eyes, and after a prolonged hesitation, finally spoke. "But you have prayed to the deity, and it seems you have received no ill tidings?" The goddess does not necessarily reveal all perils. Sometimes, tribulations serve as a test, Vanna replied serenely. "Let us not dwell on that. What news do we have from the Explorers Society?" The pastor nodded immediately. The liaison from the association had just relayed a message, indicating that the relics at the association headquarters had sensed the vessel's appearance in the southwestern waters. However, it seemed that the ship's telegraphic apparatus had malfunctioned, rendering it unreachable for the time being. It could only be confirmed that the vessel was advancing towards the coastal waters of Planned at a normal speed and bearing. At one point, it had vanished from the relic's perception, only to reappear on a vastly deviated course from its intended route. Currently, it remained uncontactable, sailing directly towards the city-state. Moreover, prior to its disappearance, it had been tasked with escorting an anomalous object. The judge's brow furrowed slightly. Her intuition, honed from years of dealing with the uncanny, was stirring uneasily, instilling a sense of caution within her. "I recall that the ship was named the White Oak. Was it not? A vessel of our brethren in the church. I hope the circumstances are not too dire." Vanna spoke with a grave tone. "In any case, the situation surrounding that ship seems quite troubling. The route from Lundsa to Plan lies entirely within the stabilized zone controlled by the Explorers Association. Yet that vessel had seemingly vanished from the relic's perception. I suspect that the White Oak may have briefly departed from the realm of reality and perhaps ventured to places it ought not to have. Inform the guardians at the port to closely monitor the White Oak upon its arrival, ensuring that no individual or object leaves the vessel until all inspections are completed. Has there been any response from the law enforcement department? Rest assured, your uncle, the esteemed governor, has commanded the constables to secure the vicinity of the harbor and has elevated its alert status, henceforth, until the alert is lifted. All vessels entering or departing from land will temporarily dock at the auxiliary harbor to the west. It is just as well. Your uncle has always been a prudent individual. The tension in Varna's face finally began to ease. As long as he refrains from involving those ordinary members of the law enforcement in this matter, she would be content. The priest gazed into Varna's pale gray eyes and, after carefully selecting his words, inquired, "Do you believe that vessel has been tainted? Alas! May that ship and its crew remain unharmed." The priest instinctively placed his hand across his chest, invoking the name of the goddess of storms, beseeching her protection over those valiant souls who dare confront the sea. "May they be safe," Varna murmured softly, her eyelids lowering in silent blessing. She then seemed to remind the priest before her, "However, should they be unfortunate and not be safe, we must remain prepared." "Indeed, I comprehend," Varna nodded. Yet, just as she was poised to redirect her attention to the urban landscape outside the window, a sudden clamor of hurried footsteps erupted from the staircase. In the next moment, a guardian clad in a black uniform with silver trim, adorned with a crest of waves and a dagger upon his chest, rushed up the stairs. "Your Honor." The youthful guardian gasped for breath and urgently continued, "We have discovered a cult worshipping the sun god in the sewers and apprehended a group of its adherents." Vanna's expression suddenly grew exceptionally grave. "Those fanatics who worship the dark sun? Wait, you mentioned that you discovered a sacrificial site, not a hiding place? Do they dare to conduct their sacrificial rites once again?" "Indeed, it is a venue for sacrificial ceremonies. We have uncovered evidence of past offerings," the guardian replied swiftly. "And a considerable number of victims, most of whom have had their hearts offered, were found in a cavern not far from the site. However, there seems to be something amiss at the sacrificial grounds." Vanna discerned a blend of absurdity and confusion in the guardian's expression. Grasping the weighty sword, blessed by the goddess of storms, she slung it across her back and hastened toward the staircase. "Lead the way. I shall personally inspect the site." At once, the resounding clash of the heavy blessed sword against the metal shoulder armor echoed as her hurried footsteps traversed the lengthy staircase within the bell tower. Upon reaching the small square in front of the bell tower, Vanna noticed several Guardian members had already assembled, poised for action. Two steam-powered walking machines stood at the edge of the square, their spider-like mechanical bodies emitting a continuous clattering sound. While pure technological creations may struggle to exert sufficient influence over anomalies or aberrations, their overwhelming firepower could certainly eliminate the heretical cultists lurking behind the scenes, manipulating such anomalies. Admittedly, these machines would prove less effective in the sewers, but they were quite adept at barricading entrances. The holy 8mm bullets, when unleashed, could swiftly send a throng of fleeing heretics into the subspace to serve their dark master. Chapter 30. Traces of Desolation. The devotees of the sun god, a malevolent cult, pose a grave threat to modern civilization. Regrettably, such insidious dangers are not singular. Malevolent gazes perpetually emanate from the depths of the subspace, while foolish mortals endeavor to grasp those ominous powers. Amidst this collusion between ancient deities and humanity lurk the remnants of twisted entities, forbidden progeny, and echoes of corruption, lying in wait within the depths of the city-states, perpetually poised to disrupt the structural order of society. Among all these menaces, the followers of the sun god incite the most vigilance and distress among the guardians of planned city. They are not merely cultists. They are the offspring of a lost history from the old world. Unlike the majority of ignorant and blind sects, the peril of these heretics who worship the dark sun lies in their possession of a fervent, albeit distorted, belief. Despite the chaotic composition of their lower ranks, a core conviction, unchanged for centuries, exists within the upper echelons of this vile sect. This belief revolves around the epoch of order illuminated by the ancient sun, forming a self-contained system. Furthermore, they possess a corresponding, albeit unrecognized by modern civilization, true solar calendar. They fervently believe themselves to be descendants of a long-lost ancient civilization, convinced that this glorious civilization will inevitably be resurrected. As the inquisitor of the deep-sea church, Vanna harbored little interest in the twisted doctrines of the cultists. Yet, she recognized that it was precisely the existence of these perverse beliefs that endowed the devotees of the sun god with an unwavering unity and tenacity, enabling them to endure through relentless persecutions and thrive in the shadows of numerous city-states. However, their resurgence in Prand was somewhat unexpected for Vanna. Following the unprecedented crackdown 4 years ago, the adherents of the sun god within the city-state had been severely weakened. According to several investigative reports, it appeared that the heretics had relocated their principal members to the nearby Lensa, Moko, and even further to the cold harbor city. What remained in Prand were merely a few stubborn acolytes, ensnared by delusion, who lacked the standing to accompany the bishopric's retreat. These minions had been hiding in the sewers, relying solely on their knowledge of the underworld and the distorted blessings bestowed upon them by the Black Sun to evade the pursuers. Over the course of 4 years, their numbers had dwindled, and their actions had been reduced to mere survival. Yet, on this day, 4 years later, they had suddenly reassembled, daring to hold sacrificial ceremonies in the gathering place, risking exposure. Who had given them the audacity? Or rather, what significant event was about to unfold in the city-state? What compelling reason could compel those cultists to attract the gaze of the Black Sun towards Prand, even at the peril of extinguishing their last flicker of hope? Within the mechanical spider, the rhythmic vibrations and clamor of the steam core resonated, while a subtle fragrance wafted from the steam release pipe, carried by the night breeze. Vanna momentarily set aside her wandering thoughts and gazed up at the sky. The creation of the world hung high above, casting a pale luminescence that illuminated the uneven rooftops, chimneys, and towers of Prander City. The action team was traversing the periphery of the industrial district, where colossal steam and thermal pipelines spanned the sky like the veins of a giant. Before long, the team arrived at the entrance of an abandoned sewer. Another group of 8 had been stationed there, securing the vicinity to prevent unauthorized personnel from approaching the entrance. Vanna exchanged greetings with her subordinates, then followed the site commander into the depths of the sewer, navigating through the shadowy corridors and filthy pathways. Vanna ultimately reached the clandestine assembly point. Here, she encountered more guardian warriors, and the church priests engaged in a purification ritual. A makeshift altar stood at the center of the gathering, the wooden platform appearing as though it had been scorched by flames. Upon the altar, one could discern the remnants of a blasphemous totem erected by the followers of the sun god. Though charred, its fundamental structure remained intact. Surrounding the altar were dozens of bound cultists crouched on the ground. Most trembled violently, while a few silently mouthed their profane prayers, their lips moving in hushed murmurs. However, at the site of the ceremony, which had been utterly desecrated, the storm goddess had already cast her gaze upon this place, rendering the prayers of these heretics completely ineffectual. Not far from the sacrificial altar lay the remains of the victims discovered in nearby caves. These tragic souls were laid upon linen embroidered with runes. While hastily arrived morticians examined the condition of each body, several ecclesiastical priests wandered around the altar, their copper chains subtly swaying, with incense burners at the ends exuding pure white smoke. As this smoke touched the ground near the altar, it was immediately tainted with a sinister black shadow. While more of the pristine white smoke sought to dispel the foul essence left behind by the Black Sun, gradually cleansing it away. "Your Honor, please come this way. We have found something amiss," a young guardian indicated towards several bodies beside the altar. "Be cautious. The ground here is rather unsanitary." Vanna approached the corpses directly, and upon observing the condition of one particular body, she instinctively furrowed her brow. It was undoubtedly a cultist wearing a golden mask, a priest directly responsible for the sacrificial rites at this blasphemous altar. A horrifying void was gaping from his chest. This was precisely the peculiar aspect. He had not engaged in self-sacrifice. The guardian who had accompanied Vanna immediately shook his head, his expression tinged with strangeness as he spoke. According to the captured cultist on site, their messenger was sacrificed by a victim. Sacrificed by a victim? Vanna raised an eyebrow, questioning the madness of the statement. Indeed, it resembled lunacy. The guardian helplessly shrugged, noting that by the time we arrived, most of the cultists had already descended into a state of near madness. Near madness? Driven to insanity? Engaged in mutual slaughter? Moreover, they perceived one another as possessed monstrosities? Vanna's expression instantly turned grave. Has there been an examination? Is this a consequence of contamination by the Black Sun? The absence of any evidence of external pollution suggests rather a spontaneous insanity. With its roots embedded within their own psyche, the guardian remarked, gesturing towards a young lady in a black dress who was moving among the cultists. Miss Heidi had arrived. If it is confirmed that these cultists are not tainted by the Black Sun, we will have to contemplate methods involving hypnosis. Chapter 31. Residue. Vanna lifted her gaze towards the lady in black, who was assessing the mental states of certain cultists. The latter noticed her stare and acknowledged her with a slight nod. Although appearing to be in her early 20s, she possessed a composure that belied her age. Her long black hair elegantly styled at the back of her head, and the pale blue crystal earrings swayed gently, reflecting the flickering light of a nearby gas lamp. "So, Heidi has also arrived. Was she dispatched by the town hall?" Vanna inquired of the young guardian beside her. "No, miss. Heidi happened to be in the vicinity when the incident occurred. Upon hearing the news, she came directly." "Is there anything amiss with that?" "A chosen individual, Upon invoking the name of the sinister deity, directly sacrificed the officiant of the ritual? Vanna found herself grappling with what seemed to be an absurdity. Yet this proclamation emanated from a rigorously trained and steadfast guardian of the church, compelling her to confront the notion seriously. This rendered her expression quite peculiar. How could such an outrageous event transpire? If this were indeed the case, would it not imply that countless victims at the hands of cultic rituals could potentially retaliate against those heretical clerics simply by uttering a few words? Who could argue otherwise? Even the most inept cleric commands an overwhelming authority during the ceremony. How could a frail ordinary person possibly disrupt the ritual through mere speech? Furthermore, we have scrutinized this cleric, and he indeed bears the unmistakable marks of having been eroded by projections from the world's depths. He is a true baptized one, and according to the cultist present, he was wielding a ritual dagger imbued with blessings at that moment. The young guardian shook his head as he spoke, then moved to examine another corpse nearby. However, behold this, here lies the sacrifice that retaliated against the cleric. Vanna glanced at the guardian before her gaze settled upon the lifeless body, and in the next moment, her eyes sharpened. It was a frail young man, so emaciated that his form resembled that of a boy, with the most glaring anomaly being the gaping void in his chest. He has already been sacrificed. Indeed, this is a victim that has undergone the rite of sacrifice, based on the traces at the scene and the confessions of the cultists. The guardian solemnly remarked that this victim had likely lost its heart before being presented upon the altar. Thus, the true situation at that time was that a walking corpse, under the gaze of the assembly, ascended the platform and murdered the officiating priest as a sacrifice. Was it the trickery of a necromancer? Vanna pondered aloud. No. The power of the Black Sun exerts considerable restraint over necromancers. Their controlled zombies would never boldly approach the totem of the Black Sun. Could it be an abnormally controlled resurrectu? Have you examined the lighting in the vicinity? She suddenly lifted her head to look at the guardian beside her, inquiring whether there existed a completely dark underground space within a 500-meter radius. We have investigated. There are no dark caverns. Even the cultists are aware of the perils of such places. They are meticulous, leaving torches and oil lamps in the caves where they discard bodies. For a moment, Vanna remained silent, her mind swirling with questions as she bent over the body of the young man. She meticulously scrutinized the remains of the one who had, in full view, sacrificed an extraordinary being, causing the ritual to spiral into chaos. With a hand, she lifted the rigid eyelid, seeking any trace of heretical power that might linger upon him. Suddenly, a glimmer appeared at the corner of her eye, and she seemed to see the corpse of the young man slightly opening its eyes, with ethereal green flames dancing within the hollow sockets. A minute spark erupted at the tip of her outstretched right index finger, only to be whisked away by the wind moments later. Vanna's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, she drew the dagger from her waist with her left hand, decisively severing her own right index finger. She then reversed the blade and drove it into the forehead of the corpse, the rune-etched dagger erupting in a blaze of fierce flames that completely consumed the body. She accomplished this in less than a second. As the flames enveloped the corpse, she stood upright and retreated 2 steps, swiftly retrieving the blessed holy oil from her waist. After biting off the cork, she poured the viscous liquid onto her bleeding right hand, where the holy oil made contact with flesh and blood, instantly producing billowing clouds of white smoke. Agonizing pain surged through her, yet Vanna's expression remained unchanged. She noticed the guardian beside her swiftly drawing his steel sword, cleaving the head of the blazing offering in one stroke, then tossing a concoction of seaweed extract and silver powder into the flames. With a series of explosive roars and flames leaping skyward, nearly reaching the ceiling, the grotesque corpse disintegrated into ash in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, the ferocious flames did not spread to the other bodies nearby. The surrounding guardians have swiftly regained their composure, with half of them drawing their runic steel swords to encircle Vanna, while the other half brandished their large-caliber revolvers to establish a perimeter of vigilance. The 2 priests present also revealed their concealed revolvers hidden beneath their robes, sanctifying the gun barrels with incense burners while invoking the name of the storm goddess, Gormona, continuously directing their weapons towards the frenzied cultists agitated by the shifting environment. "Your Honor," exclaimed the young guardian, wielding the steel sword as he approached Vanna. "Are you well?" Just now, a remnant of some power lingered within that sacrifice, a force that bypassed all the protections granted to me by the goddess, even evading my psychic wards. Vanna replied, gesturing with her hand. Her gaze fell upon her right hand, where the goddess's blessing had taken effect. Her severed index finger, once slashed by a dagger, was now writhing, gradually mending itself. Yet, despite the fading agony, her heart remained unsettled. Something was amiss. This place was not merely tainted by the black sun. Another formidable force had also graced this sacrificial rite, and that power had not entirely departed. It harbored ulterior motives. The adjudicators swiftly assessed the situation, ordering the relocation of all evidence and testimonies to the church for stringent safeguarding. Subsequently, all examinations and interrogations were to be conducted within the church, as the site demanded thorough purification. Are there others still present elsewhere? I am here. A calm female voice resonated nearby. The psychiatrist, clad in a black dress and employed by the municipal hall, approached with deliberate ease, nodding at Vanna. Do not be concerned. I was momentarily taken aback. What exactly transpired? As is often recounted in many classic tales, the cultists provoked a force far more sinister than themselves. Vanna cast a glance at the psychiatrist. I strongly advise you to implement additional protective measures when examining these cultists and conducting hypnosis on them. Unfathomable powers have manifested here, and remnants linger. Chapter 32. Breakfast on the Lost Ark. He observed the scar, which gradually became transparent and ethereal, akin to a dream awakening. The grayish-white luminescence emanating from it first melded with the sky, followed by the essence of the scar itself, all while the scar's position remained unchanged throughout this entire process. Duncan blinked, a flicker of further conjectures igniting within him. The scar in the sky had not altered its position. Did this imply it was not some distant astronomical formation? Did it suggest that it was merely an illusion imprinted against the backdrop of the atmosphere, moving in synchrony with the boundless sea? Or perhaps the celestial body where the boundless sea resided, if indeed this was a planet, maintained a synchronized orbit with that scar? Alternatively, could it be that the scar was indeed in motion, yet the brevity of observation rendered it imperceptible to the naked eye? Various conjectures surged within Duncan's mind. Yet he was acutely aware that, in the absence of substantial evidence and reliable experimental validation, these speculations remained mere conjectures. The myriad potential explanations for a natural phenomenon could number in the thousands, but without theoretical and evidential support, all discourse was futile. The sun began its ascent. First, a golden radiance emerged along the horizon, followed by a colossal luminescent structure abruptly surfacing from the sea, accompanied by resplendent hues of dawn. A spherical entity, ensnared by a dual rune structure, materialized before Duncan's eyes. He furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had merely imagined the sound. Yet the memory it invoked was so vivid that denial was impossible. Was that a proclamation from the sun as it rose, heralding its presence to this world? Or merely one of the countless illusions conjured by the boundless sea? No one could elucidate Duncan's perplexity. The vast and infinite ocean continued to guard all its secrets as ever. The pigeon, AIE, comfortably perched on Duncan's shoulder, suddenly stood, flapping its wings vigorously while gazing at the sea and exclaiming loudly, "Get some fries. Get some fries." Amused, Duncan chuckled at the peculiar bird. He found that having such a whimsical creature around was rather delightful, as the odd remarks it occasionally blurted out evoked a sense of nostalgia for his homeland. Regrettably, there were no fries aboard the ship. He absent-mindedly tapped the pigeon's beak and turned towards the captain's quarters, muttering to himself that he ought to procure something to eat. Moments later, the captain of the Lost Homeland prepared a traditional ghost ship breakfast in his quarters. Duncan repurposed the navigation table as a dining table, placing several plates beside the empty surface of the nautical chart. Today's breakfast, much like yesterday's dinner, yesterday's lunch, and every meal before it, consisted of jerky, cheese, and plain water. Sitting at the navigation table, Duncan meticulously and ceremoniously laid a napkin for himself, while a goat's head silently observed from across the table. To his left was the cursed doll, Alice, who had come to greet him early in the morning, and a peculiar pigeon perched on the table to his right. Duncan suddenly felt that this scene began to align with his persona as a ghost captain. The wooden sculpture of a goat representing demons, the inescapable cursed doll, the knowledgeable bird capable of speech, and the ghost captain seated in the main position. This could be a movie poster without any need for editing. Yet, the reality of the meals aboard the Lost Homeland was known only to those involved. With a sigh, Duncan lowered his gaze to the contents of his plate. The cinematic opening scene concluded, and the true mundane life aboard the Lost Homeland commenced. He picked up a knife and forcefully sliced into the cheese, producing a series of squeaks and creaks from the hard surface. He then prodded the jerky with a fork, which clinked crisply against the plate. Alice, observing with curiosity, could no longer contain herself and asked, "Captain, is today's meal the same as yesterday's?" "It will be the same tomorrow," Duncan replied, glancing at the cursed doll. "Would you care to try it?" Alice pondered for a moment, then picked up a piece of jerky with her hand and placed it in her mouth. chewing forcefully twice before spitting it out with a grimace. It tastes awful. If it were delicious, you wouldn't be able to eat it anyway. Do you even have a stomach? Duncan remarked as he took the remaining half of the jerky from Alice's hand, bemused by her willingness to try. He then cast a worried glance at the plate of food before him. The provisions available on the ship were limited to these items. The jerky had the texture of thick cardboard seasoned with salt, while the cheese resembled loose, sandy firewood. Regardless of how one attempted to prepare them, an odd flavor persisted. He had tried boiling the jerky, baking, and pan-frying it, but despite his efforts, he could not improve the taste or texture in the slightest. The silver lining was that these foodstuffs were at least not spoiled, thus sparing one from poisoning. However, the inexorable passage of time had rendered these once edible items into a state that was decidedly unpalatable. Duncan wholeheartedly believed that this cheese had aged several cycles beyond his own years, and if the jerky were still alive, it had undoubtedly witnessed a century of tumult and change. The captain of the Lost Homeland might not have to worry about scurvy, yet Duncan longed for a healthier diet. At the very least, he hoped the food on his plate would be younger than himself, perhaps even of the same age. The supply replenishment plan for the Lost Homeland and the exploration initiative he had contemplated yesterday resurfaced in his mind. Yet he knew these ambitions could not be realized in the short term. Duncan sighed, continuing to chop the firewood on his plate with a vengeance. Meanwhile, Ai, who had been curiously tilting her head at the adjacent table for quite some time, approached him. The bird glanced at her master and then at the contents of the plate. Insufficient crystal or reserves? Duncan cast a sidelong glance at the pigeon, casually tossing it a few crumbs of cheese that had fallen. Ai pecked at them twice before suddenly freezing like a malfunctioning machine, standing still for a good 3 or 4 seconds. Then, as if jolted back to life, she flapped her wings and flew to a nearby shelf. Emitting a frantic sound, "I would rather starve to death out here than eat anything from this place." Duncan felt a pang of indignation, while the goat head, which had managed to remain quiet for a while, could no longer contain itself and began to emit a series of creaking sounds reminiscent of wood rubbing against wood. Before this creature could start its fire, Duncan finally nodded. "Speak your mind." "Yes, Captain," the goat had exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to chatter incessantly. "I've been wanting to ask since yesterday, the one you brought along. Is it called Ai? Why is it that I can never understand what it says?" I pondered all night about what charging Q coins really means. Duncan raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised that the goat head had held back its question until this moment, clearly underestimating the creature's self-restraint. "You need not concern yourself. The thoughts of this bird are quite peculiar." Duncan did not cease his woodworking, but rather continued to produce the sounds of chisels and saws with his knife and fork while casually uttering a premeditated excuse. It seemed to communicate in a language comprehensible only to itself, and with sufficient exposure, one could roughly infer its meanings. "Is that so?" the goat-headed figure pondered. Yet I sensed that within its words lay a semblance of hidden logic, as if the language concealed a comprehensive and coherent body of knowledge. "Did you discover AI during your traversing of the spirit realm? Might it be a projection from some profound depth? You know, the deeper one delves, the more one encounters projections of dislocated temporal information, including fragments from lost eras we have yet to comprehend, and perhaps even glimpses of the future. Could it be that AI speaks of matters from another timeline?" Duncan's cutting work momentarily paused, almost imperceptibly, before resuming as usual, and he blandly remarked, "I wish you success in deciphering the logic behind the language of AI. The goat-headed figure's musings may have been mere speculation, yet the revelations therein inevitably stirred ripples within Duncan's heart. In the course of traversing the spirit realm, had his soul drawn nearer to the deeper layers of this world? In the profound depths, might one indeed witness projections from dislocated timelines? Could those projections even unveil scenes from divergent timelines? As Duncan traversed the spiritual realm, he encountered no remarkable landscapes from alternate timelines. Yet, the goat-headed figure did utter a truth. Ai indeed hails from another dimension. So, was this dove truly brought into this world by a human named Zhou Ming? Or, as the goat-headed one suggested, did it emerge from a deeper layer of this world? Chapter 33. Fish. This breakfast was as tasteless as chewing wax, and its texture was even less agreeable. After concluding this unsatisfactory meal, Duncan's spirits did not elevate with his filled stomach. Rather, they sank further into irritation, stirred by the disarray of speculations ignited by the goat-headed figure's inadvertent remarks. He cast a glance at Ai, the dove gracefully strolling on a nearby shelf, and felt his thoughts spiraling into absurdity. He had always believed that this loquacious dove, fluent in the language of Earth, was born from the soul of a terrestrial being, conjecturing that during his spiritual journey, The entity Xiaoming had reacted with the brass compass, giving rise to this peculiar avian creature. But what if the reality diverged from his belief? What if, as the goat-headed one claimed, this dove was merely a phantasm emerging from a more profound realm, fortuitously coalescing beside him? The ramifications of this possibility unsettled Duncan greatly. Alice rose to her feet, her voice interrupting Duncan's troubled musings. "Shall I wash the dishes?" Duncan cast a perplexed glance at Miss Puppet, who awkwardly scratched her head. "I believe that since I am already on board, I ought to find something to occupy my time. Otherwise, I would merely be a freeloader." "But you do not eat," Duncan reminded her. "Nonetheless, your willingness is commendable. Why not take the dishes to the water room? Consult with the basin. And if it has no objections, you may wash them." At that moment, a pigeon, leisurely strolling on the shelf, suddenly flapped its wings and perched upon Duncan's shoulder, following him out of the room, leaving Alice to engage in a silent stare-off with the goat-headed figure at the navigation table. "Is the captain in a rather poor mood?" After a brief hesitation, Alice cautiously inquired of the goat-headed being. With a grave tone, the goat replied, "The captain's disposition mirrors the vastness of the ocean's weather. Do not speculate, simply accept." Before the goat could continue, Alice hastily interjected, "By the way, the captain just mentioned I should consult with the basin. How do I go about that?" "Quite simple. You go wash the dishes if you end up splashed with water. It signifies that the basin does not favor you. Speaking of which, do you know how to wash dishes? If not, I possess some theoretical knowledge." Before the goat could finish, Alice swiftly gathered the cutlery from the table and, dashing toward the door, exclaimed, "No need. I will learn. Thank you, Mr. Goat. Farewell." The captain's quarters fell into a sudden silence, leaving only the dark figure of the goat at the table, gazing vacantly in the direction of everyone's departure. After a considerable time, a sigh emerged from the navigation table. How wonderful it would be to possess legs. The mist surrounding the Lost Homeland continued to dissipate at a leisurely pace, yet the captain's steering duty must be diligently fulfilled. The sails had been raised. The sailors set forth, continuing their journey away from home. Amidst the tumult of wind and waves, we are but a plank away from death. Lower the jib. Unfurl the mainsail, release the ropes, and grip the gunwales tightly. We have arrived in the heart of the ocean. Stay clear of the fish, stay clear of the fish. The sailors must navigate beyond the routes occupied by those progeny. Stay clear of the fish, stay clear of the fish. We seek safe harbor, where spirits and hearth await us. No matter how many times he rummaged through the ship, nothing could be found more palatable than jerky and cheese. The good news is that he need not consume maggot-infested biscuits like the sailors of the bygone age of sail on Earth. The bad news is that this vessel lacks even those wretched biscuits. He temporarily set aside his previous musings and, accompanied by the quietly serene AI, approached the edge of the deck. Gazing into the boundless sea, his mind was filled with calculations. Regardless, I must find a way to replenish the essential supplies aboard the Lost Homeland. Though life aboard a ghost ship cannot afford the luxury of quality, I cannot truly live like a specter. Perhaps Alice might require a change of clothes, yet this ship harbors no suitable dresses for her. The ancient ghost ship may not be as invincible as it once was in the face of a century of civilized society. The lingering power of the Lost Homeland remains. Yet if it is merely a remnant, that could pose a dilemma. Duncan cast a glance at AI perched on his shoulder. Perhaps today, he should conserve his energy and prepare for another attempt at traversing the spirit realm. Goo-goo? AI tilted its head, finally producing some semblance of the normal sounds a pigeon ought to make. Duncan couldn't help but smile, but at that moment, a glimmer caught his peripheral vision on the nearby sea surface. Intrigued by the disturbance, he instinctively leaned over the ship's railing for a better look, soon noticing something beneath the water that appeared to be moving. After a moment's hesitation, Duncan suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh, what was I thinking? This is the sea. Surely, there are fish." The sudden possibility lifted Duncan's spirits. He realized that establishing a connection with the land and ensuring a stable supply of provisions for the Lost Homeland would not be an overnight endeavor. Yet could the vast, boundless ocean not lend a hand? There are fish in the sea, and he had grown weary of the jerky and cheese aboard the ghost ship. Duncan's enthusiasm surged as he recalled the heavy fishing rods stored in a certain hold below deck. The edge of the deck also offered a spot to secure the fishing rods. As for bait, he wondered if the jerky and cheese might prove effective. Thus, the cursed doll busied itself washing dishes in the water room, while the loquacious goat head concentrated on steering the vessel. The captain of the Lost Homeland scurried between the deck and the cabin. Duncan, lacking experience in deep-sea fishing, had confined his angling endeavors to the tranquil ponds and a small river by his childhood home. He remained uncertain whether this whimsical venture would yield any fish. Yet with nothing else to occupy his time, why not indulge in the possibility? It served as a respite before his next spiritual journey, preserving a glimmer of hope for an enhancement in future meals. Settling among a few fishing rods, Duncan gradually found his heart returning to tranquility during the prolonged wait. The sea was relatively calm that day, the sky adorned with a few clouds, devoid of any ominous storm signs. Perched on a wooden barrel, his back leaned against a capstan used to secure the ropes. He squinted slightly as the vessel swayed gently. At some point, he slipped into a state of half-sleep, dreaming of walking barefoot upon the serene sea. The water shimmered in deep blue, warmed by the sun's embrace. In his memory, the familiar and benign sun hung high in the sky, radiant yet not scorching. Suddenly, he was roused by the sound of splashing water. Turning his gaze, he beheld a school of golden fish leaping from the placid surface nearby. These diminutive creatures, no larger than his palm, exhaled bubbles into the air, their tails undulating as if they were still swimming, encircling Duncan in a slow, graceful dance. The fish, gliding through the air, gradually approached. Zhou Ming observed them with curiosity, taking in their plump eyes, finely textured scales, and the rhythmic opening and closing of their mouths, as well as the delicate ripples behind them, reminiscent of water waves. Suddenly, Zhou Ming found these fish to be remarkably beautiful and exceedingly fragrant. They must be incredibly aromatic. Chapter 34. The Harvest. A sudden roar of waves jolted Duncan awake from his dreams. He opened his eyes wide. The illusions he had glimpsed in a half-dream state now reduced to mere faint silhouettes. He recalled seeing fish swimming through the air, and those surrounding him appeared particularly delectable. But what did those fish look like? Can fish really swim in the air? Duncan blinked. A peculiar sensation of reality and dream intertwining left him momentarily bewildered. He glanced at the 3 fishing rods secured in their holders, noticing no signs of a catch, while the distant sea began to undulate. Waves, one after another, crashed against the hull of the Lost Homeland. Soon, the waves grew larger, visibly intensifying as a succession of stronger waves surged forth from the horizon. The massive vessel swayed amidst the tumult, the sound of the rolling surf enveloping him. Duncan looked up at the sky, finding the weather still pleasant, seemingly marked only by increased winds and waves, but not to the extent of an impending storm. The weather may not be ideal for fishing, he muttered to himself, contemplating whether to reel in his fishing rod. However, just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the tip of one rod bending sharply. A fish was on, a big one. Instantly, he dismissed the thought of taking a break, and the fervor of a fisherman ignited within him. He hastened to the rod that was yielding a catch, grasping it firmly to prevent it from slipping off the holder, while his other hand meticulously adjusted the tension of the fishing line. I knew it. How could I possibly be empty-handed? Duncan excitedly murmured to himself, engaging in a fierce struggle with the formidable creature on the other end of the line. This was a daunting battle. The entity at the end of the line clearly had no intention of surrendering. A tremendous force tugged at the rod, and despite Duncan's strength combined with the support of the rod holder, the stalemate appeared precarious. The waves surrounding the Lost Homeland gradually intensified, yet to Duncan, this minor turbulence was inconsequential. He was merely irritated by the stubborn prey and anxious about the opportunity to enhance his meal slipping away. The tension on the line reached a critical point, and the great fish was on the verge of breaking free from his grasp. After an indeterminate duration of stalemate, Duncan finally steeled himself. A burst of emerald flames suddenly emanated from his hand gripping the rod. The green flames blazed fiercely, spreading like water, swiftly flowing along the fishing rod and line. The ethereal fire continued to burn along the line, forming a fiery path that plunged directly into the ocean. In the next moment, an illusory outline of green flames abruptly emerged from the depths surrounding the Lost Homeland. Illuminated by the ghostly green fire, a massive shadow materialized beneath the waves. This shadow resembled a pulsating mass of flesh, nearly enveloping the entire surface of the sea within a radius of several hundred meters around the Lost Homeland. Its edges extended into a multitude of dark forms that constantly shifted and proliferated, akin to countless arms writhing in the ocean, stirring the waters around the Lost Homeland. Manipulating the unseen waves that surged and ebbed, Duncan heard peculiar sounds emanating from the sea, while maintaining his stalemate with his prey. He curiously leaned out to take a glance. Yet, he saw nothing but the undulating waves, which appeared little changed from before. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that the resistance from the fishing rod had lessened slightly. The strength of his quarry began to wane, a fact that brought a radiant smile to his face as he began to tighten the line with determination, gradually drawing his catch from the depths. Alice was startled by the roaring and howling from outside the cabin. The violent shaking beneath her feet caused the furnishings within the cabin to collide with a series of clattering sounds. She quickly grasped a nearby railing to prevent herself from falling, her face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. What had happened? The Lost Homeland swayed as if a colossal storm raged outside, and from the depths of this ancient ghost ship emanated a low, oppressive sound, akin to a roar. Battling the terrors of the deep sea, resisting some monstrous entity attempting to engulf it. Various objects within the cabin clattered and clanged, initially. Alice presumed these noises resulted from the ship's tumultuous movements. However, she soon discerned that many of the raucous items were engaged in a cacophony of communication. A language comprehensible only to the Lost Homeland itself, of which Alice understood not a word. She sensed that something was amiss outside. Determined to investigate, the doll-like figure resolved to ascend to the deck. She stumbled out of the cabin, bracing herself against the nearby walls to avoid falling as she made her way towards the deck. After narrowly avoiding entanglement with flying ropes and careening barrels, she finally reached the foot of the staircase. Pushing open the wooden door that swung wildly in the tempest, she beheld the vast ocean, where astonishingly massive waves surged. The sky was as dark as ink. Ominous clouds coalesced into heavy masses, looming perilously close to the water's surface. While wall-like waves churned and roiled beneath the brooding clouds, rising and falling around the Lost Homeland. This was Alice's first encounter with such a spectacle. Unsure if this was a common maritime occurrence, she understood that finding the captain was imperative. A swift scan of the deck revealed Captain Duncan standing at the edge, unwavering amidst the chaos. The tumultuous winds and waves surrounding him were somewhat bothersome, yet for Duncan, on the cusp of triumph, they were merely trifling distractions. With the dual feedback of the fishing line and the green flame, he could distinctly sense that his quarry had ceased its struggle. The colossal creature being gradually drawn from the depths. "Come forth," he joyfully exclaimed, as he exerted one final, vigorous pull on the fishing rod. A magnificent fish leapt from the sea, its size nearly half of his own stature. In that fleeting moment, Duncan's gaze met that of the airborne fish, and he was struck by its unsightly appearance. This was his initial thought. Indeed, it was an exceedingly grotesque fish, its dark, glistening body seemingly encrusted with some sort of grotesque growth, while bizarre grayish-white patterns meandered chaotically along its fins. The head of the fish bore numerous bony protrusions, and a pair of hollow, pallid eyes stared at Duncan from beneath those spikes. An unsettling sensation washed over him, as if the fish were observing him with sinister intent. But in the next heartbeat, he witnessed the fish convulsing violently. Its eyes, which had been fixed upon him, inexplicably burst, blood gushing forth in an instant. The fish fell heavily onto the deck, thrashing and contorting as if electrified, only to quieten within mere seconds. Blood seeped from its mouth and shattered eyes. Dribbling slowly onto the deck, Duncan gazed in astonishment at the grotesquely ugly fish swiftly losing its vitality at his feet. He faintly recalled knowledge gleaned from books. Indeed, many deep-sea fish are remarkably unsightly, and due to their prolonged existence under immense water pressure, they often suffer from ruptured blood vessels and rapid demise when brought to the surface. Is it true that the fish of this world share the same fate? As he pondered, a sudden cacophony of noises erupted. Curiosity piqued, Duncan turned towards the sound, only to witness several smaller grotesque fish landing on the deck. Their forms resembled that of the half-human-sized monstrosity, albeit only half a meter in length. Like the larger fish, they were already profusely bleeding upon Duncan's gaze. Quickly succumbing to their injuries, Duncan stood momentarily transfixed, eventually grasping the absurdity of the situation. Were they akin to the Hulua saving Grandpa? A procession of them? Alice clutched the railing beside her tightly, her eyes fixed anxiously on the savage spectacle of combat not far away, one capable of driving an ordinary person to madness. She beheld Captain Duncan at the edge of the deck, enveloped in a swirling inferno of eerie green flames, confronting the ocean like a titanic figure ablaze. 3 grappling hooks extended from the deck beneath him, one of which was ablaze with terrifying fire. She beheld a colossal shadow manifesting suddenly within the boundless sea, shortly followed by an appendage, nearly as thick as the main mast of the Lost Homeland, emerging from the depths. The surface of this tentacle was adorned with countless malevolent eyes, while innumerable sharp fangs ground and gnawed between them, as if poised to rend the entire vessel into fragments at any moment. Alice nearly gasped in astonishment. She yearned to alert the captain to evade the impending doom, to rush forward and offer assistance. Yet, before she could act, the appendage descended upon Captain Duncan with alarming force. She observed him raise his gaze, and amidst the roaring flames, an expression of bountiful joy illuminated his features as he regarded the myriad eyes upon the tentacle, which gazed back at him in unison. In the next instant, All the eyes upon that tentacle erupted violently, and a cacophony of piercing, anguished shrieks emanated from the countless fangs, followed by the tentacle's abrupt severance. As if a colossal entity concealed beneath the ocean's surface had deliberately severed its connection, abandoning the gravely injured tip upon the deck. The appendage crashed down, and the viscous, tainted blood and flesh that spilled from the severed end splattered upon the ground, landing at the captain's feet. Chapter 35. Calm and normal, the sea had settled into tranquility. Alice beheld the tentacle that had fallen upon the deck, accompanied by a grotesque mass of flesh, imbued with a potent force, which landed at the captain's feet. Vitality swiftly ebbed from this sanguine remnant, and in that very moment, a colossal creature lurking beneath the waters surrounding the Lost Homeland began its rapid descent. Relinquishing a tentacle as the price, it hastily vacated the region where the vessel lingered, its form appearing to flee in a state of panic. As this immense shadow resubmerged into the abyss, the sea astonishingly regained its tranquility, while the dark, ink-like clouds above dissipated entirely. Perhaps they were never clouds at all. The dense mass in the sky resembled a shadow, cast by some titanic entity lurking within the ocean. The crackling sounds of flames searing at the edge of the deck jolted Alice from her reverie. She hastily turned towards the captain, only to find him restored to his usual demeanor. This towering man wore a cheerful smile, having noticed Alice standing a short distance away, and he waved her over. Upon reaching him, Duncan nudged the large fish on the deck with his foot, his tone slightly elevated. "Look, I've caught a big fish." "Eh? Big fish?" Alice's expression was somewhat vacant as she gazed at the mass at Duncan's feet, where, amidst the contorted and writhing flesh, a multitude of eyes, ruptured and oozing, stared up at the sky in a half-closed state, while jagged, metallic teeth glimmered ominously between the ocular orbs. Accompanied by Duncan's kick, one of the severed tentacles blinked momentarily, only to swiftly close again. "Indeed, my dear fish," Duncan remarked with a hint of delight. "You see, it has taken considerable effort to bring this creature up." Although merely a puppet, Alice felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of her eye as she opened her mouth to speak, uncertain of how to redirect the conversation. Her gaze fell upon the fish at Duncan's feet. An unsightly large fish lay there, its dark hue marred by a pockmarked skin, adorned with peculiar grayish-white patterns near its fins, and extending bony spines from its head, while a pair of lifeless eyes met her gaze. Surrounding it were numerous smaller fish scattered across the deck. Suddenly, Alice found herself devoid of expression and words, her eyes widening as she absorbed the scene before her. Staring at the fish sprawled upon the deck, at those entities that had mere moments ago not been fish at all, the Na'vi puppet, lacking in life experience, was oblivious to the concept of existential doubt. Yet in this instant, she undeniably questioned everything around her, even pondering whether she was ensnared in a dream. Where had the tentacle gone? What are those pieces of flesh? Perhaps her momentary stupor was too conspicuous, for Duncan immediately sensed Alice's anomaly. He raised an eyebrow, observing the puppet. "What is it? Is something amiss?" Alice began to open her mouth, but as she prepared to correct the matter, the rules imparted to her by the goat-headed figure suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Aboard the Lost Homeland, Captain Duncan possesses absolute authority. His words are regarded as the ultimate truth. If the reality contradicts Captain Duncan's assertions, it is his judgment that prevails without question. In a sudden realization, Alice responded swiftly, and as if to mask the tension in her voice, she hastily changed the subject. "By the way, Captain, that recent storm was truly frightening." "Storm? Are you referring to those waves?" Duncan inquired, gazing at the doll-like lady with curiosity. Those waves were indeed considerable, but hardly a storm. "Nevertheless, it is true that you have not encountered a genuine tempest." Alice replied, "You are correct. If Captain Duncan refers to the tempest that nearly engulfed the entire sea as mere waves, then indeed, they are waves. If he believes the creatures he has caught aboard are fish, then they are fish." "I sense a hint of anxiety in your tone. Are you truly all right?" Duncan discerned the unease in Alice's voice, concern etched upon his features as he regarded his first mate. "Are you prone to seasickness?" "I am fine. It's just that the ship rocked rather violently a moment ago." Alice met the captain's worried gaze, uncertain whether to feel reassured or even more apprehensive. She awkwardly shifted the conversation once more. "By the way, what do you intend to do with these fish?" "Is that even a question?" Duncan chuckled heartily. "Of course. We shall eat." Alice's expression momentarily froze in disbelief. "Eat? What else would it be? Have you not noticed the rather monotonous array of provisions aboard the Lost Homeland?" Duncan's spirits were evidently high as he contemplated his plans, expressing his intention to disassemble the large catch, stewing a portion while roasting another. The smaller fish, he mused, would be salted and transformed into dried fish. He spoke with enthusiasm about his forthcoming culinary endeavors, yet beneath his confident facade lay a flicker of uncertainty regarding his ability to succeed. His culinary skills could only be deemed mediocre, and he possessed no experience in handling such colossal sea creatures. Furthermore, his knowledge of drying fish was limited to theoretical understanding, devoid of any practical expertise. Nevertheless, how could he ascertain the outcome without attempting? The solitary concern, however, was to avoid any ill effects on his stomach. Amidst the joy of his bountiful catch, Duncan retained a semblance of rationality, cautiously observing the magnificent fish at his feet, pondering whether this gift from nature might harbor toxins. The most prudent approach would be to find an unfortunate soul to sample it first. His mind initially drifted to the goat's head within the captain's quarters, but he swiftly dismissed that notion. A glance at the cursed doll across from him confirmed its unsuitability, as Alice possessed no appetite. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the pigeon perched upon his shoulder, which tilted its head in a curious manner, although it seemed far from a typical living creature. If he were to seek a corporeal entity aboard the vessel, this pigeon appeared to be the only viable option. Moments later, Duncan departed the deck with his haul, eagerly anticipating the enhancement of the culinary offerings aboard the Lost Homeland as the lunch hour approached. Meanwhile, Alice stood in a daze for a brief spell before making her way to the captain's quarters. She had not intended to seek out the goat head. Ever since she witnessed the first mate's incessant prattling, she had developed a profound reverence for the entire captain's cabin. Whenever possible, she avoided stepping through the threshold of the captain's quarters. However, the peculiar events of the day compelled her to consult the seasoned Mr. Goathead to ascertain whether this was indeed a normal occurrence aboard the Lost Homeland. She had not violated any crew regulations, merely inquiring about the situation should not be deemed taboo. After hesitating for a considerable 10 seconds, Alice finally summoned her courage and pulled open the door to the captain's cabin. In the next moment, she was astonished to find the goat head already turned towards the entrance, staring intently as if it had been awaiting her arrival. What had transpired outside? In an unusually succinct manner, the goat head inquired. Sensing something amiss from its atypical demeanor, Alice quickly closed the door behind her and approached the navigation table, sharing everything she had witnessed. Following her account, a profound silence enveloped the goat head for an entire minute, during which it uttered not a single word. The wooden visage of the goat could not express emotions, yet Alice could distinctly sense that matters seemed to exceed the first mate's comprehension. Anxiety gripped her. She instinctively leaned forward. Could it be that this was not a normal occurrence aboard the Lost Homeland? Did the captain truly? Well, I was merely observing your reaction. The situation has somewhat exceeded my expectations, but this is attributable to my limited imagination and understanding. The words of the goat-headed figure flowed rapidly and smoothly, as it seemed to gradually emerge from its astonishment back to its usual demeanor. Subsequently, its emotions evidently began to elevate, and even its tone transformed into one of fervor and excitement. Indeed, the illustrious Captain Duncan ought to be even greater and more formidable. There is nothing amiss, Miss Alice. Listen, all is well aboard the Lost Homeland. Let the captain do what he deems right. Let us not dwell further on this matter. Just remember this fact from today onward. There are fish in the kitchen of the Lost Homeland, and fish are a delectable ingredient. Chapter 36. The transition of day and night. Transforming such a colossal fish into a lunch is no simple endeavor. It is not merely a technical task. It is indeed a physical one. Fortunately, the fisherman's sense of duty and enthusiasm for enhancing the meals provided Duncan with dual motivation, enabling him to tackle the sizable catch of the day with ample vigor. He toiled in the kitchen for an extended period, finally managing to successfully dismantle the unsightly creature's bony head, and with some difficulty, he partitioned its plump body into several pieces. The fish's head yielded little flesh and was temporarily set aside, while the belly and back contained some particularly fine portions, perfectly suited to become ingredients aboard the Lost Homeland. It seems rather peculiar for the illustrious captain to be bustling about in the kitchen. However, Duncan finds himself thoroughly enjoying the experience. He cannot help but wonder how the ordinary folk, who regard the Lost Homeland as a harbinger of calamity, would react upon witnessing such a scene. Would they be astonished to discover that the fearsome ghost captain possesses such an approachable and domestic side? Or would they first commend Duncan for his remarkable fishing prowess? As he deftly divided the flesh of the peculiar fish into several portions, this thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting a smile to grace his lips. He contemplated the possibility that one day he might graciously invite some individuals aboard to visit. The Lost Homeland need not forever symbolize disaster. He himself did not intend to embody the archetype of a cold-hearted, unfeeling ghost captain, with a deeper understanding of the world. He naturally sought to connect with contemporary civilized society. When that day arrives, he would delight in serving the guests fish. After completing the simple task of filleting, Duncan placed the majority of the fish meat into a wooden barrel lined with sea salt, then rolled the heavy barrel into the depths of the kitchen's storeroom. The smaller portions of fish he planned to attend to later, intending to cure and dry them on the deck. If all went well, they would transform into salted fish under the caress of the sea breeze. While having fresh fish to eat daily is undoubtedly a blessing, Duncan understands that fishing is often a matter of chance. Though today had yielded a bountiful catch, the future may not always be so generous, necessitating careful consideration of how to preserve any surplus provisions. After all, although the jerky and cheese aboard the Lost Homestead showed no signs of spoilage, he could not ascertain whether this was a peculiarity of the Lost Homestead itself or if there was something amiss with the provisions. It would not bode well if the hard-won fish went to waste. Dried fish is certainly preferable to salted meat from a century ago. Even if merely for a change of palate, Duncan reserved the most tender and visually appealing portions, tossing them into the pot alongside the jerky, which served as a seasoning in the process. This was a flagrant waste. Any true chef witnessing Duncan's actions would surely see their blood pressure soar. The most suitable preparation for such delicate fish should have been as sashimi, with grilling as a secondary option. Duncan was well aware of this, yet he opted for caution. The unfamiliar catch from the sea was not something he would dare consume raw, without hesitation. While it is theoretically true that marine fish do not harbor harmful parasites, and as a ghostly captain, he should not fear ordinary toxins, what if? In contrast, stewing is the most effective method for processing unfamiliar ingredients. He would first try this approach. If the fish proved edible, he would then contemplate other preparations. As the afternoon approached, his belated lunch finally reached completion. A bowl of fish soup was served, its delectable aroma stirring Duncan's appetite. However, before indulging, he prudently speared a piece of fish, allowing it to cool before presenting it to Pigeon AI. Pigeon, of course, did not consume meat, but it was difficult to classify AI as a typical pigeon. Duncan felt compelled to satisfy his curiosity aboard the Lost Homestead, where countless experiments awaited his eager exploration. As for the peculiar pigeon, should it indeed succumb to poisoning after consuming the fish, Duncan had prepared for that eventuality. I tilted its head, observing Duncan's actions, and upon confirming that the morsel of fish was intended for itself, it first pecked at the nearby tabletop, its eyes flickering between Duncan and the ceiling. "Is this melon ripe?" Duncan replied, "Just tell me if you'll eat it." I flapped its wings, mimicking Duncan's tone. "Just tell me if you'll eat it." Then, it lowered its head and swiftly pecked at the now-cold fish, devouring it with astonishing speed. Despite its appearance being decidedly unfit for a pigeon's diet, Duncan stared in astonishment at the bird, a thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. This creature was a curious amalgamation of a pigeon, a glutton, and a parrot, all three elements combined. It was truly a beacon of humanity, Earth, and with a touch of whimsicality, one might even categorize it as an Earth dweller. Moments later, having confirmed that the pigeon exhibited no adverse reactions, Duncan finally felt at ease. Thus, the captain of the Lost Homestead and his pet nestled in the kitchen, feasting heartily. The fish was indeed delectable, just as Duncan had envisioned in his dreams. The sun descended, gradually approaching the towering walls at the city's edge, casting a soft golden glow upon the lofty chimneys, pipes, and spires of the Principality of Prand. In the heart of the city, the resounding chimes of the great bell atop the heights of Storm Cathedral echoed, accompanied by the sharp whistle of steam escaping from the pressure relief valve. A vast plume of white mist surged from the apex of the cathedral's turret, enveloping the sky above the heights like ethereal clouds, refracting the golden sunlight that streamed from the sea. This was a harbinger of the transition between day and night, a reminder that the sun's vigor was swiftly waning, yielding dominion of the heavens to the primordial forces of creation. The order of the earthly realm would soon shift from stability to uncertainty, as influences from the depths of the world would intensify with the arrival of night, a process that would persist until the dawn of the following day. In the cloak of darkness, the prudent would opt to remain indoors, while those compelled to venture out would seek solace in well-lit areas, where gas lamps blessed by the clergy could most effectively dispel the malice of the night. Nevertheless, this metropolis remained a bastion of prosperity and stability. Under the protective aegis of the sacred Storm Cathedral, even the most profound influences from the world would be contained within a safe threshold. The occasional anomalies that surfaced in the city were merely trifling concerns, and the ordinary citizens were well versed in ensuring the safety of their homes. Moreover, The church's vigilant guardians patrolled the night, taking on the responsibilities of the constabulary to maintain order as darkness fell over the city. Yet, even beneath the brightest street lamp, shadows persist, lurking even under the watchful eyes of the guardians of the church. There exist foolish souls who yearn for darkness and chaos, harboring both fear and disdain for the existing order of the world, fervently anticipating an era of grandeur they have never witnessed. Fortunately, within the city-states where the forces of order prevail, these subversives predominantly remain huddled in the shadows. At the periphery of the city, deep within a forsaken entrance to a sewer, several figures cloaked in black are curled up in a corner of the room. This space once served as a temporary refuge for maintenance workers of the sewer system, now forgotten amidst the changing urban landscape. The neglected corner has transformed into a sanctuary for cultists fleeing in disarray. A dim oil lamp hangs on the wall, its flickering light illuminating faces marked by gloom, fear, and mingled with rage. A man in a black robe, seemingly in his 30s, lies upon a makeshift bed of tattered cloth, gritting his teeth, his complexion pale, breath shallow and erratic. Others sit nearby, one muttering curses, "Those damned church hyenas. We have lost many of our brethren, the messenger perished during the ritual." Another, voice raspy, interjects, "How could the sacred ceremony spiral out of control? That sacrifice, it was clearly the agent of heresy." Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures perks up, straining to listen, and raises a hand to indicate above, where the sound of the evening bell and a steam whistle can be heard. As nightfall approaches, the first to utter curses is a figure clad in black robes, his voice low and troubled as he casts a wary glance at his compatriot, who lies on the ground in a state of evident distress. "Damn it. I hope he can endure through this night." Chapter 37. The Cycle of Life and Death. One among them is afflicted with a grave illness, the cause of which remains a mystery, and now he is on the brink of death in this dimly lit underground world. He still clings to life. A hesitant cultist remarks, stealing a glance at the prostrate comrade, who struggles to keep his eyelids half open, his eyes slowly rolling within their sockets. This unfortunate soul can still perceive the sounds around him, yet he lacks the strength to fully open his eyes. "At least he is still alive," another cultist intones, his voice heavy with despair. The evening bell has tolled. He cannot succumb to death within the sanctuary of this room, where it is hoped he might find solace in the darkness. The man on the ground twitches his fingers slightly, clearly coming to terms with his predicament. He does not wish to perish in such a manner, yet death clings to him like a shadow. And it seems that his beloved compatriots are contemplating the removal of this looming threat before true death descends. An oppressive silence envelopes the room, so thick that the faintest sound of the dying man's breath becomes distinctly audible. After an interminable pause, the black-robed figure, who had earlier cursed the stormed church, suddenly disrupts the stillness. "Let us wait a while longer, at least. Changes do not occur immediately upon a person's last breath." "Then let us wait a moment longer," murmured the low-voiced acolyte in black robes, casting a glance at the man who was struggling to breathe. He could not help but mutter, "But why did he suddenly fall ill? Can you confirm that this is merely a normal ailment?" "I am acquainted with him," interjected a nearby acolyte, who had remained largely silent. "He runs a nearly defunct antique shop in the lower district, filled entirely with counterfeit goods. He has always been unwell, his health never robust. Perhaps he spent too long in the sewers, and the fright he experienced exacerbated his condition." Listening to the explanation from his companion, the low-voiced acolyte gradually relaxed. Although he did not hold the esteemed title of priest, he had devoted many years to the worship of the sun and could be regarded as an expert well-versed in esoteric knowledge. He was acutely aware of the long-lasting and insidious dangers that could linger after a failed sacrificial rite, and every participant in that ritual might become a vessel for such hidden perils. The man, now plunged into extreme weakness, could very well be one such vessel. Had it not been for the bonds of brotherhood among the followers of the sun and the presence of several merciful acolytes nearby, he would have cast this unfortunate soul into the vast darkness beyond long ago. After a prolonged silence, the black-robed acolyte suddenly sprang into action. Retrieving a pale golden talisman from his robes and pressing it against the chest of the ailing compatriot. "What is this you are doing?" inquired a curious acolyte beside him. "This sacred amulet was obtained by me at great cost from the hands of the emissary, who spoke in a somber tone, his sincerity palpable. May the Lord's grace safeguard our brethren. Perhaps the sun's brilliance can shield him from further erosion in the darkness." The two nearby devotees, without a trace of doubt, gazed at the venerable church elder who bestowed the amulet upon them with admiration, their fists pressed to their foreheads as they fervently whispered, "The children of the sun are all brethren." The deep-voiced cloaked figure similarly placed his fist to his forehead, Joining in the hushed recitation, the children of the sun are all brethren. As the sun sank completely below the horizon, the starless, moonless sky re-emerged before Duncan. Pale fissures stretching across the expanse, casting a cold luminescence over the boundless sea and the vessel, the Lost Homeland, navigating its waters. No matter how many times he gazed upon that pale, chilling glow, he could never discern the non-existent stars. Yet, compared to the last time he beheld this starless night, his spirits were considerably lifted. On one hand, he had come to accept the peculiarities of this world and was actively adapting to his current life. On the other hand, the fish he had caught today was indeed quite splendid. He was an optimistic soul, finding joy in any minor improvement in life, especially when it stemmed from nature's bountiful gifts, which exceeded his expectations. Lost in thought, he glanced at the pigeon perched on his shoulder and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Do you think it would be simpler if I engaged in the pursuits befitting a pirate captain? For instance, one might consider plundering a bustling shipping lane." The pigeon tilted its head, its eyes wandering aimlessly. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Indeed, such actions do not align with my character. Duncan chuckled, and besides, to engage in piracy, one must at least identify a route frequented by merchant vessels. This vast ocean lay empty and desolate. The Lost Homeland had no knowledge of how far it had drifted from civilized society. Ever since the collision with that ship transporting the anomalous 099, he had not encountered another vessel in sight, leaving him at a loss for potential victims to target. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Interrupting Duncan's musings, "Captain, shall we embark on a heist?" Following the sound, Duncan turned to see Alice perched gracefully upon a high wooden plank, her curiosity evident. Bathed in the pale glow of the celestial scar above, the Gothic doll, clad in an elegant court gown, sat regally upon the ghost ship, her mercury-like hair shimmering with a cool luminescence in the night. She sat composed, her gaze imbued with curiosity, creating an enchanting tableau that resembled a classical and mysterious painting. For a moment, Duncan was taken aback, after navigating through a series of chaotic realities. He had nearly forgotten the elegance and mystique that this doll had initially imparted when she lay within the wooden crate. Witnessing Alice in her tranquil state now left him somewhat astonished. Unbeknownst to Alice, Duncan's thoughts were elsewhere. Her curiosity prompted her to inquire once more, "Captain, shall we embark on a heist?" This statement rather tarnishes her image. Duncan glanced at the puppet with a bemused expression and asked, "Do you enjoy robbing?" "Not at all." Alice shook her head, sounding rather uninterested. "But you were robbed onto my ship," Duncan chuckled as he reminded her. "That's true." Alice pondered for a moment before nodding, then inquired, "So, are we going to rob now?" "No." Duncan waved his hand dismissively, leisurely making his way to his captain's quarters. "I find robbing rather dull. A stroll is far more suitable as a post-meal activity." He had resolved to embark on a second journey into the spirit realm that night. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time he intended to test this ability through the dove, i.e., a cluster of emerald green sparks danced at Duncan's fingertips, and in the instant the flames flickered. The dove that had been wandering on the table vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing as a figure on his shoulder. The intangible green flames coiled around Ai's wings, and in the next moment, the white dove was suddenly enveloped in a blaze. As the fire blazed, the dove's feathers transformed into an ethereal form, the ascending green flames seemingly reshaping its flesh and bones. Ai spread its wings amidst the flames, and the brass compass hanging from its chest sprang open with a snap, the dial etched with numerous esoteric symbols flickering softly, while the central needle, after spinning wildly, pointed unwaveringly towards the distance. The surrounding scenery disintegrated and scattered, revealing the familiar dark space before Duncan's eyes. Immediately, the well-known streams of light emerged, accompanied by countless twinkling stars. Guided by an instinct within, Duncan gazed towards these celestial lights, seeking the next suitable target for contact. Suddenly, he was captivated by one cluster of starlight. Uncertain whether this was the intuition that the goathead had incessantly mentioned regarding Captain Duncan, he resolved to follow this sensation, regardless of who lay behind the luminous beacon. At this moment, he was destined to be intertwined with Captain Duncan. In the forsaken sewers at the edge of the planned city-state, a few sun-god cultists, who had narrowly escaped the grasp of the church's guardians, sat in silent despondency. The world above had succumbed to the profound embrace of night, while below, only a faint glimmer of light offered refuge to the abandoned chambers. Even the most ruthless and inhumane cultists felt the tightening grip of fear in the encroaching darkness. Beside them, on the tattered bedding, a dying man was on the verge of exhaling his final breath. as they listened to the increasingly labored and muffled gasps. Several pairs of eyes instinctively turned towards the dying figure. They fixated on their fellow cultist, each acutely aware that he would not survive the night. Thus, under the watchful gaze of those eyes, the man on the bedding took one last heaving breath and released the final sigh of his life. "May the sun continue to shine upon your soul in the darkness," murmured a somber-voiced black-robed cultist, who then waved his hand, bringing forth, before his eyes. The corpse, with eyes tightly shut, began to breathe once more. The time has come to recommend a book, titled My Anime King Story is Indeed Problematic. A work by a fellow reader. The content can be inferred from the title itself. Here is the synopsis. Xiaoyu is an ordinary otaku who traverses into a parallel world where ACG culture is remarkably scarce, armed with an ACG encyclopedia system. He is determined to spread ACG culture throughout the world, planting the flag of the two-dimensional realm across the globe. Starting with Pokemon, he begins to make his mark, subsequently introducing elements from Toho, Magical Girls, Kanai Collection, Love Live, VTubers, Gundam, and a myriad of other beliefs. A new era has dawned. Chapter 38. Offline, the corpse breathes, as if wandering the brink of the realm of death before returning to the mortal world. The black-robed cultists in the room gaze in astonishment at this scene, some of them unaware that the man before them had, in fact, died just moments ago. The briefness of this cycle of life and death was so fleeting that it was nearly imperceptible without careful observation. They could only sense the breath of their dying comrades suddenly stabilizing and gaining strength for reasons unknown, which left them utterly bewildered. In the next moment, the man lying on the ground opened his eyes. It seemed he had lingered in the darkness for far too long, as even the dim glow of the oil lamp in the room felt blinding to him. He blinked, adjusting to the light, and then his gaze slowly shifted, as if he had only just noticed the three black-robed figures gathered around him. "Thank the Lord for his protection," exclaimed a younger cultist, finally coming to his senses. Unable to contain his excitement as he praised, "You made it through. I had thought you would. Wait. No. Backtrack." The low-voiced cultist suddenly realized something and swiftly halted the movements of others, fixating his wary gaze upon the man who had just awakened. As he retreated, he spoke in a threatening tone, his breath having completely ceased. "I could not have been mistaken. Something is amiss." Duncan finally acclimated to his surroundings, the ringing noise in his ears gradually fading away. He discerned the figures encircling him, and his immediate thought was, "Why are these people still here? Why am I still in this sewer?" The journey through the spirit realm should be random. When selecting targets, he had acted purely on instinct, yet unexpectedly. Both times he had opened his eyes, he found himself amidst this group of cultists. What kind of karmic connection is this? However, he soon detected something amiss from the reactions of those around him, and in the next moment, he noticed the black robe draped over his body. Duncan fell silent for 2 seconds, realization dawning upon him. In the previous cycle, he had been a sacrificial offering to the cultists, and now, with a blink, he had become one of them. He truly had a connection with these people. Something is amiss. Just then, a voice laden with hostility abruptly interrupted Duncan's muddled thoughts. He turned towards the sound and was immediately met with a cold, vigilant gaze. The owner of that gaze scrutinized him with a chilling intensity, while 2 other black-robed cultists, belatedly realizing the situation, also retreated, adopting defensive postures. Duncan hesitated for a moment, suddenly realizing that he might, once again, be inhabiting a lifeless body. He was, in front of these cultists, feigning resurrection. At the end of a series of chaotic memories, he beheld the scene of the sacrificial ritual, witnessing numerous figures clad in black robes standing beside the altar. A young sacrifice was thrust onto the platform, wearing a rigid and eerie expression that plunged the entire ceremony into disarray. He saw the messenger of the sun having its heart offered up, as all around the altar, the gathered individuals descended into madness, with cultists turning upon one another in a frenzy. Torrential flames surged forth from the solar totem, and the air was thick with furious roars and haunting whispers, enveloping the assembly, while the original owner of this body and the last few remaining cultists fled in terror. Although the memories of this body's original owner were scant, their origin was indisputable. Duncan blinked. This was a change that had not occurred during his previous journey through the spirit realm. Last time, he had been unable to glean any memories from the corpse he inhabited, as the sacrifice's mind had been a blank slate. Why was there such a difference this time? Was it due to the freshness of the vessel he now occupied, or had Pigeon AI enhanced the power of the brass compass? Slowly, Duncan sat up from the ground, acutely aware that, regardless of the reasons behind this transformation, now was not the time for contemplation. Those tense cultists had clearly begun to realize that his resurrection was not proceeding as it should. As Duncan rose, the three cultists instinctively took a half-step back. It was then that the low-voiced figure in black robes broke the silence, pressing a hand to his waist, and inquired, "Do not move. Tell me your name." The response came swiftly from a young cultist opposite him, who lowered his voice and said, "His name is Ron." Momentarily taken aback by the sudden outburst from the cultist, Duncan soon felt a searing heat in his chest. Instinctively, he reached beneath his clothing to retrieve the source of the warmth, only to discover a golden sun amulet emanating an eerie heat from its surface. In the next instant, the amulet erupted into fierce flames, the fire seemingly infused with malice. Surging toward his heart, the glory of the Lord was rebelling against him. Witnessing this, the cultist who had been reciting prayers immediately reacted. Drawing a short sword from his side while shouting, "His soul has been replaced. Kill this heretical filth." The other two cultists, though initially slower to react, soon followed suit. Drawing their own blades, a short sword and a dagger, without hesitation, their murderous intent palpable as they lunged forward, shouting, "Kill him," with the blazing sun amulet clutched in his hand. Duncan watched as three figures charged at him, only to notice another shadow appearing suddenly at the edge of his vision. A ghostly bird, engulfed in ethereal green flames, tore through the air, sweeping across rooftops with a chilling blaze. It emitted a bizarre, piercing shriek, scattering invisible ashes and fragments of feathers with each beat of its wings. Naturally, three cultists were drawn to this spectral avian apparition, instinctively glancing at Ai, who had transformed into an incorporeal form. In the next moment, their movements slowed dramatically, as if the connection to the realm of reality had suddenly become distant and sluggish. The silhouettes of the three cloaked figures appeared to stutter like a frame-by-frame animation, gradually descending in an absurdly slow manner until they halted, mere meters from Duncan. Their eyes were wide with sheer terror as they watched the spectral bird circle the ceiling before landing upon their fellow cultist. They observed the sun amulet in the man's grasp still ablaze, but in the next heartbeat, the flickering flames morphed into a haunting green, mirroring the spectral fire enveloping the bird. Duncan tightened his grip on the sun amulet, as tendrils of green spectral fire intertwined with its surface. The flames, surging forth from the amulet, gracefully encircled him before settling like a docile pet, coiling gently around his arm in a placating manner. With the sun amulet now completely claimed and transformed, he approached the three cultists with deliberate calmness, meeting their terrified gazes. A hint of regret tinged his voice as he remarked, "How wonderful it would be if you could feign ignorance." In the next instant, the figures of three cultists suddenly flickered violently in midair before vanishing completely. A spectral bird, entwined in green flames and resembling a skeletal apparition, hopped a couple of times upon Duncan's shoulder. Amidst the crackling sounds of the flames scorching, it emitted a sharp, raspy cry. "Oh dear, the page has disappeared. Perhaps a refresh might help?" Chapter 39. The captain treads upon the earth. When the dove uttered these words, its tone and demeanor remained as absurd and whimsical as ever. Yet now it had transformed into a spectral bird ablaze with ghostly fire, its translucent flesh revealing the fiery bones and tendons beneath. Its cries were intermingled with explosive crackles, reminiscent of the wails of tormented souls escaping the gates of the underworld. It became evident that the line between the bizarre and the ludicrous was oftentimes perilously thin. The ethereal flames entwined around Duncan continued to burn as he watched the three cultists dissipate before his very eyes, uncertain of the principles behind this phenomenon. He understood only that this was the essence of AIE's power. Furrowing his brow, Duncan had begun to grasp the true meaning behind AIE's words. "Do you mean to say you have banished them to some sort of parallel realm? Or have you rendered them into an unapproachable state?" The dove lifted its head, its eyes darting restlessly as it regarded Duncan. Cuckoo. It had now resumed its charade of pretending to be a genuine dove once more. However, Duncan was convinced that he had grasped the truth. He pressed his finger against AIE's forehead and then surveyed the dimly lit sanctuary once more. In the flickering light of the oil lamp, everything within the small room was clear. The devotees of the sun god, who once sought refuge here, had completely vanished from this realm. Now, standing in this place, there was only the ghostly captain who had occupied the body of a cultist and his dove. He could even sense the futile cries and struggles of those cultists, aware of their desperate yearning to reconnect with the world of the living, yet eternally obstructed by an invisible barrier that separated them from reality. This sensation permeated the atmosphere until, at a certain moment, Duncan discerned evidence. Amidst the oil lamp's flickering light, in a moment of perfect interplay of shadows, he suddenly beheld a mark appearing on the nearby wall. which seemed to have been left by a short sword's fierce strike. But when he looked again, the flame of the lamp flickered once more, and the mark vanished without a trace. That was the final connection of the three sun devotees with the realm of reality. Duncan exhaled softly, turning to leave the room with the dove in tow. Outside the abandoned lounge lay a passageway that was significantly narrower than the sewer corridor seen earlier. A deep and elongated corridor stretching out to either side, one end leading to a junction while the other connected to a gently ascending slope. Even in this forsaken area, the city's overseers evidently maintained the most basic upkeep of these underground facilities. At the very least, the gas lamps flanking the corridor remained lit. Duncan briefly assessed the direction of the corridor and pieced together a route to the surface from the fragmented memories lingering in his mind. He quickly set off towards the upward-sloping pathway, increasing his pace with each step. A refreshing breeze emerged, the cool wind tousling Duncan's hair. He could hear faint, distant sounds, likely the rumbling of factory machinery operating through the night, accompanied by the more remote sound of waves crashing, a gentle symphony of the evening surf against the coastal rocks. Duncan found himself almost jogging. The dove, AI, having shed her ethereal flames, now perched on his shoulder, flapping her wings joyfully and exclaiming, "The Aracals! The Aracals!" Suddenly, Duncan halted, fixing his gaze upon the dove's eyes. "Do not speak so freely outside. A normal dove does not converse." AI pondered for a moment before flapping her wings vigorously, responding, "Aye, Captain." He knew he must prepare himself for the world beyond. The long black robe he wore was certainly unsuitable for the outside, and the memories that surged back. This dubious attire was reserved for the secret rituals of the sun goddess followers. In the streets of the surface city, such garments would attract the attention of several enforcers, who would swiftly bind him to a tree for punishment. The city of Prander enforced a stringent curfew, making nocturnal wanderings exceedingly perilous. Ordinary citizens wishing to venture out at night were required to possess permits and report their whereabouts in advance. This apparent cultist lacked such legal credentials, making it imperative to evade the patrolling guards while navigating the urban landscape. The Guardians, tasked with maintaining order in the city during the night, appear to be an armed force under the auspices of the Deep-Sea Church. Within the overwhelming tide of memories, the original owner of this body harbored a profound trepidation and hostility towards those armed priests. Duncan swiftly pieced together the fragmented memories swirling in his mind. As these recollections were inherited from a deceased body, they were predominantly disordered and indistinct, rendering it impossible for him to reconstruct a complete narrative of a member of modern civilization. Nor could he compile comprehensive information regarding the city-state of Prand. Yet, even the most rudimentary fragments were sufficient to provide him with a vague understanding for his impending endeavors. He first removed the black robe he wore, revealing ordinary clothing beneath. Ensuring he would not arouse suspicion as he ventured outside, he pondered whether to incinerate the robe, but realized that flames and smoke might attract the attention of the night watch. Ultimately, he merely rolled it up and concealed it in a nearby corner of the slope. He could examine it more thoroughly aboard the Lost Homeland. After meticulously erasing any traces of the hidden robe and tidying his appearance to resemble an ordinary citizen rather than a disheveled cultist hiding from the authorities in the sewers, he finally set foot on the slope. The distance ahead was not great. Duncan hurried along the slope, the increasingly fresh air filling his lungs. He could distinctly hear the distant sounds of factories mingling with the crashing waves. Moments later, he even beheld a cool luminescence illuminating the steps not far ahead. He advanced a few steps forward, and the cold, ethereal light finally enveloped him completely. He had arrived at the surface, solid, stable, and bathed in a pale luminescence. Duncan widened his eyes in astonishment as he beheld a city, a bastion of mortal civilization standing upon the boundless sea. A colossal scar marred the sky above the city, illuminating the myriad rooftops, towers, and distant edifices. Not far ahead lay a slightly dilapidated fringe district, while on the higher ground beyond, magnificent structures housing cathedrals and town halls could be discerned. Suddenly, Duncan erupted into silent laughter, breathless yet voiceless. However, moments later, he forcibly subdued his mirth, inhaling deeply in the crisp night breeze before striding towards a direction etched in his memory. Cultists, too, lead ordinary lives. Apart from a select few priests whose sole profession is to wreak havoc upon humanity, the Solar Church, like most other cults, relies on a vast multitude of ordinary individuals to sustain its operations. These deluded grassroots adherents are often impoverished city dwellers, neglected elders, naive youths, or, like Duncan in this very moment, an inconspicuous, ailing individual struggling to make ends meet while running a deceptive antique shop in the lower city. The life of the antiquarian named Ron, marked by misfortune, has come to a dismal end. His debts to a malevolent deity have been settled with his last breath. Yet, he still leaves behind a place in this world, a place that Duncan covets. Chapter 40. Landing. Vanna awoke from a bizarre and chaotic dream, discovering that the night outside remained profound, with the cold, pale light of creation illuminating the windowsill adorned with deep-sea runes, casting an aura of tranquility. However, the vivid images from her strange dream lingered in her mind. A ship, a grand vessel engulfed in green, ghostly flames, emerging from the horizon where the sea meets the sky, crashing through the city of Prander like a colossal mountain. Within the ghostly flames, countless cries and mournful songs resonated, as if they aimed to uproot the very fabric of the world. Concurrently, as this titanic ship descended, she beheld a blazing sun rising from the depths of Prander. Not the familiar sun known to mankind, but rather the ancient celestial body described by the sun worshippers, burning fiercely. It ascended from the heart of the city, its flames melting the earth, while the populace flowed through the streets like wax figures succumbing to heat. The grand cathedral of the deep-sea church stands silently at the heart of this infernal city of molten fire. In her dreams, she prays to the cathedral, yearning for the guidance of the storm goddess. Yet, all that resonates from the cathedral are the cacophonous, meaningless tolls of the bells, devoid of any divine direction. Vanna rose from her bed, donned in her nightgown, and approached the window. She cast a glance at the still tranquil city and the nascent cosmos beyond. Yet her inner turmoil surged with increasing intensity. Within the vanity's drawer lay a dagger, its serpentine blade a ritualistic emblem, with the runes of the deep-sea church shimmering faintly at the base of its edge, as if stirred by an inexplicable force that elicited a resonant response. Vanna's gaze lingered upon the glimmering runes for several moments before she pressed the blade into her palm, creating a shallow wound. As the crimson droplets seeped forth, she positioned her hand across her chest and softly intoned the name of the storm goddess in an attempt to seek divine guidance. However, for reasons unknown, all she could hear were the illusory roars of ocean waves, and the once easily accessible state of spiritual attunement eluded her today. It was as if an invisible curtain had suddenly descended around her, severing the connection between herself and the storm goddess, Gamona. Vanna's brow furrowed ever so slightly. The connection between the faithful and the divine is occasionally disrupted. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, yet not beyond imagination. The intricate relationship between the subspace and the realm of reality is profoundly complex, eluding the comprehension of mortal intellect. Even the might of deities may, at times, be swayed by the layered influences of the subspace, the abyssal depths, and the spirit realm, resulting in transient fluctuations in their power. Furthermore, the eternal turmoil and disputes among the gods, as well as between the gods and ancient entities, may lead to certain devotees experiencing the rare phenomenon of suddenly being unable to hear the voice of their deity. However, the storm goddess, Gamorna, should not be subjected to such an anomaly. The boundless sea encircles mortal civilization, and the storm goddess's power permeates all dimensions, affecting the entirety of reality. All deities may experience disconnection from the material world. Even the god of death occasionally leaves vulnerabilities akin to that of a reviver, yet the storm goddess is an exception. This is one of the reasons the deep-sea church has risen to prominence as the most powerful church upon the boundless ocean. Is the issue within oneself? Vanna naturally begins to question her own condition. However, as she gazes at her palm, she observes that the wound she has just inflicted is already healing rapidly. The blessing bestowed by the goddess remains, its efficacy manifesting without delay. There must be a connection amid all these phenomena. A ghost ship engulfed in green flames. A ghost ship. Though she is not an expert in maritime affairs and has seldom encountered the absurd tales perpetuated amongst superstitious sailors, even within the Orthodox Church's canon, a ghost ship occupies a position of peculiar significance. Vanna abruptly rose from her vanity, only to be reminded that it was the dead of night. The cathedral's archives, like any other library, were closed during these hours. Furthermore, from a safety perspective, it would be prudent for her to refrain from discussing the contents of the prophetic dream that had just concluded, especially if it indeed pertained to Captain Duncan. There was a considerable likelihood that he could sense any discourse regarding him through the connections forged by the dream. The most judicious course of action was to wait patiently until the sun reclaimed its dominion over the world, allowing the ties established by the dream to gradually dissipate before she ventured to the archives for further investigation or sought counsel with the Archbishop regarding these ominous portents. Regardless, if these prophetic dreams truly pointed to Captain Duncan, warning her of the legendary vessel, the Lost Homeland, lurking menacingly, then as the guardian of the city-state. She must do everything in her power to prevent that fearsome ghost captain from making landfall. A tall, slender shadow darted swiftly down the deserted streets of the lower city, its elongated form casting a fleeting silhouette beneath the gas lamps. In this entirely unfamiliar city, amidst the strange architecture and the vague memories swirling in his mind, the nighttime curfew rendered the civilian streets eerily desolate. Yet, Duncan traversed these squalid alleys with an unexpectedly buoyant spirit. He had not only succeeded in his second journey into the spirit realm, but had also managed to control a corporeal form, emerging onto the surface of the planned city-state. He immersed himself in the civilization of this world, keenly observing the architecture and technology of the era. Moreover, he was endowed with a complete body that, while not particularly open-minded or imaginative, appeared normal outwardly, facilitating his subsequent actions. Frankly speaking, the health of this body was far from ideal, even in the ethereal realm. Where most physical ailments could be disregarded, Duncan could distinctly sense the suboptimal condition of his physique. Yet, he bore no complaints, finding it rather natural. After all, based on his experiences, the act of traversing the spiritual realm occupied a corpse for a limited duration. Could a lively being ever be a corpse? A distant bark echoed from the end of the alley, prompting Duncan to cautiously slow his pace and conceal himself in the shadows between the buildings. He was uncertain whether it was a patrol dog led by the church's night watchman, yet exercising caution could never be deemed excessive. Above the nearby structures, massive pipe systems spanned the low rooftops, casting pale, scarred light that flickered intermittently between the pipes. Occasionally, steam would escape from certain valves, creating a hazy mist in the night. The barking faded into the distance. Emerging from his hiding place, Duncan surveyed the street for any signs of movement. He gently reassured the pigeon, i.e., who was restless upon his shoulder, before following the path etched in his memory across the street. Amidst a row of modest 2- or 3-story buildings, there stood an antiquated door, above which hung a soiled sign, flanked by walls that displayed dusty and neglected windows. This establishment, though seemingly substantial in size, was evidently lacking in care, with its business in a dismal state. This was the very place that the fragmented memories in Duncan's mind had directed him to. Approaching the weathered door, he glanced up at the sign, where a series of letters could be faintly discerned in the darkness. Ron's Antique Shop. A succinct name indeed, Duncan murmured to himself. With that, he began to fumble at the entrance, as his recollections were somewhat hazy. He searched for an extended period before finally uncovering a spare key from a hidden hook beneath the windowsill. The original owner of this body had neither carried the key nor any items that might indicate identity or lead him to this antique shop. A decision seemingly born from the caution of a seasoned cultist. However, such superficial prudence bore no significance for a ghostly captain capable of seizing memories. Duncan unlocked the door to Ron's Antique Shop, swiftly stepping inside before securely shutting the door behind him. The wooden door emitted a resounding thud. Yet the sound barely traveled into the night. The sign above the entrance trembled slightly, and the letters upon it began to writhe in the pale, chilly darkness, transforming before his eyes into new words. Duncan's Antique Shop. Chapter 41. Inside the antique shop, the interior of the antique shop mirrored Duncan's conjectures, replete with an atmosphere of disarray, despondency, and lackluster commerce. Even the dust accumulated near the display window suggested the proprietor had allowed their life to descend into disarray. His gaze was first drawn to the display tables flanking the walls, where sturdy, low-lying surfaces bore large vases, sculptures, and enigmatic totemic objects. The walls behind the tables were grid, housing smaller items for sale. Directly opposite the entrance stood a lengthy counter, behind which lay dusty shelves brimming with dark-hued picture frames and diminutive ornaments. Beyond the counter, a staircase led to the second floor, shrouded in dimness, its structure temporarily obscured from view. Adjacent to the staircase was a small door, which, as recalled, likely opened into a storeroom at the back of the shop, half filled with clutter. It was difficult to fathom that the cultist inhabiting this space managed to subsist in such a seemingly forsaken establishment, and even had the means to contribute offerings to the priest of the sun god. Duncan advanced toward the deeper recesses of the counter, the aged wooden floor creaking beneath his weight. As he passed the staircase, he noticed a light fixture affixed to the wall, a mere electric bulb. Duncan's brow instinctively furrowed. The style of the lamp was unfamiliar. Its wrought iron frame and the grayish lampshade exuded an exotic aura. Nevertheless, the structure of the tungsten bulb was unmistakably clear, revealing that this lamp's illumination derived from electrical energy. In this world, had electricity truly become such a ubiquitous commodity? Did the humble abodes of the lower district also rely on electric lights? Then why, in the sewers, were gas lamps and oil lamps, along with torches, the sources of light? Why were the streetlights outside also fueled by gas? A profound confusion arose within Duncan. This seemed utterly illogical, particularly in an environment like the sewers where open flames posed a significant risk. The use of flammable gas lamps was evidently inferior when compared to the clean and safe electric lights. Initially, he had assumed that technological limitations forced the city's administrators to resort to gas lamps as the sole source of light in the sewers. However, it now appeared that, at least in the city-state of Prand, technology had advanced to the point where electricity had permeated the homes of ordinary citizens. An overwhelming sense of dissonance filled Duncan's mind as he endeavored to sift through the fragmented memories within him for corresponding knowledge. Yet all he could grasp was the notion that this should be common knowledge, alongside the rationale behind urban planning. It seemed that either this knowledge had not been disclosed to the public, leaving the cultist he inhabited entirely ignorant, or such information was so rudimentary that it failed to leave a lasting impression in the cultist's mind, resulting in a rapid fading of relevant memories after death, leaving only a sense of the obvious. With a perplexity that seemed insurmountable, Duncan reached out to illuminate the room by flicking the light switch, the soft click resonating in the stillness. The bright glow instantly filled the area around the staircase and counter. A switch on the opposite wall controlled the lighting in other parts of the shop, yet Duncan had no intention of activating it. In the depth of night, the sudden illumination of the already closed antique store could easily draw unwanted attention, although one might attribute the small light to the owner's nocturnal movements. Beneath the limited lighting near the staircase, Duncan's gaze first fell upon the nearest items. He was immediately struck by a totemic figure, intricately carved from wood and standing less than half a meter tall, adorned with bizarre facial patterns painted in red and blue. Beside it stood what appeared to be a ceramic antique vase, both items flaunting their price tags, the latter bearing an outrageous figure, originally $420,000. Now marked down to $360. Such absurdity exuded a sense of despair. Duncan quickly diverted his gaze and surveyed the entire shop. If there were even a single genuine artifact among the wares, he would have sent the Lost Homeland into a collision with the walls of Prand. The fakes were so glaringly counterfeit that no true connoisseur would need to authenticate them. Any person of reasonable intellect would reject the notion that a shop in this impoverished district could possibly deal in authentic antiques. Who among the truly knowledgeable would choose to market their wares in such a destitute area? The oldest relic in this entire establishment is undoubtedly the sign outside. Duncan harbored no interest in the shopkeeper's wretched past. His sole focus lay elsewhere. This place should serve as his initial refuge on land as the captain of the Lost Homeland. It was to be a forward base for him to comprehend the terrestrial realm and to familiarize himself with the intricacies of modern civilization. He had silently resolved that, conditions permitting in the spirit realm, he would strive to maintain his current corporeal form, using this antique shop as a fade to navigate the city-state of Plander. Should his training of AI proceed successfully, and if AI could indeed facilitate the stable and controlled transfer of physical objects between the Lost Homeland and Plander, this antique shop would transform into a clandestine hub for resource transit. Duncan settled behind the counter, taking a seat to meticulously sift through the fragments of memory swirling in his mind, discerning any potential sources of peril. The original owner of this body was a devotee of the sun god, yet held only the most subordinate position within the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Due to the relentless crackdown on heretical activities by the city-state authorities, the living space for the sun god's followers in Plander has been compressed to its very limits. Their communications are veiled in utmost caution, apart from the necessity of wearing a full-coverage hood and mask during gatherings. Many lower-tier members are connected to the upper echelons of the church through merely one or two designated intermediaries. For Duncan, this is undoubtedly advantageous. It signifies that even among the cultists, only that singular individual is privy to his true identity and contact methods. Should anything happen to this person, no one would remain aware of his clandestine heretical identity. He can thus present himself before the city's administrators as a law-abiding and reputable citizen. Moreover, upon meticulously sifting through his memories, Duncan has confirmed that this significant threat has indeed dissipated. His contact was one of the three cloaked figures he encountered upon awakening. Those unfortunate souls have since been eliminated. A sense of relief washed over him as he settled into a more comfortable position in his chair. With the greatest peril now vanished, should there remain any cause for concern, It would be the other sun god devotees who participated in the sacrificial rites at the underground gathering, along with the vast and inscrutable dangers posed by the sun god church that lurk behind them. If memory serves me correctly, for years ago, the city-state of Prand undertook a rigorous crackdown on the sun god cult that had entrenched itself within the city. Since that time, this heretical sect has languished, struggling to maintain a semblance of existence. It was a matter of relief that they could conceal their presence well enough to evade the vigilant eyes of the church's guardians, let alone conduct any rituals. However, now these exceedingly discreet cultists have engaged in an act of considerable audacity. The purpose of their sacrificial ceremony was twofold: to appease their deity and to amass power or enhance the deity's influence upon the material realm. The cultists gathered at the assembly, including the officiating priest, could be regarded merely as grassroots members of the sun god church. Would such low-ranking adherents spontaneously orchestrate a spectacle of this magnitude? Duncan's fragmented memories are not extensive, and it is improbable that a mere grassroots cultist would have access to the church's core secrets. Yet, from the available intelligence, he could surmise that those suddenly stirring up trouble were likely acting under directives from higher echelons, that heretical faction venerating the true sun god. They seem intent on executing a significant endeavor in Prand, and the sacrificial ceremony, which inadvertently fell into disarray, may merely represent an inconsequential ripple preceding the onset of this grand undertaking. Duncan harbored no particular affection for the city-state of Prand. But if he sought to establish a foothold here, he must contemplate the potential ramifications of a group of fanatics like the sun god cultist wreaking havoc within the city. Chapter 42. Observations from the book. A city under curfew is ill-suited for exploration, yet Duncan remained ensconced within the antique shop throughout the night, driven by an exhilaration that compelled him to thoroughly investigate the entire establishment. The original owner of this body was indeed a cultist, however, alongside his devoutness, he was also an ordinary individual who required the trappings of a normal social existence. He depended on the conveniences offered by modern civilization to sustain his livelihood, necessitating communication with others and access to various daily necessities. His interactions extended to the city itself, leaving behind a plethora of clues that enabled Duncan to infer. Despite the fog of fragmented memories, the ways of life in the city-state of Prander, as well as the general technological standards and living conditions of the era. In a hidden compartment behind the counter on the ground floor, he discovered a modest sum of cash, consisting of a handful of scattered coins and several banknotes of varying denominations in blue and green. These currencies were the legal tender commonly accepted across most city-states, certified and issued by the governors of the various realms in conjunction with the Endless Sea Trading Council. The principal unit of currency was known as the sola, supplemented by a secondary coin, the peso, valued at 1/10 of the sola. The total amount of cash that Duncan uncovered amounted to just over 200 salas, which, according to his recollections, would suffice for a family of 3 to survive for approximately a month in the lower districts. It appeared that even amidst the shop's lackluster business and the majority of the owner's assets being donated to the church, the original proprietor of this body still managed to maintain a basic standard of living, indicating that the antique shop possessed a stable clientele. The entire ground floor of the shop is divided into 2 sections. The larger portion, occupying 2/3 of the space, is situated at the front near the staircase, while the remaining third is a storeroom located behind a small door at the foot of the stairs. Behind the storeroom, there exists another door, which serves as the rear entrance of the building, presumably functioning as the point of entry for deliveries. The layout of the second floor is somewhat more intricate. In addition to a restroom, it comprises 2 rooms, one large and one small, along with a service duct shared with the adjacent building. These rooms are positioned on either side of the staircase landing and are maintained in a reasonably clean condition. Furthermore, the second floor houses a diminutive kitchen, which, judging by the thick layer of dust covering its surfaces, has not seen use in at least a fortnight. Among the dusty remnants, there lies a picture frame containing a black and white photograph. The image depicts a family of 3, a pair of simply dressed young adults alongside a little girl, who appears to be around 4 or 5 years old. They stand in front of a backdrop that bears the marks of human craftsmanship, their faces adorned with gentle smiles as they gaze towards the lens. Duncan approached the frame, lifting it to scrutinize the image closely, attempting to align it with the hazy and disordered fragments of his memories. The original owner of this body is absent from the photograph, yet the individuals captured within seem to be deeply connected to him, perhaps even family. As he gazes at the young couple, a faint sense of nostalgia begins to resurface from the depths of his mind. However, the details surrounding this photograph remain elusive. as if the memories associated with these figures have vanished from existence along with the last breath of the body's original owner. Meanwhile, his gaze fell upon the meticulously arranged bed, stirring a vague sense of perplexity within him. Could a devotee, utterly consumed by the worship of the sun, truly find the time to maintain such immaculate order in their quarters? The storefronts on the ground floor were evidently neglected. How, then, did this bedroom achieve such fastidious cleanliness? He proceeded to step outside, entering a smaller room opposite the staircase, where he observed a bed and desk equally pristine. This implied the presence of another? Was there someone else cohabiting with this cultist? A relative, perhaps? Duncan furrowed his brow slightly, searching for pertinent clues in his mind as he approached the desk in the small room. His eyes swept over the neatly organized stationery, eventually resting upon a book. It occupied the most prominent position on the desk, its deep blue cover adorned with a design of gears and rods. The title elegantly inscribed in elaborate script, The Universal Textbook of Steam and Gearcraft 3. Duncan frowned. He had begun to apprehend, albeit vaguely, that this room likely belonged to another individual, yet he instinctively picked up the book. The delicate, exquisite lettering appeared to be the handiwork of a young woman. This seemed to be the sole figure lingering in the mind of the cultist named Ron as he exhaled his last breath. Duncan's gaze settled on the pages, and instead of laboriously perusing the technical specifics and diagrams, he deliberately focused on sections akin to the editor's preface and conceptual discussions. A line of text suddenly caught his attention. Flames, or more precisely, the specific flames released through the combustion of deep-sea oils and coastal mineral crystals, form the cornerstone upon which modern society operates and safeguards our civilization. The prosperity and order of modern civilization are founded upon fire and steam. The clean and convenient power of electricity cannot replace the exorcistic effects of fire, nor can it sustain the prolonged and stable operation of large machinery. Experiments have demonstrated that steam is the most stable form of power when influenced by deep space factors. Duncan's gaze momentarily froze. He recalled the gas lamps, torches, and oil lamps that were ubiquitous in the sewers, as well as the gas streetlights illuminating the city streets. He also remembered the confusion that arose within him upon seeing an electric light in a shop. So it turns out, such seemingly bizarre circumstances are rooted in this reason. Even at the risk of certain dangers, open flames are employed in the sewers, and gas lamps are used for outdoor illumination despite the advanced development of electricity. The reason lies in the fact that fire can, to some extent, ward off the spread of certain perilous oddities. A vague sense of emotion welled up in Duncan's heart as he continued to gaze downward, encountering intricate blueprints, densely packed annotations, and the meticulous notes left by the book's owner. Those were machines he could not comprehend at all, and they were certainly not the steam engines he had known in his previous life. The intricate gears, the extraordinarily complex cylinders, the interconnected pipes and valves, all transcend the mere concept of a steam engine. They resemble devices that have leapt from the pages of a fantastical compendium, exuding a beauty that is both contradictory and bizarre. This is the very heart that propels the advancement of civilization in this world. He found himself utterly perplexed. As an inhabitant of Earth, even with his experience as a teacher, he could not comprehend the nature of these steam-powered mechanisms that had reached such an extraordinary state of development. Yet, despite this confusion, a faint glimmer of enlightenment began to emerge within him. The trajectory of civilization in this world appeared to diverge sharply from his own understanding. In a world fraught with peril, the realm of mortals had manifested in a kaleidoscope of peculiar forms. Nevertheless, no matter how strange the world may be, as long as it can still be deemed civilized, there must be an underlying rationale and logic that has guided its evolution to this point. The gas lamps flickering in the sewers, the electric lights illuminating the shops, and the steam mechanisms depicted in books, each subtly revealing a certain resilience. Chapter 43. Good morning, Mr. Duncan. His notebook was filled with notes pertaining to steam mechanisms and engineering principles, interspersed with occasional grievances about certain teachers or classmates. This allowed one to easily deduce that the occupant of this space was a young person still in the throes of education. After sitting on the edge of his bed in contemplation for a moment, he rose once more and approached the nearby wardrobe, almost instinctively pulling open the cabinet door. Guided by the memories stored in his muscles, and opened one of the drawers within. Several bottles of potent liquor lay quietly hidden in the depths of a drawer, accompanied by half a box of analgesics meant to soothe the nerves. These items belonged to a cultist named Ron, who suffered from a grave illness that had deteriorated to an incurable state. The substandard spirits and the temporary relief offered by the painkillers were staples within the drawer. Yet their efficacy in prolonging the life of one besieged by ailment was evidently negligible. Thus, this man, who had lost all hope in life, turned to the solar cult. The missionaries assured him that the healing powers of the sun god could remedy all earthly afflictions and purify the bodies and minds of the faithful. To a certain extent, the cultists indeed fulfilled their promises. They engaged in bloody and bizarre rituals, using blood as a conduit to transfer the vitality of innocent souls into the ailing believers. Duncan remained oblivious to the mechanics of these rituals, nor did he know whether they truly possessed the power to cure the incurable. However, fragments of memory suggested that Ron, the cultist, had experienced an improvement in his condition following such a ceremony and subsequently devoted himself wholeheartedly to the worship of the sun, even donating a substantial portion of his wealth to the emissaries. Nevertheless, Duncan held no interest in the past occurrences among the deceased cultists. He reached deeper into the drawer, successfully locating a hidden compartment, and after a few moments of exploration, he discovered a revolver, accompanied by a box of well-preserved ammunition. The city-state of Prand has no prohibition against citizens bearing arms. However, it mandates the completion of lawful procedures. A purveyor of counterfeit antiques residing in the lower district evidently lacks the financial means and identity to obtain a gun permit, rendering his possession of a firearm undoubtedly illegal. In a prudent move, the original owner of this weapon left it behind in the room instead of taking it to the gathering, presumably using it to safeguard his shop. Yet now, this weapon belongs to the captain. Duncan was acutely aware that this was merely an ordinary firearm, compared to the anomalies aboard the Lost Homeland. Even his seemingly outdated flintlock pistol might possess greater exceptional capabilities than this revolver. Nevertheless, he was a pragmatic man. He understood that in the city-state of Prand, his actions were not as secure as those aboard the ship. The body he inhabited was flesh and blood, and many locales within the city could hardly be deemed safe. After all, he could not summon the pigeons to intervene at every turn, as the commotion would inevitably attract unnecessary scrutiny from the church's influence within the city. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly captured Duncan's attention. He discerned the scraping of keys emanating from the direction of the storefront on the first floor, followed closely by the sound of a door opening and hurried footsteps. Swiftly, Duncan concealed the revolver close to his person, only then realizing that daylight had already dawned outside. He had been occupied in the antique shop throughout the entire night. Suddenly, Pigeon AI, perched on his shoulder, began to chatter. "You have a new short message." In silence, Duncan cast a swift glance at the dove as he approached the door, hurriedly instructing, "Remain in the room until I command otherwise. Additionally, do not speak if there are outsiders present." At once, AI flapped her wings and darted toward a nearby cabinet, exclaiming, "Aye, Captain." In the next moment, a girl clad in a brown long skirt and a white blouse, with deep brown hair cascading down her shoulders, came into Duncan's view. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18, petite in stature, with droplets of morning dew clinging to her hair. Her features were unremarkable, yet she possessed the youthful grace characteristic of her age. With wide eyes, she gazed at Duncan, who stood at the top of the staircase, her expression a mixture of surprise and delight. The girl's demeanor and voice registered in Duncan's perception. She evidently lacked the awareness, or perhaps the thought, to conceal her emotional response. Drawing from the memories he had absorbed, Duncan inferred that this girl was the niece of the original owner of his body, and indeed, his sole relative. He felt a growing certainty that she did not perceive anything amiss in her words, oblivious to the fact that addressing him as Uncle Duncan was fundamentally erroneous. What had gone awry? How could this girl, who theoretically should have no knowledge of his secret, so effortlessly utter his name? A myriad of speculations surged swiftly within his mind, while simultaneously, Duncan unearthed fragments of memory that corresponded to the young woman, a girl with deep brown hair. A fleeting remnant of the original owner of this body, lingering in the realm of the living. Nina. Duncan's expression remained unchanged, his tone devoid of inflection, concealing the tempest of thoughts raging within. "Did you stay at school last night?" he inquired. "I am fine, merely a bit groggy from sleep." As he brushed past Nina, the young girl on the staircase turned her body slightly, gazing curiously into Duncan's eyes. Just as he was about to descend to the first floor, she suddenly asked, "Uncle Duncan, will you be going out later? Will you be staying at home for a few more days?" The girl spoke rapidly, her footsteps echoing as she bounded up the stairs, her tone imbued with a certain buoyancy. Duncan had already reached the entrance of the shop. He inhaled gently and pushed the door open with a firm hand. Turning around, he lifted his gaze to the sign hanging above the shop's entrance, where an old, grimy placard displayed a clear inscription, Duncan's Antique Store. The initial letters, like the subsequent ones, appeared equally aged, showing no signs of recent alteration, as if it had existed in that state from the very beginning. Furrowing his brow, Duncan slowly approached the adjacent window, leaning forward to scrutinize his reflection in the grimy glass. Indeed, it was a visage unfamiliar, not belonging to the imposing and brooding specter of the ship's captain, but rather that of a middle-aged man, unkempt and weary, with deep-set eyes, one who had already met his demise in the depths of the sewers, a cultist named Ron. Duncan gradually straightened his posture, perceiving the city around him gradually awakening. The crisp sounds of bells clanging from the storefronts opening for the morning resonated in the air, accompanied by the ringing of bicycle bells and the chatter of passers-by filling the streets. A neighbor, seemingly from the antique shop nearby, walked past, greeting Duncan with a cheerful "Good morning, Mr. Duncan. Have you seen today's newspaper? It appears the Deep-Sea Church has dismantled a significant cultist den. This is indeed noteworthy." Chapter 44. The Breakfast of Ordinary People. A copy of the Plan News was priced at 12 pesos, equivalent to a meager breakfast or the cost of the most inexpensive dessert paper from the corner street, which one could purchase from the passing newsboys. Or one might stroll a few more steps to the newsstand at the end of another street. Duncan, with a few coins in his pocket, approached the newsstand, manned by a middle-aged proprietor engrossed in reading. Upon hearing the clink of coins dropped into the box, the vendor gestured with a hand, indicating that the newspaper could be taken, all without lifting his gaze from the page. He lowered his gaze to the newspaper he had just acquired, its front page showcasing a headline that piqued his utmost interest. The esteemed church guardians, under the leadership of Judge Van Owain, had successfully dismantled a cult gathering dedicated to the sun god, apprehending a considerable number of devotees while simultaneously rescuing several citizens. The photograph of the esteemed judge graced one side of this article, and to Duncan's surprise, she was a remarkably young woman, bearing a striking scar over her left eye. Yet undeniably beautiful, she stood alongside her subordinates, towering over every man present by at least half a head, clad in form-fitting, lightweight armor and a battle skirt. She wielded a massive sword that seemed to have emerged from the era of cold weapons, reminiscent of a valiant knight from medieval art. However, behind this lady and her cadre of church guardians loomed a colossal steam machine, its structure unmistakably resembling that of a cannon. The peculiar and surreal imagery was both contradictory and harmonious. Duncan's gaze lingered on the photograph for an extended moment. The news of the cult's eradication was to him a welcome development. Free from the anxiety of revealing his identity, he could relish the thought of those villains who engaged in live sacrifices being brought to justice. Yet, on the other hand, he found himself more intrigued by the myriad of information conveyed through this image. A female judge, expertly trained to confront cultists. A fully armed steam-powered robotic suit. A church militia equipped with both melee and ranged weaponry. Information that is exceedingly difficult to acquire aboard the Lost Homestead can be effortlessly gleaned from a 12-peso newspaper within the confines of civilized society. As Duncan had previously contemplated, during the century of aimless drifting of the Lost Homestead, the world had undeniably transformed. In contrast to wandering aimlessly through the city alone, a local imbued with an intrinsic trustworthiness serves as a far superior source of intelligence. After all, the ship's code aboard the Lost Homestead does state that the captain may occasionally leave the vessel. It would hardly be a significant matter for the captain to stroll through the spirit realm for a couple of days, would it? Moreover, with the continued practice of traversing the spirit realm, Duncan sensed that his control over this unique form of mental projection was gradually becoming more adept. Perhaps soon he would be able to manage both physical forms simultaneously, alleviating any concerns regarding the ship's condition during his spirit journeys. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Duncan to instinctively halt and glance to the side. He beheld a street-side bakery, where freshly baked pastries were being displayed enticingly. This was the lower district of the Prander city-state, devoid of any upscale patisseries, yet even the cheapest, most rudimentary confections captivated Duncan's attention. With a few coins remaining in his pocket, totaling less than 20 pesos, he could certainly afford a slice of cake. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the cake shop and paid for the most ordinary honey cake. The packaging material used by the shop was a kind of coarse, thick paper that felt rough to the touch. Duncan, holding the newspaper and the cake, made his way toward the antique store, feeling an inexplicable joy. Such a simple act evoked a sense of nostalgia within him, as if he were savoring the very essence of breathing on solid ground. He regarded these mundane moments as precious experiences of life. Life aboard the Lost Homeland was not without its merits. The goat-headed chatter was annoying yet dependable. And Alice was indeed an intriguing character. However, experiencing life on solid ground had its own charm. As he entered the store, the bell chimed crisply, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps descending the staircase. A young girl with long brown hair rushed down, abruptly halting at the bottom of the stairs. She leaned against a nearby post, her eyes wide with concern as she gazed at Duncan. "Uncle Duncan, where have you been?" she exclaimed anxiously. "You said you were just going to check outside, but you disappeared in the blink of an eye. I thought you had gone back to the tavern or the casino." Duncan looked at the young woman with a hint of surprise. Realizing that her worry was genuine, she was concerned for a relative, the last remaining family member she had in this world. Despite his flaws, a man plagued by alcoholism and gambling, a despondent and irascible soul, entangled in the sinister dealings of a cult. A vague and indescribable sensation gently surged within him, yet his facial expression remained unchanged. "I merely stepped out for a stroll and happened to purchase a few items." As he spoke, he moved towards the antique shop's counter, preparing to place the newspaper and cake upon it. Nina, seemingly relieved, promptly dashed upstairs, exclaiming as she ran, "Uncle, wait a moment. I'll bring down breakfast. You must not have eaten yet, have you? I made corn and beet soup." Before Duncan could utter a word, Nina's figure had already vanished up the staircase. After a brief interval, she reappeared, carefully descending with a large tray. The tray held a modest breakfast for two. Duncan stared with a somewhat dazed expression at the girl bustling about. Observing her skillfully clear a spot on the counter and arrange the food before she fetched an extra chair for herself, her movements were remarkably nimble, infused with a joy that seemed to spring from nowhere. As Duncan watched her work, he wished to assist, yet found himself unable to intervene. He had encountered numerous young people of her age, yet he had seldom seen a child as industrious and efficient as she. On Earth, she would likely be a high school student, and even in this setting, she appeared to be a scholar. A sudden thought struck him. Living with an uncle ensnared in a cult could not be an easy existence. Yet this girl, named Nina, seemed to have fully adapted to a life that could hardly be deemed fulfilling, finding within it the strength to sustain herself. "Let us dine," Nina declared, having prepared everything in advance. She cast a glance at Duncan, as if to convey a sentiment she had expressed countless times before. "Dr. Albert mentioned that if you maintain a regular breakfast routine and uphold a cheerful disposition, it would prove more effective in the long run than fine spirits or analgesics." Duncan, however, was momentarily rendered speechless, simply gazing at Nina. Just as her expression began to shift towards unease, he retrieved the cake he had set aside earlier, unwrapped it, and placed it before her. Nina's eyes widened in surprise, her confusion evident as she stared at the item before her. "This is a cake purchased from the corner shop," Duncan replied nonchalantly. "You are in a period of growth. It is vital to consume nutritious foods for breakfast." Nina found herself momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on the modest pastry. After a prolonged silence, she seemed to regain her composure, murmuring almost to herself, "Are you truly all right?" "Of course. I am quite well," Duncan responded with an air of naturalness. "I simply remembered that it has been quite some time since I last brought you a dessert." "Indeed. It has been over a year," Nina muttered, but then, in an unexpected turn, she burst into laughter, picking up a knife. "Then let us share it, Doctor. Albert has said that you, too, require nutritious sustenance." Duncan felt a peculiar sensation wash over him, yet after a brief pause of silence, he nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 45. History. This feeling was truly extraordinary. Duncan could distinctly perceive events occurring in the distance. He sensed the Forsaken, adrift on the boundless sea, the spectral vessel charting its course under the dominion of a goat-headed entity. A fragile-minded, accursed doll roamed the ship's interior, acquainting itself with its surroundings as if on an expedition. The profound, tenebrous ocean undulated around them, concealing myriad bizarre entities. Yet, in his other vision, he was seated within an antique shop in the lower district of Plan City State. The sounds of the street, voices and carriages, entered his ears, accentuating the tranquility within. A human girl named Nina sat opposite him, delicately consuming the most affordable cake from the lower district. He was Captain Duncan, the sovereign of the Forsaken, a mobile cataclysm upon the boundless sea. Here, he sat as an ordinary man, partaking in his breakfast, immersed in the serene depths of the common marketplace. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but he felt a perpetually suspended, uneasy part of himself gradually settling. It might have been the long-term tension of his nerves on the ghost ship, or something else entirely, but he deemed it not unfavorable. Seemingly aware of the gaze emanating from beside her, Nina, Mid-cake, abruptly looked up. She regarded Duncan with curiosity. "Uncle Duncan, aren't you going to eat?" Duncan glanced at the food on her plate. "Is that sufficient for you?" "Yes, it's enough. Consuming too many sweets is not beneficial." "Indeed." Duncan nodded, lifting the cake to take a bite. He savored the rich flavor he had not experienced in a long time, feeling the coarse sweetness gradually dissolve in his mouth, and distinctly perceiving how this body began to process the food he had consumed. A slight sense of reassurance washed over him, confirming that the situation aligned with his expectations. This body was far more functional than the temporary shell he had previously occupied. Its components were intact, and the time since death had been brief, allowing his soul to seamlessly reinvigorate the vitality within. This was in stark contrast to the previous open-hearted corpse. Now he possessed the ability to breathe. Blood coursed through his veins, and his heart was beating, albeit at a slightly slower rhythm, yet still within the realm of normalcy. He need not worry about bodily decay, nor the calculations of preservation agents, making it less likely for him to expose himself in front of ordinary people. However, one aspect still left Duncan uncertain. He was aware that this body likely harbored some illness. The negative impressions of chronic ailments were more profound than any other memories he had absorbed. Moreover, the strong liquor and painkillers he had discovered in the cabinet served as undeniable evidence. He could not ascertain what affliction this body had previously endured, as the details regarding the onset and triggers seemed like distant, hazy memories. Yet one thing was clear, at this moment, aside from the weakness imparted by an ordinary constitution. He felt no other ailments afflicting this body. Had the disease vanished? Had this body self-healed due to his passage through the spirit realm? Yet, is it not due to the limitations of the soul projected upon him that he remains oblivious to the issues plaguing his own body, while its state of health continues to deteriorate? As Duncan pondered this, he discreetly continued his meal, and then suddenly glanced at Nina, who was seated across from him. "Do you not have school today?" Nina resided in the lower district, where economic conditions were hardly favorable. However, it was evident that the city-state of Prand had progressed to a stage where basic education was widely accessible. She was currently attending a school jointly established by the church and the municipal hall, specializing in the field of steam machinery. This institution could be likened to a vocational high school, primarily aimed at supplying skilled steam artisans to factories and churches. Half of Nina's tuition was covered by her uncle, while the other half came from municipal subsidies. For a city-state that had entered the industrial era, even official support for training such craftsmen was deemed quite worthwhile. It was undeniable that these purpose-driven schools had at least addressed the issue of literacy among the common folk. Nina was a diligent student, and in her uncle's memory, she consistently achieved commendable results across all subjects. Duncan abruptly paused his actions, looking at Nina with earnestness. "Do you not think that staying here to care for someone like me would hinder many things? You could reside at the school long-term. That might be more beneficial for your studies." Nina was taken aback, staring blankly at her Uncle Duncan, and then suddenly burst into anger. "You should not speak like that. You are merely unwell. Simply adhere to the physician's advice and take your medication. Your parents entrusted you to my care." Duncan earnestly corrected, organizing his thoughts from memory as he spoke. "At that time, you were merely 6 years of age. Yet now, I am 17, Nina pouted, forcefully stabbing the last small piece of cake with her fork. "Your ability to care for yourself is even inferior to mine. If I were to truly move out, it would take you no more than 3 days to turn your room into a complete mess. In fact, you could allow me to assist in managing the shop. At the very least tidying up, as the display windows are so dirty that they are nearly obscured." Duncan listened with a hint of exasperation as the girl lectured him incessantly. He had not anticipated that a casual remark could elicit such a substantial reaction from her. Yet slowly, he found himself smiling. He sensed a warmth emanating from this girl named Nina, a warmth akin to basking in the sun, radiantly comforting. "Very well. I merely spoke in jest." He shook his head, stirring the last remnants of soup in his bowl. "This afternoon is history class. How have you been faring in your studies of history lately? Uncle Duncan, are you truly all right?" Nina exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You have never, well, at least not in the past 2 years, inquired about my affairs at school." Duncan opened his mouth, intending to speak, but the girl before him continued on her own. "We have recently been studying ancient history. Mr. Morris has been teaching us about the events following the Great Cataclysm. To be honest, it is quite fascinating. Ancient history seems to contain many elements akin to stories, far more interesting than modern and contemporary history." Duncan pondered for a moment, his expression serious. "It sounds like you are learning quite well. Let me test you. What are the concepts related to the Great Cataclysm? Today, Uncle Duncan appeared peculiar. While it was difficult to pinpoint exactly what was strange, he was certainly different from his usual self. However, Conina did not dwell on her uncle's slightly odd behavior. This innocent girl was simply delighted that Uncle Duncan had finally perked up and seemed to be in good spirits. She was thrilled that he had posed a question about something she had just mastered. With a proud smile, she began to impart the knowledge she had recently acquired. The Great Cataclysm occurred about 10,000 years ago. Although, for reasons unknown, certain ethnic groups with distinct cultural heritages, such as the Elves, the Circan, and the Gypro, record inconsistent timelines in their calendars. The archaeological community generally agrees that the Great Cataclysm transpired at the end of the Order epoch, approximately 10,000 years ago. Duncan listened calmly, yet his mind was filled with questions. Elves? Circan? Gypro? What was going on? Was it possible that humans were not the sole intelligent beings on the planet? Furthermore, were these elves the same as those he had understood in his own context? Is it possible that within the boundless sea, there exists a city-state of elves living in the age of steam industrialization? Certain bizarre images involuntarily surfaced in his mind, as Nina's voice resonated from across the way. The accounts of the Great Annihilation vary among the city-states. Yet a common thread indicates that the era of order preceding the Great Annihilation was a time far more prosperous, stable, and secure than the present. During that period, vast continents existed, and the oceans were not as boundless as they are today. There were no so-called realistic borders marking the ends of land and sea. In the early days of the deep sea era, the remnants of the old world suffered devastating blows, with nearly all of the old civilization obliterated. The ancient kingdom of Crete, which initially rose from the ruins, stands as the earliest known ancestor of civilization in the deep sea era. Although this ancient kingdom lasted less than a century, it bequeathed a wealth of legacies that significantly influenced future generations. Among these were the most rudimentary and primitive classifications of the numerous anomalies and phenomena of the deep sea era, as well as invaluable experiences for survival during this epoch. Chapter 46, Anomalies and Phenomena. The Great Annihilation marks a pivotal juncture in the history of this world, heralding the commencement of what is now referred to as the deep sea era. Based on Nina's narrative, Duncan gradually comprehended the monumental transformations that once transpired in this world, realizing that it was not always the peculiar and perilous realm it has become. According to historical records, the world prior to the Great Annihilation was a flourishing and safe paradise. In those bygone days, the ocean was not the boundless expanse it is today. The finite waters did not cover over 95% of the Earth's surface as they do now. Humanity thrived upon vast and secure lands, and even within the ocean, there were no perilous phenomena such as the spirit realm, the abyss, or the subspace. Historical texts offer scant explanation of the cataclysmic event known as the Great Annihilation. Despite the archaeological community's relentless inquiries, profound discrepancies among various city-states and cultures regarding ancient history persist. No one truly comprehends how the so-called Great Annihilation transpired, nor can they ascertain the true nature of that calamity. A shroud of chaos and obscurity enveloped that transformation, and beyond the mists lay the present era of the deep sea. A deluge of water, seemingly from nowhere, submerged over 90% of the land, compelling the remnants of civilization to establish city-states and fleets upon the scant islands and fragments of land that remained. The vast ocean and its enshrouding mists introduced peculiarities and anomalies, ominously threatening the survival of civilization to this day. Once the effects of strong spirits wane or the painkillers are exhausted, Uncle becomes exceedingly irritable, tempestuous, and hysterical. Therefore, before Duncan Uncle succumbs to another episode, she yearns to showcase her progress, hoping it might prolong his good spirits for a day or two longer. Mr. Morris possesses a profound interest in the history of the Kingdom of Crete, being an expert in the field. He has shared with us that, despite the ancient Kingdom of Crete enduring for merely a century, it was the first civilization to rise from the ruins in the wake of the deep sea era, courageously confronting the anomalies and phenomena that emerged. The experiences they painstakingly gathered over that century continue to guide the majority of people in the world today. Among the most significant of these is their method of categorizing anomalies and phenomena. Have you already grasped this classification of anomalies and phenomena? Duncan raised an eyebrow, his words laced with guidance. He had been particularly attentive during the earlier discussion and was increasingly convinced that in the eyes of ordinary individuals in this world, those irrational occurrences should be distinctly categorized. Certain entities are designated as anomalies, often assigned numbers, while others appear to be separately referred to as phenomena. diverging from his prior understanding that everything was broadly classified as anomalies. Generally speaking, anomalies tend to be smaller in scale, often confined to a specific object, an animal, or even an individual. Most anomalies can be artificially relocated, and their sphere of influence is typically limited. Many anomalies may affect only a single target at any given moment. When specific methods are employed, the majority of anomalies can also be safely sealed or isolated. Some of the more innocuous anomalies can even be utilized like tools through particular techniques. The scale of anomalies is vastly surpassed by that of phenomena. Even the smallest of these phenomena can be as large as a house, while larger manifestations may encompass entire city-states or even exceed such dimensions to an unimaginable extent. A significant portion of these phenomena cannot be relocated by human intervention. They are either anchored in place or operate according to their own volition, exerting influence far beyond that of mere anomalies. Typically, within their effective range, these phenomena possess the capacity to affect an infinite number of targets, rendering them nearly synonymous with natural occurrences, thus giving rise to the term phenomena. Unlike anomalies, nearly all phenomena cannot be sealed or controlled. They exist in the world akin to natural occurrences, operating without external interference and naturally influencing all eligible targets within their range. Given that most phenomena are perilous, the only recourse for humanity is to steer clear of these hazardous phenomena or employ specific methods to avoid becoming their effective targets. Fortunately, the most dangerous phenomena tend to remain stationary. Pioneers have helped us identify these threats, allowing us to maintain a safe distance from them. Nina spoke earnestly, then seemingly recalled something abruptly, adding quickly, by the way, the old gentleman specifically mentioned that these methods of judgment and characteristics are only generally effective. Anomalies and phenomena defy logic. Thus, no matter how much experience people accumulate, there will always be anomalies or phenomena that unexpectedly defy definition. Occasionally, anomalies and phenomena may even interchange, and there are instances where phenomena are subject to human intervention and eradication. In the year 1830, within the new city-state, an anomaly known as mycelium spiraled out of control. The local ecclesiastical guardians exerted considerable effort and resources to banish this uncontrollable aberration to a nearby island, which was later designated as a phenomenon in 1835, subsequently known as fungal isle. However, in 1844, the esteemed Saint Paladin, at the cost of his own life, contained fungal isle within his urn. Thus, the phenomenon fungal isle was disbanded that very year and reverted to being an anomaly, now referred to as Paladin's mushroom vessel, which remains sealed within the subterranean reliquary of the Grand Cathedral in the city-state of Lunsa. Duncan listened intently to Nina's narrative, his mind racing while he maintained a calm facade to mask the tumult of emotions within. In the brief span of breakfast, the intelligence he gathered surpassed the total of what he had amassed over many days aboard the Lost Homeland. Establishing communication with the land and setting up an outpost in the surface city-states was indeed a sagacious strategy. Civilized society is the repository of the majority of the world's knowledge. He instinctively gazed at the girl before him, who was still speaking, a profound understanding emerging within him. This was the accumulated wisdom of countless individuals over the ages, meticulously organized through years of refinement into a structure conducive to learning and absorption. The tomes crafted the most intricate nutritional packages of knowledge, designed to enable a blank slate of a person to swiftly transform into a cog in the machinery of society, all within the least expenditure of time and effort. Even Nina, who has always been passionate about learning, could not grasp the profound significance of knowledge as Duncan, the outsider, could. She remained oblivious to Duncan's thoughts, merely recalling what her esteemed history teacher had once imparted in class. This principle, often referred to by scholars as the eternal zero law, is universally acknowledged as the foremost rule in all related fields of literature and research. Consequently, the renowned law of permanent anomalies and deviations was proposed, a law that has yet to be broken to this day. Chapter 47. Before the icon, Nina felt elated, for it had been a long time since she had shared a meal with Uncle Duncan in such a normal manner, discussing the happenings at school, and she had not witnessed a smile on his face for ages. Although Uncle Duncan continued to support her education and sustain his most basic living needs, Nina sensed that the vibrancy of the future had gradually faded from this familiar and cherished little establishment, dissipating amidst the strong spirits, pills, and the ominous gatherings of suspicious acquaintances that he associated with. Duncan, too, felt a sense of joy, for he had finally accessed more information about this world and touched upon its historical context. even if it was merely a fragment, granting him a delightful sense of clarity amidst the fog. The utterly lost epic of prehistoric order, the cataclysmic event that reshaped the very fabric of existence. The enduring era of the deep sea, and the anomalies and phenomena that permeate the globe. These concepts, once entirely foreign or only vaguely understood, now began to take on a clearer form. As breakfast concluded, Nina rose to tidy up the dishes, her movement swift and adept, revealing her familiarity with such household tasks. It was evident that she often engaged in these chores, and she was also responsible for the upstairs bedroom, a person beset by grave illness, who had succumbed to despair and devoted most of his energy and passion to a cult, would undoubtedly not partake in such undertakings. Yet, observing the girl's industriousness, Duncan could no longer restrain himself. He stood up and took the large tray from Nina's hands, saying, "Allow me to carry this for you. It seems burdensome to ascend the stairs alone." Nina looked at Duncan in surprise, and just as she was about to utter another word, he had already taken strides towards the staircase. The girl hurried to follow, cautioning him from behind. "Uncle, please be careful. The doctor mentioned your condition is still unstable." She continued to murmur her concerns as they ascended to the second floor, heading towards the kitchen, aware that at the very least, he ought to heed the doctor's advice regarding his health. Mid-sentence, a sudden flurry of wings interrupted her thoughts. Both she and Duncan turned toward the source of the sound, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting through the ajar door of the master bedroom. "Uncle Duncan, something just flashed past in your room," Nina exclaimed in surprise, then stepped forward to grasp the doorknob. "Could it be the cat next door?" "Oh, don't." Duncan barely managed to utter before he noticed Nina had already pushed open the ajar door, revealing a pigeon that had been hiding within. I.E. was perched atop a cabinet, one claw clutching a French fry as it stuffed it into its beak. The sudden opening of the door rendered the pigeon motionless, frozen in the act of eating, its two beady green eyes staring blankly at Nina and then at the wall beside her. When it finally caught sight of Duncan, it flapped its wings twice, producing a loud commotion. "Ah, coo?" Duncan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he noticed the window nearby wide open, clearly IE's escape route. In the distance, a sunlit dock could be faintly seen. A pigeon? Nina finally grasped the situation, astonished as she gazed at IE on the cabinet. "Uncle Duncan, there's a pigeon in your room." "I see it," Duncan replied, his expression impassive. "I don't know it." IE immediately dropped the French fry and fluttered over, landing on Duncan's shoulder and bobbing its head. "Well, it must have flown in this morning," Duncan sighed. "It's probably a domesticated pigeon that isn't very bright. I fed it a bit, and now it won't leave." IE listened intently, emitting a loud coo. Had it not been for the presence of outsiders, and given Duncan's prior command, the bird would have undoubtedly begun to vocalize loudly at this moment. Yet, Nina harbored no doubts regarding her uncle's assertion. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the pigeon. Cautiously, she approached, observing the bird's reactions while inquiring of Duncan, "So, will you keep it? May I care for it?" The girl's thoughts were vividly reflected on her face. In her eyes, IE was merely a beautiful and endearing white dove. IE tilted its head, glancing at Duncan, emitting a questioning coo from its throat. Duncan suddenly realized that the bird was perhaps more comprehensible in its silence than when it vocalized. After a brief moment of feigned hesitation, he finally nodded. "Yes, but only if the pigeon is willing to stay. It may take flight at any moment, so do not lament if it chooses to leave." Nina's face instantly brightened with joy. "That's wonderful. I knew Uncle Duncan. You were truly a reasonable person." In the central prayer chamber of the deep-sea cathedral, Bishop Valentine, adorned in a black robe with golden patterns, stood solemnly before the statue of the storm goddess. Tall and slender, with sparse white hair, his gaze was as tranquil as the depths of the ocean. The grand candelabrum within the prayer room quietly burns, its sanctified flames illuminating the chamber. The statue of the goddess Gemona rises majestically upon its pedestal, her visage obscured by a veil of black, while a long gown adorned with intricate wave patterns cascades down to the edge of the platform. Despite being merely a stone effigy, the divine essence is palpably manifested. The entire statue radiates an overwhelming presence. Anyone standing in its vicinity can sense a subtle yet profound awareness, a feeling of being watched and safeguarded. This sensation of vigilance and protection is genuine, and it is under this very gaze and shelter that Vanna, who has come to consult the bishop, finds the courage to recount the visions she has encountered in her dreams. If what you witnessed in your dreams is indeed accurate, then it must be the Lost Homeland. Bishop Valentine of the city-state turned to regard the young adjudicator who had sought him out early in the morning. Although the adjudicator, who oversees martial matters, and the bishop, who presides over rites, hold equal standing within the ecclesiastical hierarchy, it is customary for the adjudicator to seek counsel or guidance from the bishop when confronted with extraordinary events. So it truly is the Lost Homeland? Despite having a premonition, Vanna could not suppress her wide-eyed astonishment upon hearing the bishop's assessment. I had thought. You thought that vessel was merely a legend, akin to the myriad of ghost ship tales spun by anxious sailors in taverns? Valentine understood what Vanna wished to convey. The elderly man, with his thinning white hair, shook his head solemnly. The existence of the Lost Homeland was an acknowledged reality by all city-states and the church. It was not merely a legend, but a fact documented within the church's records. I am aware that the Lost Homeland indeed once existed. The archives of the Pran city-state even contain partial blueprints and construction records of that vessel from over a century ago. However, all these verifiable documents pertain solely to the time when the ship sailed through the tangible world, and when Captain Duncan was still a human being. Vanna spoke with a grave tone, her gaze fixed on the holy icon behind the bishop, growing increasingly cautious as she mentioned certain terms. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the ship was explicitly recorded as having plunged into subspace a century ago. Thousands of fugitives from the 13 islands of Wiserland witnessed the vessel being engulfed along with their homeland, descending into the shadows of subspace. In the decades that followed, despite numerous eyewitness accounts claiming to have seen the Lost Homeland re-emerge in the tangible world, substantial evidence remained elusive, leading many scholars to question the ship's return. The young adjudicator glanced at the elder as she spoke. Is it truly possible for something consumed by subspace to reappear in the tangible realm? Regarding future updates, I would like to mention that the norm will continue to be double updates. However, there will be 1 or 2 days each week dedicated to single updates to facilitate a restoration of balance, tentatively scheduled for Mondays and Tuesdays. Having dedicated over a decade to writing, I've accumulated numerous habits, and maintaining this level of output is becoming increasingly challenging. Therefore, my updated posting schedule will be single updates on Mondays and Tuesdays, with double updates prevailing for the remainder of the week. I will endeavor to uphold this pattern for as long as possible. Regarding future updates, before the effigy of Gamora, the storm goddess, the blessed candles burned serenely, and celestial light cascaded from the dome, enveloping the city-state's bishop, clad in ebon vestments, as if bathed in divine grace. Bishop Valentine, thus illuminated, raised his gaze to meet Vanna's unwavering gray eyes. His words, imbued with an almost sorcerous quality, evoked the gentle susurrus of ocean waves within Vanna's mind, followed by thunderous reverberations. With external assistance, the goddess's power shattered the barrier that had veiled her consciousness. Inquisitor, your subconscious denial of the forsaken ship's existence is the very proof of its reality. It appears it is indeed encroaching upon the borders of civilized lands. Vanna felt a film of perspiration on her brow, yet the veil that had obscured her connection to the goddess seemed to have dissipated, bringing a sense of relief. The city-state's bishop's words made her realize the extent of the situation. She had been subtly influenced by the forsaken ship. This is precisely the characteristic shared by many entities or anomalies with terrifying tendencies. They induce cognitive dissonance in those who encounter them, leading to subconscious neglect and denial, resulting in an ever-increasing influence that goes unnoticed. As a judge frequently engaged with extraordinary powers, Vanna possesses profound knowledge in this area. However, she never anticipated that she herself could fall into such a psychological trap, her formidable willpower proving utterly ineffective. A chill ran through Vanna's heart. Had anyone else involved in that operation reported similar experiences? No reports had been received. All case files only documented matters related to the Dark Solar Heresy. Beneath the goddess's statue, the bishop gazed at Vanna, who in turn fixed her gaze upon him. It seemed we had pinpointed the initial moment of contamination. The bishop exhaled softly, his expression remaining serene, yet his eyes brewed a storm of potent energy. In the name of our Lord, Gamona, Judge, is your memory of that night still vivid and intact? The bishop nodded, turning to ignite a specially crafted incense. As he placed the bronze censer at the foot of the statue, he calmly inquired, what transpired at that time? She had been murmuring this question throughout her journey, and all the guardians accompanying her echoed the phrase in hushed tones. Not a single person perceived anything amiss. The ethereal flames descend upon the soul, rendering the corporeal purification through severed limbs ineffective. What one receives is merely a deceptive solace. The appropriate course of action is to promptly ignite the incense. Anoint the ground with holy oil to establish a temporary sanctuary. and subsequently invoke the divine power of the goddess through a prayer ritual to effectuate the purification of the spirit. It is my fault, Vanna spoke with a heavy tone. I ought to have been more vigilant and astute. It is a misstep, yet not an error, the elder replied, shaking his head. You possess formidable strength. Yet as a judge, your experience remains somewhat lacking. Fortunately, you have now extricated yourself from the influence, indicating that the contamination lingering on that offering was not overly potent. It merely imposed a psychological interference upon you. Through the recent incense ritual, I can roughly ascertain its intensity. At this juncture, he paused, seemingly weighing and assessing something. The guardians who accompanied you at that time were likely affected to a lesser extent. They merely stood around you. And the influence they experienced should dissipate swiftly with the prayers conducted in the church. Overall, while the contamination you faced was perilous and peculiar, the severance from its source renders the subsequent effects less daunting. Based on your recent performance and the incense's feedback, even had you not come today, you would have discerned something amiss in a few days. More pressing than this is our concern for the future. The future. Vanna echoed the bishop's final word, her expression gradually growing grave. Indeed, the future. This matter is far from concluded. The visions heralded by the prophetic dream signify a warning from the goddess, suggesting that the experiences one currently encounters may merely be the prelude to an impending tempest. Bishop Valentine spoke slowly, turning to gaze upon the statue of the storm goddess. A century ago, the ship Lost Homeland plunged into the depths of subspace, although there is no definitive evidence. Numerous eyewitness accounts have noted that a fierce storm lingered in the nearby waters at that time. The vessel's descent was undoubtedly influenced by this storm. The storm embodies the dominion of our Lord. Vanna furrowed her brow. Do you believe Captain Duncan seeks to exact vengeance upon the divine? It is hard to say. Even the specters returning from subspace would find it unfathomable to seek retribution against a deity. The divine resides in the realm of gods, a realm concealed above our reality, and all things in the world follow the principle of descending from the higher echelons of existence. Never have I heard of anyone capable of ascending to a realm beyond reality, the divine realm. However, if Captain Duncan intends to seek vengeance through the earthly agents of our Lord, the possibility becomes significant. The sacred storm cathedral traverses the boundless seas, representing the Lord's oversight of the world, often navigating hidden routes, rendering it elusive to all. In contrast, the city-state of Prand is, apart from the storm cathedral, the most prominent anchor of faith for the storm goddess in the mortal realm, a place accessible to all who seek its spiritual refuge. Chapter 49. The approaching clouds. The deities reside in a divine realm, distanced from the tangible world. Humanity believes that this extraordinary dimension serves as the cornerstone of existence. However, contrary to common understanding, this cornerstone is not situated at the base of the world, but rather at the pinnacle of all dimensions. The ancient kingdom of Crete, in its surviving texts, articulates its perception of the world structure. The cornerstone rests at the summit, safeguarded by eternal truths and order, with the divine realm embedded within, existing perpetually. Descending from the divine realm lies the reality inhabited by sentient beings, where the denizens of the earthly plane bask in the residual glow of order, thriving in a relatively stable and prosperous world. Further down from reality, one encounters the ethereal realm, gradually deviating from mortal comprehension, where divine blessings have become scarce and twisted. Grotesque powers begin to prevail. Beneath the ethereal realm lies the unfathomable depths of the abyss, uninhabitable by life and dominated by bizarre forces, which can no longer be considered part of the material world, resembling instead a reflection of the void. Beyond this abyss lies the ultimate depth of the world, the subspace where the shadows of all things dwell, teeming with the extreme dangers posed by ancient gods and various malevolent entities that inhabit the subspace. In the annals of the ancient kingdom of Crete, it is chronicled that the deities established a covenant within the cornerstone, a pact that serves as the very foundation and guiding principle of all earthly laws. This order cascades forth, delineating the mechanisms of the world's operation, permeating all that exists within the mortal realm. Yet, as one descends deeper, the power of this order begins to wane, gradually yielding to the supremacy of the subspace. The cornerstone and the subspace stand as the dual extremities of existence, with order flowing unidirectionally between them. This is an ancient gift bequeathed to humanity by a magnificent civilization that flourished a millennium ago during the age of the deep sea. Throughout the ages, countless scholars have devoted their lives to the study of this layered structure, yet none have uncovered any flaws within this model. which has now been universally acknowledged as the standard model of the world. However, on another note, the existence of the Lost Homeland aligns with the classical discourse regarding anomalies and phenomena, the law of permanent disarray of anomalies and phenomena. Regardless, Bishop Valentine and Vanna both regard the ghostly captain as incapable of exacting vengeance upon the goddess of storms, even if he harbored such intentions. For the cornerstone and the tangible world are discontinuous, unlike the seamless descent that exists between the realms of reality and the spirit world, or the profound depths of the ocean. No scholar has yet discovered evidence of a direct connection between the cornerstone and the tangible realm. Even the deities can only exert their influence indirectly through projections or similar means. How, then, could a ghost ship possibly launch a counteroffensive against the divine dominion? Since seeking vengeance directly from the storm goddess proves futile, the only remaining recourse lies with her earthly devotees. The Storm Cathedral, as the headquarters of the Deep-Sea Church, is akin to a pilgrimage ark, stealthily navigating the boundless seas, appearing and vanishing without a trace. The Pope, who presides over the ark, wields the formidable power of the storm on behalf of the deity, rendering him a rather elusive target. Thus, the openly accessible city-state of Prander, firmly anchored upon the waves and with its clear objectives, emerges as a more viable option. 80% of its populace are fervent adherents of the storm goddess. But what precisely does the ghostly captain intend to do? After a brief pause, she added, "In the dream I had last night, I witnessed the burning sun alongside the Lost Homeland appearing in Prander. The simultaneous arrival of these two calamities may well be a portent from the goddess. Yet, let us not forget, at the underground altar, the tainted sacrifice slew the priest of the dark sun. That individual was a baptized messenger." The bishop shook his head, noting that at least within that sacrificial setting, the Lost Homeland and the dark sun appeared to be in opposition. For a moment, Vanna remained silent, ensnared in contemplation by the bishop's words, while the elderly man opposite her resumed speaking after a brief silence, regarding the worshippers of the dark sun. "I received some intelligence this morning from the city-state of Lunsa." Vanna immediately lifted her gaze. Intelligence? The heretics of the sun are not merely resurfacing in Prand. Recently, they have stirred in numerous city-states. A significant number of these heretics have recently transited through Linsa and Mocha Port, converging towards Prand. Some have been captured. And the archbishop nodded thoughtfully. During the interrogations, these heretics mentioned the fragments of the sun. The fragments of the sun. Remnants that fell away after the disintegration of the true sun god. Vanna suddenly realized. They believe a piece of the sun's fragment is hidden in Prand. It appears so. Though the source of this information remains uncertain, it could very well be a revelation they gleaned in their madness. In any case, they are now firmly convinced that a part of their master's remains lies within this city. Bishop Valentine maintained a composed demeanor. While they regard this as a beacon of hope for the resurrection of the dark sun, those lunatics, Vanna could not help but mutter under her breath. How many lives have they already sacrificed in their quest to resurrect that blasphemous dark sun? The dark sun is our term. In their eyes, the sun god radiates light, embodying the truest order. One cannot expect those deranged cultists, drenched in blood, to possess any semblance of conscience. Valentine shook his head, asserting that they are utterly convinced that their words and deeds are just. When dealing with them, only two forms of communication prove effective: firepower and weight. Listening to the bishop's remarks, which bore the hallmark of the Deep-Sea Church, Vanna's lips quivered slightly. It seems we have much work ahead of us. The boundless sea is never tranquil, and the city-state exists within this vast expanse. Captains must confront the tempest of the ocean, Valentine remarked, while we must contend with the storms unleashed by the folly of worldly fools. Be prepared, Judge. The city-state of Prand will likely face a formidable challenge. Two challenges. Vanna interjected earnestly. In addition to the followers of the Black Sun, there is a sinister and terrifying ghost captain. If the Lost Homeland and the Black Sun are not aligned, our troubles will multiply. Bishop Valentine pondered for a moment. Perhaps there is another possibility. Given the situation at the sewer sacrificial site, it's conceivable that the Lost Homeland might engage in conflict with the followers of the Black Sun. With a sigh, Valentine conceded that Vanna was correct. Ultimately, our immediate task is to collaborate with the sheriff's forces to apprehend the heretics infiltrating the city-state and neutralize the threat posed by the Black Sun before it escalates. This is a more attainable goal, Vanna articulated. After freeing herself from the mental disturbances caused by the Lost Homeland and stepping into her area of expertise, her thoughts became markedly more vibrant. As for that ghost ship, we remain unaware of its forthcoming actions, leaving us with no means to act. For now, We must ensure vigilant monitoring of the spirit realm and the waters surrounding the city-state. At this point, the young judge shook her head, her expression a blend of seriousness and resignation. Damn it. Who could possibly predict what a ghost captain might intend next? I'd like to add some more ketchup. Duncan called across the table to Nina, gesturing for her to pass it over. I'll handle it myself. Nina promptly handed over the ketchup. All right, Uncle Duncan. It was now noon, and Duncan and Nina were enjoying lunch in the quaint little kitchen on the second floor. The meal, a simple yet local delicacy from Prand, consisted of savory pancakes accompanied by either ketchup or hot sauce, alongside a hearty vegetable soup. While it may not be considered a gourmet feast, both Duncan and Nina savored every bite. It had been a considerable time since Duncan had indulged in such a regular lunch, and Nina, too, had not experienced a meal in such a conventional manner for quite a while. Duncan found himself growing fond of this place. Chapter 50, The Public Manifestation After Lunch. Duncan observed as Nina tidied up the dining table. He intended to assist with the dishes, but she insisted he refrain from contact with cold water, citing his health as the reason. Thus, he leaned against the staircase, perusing the newspaper he had purchased that morning while watching the girl busily at work in the kitchen. This seemingly ordinary scene of domestic life evoked a peculiar feeling within him. Just then, Nina's voice floated from the kitchen. Uncle Duncan, is there any news in the paper? Duncan glanced down at the newspaper, first noting the date, August 14th, 1900, in the New Commonwealth. He then saw the headline about the church's magistrate leading the arrest of dozens of cultists. Undoubtedly the most significant news on the front page. The text mentions that the judge led a team to apprehend dozens of solar heretics, casually remarking that this was the largest heretical gathering the church had successfully dismantled in the past 4 years. Following this, there were reminders for citizens to be vigilant about nighttime safety and to discern heretical beliefs around them. I heard about it on my way here. Nina swiftly placed the clean dishes into the cupboard, expressing her shock. I had previously heard from my teacher that those who worship the sun could even commit acts of human sacrifice to their solar deity. Who could possibly be so deranged as to believe in such a cult? Duncan found himself at a loss for words, as whatever he said felt too delicate. Should he mention that he had recently immersed himself in a sacrificial experience at that altar? Or should he confess that his uncle was indeed such a maniacal cultist? However, one thing was evident from Nina's reaction. It was clear that she was unaware of the truth about her uncle being a solar heretic. She possessed a worldview as normal as any ordinary person, believing that the worship of the sun, involving human sacrifice, was a horrifying notion. In her perspective, her uncle was merely a somewhat irritable man suffering from illness, prone to alcoholism, with some rather peculiar friends. The body she inhabited may have belonged to a blood-soaked wretch, but at the very least, he had raised Nina up to this point and had thus far kept her sheltered from the faith of the solar deity. Perhaps one day in the future, a cultist named Ron will indeed descend into the abyss, dragging his last remaining kin into that endless chasm. Yet, at least until today, such a fate has not transpired. Nor shall it in the future. No, Duncan, slightly lost in thought, shook his head in realization. What you say is true. It is indeed a profoundly disturbing matter. The newspaper also urged citizens to remain vigilant and report any heretical behaviors they observe. During this period, it would be wise to refrain from wandering outside of school and home. Nina nodded in agreement but then gasped softly, her expression betraying uncertainty. But I have arranged to meet with classmates. We're scheduled to visit the museum in a couple of days. The museum? Duncan inquired casually. Which museum are you referring to? It's the Marine Museum near the school, close to the edge of the upper town, Nina explained. I heard they are currently showcasing coastal mineral specimens. Is that all right? If you wish to go, then by all means, Duncan contemplated before nodding in affirmation. Given the presence of church guardians and the patrols of the city constables, those cultists are unlikely to be audacious enough to make an appearance in the coming days. Nina beamed with delight. Yes. Are you going to school this afternoon? Duncan asked again. In the afternoon, there was a history class, and Nina expressed her eagerness not to miss Mr. Morris's lecture, a renowned expert in the field of history. However, she pondered why such a distinguished figure would choose to teach at a public school in the lower district rather than at a university in the upper district. Most of her classmates had little interest in history, often dozing off during his lectures. Duncan shrugged nonchalantly. How would I know? It was amusing. Not only was Mr. Morris unfamiliar with Nina, but he also struggled to recall the location of the public school she attended, requiring several hours of mental gymnastics. Even the original owner of this body likely had a limited understanding of his niece's current situation having been deeply entrenched in the son's heretical beliefs for far too long. With classes awaiting her in the afternoon, Nina did not linger in the antique shop after lunch. She quickly gathered her belongings, including the textbook she had forgotten at home, and dashed out. The journey from the antique shop to the public school in the lower district took nearly an hour, and she was determined to utilize every moment to avoid being tardy for Mr. Morris's class. Although public transportation was available in the city, even in the relatively underdeveloped lower district, with steam-powered trams and buses traversing the streets, these required a fare of 4 to 6 pesos. Nina cheerfully informed Duncan that jogging was beneficial for one's health. If there existed a bicycle, her journey to school would become significantly more effortless. Duncan had observed individuals riding such a mode of transportation on the streets of the downtown area, in a society that had already developed steam machinery. A bicycle, a product of industrialization, was not prohibitively expensive for the average person. However, for the residents of the lower district, it was decidedly not affordable. Even the most basic bicycle might cost a family of 3.5 months to a month's worth of living expenses, thus presenting a considerable burden. Duncan was uncertain about the trajectory of the identity he currently occupied, but as he watched Nina sprinting away, disappearing around a street corner, he felt a persistent inclination to treat the young lady with kindness, particularly in light of the vegetable soup and savory pancakes she had previously offered him. Moreover, she was a diligent and eager student. Perhaps he ought to reflect upon potential avenues for earning a livelihood within this civilized city-state. As various thoughts swirled in his mind, he set aside the newspaper he held and slowly ambled to the end of the second-floor corridor. Upon opening the narrow window, he gazed absently at the sunlit streets below. In this world, the extraordinary and the anomalous had long coexisted with the march of civilization. Neither the authorities nor the church concealed matters pertaining to the supernatural from the populace. Even young students like Nina were able to learn directly from their textbooks about phenomena related to the extraordinary. She was well informed about the classification standards of anomalies and phenomena that had been passed down from the ancient Minoan civilization and still in use today. She even knew the publicly recognized numbers and names of certain anomalies and phenomena whose patterns had been partially elucidated. Indeed, this body of knowledge is publicly accessible to society, albeit not in its entirety. The authorities of various city-states, along with the church, acknowledge a list that assigns unique identifiers to the most renowned or perilous anomalies and phenomena. These identifiers are not immutable. Under certain circumstances, some anomalies or phenomena may be eradicated or transformed for a myriad of reasons, leading to the reassignment or vacancy of their identifiers. Nevertheless, irrespective of these changes, one certainty prevails: anomalies and phenomena endowed with independent identifiers and names possess distinct dangers or formidable strengths. The authorities have disclosed a portion of these anomalies and phenomena to ensure that every citizen is aware of these specific dangers, fostering a collective understanding of self-preservation. Additionally, this disclosure arises from the proximity of certain anomalies and phenomena to everyday life. Duncan lifted his gaze, silently observing the sky. Phenomenon 001, the sun. This colossal luminary traversing the heavens, a magnificent phenomenon that dominated the skies during the age of the deep sea, emerged on the morning following the collapse of the ancient kingdom of Crete. Its influence spans the globe, its reach boundless, operating and moving autonomously, impervious to human intervention, thus fulfilling the definition of a phenomenon. Historical records recount the tumultuous seas on the day of the kingdom's fall, cities shattered, and the entire inaugural dynasty perishing heroically in darkness, their blood saturating the ocean. It was then that Phenomenon 001 ascended from the depths, ushering in the tranquility of daylight upon the boundless sea. The ancient kingdom of Crete, the first city-state civilization established by survivors following the onset of the deep-sea era, endured for a mere century yet bequeathed a plethora of legacies that continue to enrich our existence. The term Crete in ancient tongues signifies eternal night, representing a century-long shroud of darkness. All of this is chronicled within Nina's history textbook. Chapter 51. Dual Operation Nevertheless. There are those who tirelessly endeavor to compile the historical records that have persisted since the Great Cataclysm, striving to discern the authentic visage of history from the fragmented and often contradictory documents of various city-states. Unfortunately, whether due to the complete severance of lineage or the chaotic discrepancies recorded by each city-state, humanity has yet to uncover a more coherent and credible historical account predating the Great Cataclysm. The true nature of the world during the Age of Order remains shrouded in mystery. However, it is fortunate that the world following the ancient kingdom of Crete boasts a relatively clear historical lineage. Despite the rise and fall, diffusion and fission of city-states across the boundless sea, the continuity of civilization itself has never been severed. The memories of the ancient kingdom persist, whether inscribed in tomes, etched upon monolithic stones, or passed down through ancient, secretive families and societies. While much has been lost, threads of continuity remain. Scholars posit that the endurance of civilization during the deep-sea era, even under the most adverse conditions, owes more than half of its success to the radiant miracle illuminating the world, Anomaly 001, the Sun. This is, indeed, the most potent and far-reaching anomaly known to humankind. Due to its immense scale and the seemingly natural nature of its existence, many scholars debate whether the Sun itself constitutes an anomaly or a natural phenomenon. However, the earliest record keepers after the fall of the ancient kingdom of Crete, the survivors of that realm, referred to it simply as Anomaly 001. This ancient designation has been passed down through the ages, remaining unchanged to this day. Evidently, not all anomalies are malevolent or harmful. Anomaly 001 has bestowed safety upon this world for half of its time. During the daylight illuminated by the sun, the pollution arising from the depths of the earth is almost entirely suppressed beneath sea level. It is precisely due to the stability of this daylight that various city-state civilizations have been able to flourish to their present state. According to the records left by the ancient kingdom of Crete, in the century preceding the emergence of Anomaly 001, the entire world was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the cold, dim glow of the primordial night for 100 years. Thus, the people of the ancient kingdom referred to their land as the eternal night, and even designated their era with the same term. Duncan stood pensively before the narrow window, contemplating the world bathed in sunlight. What was the world like before the great annihilation? Did this realm ever bask under the sun's warmth before that dreadful century of eternal night descended? It is conceivable that there are indeed remnants, for despite the considerable omissions and contradictions in the ancient records of various city-states, one commonality prevails. The era of order was a time of illumination, security, and prosperity. Nonetheless, that era of abundance and radiance has long since faded. The present boundless ocean is illuminated by Phenomenon 001, a fact universally acknowledged, for which humankind expresses gratitude for the daylight it bestows. Thus, within this contextual backdrop, the zealots who venerate the ancient, authentic sun, using it as a means to assail the contemporary sun in the heavens, derisively labeling it a false sun, appear exceedingly dogmatic and distorted, rendering them intolerable to society. Their attacks extend beyond mere celestial bodies. They assault the very foundation upon which human civilization has persevered since the deep-sea era. Yet Duncan understands that the sun worshipped by these zealots may indeed resonate with the true visage of the sun that existed prior to the Great Cataclysm. From a certain perspective, these zealots possess fragments of authentic history. Regrettably, that veritable history has become the wellspring of their distortions in this age. Duncan does not harbor beliefs that the grand aspirations of these zealots can be realized, nor does he believe that they can conjure a blazing fusion star through the sacrifice of living beings. The distortions of this world far exceed imagination. The deep-sea era's manifestation is not merely explicable by the absence of a star. The night sky here is devoid of even a single star. A pigeon alighted upon his shoulder, tilting its head. Who was calling the fleet? Duncan disregarded the bird and approached the bedside, where he discovered the sun emblem he had previously concealed in the corner of the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to the cabinet, opened its door, and retrieved 2 bottles of spirits from a drawer dedicated to strong liquor. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something affixed to the bottles. Curiosity piqued. He rotated one of them to reveal a small note inscribed in Nina's handwriting, "Drink less." It appeared that the note had been affixed for quite some time. Each bottle bore its own note, none of which had proven effective. If possible, he should attempt to bring them aboard the Lost Homestead. The dove immediately flapped its wings, emitting a triumphant sound. "Dear, it's express shipping." Duncan nodded, allowing himself to recline in a comfortable position as he began to prepare for the transit. He had been away from the Lost Homestead for far too long, although the vessel would not encounter any issues without his oversight. A captain could not remain confined to his quarters indefinitely. Based on his perceptions of the Lost Homestead during his time here, it seemed feasible. While occupying this fresh corporeal form, the connection between himself and the essence of the Lost Homestead felt distinctly stronger and more stable, instilling him with confidence and inspiration. As his thoughts settled, Duncan exhaled gently and a flickering emerald flame ignited upon his shoulder. Amidst the crackling sounds, the dove, AIE, transformed instantaneously into its spectral avian form, the brass compass on its chest snapping open with a resounding click. Duncan's consciousness swiftly traversed this course, and in the blink of an eye, he felt his primary awareness awaken in the captain's quarters of the Lost Homeland. Yet, before completely extricating himself from that abyss of darkness, he forcibly applied the brakes, leveraging his mastery over the ethereal flame and his own soul, in an attempt to preserve the tenuous connection between himself and the antique shop. In the captain's quarters of the Lost Homeland, Duncan gradually opened his eyes. He lowered his gaze to examine his hands and then surveyed his surroundings, where familiar furnishings greeted him, accompanied by the soothing sound of the ocean waves. Slowly rising from his chair, he sensed, deep within his consciousness, the distinct sensation of another body. A smile gradually graced Duncan's face as he endeavored, according to his understanding, to perceive and control his other corporeal form situated within the antique shop through that faint connection. After several attempts, the proprietor of the antique shop, lying quietly on the second floor of Plunder City, abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, the body on the bed began to turn its head with a stiff expression, surveying the room like a zombie. It then gradually moved its limbs, as if forcing a rusted machine into motion, attempting to animate itself. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would likely be compelled to seek the nearby constable, reporting that someone had been possessed by an evil spirit. Viewed from another perspective, such a report might not be without merit. In the captain's quarters of the Lost Homeland, Duncan found himself entangled in a web of peculiar thoughts while awkwardly attempting to remotely control his physical form, which lay dormant in the city-state of Prand. After several attempts, he succeeded in coaxing the body to rise from the bed. However, the moment he achieved this, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, causing the body to collapse onto the floor. Chapter 52. The captain is away simultaneously focusing on two perspectives and controlling two distinct bodies engaged in entirely separate actions was an exhilarating yet formidable challenge for Duncan. Nevertheless, he felt a burgeoning confidence that, given time and practice, he would master this dual tasking skill. Once he ensured that the body in the antique shop was properly situated and allocated a portion of his attention there, Duncan finally exhaled with relief. Establishing a connection with his remote physical form after navigating the spiritual realm was of utmost importance. It directly influenced the stability of his hard-won foothold in the civilized world. With this matter settled, his spirits lifted, allowing him to redirect his focus to other concerns. At that moment, a flurry of wings drew near, and the pigeon IE swiftly approached Duncan, puffing out its chest with an air of profound pride. The delivery was a success. Duncan's gaze drifted beyond the pigeon to the surface of the table behind it, where a pale golden sun emblem and 2 bottles of strong liquor lay quietly. A smile gradually illuminated Duncan's face, blossoming into a radiant grin. It was indeed feasible. Transporting goods alongside this pigeon during its ethereal journey was entirely possible. Not only extraordinary items, but also mundane objects could be conveyed. With a satisfied smile, he rose to collect several items from the table, first inspecting the sun emblem. Confirming the faint flow of power still coursing through the extraordinary artifact, its might thoroughly claimed and transformed by a spiritual flame. Next, he picked up one of the bottles of liquor, removed the cap, and inhaled deeply, instantly engulfed by the potent aroma. Duncan cast a glance at IE, who had begun to strut proudly across the table. Efficient, high quality, and with free shipping, he found himself growing fond of this whimsical pigeon. The pigeon, noticing its master's gaze, promptly darted to Duncan's side, pecking at the table and loudly clamoring, "Get some fries. Get some fries." Currently, there are no fries available on the ship. However, I believe this will soon cease to be an issue. Duncan cheerfully grasped the pigeon in his hands, locking eyes with its emerald orbs. Though he remained uncertain about the limitations of material transmission, whether it was confined to inanimate objects and whether there might be occurrences of packet loss, this required further testing. The pigeon pondered for a moment, tilting its head. Packet loss? Oh dear, the page has vanished. Indeed, that was precisely what he feared. The very name evoked a sense of unreliability. Duncan's thoughts began to wander. The fact that the pigeon had successfully transmitted more items to the Lost Haven invigorated him, inspiring a multitude of operational possibilities beyond mere resupply runs to the ship. Yet, the bird's erratic intellect and faulty logic rendered him hesitant to fully place his trust in it. After much contemplation, he concluded that additional tests were necessary before establishing a reliable supply line between the Lost Haven and the mainland. With a tentative plan now forming in his mind, Duncan finally rose from his chair, striding towards the door leading to the chart room. However, after taking just 2 steps, he halted. His movements were agile and powerful, devoid of any fatigue or sluggishness, as though he had merely been seated at the table for a brief moment. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had been away from the Lost Haven for over a day, while traversing the spirit realm. His physical form had remained in the captain's quarters, perpetually maintaining the posture of sitting at the table. Duncan attentively attuned himself to his limbs and core, and through a precise comprehension of his bodily condition, he could almost ascertain that this corporeal vessel remained in the same state as when he traversed the spirit realm. It was as if, at the moment consciousness departed, this body had succumbed to a certain stasis. Was this the unique power of Captain Duncan? Or perhaps, given that his essence was now akin to that of a specter, he experienced an unyielding fatiguelessness? His curiosity stirred, yet he found no clarity. He had begun to unravel the historical tapestry of this world, understanding the rise and fall of civilizational city-states. Yet he remained unable to decipher the enigma that lay within himself. Nevertheless, this peculiar condition appeared to be a boon. The body required minimal maintenance, thereby allowing him to allocate a portion of his focus to other endeavors. Duncan was a man of remarkable perspective, adept at setting aside those enigmas that eluded resolution. After reconciling his thoughts, he approached the entrance and pushed open the door leading to the chart room. The oak door creaked softly, shattering the tranquility within. In the next moment, the wooden goat's head adorning the edge of the navigation table emitted a series of crackling sounds as it swiftly turned towards the source of the noise. Under its hollow gaze, it slowly articulated, "Name? Ah." Captain Duncan's blend of sternness and humor remained ever present. "You have been informed that all is well aboard the ship. Your loyal subordinate has flawlessly executed the helm duties you entrusted. Moreover, Miss Alice has visited twice, though neither occasion was particularly significant. Once she got into a scuffle with the ropes, and another time with the anchor line." Duncan was initially poised to traverse the chart room to inspect the deck, but he halted abruptly upon hearing the words of Goathead, his expression one of incredulity. Why would she engage in conflict with ropes and anchor lines? While traversing the spirit realm, he could perceive the happenings aboard the Lost Homeland, yet he did not devote much attention to it, only vaguely sensing Alice meandering about the ship in her explorations. How was it that, during his absence, she managed to create such a lively atmosphere aboard? Duncan mused silently. Just as Goathead was halfway through his statement, a sudden flurry of footsteps erupted on the deck outside, followed by the captain's cabin door being flung open. Alice rushed in. Breathless, "Mr. Goathead, why do the cannonballs in the ammunition store keep rolling about without allowing me to?" Duncan cast a quiet glance at Alice. She, too, noticed him standing by the navigation table, her demeanor stiff and awkward in his presence. "Well, this marks the 3rd time," Goathead sighed at the navigation table. "This time she's at odds with the cannonballs. I must admit, Miss Alice's acclimatization process aboard the ship may have indeed been a touch too lively." Duncan nodded, his expression serene, seemingly suggesting that she had quite the enjoyable time in his absence. Alice. Chapter 53, Offspring. During her absence from the Lost Country, Alice's spirited antics aboard the ship slightly exceeded Duncan's expectations. He had always perceived her as a refined and poised young lady, despite her occasional outbursts, surfing, and playful banter. Typically, she embodied grace and composure, conducting herself with caution on the vessel, maintaining honesty and propriety in unfamiliar surroundings. When idle, she could even recline quietly in her box like an ordinary doll, projecting an aura of harmlessness. However, it now seemed that her tranquility was only evident in his presence. The sudden shift in the room's atmosphere rendered Alice somewhat anxious, prompting her to cautiously glance at the impassive Duncan. "Captain, you aren't upset, are you? I can explain. I understand you were trying to assist, but it was unsuccessful." Duncan regarded the doll-like lady with a hint of exasperation, responding, "Since you are aware that many things aboard this ship are alive, could you please consult either myself or my first mate before attempting anything next time?" Alice immediately nodded fervently, exclaiming, "Of course, Captain. No problem at all." She then swiftly turned to the goat-headed figure, murmuring softly, "Is there such a thing as an unsuccessful attempt at assistance?" The goat-headed being succinctly replied, "There is now." "Very well. If you truly wish to assist, please check the dried fish hanging on the deck, or tidy up the storeroom in the kitchen to make some space. In the future, we may have the opportunity to replenish the provisions aboard the Lost Island." Duncan sighed, gazing at Alice as he spoke. "Do avoid the cannons and ammunition below deck. They lack the complete intellect of a goat's head. Those perilous items will only react instinctively to external stimuli. If the ammunition store perceives a breach or intrusion, I shall be left with no choice but to rescue you with a broom and dustpan." Upon hearing this, Alice instinctively recoiled, hurriedly agreeing as she turned to leave the captain's quarters. Yet, as she departed, Duncan couldn't help but smile at the sight of the doll-like figure. Indeed, she was quite an amusing character. The trivial chaos she brought had enlivened this somber ghost ship. "It seems you are in fine spirits, Captain," came the voice of Goat's Head from nearby. "Ah, you have something in your hand. What is it? Is it a treasure from your recent journey into the spirit realm, akin to that little knife from last time?" Duncan glanced at the sun emblem he held. He had left the spirits in his room, taking the emblem in hand to study during moments of boredom. "It is a trophy," he nodded, "similar to the ceremonial knife from before." "Oh, truly, you are the illustrious Captain Duncan. You always return laden with spoils, and such extraordinary items exuding marvelous power. Wait, is that a sun talisman? Are you familiar with this object?" Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it is the solar amulet. A few audacious cultists insisted upon bestowing this upon me, leaving me little choice but to accept. I possess some knowledge about it." The goat-head seemed to scrutinize the emblem intently, his voice tinged with hesitation. The zealots who fervently pursue the ancient, authentic sun regard this artifact as sacred. They believe that by casting metal into the likeness of the true sun and tempering it in human blood, they can imbue the amulet with the sun's formidable power. Through this method, they are able to mass-produce items of minor supernatural potency. This amulet serves as a symbol of status among the followers of the sun, as well as a tool for identifying kin, distinguishing believers from heretics. Distinguishing believers from heretics, you say? It indeed possesses such a function, Duncan acknowledged. Though I personally find this capability rather futile. What became of those reckless cultists? The goat-head hesitated momentarily before responding. They were mostly deluded fanatics, so ignorant that even the most despicable pirates would shy away from engaging with such seekers of ancient relics. Should they have dared to offend? "They are no longer of this world," Duncan remarked, all the while observing the fluctuations in the goat-head's tone, as he carefully composed his expression. "It seems you harbor a certain disdain for those who call themselves sun worshippers as well?" After engaging with the goat-head for such an extended period, Duncan had begun to grasp the peculiarities of this enigmatic first mate. He was reasonably assured that as long as he, Captain Duncan, maintained a firm grip on the ship, the goat-head would refrain from any erratic behavior. With this foundation, his courage to engage in conversation with the entity gradually grew. Now, he could cautiously take the initiative to inquire about certain intelligence. Solar offspring? What does that mean? Moreover, it seemed to imply something about deep-sea offspring. What could that possibly be? A fresh and unfamiliar term sparked in Duncan's mind, bringing forth new perplexities. He subtly fiddled with the solar insignia in his hand and casually asked, "Solar offspring? I haven't encountered them." "Quite normal," came the response. "For the solar offspring do not dare to reveal themselves carelessly in the civilized world, even if they disguise themselves as humans. The hounds of the church can sniff out the stench of heresy from their shadows in an instant. After all, they are a type of offspring, remnants of ancient beings, and ought to remain dutifully in the gutters of history. Alas, among all varieties of offspring, only they possess the audacity to behave in such a manner." Duncan suddenly recognized that the goat-head's tendency to ramble on was, in fact, quite advantageous. Although 9,000 out of 10,000 of its daily utterances were mere drivel, fortune favored him at times, and it could indeed yield useful intelligence. Due to his incomplete understanding of the intricacies surrounding the goat-head, Duncan could only inquire in a roundabout manner, cautious not to be too overt in his questioning. Yet, even through such indirect inquiries, he swiftly acquired numerous clues that had eluded him in the city-state of Prand. The term progeny emerged as a significant piece of intelligence in this world. There exist entities referred to as progeny, all of whom are invariably rejected by the civilized realm. The goat-head disparagingly labeled them as the remnants of ancient beings. Although the followers of the true sun god are numerous, it appears that the vast majority are inconsequential pawns, ignorant, blindly fanatic individuals indoctrinated by their faith. Within their ecclesiastical hierarchy, there exist individuals of higher status, the genuine ruling class, known as the sun progeny. These sun progeny seldom make appearances in the civilized world. They seem to inhabit a secluded realm unknown to the public, exerting influence over the sun-worshipping sects from afar, clandestinely gathering offerings and energy. Finally, and of utmost importance for Duncan at this juncture, the goat-head harbors a profound disdain for those cultists and the sun progeny standing behind them. This indicates that the Lost Homeland, or rather the true Captain Duncan, is not aligned with these beings known as progeny, but rather should be considered part of an opposing faction. It seems that confiding in the goat's head about my dealings with the sun cultists during this journey through the spirit realm was indeed a prudent decision. Otherwise, such invaluable intelligence might have remained elusive to me for an indefinite period. This arcane knowledge certainly would not be inscribed in Nina's textbooks. Having departed from the captain's quarters, Duncan, clutching the sun amulet, wandered thoughtfully along the deck of the Lost Homeland. There are myriad forms of progeny, and according to the intelligence divulged by the goat's head, these progeny are mere remnants of ancient relics, coupled with the fact that the sun's followers venerate the primordial true sun that existed prior to the Great Oblivion. He had ample grounds for suspicion that these so-called progeny could very well be products of the Great Oblivion, with their origins traceable to the era of order that preceded it. Above the sea, there are progeny of the sun, and in the abyss, there exist progeny of the deep. Unconsciously, Duncan found himself leaning over the ship's railing, peering into the profound, cerulean depths of the oceans. A flicker of curiosity igniting within him. The sea, it appears to harbor more than just fish? Chapter 54. The Underground Sanctuary. In the end, Duncan remained perplexed about the true nature of these progeny. The goat's head remains vague on this matter, seemingly unaware of the true nature of these ancient beings that linger on the fringes of civilization. As for Duncan, he can only glean a fragmentary understanding from the limited clues available. The progeny are products of a bygone era, harboring a profound disdain for the modern world. They possess a strange and perilous power, lurking discreetly in the shadows. Except for the progeny of the sun, the others seldom manifest within civilized realms, instead posing threats to the safety of explorers in the peripheral regions. Among all this information, one particularly piques attention. The progeny of the sun appear capable of disguising themselves in human form, discernible only by the extraordinary members of the church. Duncan reflects upon the recent transformations in the city-state of Prand, considering the sudden resurgence of the sun's followers after years of obscurity. Behind the ostentatious activities of the cultists, do they operate under the directives of the progeny? What do these ancient and enigmatic entities scheme to achieve in Prand? Standing at the edge of the deck of the Lost Homeland, Duncan gazes intently at the undulating surface of the sea below. The deep ocean harbors progeny as well, ancient beings distinct from those of the sun, threatening the safety of the seafaring fleets among the city-states. Duncan remains both wary and intrigued by these denizens of the deep. He believes that although he has yet to encounter these entities, as long as the Lost Homeland continues to navigate the waters, he is destined to cross paths with these peculiar beings eventually. It would be prudent to prepare himself in advance, whether gathering intelligence, further mastering his own power, or unearthing the potential of the lost homestead. All these endeavors were in preparation for the future. Of course, he did not fear the dangers lurking in the depths of the sea. After all, he had been adrift on this vessel for such an extended period. He could somewhat fathom the myriad of strange entities dwelling in the abyss. The offspring were merely one of countless bizarre threats. As the adage goes, the more lice, the less itch, the more debts, the less worry. As the captain of the lost homestead, there were numerous concerns he had to remain vigilant about. He pondered on the deck for a considerable time and realized that his primary worry was whether the hard-won supply route would be compromised. Would those deep-sea progeny interfere with his fishing endeavors? Although the Pigeon IE possessed the capability to transport goods, its carrying capacity and reliability remained uncertain. Furthermore, the city-state of Prander was orderly, and the supplies brought aboard the ship would require expenditure, making the viability of this supply line uncertain. Moreover, the bountiful catch from his last fishing expedition was still fresh in Duncan's mind, and he understood that the improved living conditions aboard the Lost Homestead ultimately depended on nature's generous offerings. However, those progeny now posed a potential hazard, as they might disrupt the gifts bestowed by nature. Duncan felt a tinge of worry. He simply hoped that the sinister beings of the sea would not interfere with his fishing pursuits. The radiant gas lamps cast their brilliance, dispelling the shadows within the subterranean chambers of the church. The deep-sea runes etched along the elongated corridor emanate a soothing power, their symbolism of waves and coastal lines intertwining as if sketching an invisible net that envelopes the entire underground structure in a sacred and tranquil ambience. As Vanna strolls through the hallowed sanctum beneath the church, this serene and sacred space gradually calms her somewhat restless spirit. The storm goddess, wielding the mightiest powers over the boundless sea, embodies not only the ferocity associated with tempests but also the tranquility and sealing strength of the ancient deity. Just as the ocean exists in a duality, with calmness and storms coexisting in a delicate balance, the goddess's dominion mirrors this duality. Many deities in this realm embody such dual characteristics. For instance, the god of death governs both life and demise, while the deity of wisdom simultaneously possesses the capacity to strip away reason, leading to folly and madness. Though ordinary mortals may lack understanding in this regard, Vanna, as a high-ranking cleric, is well-versed in this knowledge. She was also aware that the dualistic nature of many deities had given rise to certain controversial, even heretical ideas. Some scholars posited that the entire world exists in a duality within a certain dimension, where a desolate expanse mirrored both sea and land prevails, a boundless wasteland punctuated by rare rivers and oases amidst the aridity. In this parched realm, there might even exist a civilization of wisdom that closely resembles our own reality, reflecting all things in a distorted manner. Such absurd speculations, entirely founded on imagination, are undoubtedly dismissed. Even the illustrious Bishop Valentine of the enlightened city-state of Planned, when confronted with these notions, scoffed, remarking that the existence of a subspace beneath this world was already overwhelming enough, and that certain folk theologians should refrain from further embellishing the subspace. Suddenly, Vanna shook her head, reining in her unbridled thoughts. In the serene underground of the Grand Cathedral, the human mind easily spirals into uncontrolled abstraction, as the mirrored storm induces an excessively tranquil psychological suggestion. The sense of security bestowed by the goddess's sanctuary can significantly weaken the mental barriers of mortals, an effect both intangible and formidable, one even a rigorously trained adjudicator like herself cannot evade. Yet, conversely, this unique environment serves a particular purpose, such as compelling certain fervent and deranged cultists to speak. Vanna halted at the end of the corridor within the subterranean sanctuary, where several doors led to various interrogation chambers. Between these doors stood a statue of the storm goddess, silently poised in the antechamber. Unlike the statue of the goddess above, which was depicted with arms outstretched as if receiving the reverent homage of the multitude, radiating an aura of infinite majesty, the underground effigy presented a different aspect. Here, the goddess's hands were clasped gently before her chest, exuding a serene tenderness, akin to a maiden attentively listening, regardless of the form. Each statue was veiled in a delicate fabric, symbolizing the ineffability of the divine. This statue of the listening goddess, with her hands joined, represented another facet of the storm goddess, the maiden of the tranquil sea. She subdued the waters beneath the horizon, safeguarding the peace of the city's underworld. Bowing before the statue of the tranquil sea maiden, Vanna then turned and pushed open the door to a nearby interrogation chamber. The creaking of the door shattered the tranquility of the underground facility, revealing a spacious yet dimly lit room before her. In the center stood a large table, around which Lady Heidi, clad in a flowing black gown, was rising from her seat. Opposite her was a chair secured with restraining chains, upon which a heretic, marked by the sun, sat quietly. The heretic's gaze was vacant, slouched awkwardly against the armrest, as if both reason and strength had been siphoned from his form, leaving only a residue of chaos. The air in the room was thick with the lingering scent of incense, and on the table lay Lady Heidi's medical kit, within which one could discern an empty large syringe, writhing thorns, and a golden spike that still bore traces of what seemed to be blood. "Ah, Lady Vanna, your arrival is most timely." Upon hearing the sound of the door, Lady Heidi turned to greet her, stating, "I have just completed a treatment." Vanna's gaze swept over Heidi's medical kit. Her expression remained as it always was. "To be honest, I still find it difficult to associate your equipment with a treatment. These are standard instruments for a psychiatrist." "Well, I concede that my usage of them may indeed exceed that of an ordinary physician," Lady Heidi remarked with a shrug. "But who could blame me? I am employed by the municipal council and frequently assist the church as a hypnotist. The patients I encounter are hardly typical, especially those cultists like this one. Shaking crystals and low-frequency pendulums are not nearly as effective as a triple dose of midnight elixir. I suspect the reason you administer a triple dose to the cultists is that your large syringe can only accommodate that amount," Vanna quipped, eyeing her acquaintance with playful sarcasm. Yet she quickly shook her head, adding, "But that's not important. As long as you can pry open their mouths, it's sufficient. So tell me, what have you gleaned? Did you manage to avoid madness after the ritual spiraled out of control?" Vanna immediately furrowed her brow. Despite having spoken with Bishop Valentine and being aware that the complexities of the situation would exceed her expectations, Heidi's words still caught her off guard. What did this mean? Upon delving into their memories, I discovered that the cognitive logic of these individuals had encountered a disruption even before the ill-fated sacrificial ritual commenced. To be more precise, It appeared that these cultists had been subjected to some form of cognitive filter prior to the initiation of the ceremony, resulting in a significant distortion of their recollections. Lady Vanna, you seem rather unfazed by this revelation. Chapter 55. The soup for dinner. The lack of surprise on Vanna's face did not escape Heidi's notice. The spiritual physician, who often collaborated with the church, swiftly deduced something from the judge's demeanor. After a brief moment of hesitation, she cautiously inquired, "It seems the issues behind this incident are quite substantial?" Vanna nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, the issues are considerable." Heidi pondered for a moment, hastily organizing her medical kit as she spoke. "I have a day off tomorrow, and it may be a while before." "Miss Heidi, you may have already connected with this matter," Vanna interjected, casting a glance at Heidi. "Regrettably, all of us present at the scene, myself included, were exposed to a form of cognitive contamination. The psychological issues you have identified among these cultists were, in fact, experienced by each of us. Fortunately, thanks to the goddess's protection, the extent of our contamination was not profound, allowing us to awaken at this juncture. Damn it, I knew that working in this field would inevitably lead to such occurrences." Heidi finally ceased her task of organizing the medical kit, pressing her forehead in contemplation. She should have heeded my father's counsel to pursue a career as an antique appraiser, or at the very least, followed my mother's suggestion to become a history teacher at the public school on Cross Street. That would certainly be far safer than dealing with cultists. Cheer up, she thought. At least your current occupation allows you to maintain a respectable life in the upper city. Vanna shook her head before Heidi, who was of a similar age and had been acquainted for many years. Her demeanor was far more approachable than in front of her subordinates. "Now, do share your findings. This might assist the church and the municipal authorities in grasping the situation." "It's quite straightforward, really," Heidi sighed, recounting the clues she had unearthed from the subconscious of those cultists. On the night of the sacrificial ceremony, a victim lost control before the totem of the sun and inadvertently sacrificed the officiating priest. According to the evidence we discovered at the scene, that victim who caused the chaos was, in fact, a corpse that had already been sacrificed. It had risen from the dead to ascend the altar, correct? Vanna nodded. "Indeed, I remember it vividly." Now, the question arises. Since this victim had already been sacrificed once, why did none of the cultists present recognize him? It is one thing for the ordinary cultist to overlook it, but why did even the priest himself fail to recognize that the victim before him was someone he had personally sacrificed not long ago? Vanna slowly furrowed her brows, observing the cultists before her, who stared blankly at the sacrificial offering that had reappeared before them, having been sacrificed not long ago. Yet, none seemed to perceive the anomaly. Their memories had been altered, their perceptions distorted. Even at that moment, we failed to recognize the blatant incongruity, did we not? Heidi managed a wry smile, extending her hands as she confessed. "In truth, it wasn't until an hour ago that I realized I had overlooked this obvious fact. And only now do I learn from you that my own psyche had been affected." Vanna fell silent for a moment, then turned to face the cultist who remained in a dazed stupor. Under the dual influence of potent neuropharmaceuticals and powerful incense, the cultist merely swayed slightly, gazing vacantly at the towering woman before him. It was likely that their souls instinctively warned them. After all, these cultists were still devotees, blessed by a dark sun that loomed behind them. When a great and sinister danger emerged, these blessed followers might have sensed something amiss. Vanna, drawing from her experience, analyzed that their frenzied hallucinations hinted at the underlying truth. Alas, these untrained ordinary individuals were utterly incapable of discerning the significance of such warnings, instead succumbing to a state of collective frenzy. Heidi, observing Vanna's grave demeanor, hesitated several times before finally speaking cautiously. "So, what exactly lies behind this matter? Is it even more sinister than that ancient sun?" Vanna contemplated for a moment, gently shaking her head. "It would be best not to inquire further, Heidi. Your connection to this matter is still tenuous, but should you delve deeper, certain inextricable ties may inevitably form." "Very well, since even you, the judge, advise against it, I shall prioritize the preservation of my own life," Heidi replied as she grasped the meticulously arranged medical kit. "I truly need to take a break. Rest assured, I am not fleeing. In a couple of days, there will be an exhibition at the Ocean Museum that piques my interest." Vanna nodded in agreement. Visiting the Ocean Museum is indeed a splendid way to unwind. The blessings of the goddess are abundant within those exhibits. "Do not worry, it has certainly subsided," Vanna remarked with a resigned shrug. "We are merely encountering some residual effects. You have lingered in this tranquil underground sanctuary for so long that the blessings of the goddess have undoubtedly purged any lingering influences you may have experienced. Then I can rest easy, Heidi sighed in relief, pushing open the grand door. Until we meet again, Judge Vanna. Vanna watched as Lady Heidi departed the room. Beside her, a sun worshipper, dazed and disoriented from the potent incense and neurochemical agents, blinked slowly, gazing vacantly at Vanna. The modern elixirs, the ancient aromas passed down through the ages, the serene ambience of the sanctuary, and the deeply embedded blessings of the sun intertwined within the cultist, creating subtle yet profound effects. In the cultist's eyes, Vanna's hazy silhouette was reflected, a spectral presence amidst the chaos. He beheld the judge standing before him, tall and resolute. Behind Vanna loomed a nebulous apparition, a nearly transparent specter enveloped in flickering emerald flames. This towering figure remained motionless, expressionless, in stark contrast to Vanna. Duncan sat impassively in the chart room, observing the automaton Alice diligently at work before him. She approached with a large tray adorned with gleaming cutlery and a steaming bowl of soup, which, by its aroma, suggested it was a fish broth. Clearly, after further familiarizing herself with the surroundings aboard the Lost Homeland, this automaton had conceived a new idea to contribute to the captain in her own manner. Dinner? Duncan watched Alice with curiosity as she arranged the tableware and soup before him. What prompted you to prepare this? He inquired. I tidied up the kitchen's pantry and then discovered the fish, Alice replied, her face radiating with a proud smile. Though I may not be of much assistance with many tasks aboard, cooking should be within my capabilities. Henceforth, I shall prepare meals for you. Such earnestness is commendable. Duncan thought, uncertain of how to assess this peculiar automaton. Yet, faced with Alice's genuine smile, one would find it difficult to refuse her offer. His curiosity lingered. But he pondered, as an automaton, could she truly cook? I can learn, it seems quite simple, Alice remarked with an air of assurance. For the most basic things, I can just inquire with Mr. Goathead. He has previously shared with me a plethora of culinary insights. Duncan cast a blank glance at Mr. Goathead beside him, then turned his attention to Alice. One was a wooden carving, the other an indeterminate figurine. Combined, they could not even form a complete digestive system, yet here they were. Delving into the art of cooking, one daring to teach, the other truly willing to listen. He found himself uncertain of how to feel about this. Merely stirring the fish soup in his bowl with a ladle, noting that at least it emitted an appealing aroma. However, the next moment, his actions froze. After a brief silence, he fished out a long, silvery strand of hair from the ladle. Your hair fell in, Duncan stated, his expression unchanged. Oh no. I didn't drop my hair in, Alice quickly waved her hands. My head fell in. But don't worry, I retrieved it immediately without any assistance. Duncan. Chapter 56. The lower levels this situation was undeniably bizarre, and ultimately, Duncan found himself unable to consume the bowl of fish soup. The mere thought of the doll's head bobbing in the soup pot filled him with dread, as if the dinner was veering sharply into a macabre horror film. Even though Alice's true nature was farcical, the incident was unsettling. The doll seemed crestfallen, gazing at the untouched food beside Duncan, her hands clutching the lace trim of her dress. Captain, are you displeased? Duncan, utterly weary, glanced at the doll. If anything troubles you aboard this ship, you may confide in me. But I am not troubled. Then, refrain from entering the kitchen, Duncan began, but noticing Alice's deepening dejection, he sighed and altered his course. Very well, your intentions were admirable, and I appreciate the gesture. However, culinary arts, when unfamiliar, can lead to unforeseen mishaps. Familiarity will mitigate such occurrences. Alice perked up instantly. Does this mean I may attempt again in the future? Duncan hesitated, then nodded. Exercise caution. He had deliberated this, realizing that the cursed doll was evidently discontent with idleness aboard the derelict vessel. Perhaps she possessed an innate drive to engage in activities aboard the ship to find contentment. As she was a sentient, independent being, Duncan felt it was unjust to continually discourage her. In contrast, it is certainly preferable to have Alice assist in the kitchen than to allow her to continue grappling with ropes, anchors, and cannonballs. At least the temperament of the pots and pans aboard the Lost Homeland is somewhat more agreeable. He cast a glance at the fish soup resting beside him. To be fair, its flavor was quite acceptable. Though the ship's seasonings were limited, the cooking was executed flawlessly. As a mere automaton devoid of taste and a digestive system, Alice's ability to achieve such a result based solely on a few theoretical concepts gleaned from a similarly non-consumptive goat-headed entity is indeed remarkable. The collaboration of two beings who do not partake in human sustenance to create a meal fit for consumption is quite an achievement. Duncan mused that as long as this automaton exercised a modicum of caution, she should be capable of fulfilling kitchen duties, thus sparing him the necessity of preparing meals himself. "Captain, would you like me to prepare something else for you?" Alice's voice interrupted Duncan's reverie. "I have also learned from Mr. Goathead how to make grilled fish and fried fish fillets. The kitchen is stocked with." "Not for now. I am not hungry," Duncan replied, shaking his head. His body did not have a significant demand for food. Maintaining 3 meals a day was merely a habit to retain his humanity. At that moment, the bowl of Alice's exquisite soup had already quashed his appetite for the day, prompting him to rise from the table. "I shall take a stroll in the cabin." "Are you going to the cabin?" Alice paused for a moment, and then, as if recalling something, her expression became slightly tense. "Could you perhaps go and take a look below?" "Below?" Duncan furrowed his brow. "Yes, the deeper chambers that I am forbidden to enter," Alice explained. "I often hear creaking sounds emanating from beneath, and sometimes it seems as though someone is murmuring under the floor. Would you consider investigating if there might be something amiss down there?" Observing the slight tension on the doll-like lady's face, Duncan felt a gradual tightening in his chest. The depths of the Lost Homelands. That was a realm he had yet to explore. The aura of danger that emanated from its innermost parts had always deterred him, especially since he had not yet taken the helm nor harnessed the power of the ethereal flame. In his previous explorations, he had always halted at the threshold of the deeper chambers. Naturally, he had plans for further exploration in the future, but it appeared that the circumstances were shifting more rapidly than anticipated. At that moment, a voice resembling that of a goat's head interjected from the side. "Ah, it seems the hold is rather restless. Captain, would you like to descend and investigate?" Duncan cast a silent glance at the goat-headed figure, who immediately fell silent. To be honest, after hearing certain ramblings from the goat's head, he found himself increasingly averse to the eerie depths below. It was evident that the hold had been profoundly influenced by the depths of the boundless sea, morphing into a structure that felt unsettling even aboard the Lost Homelands. Yet, this sense of aversion lingered in his mind for barely a second. He will inevitably delve deeper into the other structures of the Lost Homeland, and it is better to embark on this journey sooner rather than later. Reason dictates that the sooner he addresses this matter, the better. The Lost Homeland is vast. Its astonishing length is matched only by the numerous layers within its hull. Currently, Duncan's understanding is limited to the upper structure of the vessel, including the deck area. The upper hold beneath the deck, the ammunition storage, the artillery section, and the layer below that, which houses the warehouse, freshwater tanks, and a portion of the crew quarters. Based on previous explorations, he can vividly imagine the colossal structures concealed in the depths beneath these areas, shrouded in darkness. These structures lie below the waterline. Entirely immersed in the boundless sea, Duncan realizes that his ignorance regarding his own ship cannot persist indefinitely. As the captain of the Lost Homeland, it is not merely his port of call, but also the foundation of his endeavors in this world. He cannot afford to remain only partially informed about his own vessel, especially if he wishes to survive in this vast ocean rife with anomalies and phenomena. It is imperative that he comprehends both the potential and the perils of the Lost Homeland. Who knows what crises may arise tomorrow? Who knows whether the Lost Homeland might collide with the progeny lurking in the depths or the crumbling borders of reality? Furthermore, the goat-headed figure had just mentioned that the bilge requires the captain's reassurance. The captain has not ventured into the lower hold for far too long. If this continues, it seems that misfortune may be imminent. Duncan rose and retrieved the lantern that the goat-headed figure had mentioned. This is an exceedingly old lantern, with a copper framework shaped like a hexagonal prism that is wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. The glass lampshade is embedded within the copper structure, appearing somewhat blurred, and within that lampshade, Duncan could not discern any semblance of a wick. He did not exhibit curiosity, nor did he inquire with the goat-headed figure. After a brief and silent contemplation, he endeavored to activate the ethereal green flame of spirit and infuse this power into the lantern. Instantly, a brilliant green flame leaped and danced within the lampshade, and this ancient lantern began to emit a steady glow. Suddenly, a pigeon named AIE fluttered over and alighted upon Duncan's shoulder. It had transformed into a spectral avian form, though Duncan had not actively summoned the bird. Yet, under the lantern's illumination, it passively underwent its metamorphosis. Duncan glanced down at the lantern in his hand, deeming it potentially valuable. It appeared capable of disseminating its power to the surrounding environment with minimal loss, maintaining a force field that possessed functions of detection, warning, and even control. This characteristic was evidently well suited for prolonged explorations in unfamiliar or perilous territories. "Captain, may I accompany you?" Duncan pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Yes. He was still unaware of what lay in the lower deck of the ship, but nonetheless, it was part of the Lost Homeland. Given that he had successfully taken the helm, it seemed unlikely that the hold harbored any significant danger. Bringing this individual along might even prove beneficial to him. The goat's head, resting upon the navigation table, remained silent, evidently perceiving the captain's inspection of the Lost Homeland as a rather ordinary affair. In the presence of an aide equally so. Outside the cabin, twilight gradually descended, casting a cold, ethereal glow that illuminated the sea and the deserted deck of the ghost ship, where translucent sails billowed gently in the air, adjusting their angle unbidden. Duncan, lantern in hand, along with Alice, traversed the empty deck, passing through the uppermost 2 tiers of the cabin, descending the wooden staircase into the ship's depths. The staircase at the end of the sailors' quarters marked the point where Duncan had previously halted his exploration. An unusual darkness enveloped the sloping staircase, where only the faint outlines of the supporting columns and some wall structures could be discerned. "It's so dark down there," Alice remarked nervously, peering into the dimness below. "Aren't there any lights?" "Everywhere else has those perpetual oil lamps. No, there is light below," Duncan replied slowly, his lantern casting its glow as he spoke. This time, he perceived the situation beneath with greater clarity than before, yet the light emanating from below was of an unsettling black hue. Alice paused, momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the notion of black light. Chapter 57. The timid Alice. The captain's words drifted through the increasingly dim staircase like a chilling night breeze. Instinctively, Alice wrapped her arms around herself and followed closely behind Duncan. As they descended further, she finally grasped the meaning behind the captain's reference to the black light. Indeed, there was illumination in the lower cabin, for structurally and spatially, the chambers bore the same supporting pillars as those above. Hanging from these pillars were oil lamps that would not extinguish, their flames flickering in a manner that rendered the vicinity of the lamps even more obscured than the distant corners of the room. Yes, the closer one approached the oil lamps, the dimmer the light became. The lamps themselves were nearly shrouded in shadows, their outlines barely discernible. Conversely, areas further from the lamps were illuminated more brightly, with the corners of the cabin approaching the luminosity found in the upper quarters. Previously, the view from the staircase had seemed exceptionally dark, primarily because 2 lamps flanking the stairs appeared to actively exude darkness, neutralizing and obliterating the light that was inherently present in the cabin. Alice stared wide-eyed at the overall gloom enveloping the cabin, and after a prolonged moment, she murmured, Is this reasonable? You, an unreasonable puppet, dare to speak to me of reason?" Duncan cast a glance at the evidently anxious Alice and remarked, "In the boundless depths of the sea, the very notion of reason is the most unreasonable aspect of all." His expression was remarkably serene when he spoke, as if this bizarre situation were merely a trifling matter he had grown accustomed to. Yet, internally, his reaction mirrored Alice's. Even the spectral pigeon perched on his shoulder suddenly flapped its wings and voiced its concern. "Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable?" Ignoring the pigeon's incessant chatter, Duncan meticulously examined the cabin he had never before entered, adjusting the angle of the lantern in his hand to discern the environment through the interplay of light and shadow. Below the waterline of the Lost Homeland, the illumination within the cabin was inverted. The fixtures seemed to absorb the existing light rather than emit it, resembling a reflection of some otherworldly mirror. However, the ethereal glow emanating from Duncan's lantern adhered to the normal principles of illumination. It was bright around the lantern, growing dimmer with distance. What principle lay behind this phenomenon? Was it merely the influence of the boundless sea, or did it intertwine with the very essence of the Lost Homeland itself? Was the brightness of the cabin's environment genuine? If those light-absorbing lamps were extinguished, would this place transform into a beacon of light? For a fleeting moment, Duncan genuinely entertained this audacious thought, contemplating the consequences of extinguishing the lamps. Yet, in the next instant, he forcefully quelled this evidently illogical notion. He could not extinguish the lights, even if they appeared to cast a pall over the entire cabin. Their illumination here must surely serve a purpose. He suddenly recalled a point. In the city-state of Prand, the intelligence he had gathered suggested that the consuming flames could dispel the eerie dangers. In this assertion, it is the flames themselves that hold the power, rather than the light they emit. Could this imply that under certain circumstances, the interplay of light and darkness in this world may reverse, and in such conditions, the only entity worthy of trust is the flame itself? Might this also indirectly elucidate why the illumination from electric lamps lacks the ability to exorcise malevolent spirits, for it is merely light, devoid of the essence of flame? Captain? Alice's voice suddenly broke in from the side, her tone tinged with tension and concern. Is there something amiss here? There is nothing amiss, Duncan replied with an unchanging expression. His words calm as he slowly advanced. The oil lamps, absorbing the light, flickered quietly on the supporting columns, while some disheveled ropes lay scattered around the bases. As Duncan passed through them, the hanging lamps emitted a soft crackling sound, and the ropes on the ground began to writhe backward, clearing a path for the captain. For reasons unknown, a phrase suddenly surfaced in Duncan's mind. The interplay of light and shadow is an illusion brought forth by the deep sea, beneath the untrustworthy horizon. Only the flame remained steadfastly guarding the treasures of the Lost Homeland. He gazed at the quietly burning lights, nodding slightly, as if to express acknowledgement and gratitude. In the next moment, the oil lamps throughout the cabin flared up with visible intensity, their flames leaping vigorously beneath the glass shades. The entire cabin grew dimmer. Duncan. Alice followed closely, her doll cautiously surveying the surroundings. She observed the large wooden barrels and crates piled in the corner of the cabin, along with several sealed rooms and corridors leading to unknown destinations. She murmured softly, "This seems to be a warehouse as well. Could this have once been a cargo ship? If it were a cargo vessel, the goods would not be stored so deep. There exists a concept known as transportation cost." Duncan shook his head and casually remarked, "These are provisions for long voyages, meant to sustain the Lost Homeland during its extended journeys." Alice blinked. Long voyage provisions? Duncan remained silent, moving forward to inspect the nearest cargo. One portion of the barrels contained a type of grease, dark brown and viscous, yet lacking a strong odor. It could be some sort of fuel, but it was evident that it had been stored here for an extended period. Duncan even suspected that this fuel was part of the supplies before the Lost Homeland transformed into a ghost ship. Originally, it might have been intended for illumination or to ward off evil, but after the ship became a ghostly vessel, many items in the cargo hold had become obsolete. Much like this. In another set of barrels, Duncan discovered familiar items, aged cheese and salt pork capable of withstanding the test of time. He quietly resealed the lids. In this layer, much of the space is cluttered with supplies, although a considerable portion appears to be of little use aboard this ghost ship. Yet, it undeniably affirms his previous assessment of the Lost Homeland. This vessel, at least at its inception, was designed for some grand oceanic exploration. It is capable of carrying vast quantities of provisions, with stringent safety measures between the various supply holds to prevent the spread of fire or the ravages of pests and rodents. Furthermore, considering the numerous cannons and a sizable armory housed on the upper decks, he could almost surmise the ambitious exploratory dreams this ship once bore. It was destined for the most distant routes, the most perilous journeys, confronting the most treacherous environments and the most malevolent foes. Such an expedition would require an entire crew of loyal and skilled sailors, alongside a steadfast captain to fulfill it. However, now, this once possible exploration plan has faded into oblivion. The ambitious Lost Homeland transformed into a terrifying calamity upon the boundless sea. The sailors have vanished without a trace, leaving only a ghostly captain who remains in command of this aimless specter of a ship. He and Alice continued onward, traversing several independent cargo holds before entering a corridor. If the structure of this layer mirrors that of the upper deck, then the staircase leading to the lower levels should lie deep within the corridor. I feel an increasing sense of foreboding. Miss Dahl, with her arms crossed, cautiously surveyed her surroundings while whispering, "Do you hear the sound of the wind? How could there be wind in the cabin?" "I heard you. There's no need to be anxious. It's a commonplace situation," Duncan remarked casually, glancing at the doll once more. "Why do you possess such a timid disposition? After all, you bear the title of Anomaly 099, do you not?" As he spoke, he recalled the information he had previously obtained from Nina. In this world, numerous records of anomalies and phenomena are accessible to the public, serving to aid individuals in avoiding potential dangers or promptly recognizing signs of certain anomalies spiraling out of control. However, this compendium is far from exhaustive. Only those anomalies and phenomena that are either manageable threats or possess unique characteristics close to the general populace are included. Clearly, those anomalies and phenomena that ordinary individuals would never encounter are not represented. He had attempted to inquire about Anomaly 099 from Nina, yet she had never encountered that designation in her textbooks. This suggests that Alice, the cursed doll, either harbors a secret of considerable significance that has led authorities and the church to suppress information about her, or she is deemed too perilous. remaining rigorously isolated from civilized society, thereby precluding any interaction with ordinary people, regardless of the reason. Both possibilities imbue this doll lady with an added layer of mystery in Duncan's eyes. However, the enigmatic doll merely shrank her neck and wore a tense expression upon hearing Duncan's words. It's not like having a number gives one courage. I am anomaly 099. Not cowardice 099. Duncan sighed, pondering that this creature might very well be the most embarrassing anomaly in existence. It is truly remarkable that the sailors who previously escorted her were so anxious. Chapter 58. The whole Duncan had always been intrigued by the peculiarities and dangers that this self-proclaimed Gothic doll, Alice, possessed, which caused the escorting sailors to be so apprehensive. It was astonishing that she held the title of Anomaly 099 in a world rife with such perilous and bizarre entities. Indeed, a puppet endowed with the capacity for autonomous movement and rational thought is undeniably eerie. The unsettling imagery of it occasionally running in panic or splitting into factions is truly chilling. However, in Duncan's perspective, such peculiarities are far from sufficient to meet the criteria for an elevated designation. A stark comparison can be drawn from the information he acquired from Nina, Anomaly 196, Blood. A perilous entity confined and sealed within the underground sanctuary of the Pran Church. Its essence comprises a volume of blood equivalent to that of an adult male. Possessing certain cognitive traits, it flows and disperses autonomously, actively seeking to replace the blood of nearby suitable hosts and seize control of their corporeal forms to escape. The only means to halt its movement and diffusion is by storing it in 22 blood vials under frozen conditions. However, if a person bleeds within a 10-meter radius of the storage site, the seal becomes immediately ineffective, leading to the replacement of the bleeding individual's blood with that of Anomaly 196, along with the complete takeover of the host's rationality. This anomaly disregards countermeasures against lower-tier entities and will unconditionally eliminate any host that meets its criteria. As one of the most dangerous anomalies managed by the Pran City State. Information regarding Anomaly 196. Blood is consistently made accessible to the public, ensuring that should this entity breach the urban confines, authorities can swiftly locate and implement appropriate countermeasures. Duncan remained oblivious to the concept of the so-called saints, yet the very name suggested a connection to formidable beings of extraordinary caliber. Perhaps that Judge, Vanna, who had graced the pages of newspapers, was indeed one such saint. How many individuals within the entirety of the Pran City State could possibly rival the likes of her? Particularly those capable of contending with the anomaly designated as 196? This was merely Anomaly 196, while Alice's designation, Anomaly 099, resided comfortably within the top 100. Although Nina asserted that there existed a degree of uncertainty in the classifications of anomalies and phenomena, and that a definitive comparison of strength between different anomalies and phenomena was not always feasible, it remained true that those ranked higher typically possessed greater peril or exhibited more bizarre and uncontrollable traits. They either had inflicted remarkable devastation in the past or had played pivotal roles in extraordinary historical events, thereby securing their unique high-ranking designations in the annals of history. Regardless, being numbered within the top 100 signified an exceedingly troublesome and hazardous nature for the civilized world, often associated with monumental historical feats. Yet, how could an antiquities dealer, merely eking out an existence in the lower districts, possibly gain access to such confidential information? The connections in the antique industry left by that cultist Ron are evidently implausible, as the history of most items in that shop barely exceeds last week. Duncan pondered quietly, his steps unwavering. The eerie emerald flames of the spirit flickered softly within the lantern he held, gradually permeating deeper into the ship's hold. The strange environment at the bottom of the hold, exhibiting an inverse state, intertwined with the lantern's glow, creating a surreal and disorienting interplay of light and shadow. To outsiders, this scene would undoubtedly appear exceedingly bizarre and dreadfully ominous. Yet, within Duncan's heart, there was a subtle tranquility, his power soaked into the light of the lantern, seeping gently into the depths of this cabin, long sealed for countless years. The previously unknown structure of the hold began to crystallize in his mind, accompanied by delicate sensations. Indeed, as the goat-headed figure had mentioned, the hold of the Lost Homeland had exhibited some peculiarities after prolonged immersion in the boundless sea. However, as long as the captain personally descended to soothe the atmosphere, order aboard the vessel would gradually restore itself. You truly fear the depths of the ocean, Duncan remarked suddenly to Alice, who had been trailing him. Even merely entering a cabin situated below sea level unnerves you to this extent. Why then, Do you insist on accompanying me? I hadn't considered so much at the time. Alice stammered, forcing herself to remain composed. I thought that as long as I was on the ship, it was still. I had no concept of a cabin below the waterline. I am merely a puppet. You lack even a digestive tract, yet you delve into the art of cooking. Do not use the doll as an excuse, Duncan remarked casually. You will need to thoroughly enrich your knowledge aboard the ship. Alice sighed in frustration, and after a moment of silence, Duncan curiously inquired, what is it that instills such fear in you regarding the deep sea? Or rather, why do you dread the notion of immersing in the ocean? I am aware that the deep sea harbors peril. Many harbor a fear of its depths, as you have previously mentioned. However, it appears that your anxiety is far more profound than I had anticipated. It has escalated to the point where merely standing in a cabin situated below the waterline, with the mere thought of the ocean outside, renders you nearly hysterical. Stop tugging at that lace on your garment. There are no spare clothes aboard the Lost Homeland for you to change into, and damaging your own attire is ill-advised. Oh, Alice quickly relaxed her grip, but then instinctively reached for her buttons once more. I never truly contemplated this matter. I simply fear it. Is that not sufficient? Listening to the doll's anxious tone, Duncan refrained from commenting. He glanced towards the end of the corridor, where a staircase slanted downward into sight. It led to deeper realms, possibly reaching the ship's hull, the point where it met the boundless sea. Duncan and Alice stood at the staircase's threshold, peering down. Illuminated by the flickering light of the spirit lantern, they could not discern the cabin's structure below. Instead, a door loomed within the depths of darkness. Upon spotting that door, Duncan could not help but furrow his brow. The structure here is rather unusual. Firstly, the path leading to the hold appears excessively lengthy. The staircases connecting the upper cabins are continuous, allowing for swift access between the various levels. However, on this particular level, the staircase leading deeper into the vessel is located at the far end of the corridor, necessitating a traverse across nearly the entire storage area, undoubtedly hampering the efficiency of movement within the ship. Furthermore, beneath that staircase, there lies an additional door. After a moment's hesitation, Duncan grasped the lantern and slowly descended. Soon, he found himself before the door, raising the lantern to illuminate his surroundings, in search of any inscriptions that might offer clarity. It was then that a line of letters inscribed on the doorframe caught his eye, the last door of the hold. What could this signify? Alice gazed curiously at the letters, pondering the implication of the phrase the last door of the hold. Shouldn't the plaque typically indicate the function of the room? Alice, feeling a wave of apprehension, nodded nervously, only to witness Duncan forcefully push open the last door of the hold. An eerie, pale glow flooded towards them as they stepped forward into a vast expanse. Upon discerning the situation beyond the door, Alice's eyes widened in shock. This. After a moment of stuttering, she finally managed to exclaim, the ship, the captain. The bottom of the ship is shattered. It is in ruins. The deepest level of the Lost Homeland, submerged in the boundless sea, lay in a state of utter disarray. Before Duncan's eyes lay a ship's cabin in a state of utter disarray, characterized by countless immense fissures and cavities emanating a faint luminescence. Hundreds of fragmented sections of the cabin floated aimlessly in the void, yet somehow maintained a semblance of fragmented order, preserving the contours and structure that one would expect of the ship's bottom. Beyond the vast chasms between these myriad fragments, Duncan beheld a landscape outside the cabin's floor, not the profound, dark expanse of an infinite sea he had envisioned, but rather a pallid and ambiguous void, teeming with indistinct shadows and flickering lights darting through the emptiness. Chapter 59. This door leads to the Lost Homelander. Duncan and Alice stood at the terminus of the staircase leading to the ship's hold, confronted by a scene both bizarre and terrifying. The entire bottom of the Lost Homelander was revealed to be in a shattered state, and beyond the fragmented cabin, there existed a pervasive, dimly glowing void. Was this the true structural reality of the Lost Homelander's hull? And what lay beyond this disarrayed cabin? Could such a sight exist beneath the surface of the boundless sea? The final door remained motionless, anchored to a floating plank, behind which lay a dark, sloping staircase leading upward. Yet, surrounding the door, there were no walls as one would expect, only an expanse of emptiness. This door floated solitary in the vastness of this space. Cautiously, Duncan maneuvered to the back of the door, discovering that behind it was naught but emptiness. Through the ajar entrance, he could directly glimpse the fragmented state of the cabin opposite. Captain, Alice's voice trembled as it reached him. Her eyes filled with fear as she surveyed her surroundings. Eventually, her gaze settled on Duncan. This is normal, right? In truth, Duncan felt even less assured than the doll, for at least it could place blind trust in the captain. Where was he to find confidence at this moment? Yet, observing Alice's anxious demeanor and recalling the crew's code as articulated by the goat-headed figure, he stifled his own unease, maintaining the serious and composed facade that he was known for. "Do not worry," he replied in a calm tone. "The Lost Home is a vessel of unimaginable nature. Indeed, it is difficult to fathom." Alice marveled, her apprehension slightly alleviated by Duncan's steadiness. She began to curiously examine the shattered hull and the chaotic shadows beyond it. "Captain, this outside, it does not appear to be water, does it?" After a moment's contemplation, Duncan turned to Alice with curiosity. "Do you think what lies outside is beneath the vast expanse of the ocean?" Alice blinked in surprise. "Huh? Why do you ask me?" Duncan remained nonchalant. "Because you possess experience. In a realm suffused with chaotic streams of light." Duncan shook his head and slowly advanced. He approached the edge of the splintered wooden planks and peered down at the flowing luminescence beyond the cabin. The bottom of the Lost Home was not situated within the infinite sea. Alice gasped in astonishment. "Huh, then where are we?" Duncan remained silent. His enigmatic demeanor belied the fact that he, too, was uncertain. Yet he harbored a vague suspicion. Perhaps this vessel was simultaneously navigating through several disparate dimensions. On the surface, the Lost Homeland appeared to traverse the boundless seas of the tangible world, but in truth, its various sections might belong to entirely different realms. This could elucidate why the deeper one ventured into the Lost Homeland, the more eerie and sinister the surrounding cabins became. Perhaps the true malevolence did not reside within the cabins themselves. What, then, was this obscure, chaotic expanse beyond the ship's confines, if not the infinite ocean? It bore no resemblance to the spirit realm, nor did it resemble the dark space encountered during interdimensional traversals. Could it be a deeper abyss? A profound void? A subspace? Swirling with countless conjectures and hypotheses, Duncan cautiously withdrew his cutlass from his belt, grasping a lantern in one hand and the sword in the other. As he slowly approached the edge of the fragment beneath his feet, he proceeded with utmost caution, despite the gaps between the fragments appearing to be easily traversable. He refrained from leaping across, opting instead to probe with his sword. Heaven only knew what might suddenly emerge from those fissures to ensnare the unwary. In the next moment, surprise widened his eyes slightly. He beheld the tip of his sword vanish, while on the opposite edge of the fissure, a blade's tip materialized abruptly. Duncan furrowed his brow and conducted further tests in different directions, encountering similar phenomena once more. Gradually, he began to comprehend. These seemingly fragmented areas were, spatially, still continuous. The seemingly shattered structure of the cabin floor remained fundamentally intact. He straightened up, surveying the surrounding fissures and the flowing light and shadows beyond them. A realization dawning within him. These fractured vistas were merely an optical phenomenon, not affecting the continuity of space. The hull of the Lost Homeland remained intact here. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the images from the exterior of the vessel had manifested within its confines. What could be the cause of this? Was it an overlap of space, or a misprojection from a higher dimension to a lower one? Duncan instinctively summoned all the knowledge, reliable or otherwise, from the recesses of his mind, attempting to elucidate the bizarre occurrences at hand. Meanwhile, Alice gazed at the captain with a perplexed expression as he engaged in peculiar actions at the edge of the fissure, at times illuminating the area with his lantern, at others prodding with his sword. After observing for a while, she could no longer contain herself. "Captain, are you performing a special soothing ritual to calm the cabin?" Duncan, with his back turned to Alice, silently sheathed his sword, mustering his resolve. "Yes." "Oh, how impressive." Alice's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Are you going to conduct a soothing ritual for all the fragments here?" "That will suffice," Duncan replied, maintaining a stern expression. He swiftly redirected her attention before her inquisitive nature could lead her to speak again, suggesting, "Let us move forward." As he spoke, he cautiously stepped ahead, holding the lantern aloft. When he took that step, he felt every muscle and nerve in his body tense, bracing for any unforeseen incident as he crossed the fissure. Yet, to his relief, nothing occurred. Just as he had previously demonstrated with the longsword, he effortlessly bypassed the process of leaping across the chasm, traversing the fragments as if he were merely strolling through a conventional cabin. Alice gazed in astonishment at the captain who moved ahead, seemingly oblivious to the fissure beneath him. Imitating him, she followed suit, yet trepidation gripped her as she approached the gap, ultimately propelling herself forward in a moment of impulsive haste, only to collide headlong with Duncan. Duncan sensed a sudden rush of wind behind him, followed by a substantial impact against his back. Instinctively, he spun around and waved his hand. In the next moment, he found himself staring impassively at the headless puppet floundering in disarray behind him. Alice's severed head rolled a few meters away, stammering, why yes, and no. However, it seemed she was oblivious to Duncan's sarcastic remark. As her eyes widened in sudden realization, fixating on a particular direction, there's a D door. Duncan furrowed his brow and turned to follow the direction indicated by Alice's frantic gaze. There, at the far end of the fragments, stood a dark wooden door, silently awaiting their approach. A door, there was indeed a door. The thought had crossed Duncan's mind when he first noticed the hint near the staircase's end, pondering whether such a classic scenario might unfold. Now, witnessing the presence of an additional door in the hold, his heart raced with excitement. At that moment, Alice stumbled her way over, while Duncan returned the doll's head to her, glancing at the door. Was there such a door here just now? Duncan noncommittally murmured in response, cautiously advancing towards the door with his lantern in hand. In truth, within this peculiar cabin, the lantern's light was no longer necessary. The dim, chaotic glow seeping through the cracks provided ample illumination to sustain a basic brightness throughout the space. Nonetheless, he persisted in holding the lantern, a measure of prudence he deemed essential, although the goat-headed figure had not specifically cautioned him about this. Duncan had resolved that as long as he remained in the submerged quarters, he would never extinguish the light. The newly appeared door appeared rather unremarkable, its dark panels scarcely distinguishable from the last door at the end of the staircase, sharing a similar style and material with most of the doors aboard the Lost Homeland. Raising his gaze, he noticed a line of letters above the doorframe, seemingly cast in copper. This door leads to the Lost Homeland. Chapter 60. Beyond the door, the letters, crafted of brass, bore the marks of time, appearing as if they had weathered a century, illuminated by the ghostly flame of the lantern and the pervasive chaotic light throughout the cabin. Each stroke of the letters seemed to be coated in a layer of solidified time, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. Duncan stared at the inscription for several seconds, his expression unchanged, before turning to leave. Alice's voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Hey, Captain, are we leaving already? Shouldn't we take a look at this door? Even without opening it, there is nothing left to see. This is the end of the hold, Duncan remarked casually. Just then, a faint tapping sound interrupted him, causing him to halt in his tracks. He turned to glance at Alice, who was anxiously surveying the surroundings before finally directing her gaze towards the ominous wooden door. The sound seemed to emanate from behind it. Duncan stood still, his expression serious as he fixated on the door from which the tapping had suddenly arisen. He patiently waited for several seconds, only to hear two more muted knocks. They were faint and indistinct, as if muffled by an exceedingly heavy curtain, suggesting that the door was enveloped by some unseen force, yet it was no mere illusion. With one hand clutching the lantern and the other gripping his sword tightly, Duncan scrutinized the dark wooden door. It was then that he noticed the door was not entirely closed. A narrow crack of about a centimeter was visible along its side. The door was ajar, as if someone had hastily departed and forgotten to shut it, or perhaps something within had deliberately left a gap, enticing the unwary to enter. Duncan lifted the lantern, cautiously directing its light inside, peering through the gap to observe the situation beyond the door. His other hand was poised with the sword ready to strike at any entity that might emerge from within. However, he could scarcely have anticipated the sight that awaited him. On the other side of the crack lay a room. In a modest room that appears to have aged, the wallpaper hangs in faded wrinkles, and the somewhat disordered furnishings suggest they have not been tidied in quite some time. Directly facing the door stands a single bed, accompanied by a desk adorned with a computer, books, and a small decorative item. A tall, slender figure is bent over the desk, fervently writing. Clad in a plain white shirt purchased from a street vendor, his hair is untamed and unkempt, and his physique, evidently lacking in exercise, appears somewhat gaunt. Duncan's gaze penetrates through the crack of the door, fixated on the familiar scene, on the room, and on the diligent figure at the desk. Suddenly sensing something, the figure pauses, raises his head abruptly, and rushes toward the door. He approaches, peering intently through the crack, locking eyes with Duncan. Duncan, in turn, is captivated by that familiar visage. It is his own face. They hold each other's gaze for several seconds until the figure on the other side of the door becomes agitated, forcefully attempting to push it open, seemingly desperate to escape. However, the door remains immovable, as if fused with the very fabric of space. He then resorts to trying to dismantle the lock, prying the door's seam with a tool, and pounding on the unyielding door with all his might, striving to break free. Yet to no avail. Finally, the person inside concedes to the futility of his efforts, striking the door near the seam, and calls out loudly. Yet all that reaches Duncan from the outside is a vague cacophony, each word indistinguishable and elusive. Duncan gazed in shock and bewilderment at the unfolding scene, observing the version of himself trapped within the confines of the room. He recognized the intentions of the person on the other side of the door, and his gaze gradually shifted to the doorknob, which lay within his reach. The door appeared to be easily opened from this side, yet he merely stared at the handle, taking no further action. Through the crack of the door, Duncan glimpsed a hastily scrawled message. "Help me. I am trapped in this room. The windows and doors won't open." Suddenly, Duncan burst into laughter. His mirth, spilling through the crevice, caught the attention of the trapped Zhou Ming, who slowly widened his eyes in astonishment. A mix of bewilderment and burgeoning anger evident on his face, as if he felt mocked. In the next instant, Duncan thrust the pirate's sword forward, piercing through the narrow gap of the door directly into Zhou Ming's body on the opposite side. The latter, impaled by the blade, opened his mouth in what seemed to be a scream, and through the haze, a cacophony of hoarse and discordant sounds reached Duncan's ears. Unmoved, Duncan tightened his grip on the sword hilt, pushing it further in, and softly murmured near the door, "If you cannot write in Chinese, you need not attempt it." At this moment, the previously silent pigeon, AIE, suddenly flapped its wings, emitting a raspy sound. "This is an illusion. What are you concealing?" In the next moment, the figure across the doorway began to dissolve like a wax statue, swiftly vanishing amidst the distorted and chaotic interplay of light and shadow. The room, which had appeared strikingly real and hauntingly familiar, rapidly shed its disguise, revealing its true nature to Duncan's eyes, a dim, antiquated cabin, desolate and ensnared in the decay of time. The sword in his hand felt emptily weightless, as if it had merely pierced the air from the very beginning. Was the space beyond this additional door merely a cabin? Duncan observed the scene through the crack in the door with surprise, yet no matter how he scrutinized it, it seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary ship's hold. But was that cabin truly real? The recent peculiarities were indelibly etched in his mind. He could not discern whether they were mere illusions or something more sinister. One thing was certain, however: this door harbored an enigma and danger beyond his wildest imagination. If the visions reflected from beyond the door were shaped by his own memories and distorted perceptions, it indicated that the threat lurking there surpassed the capabilities of Captain Duncan himself. Conversely, if those visions were fabricated by an external force, the situation would be even more dire. For in this world, no one should possess knowledge of the cabin's appearance, nor should anyone be aware of the existence of Zhou Ming. Yet, whatever lay beyond that door seemed to know. He took a deep breath. His earlier caution had proven wise. Under no circumstances should he open this door. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of trepidation. For there had indeed been a fleeting moment when he gazed upon the doorknob, during which a thought crossed his mind: to open the door and liberate himself. "Captain!" Alice's voice suddenly pierced through his reverie, rousing Duncan from his contemplation. He lifted his gaze towards the doll, catching a glimpse of her expression, one marked by both concern and fear. "Captain, are you all right? What lies beyond that door? Why does your countenance appear so grave?" As she spoke, she reached out, attempting to push the door, hoping to secure it shut. The narrow crack that the door revealed was utterly disquieting. However, despite exerting considerable effort, the door remained immovable, as if it were fused with the very fabric of space, reminiscent of the sealed windows in his solitary apartment. Duncan noncommittally uttered a sound of acknowledgement and, accompanied by Alice, turned to approach the final door that led to the staircase. This place was undeniably sinister, and he found himself reluctant to linger any longer. Following this, no further aberrations transpired. The captain appeared unchanged, seemingly unaffected by any prior sense of oppression, and the atmosphere within the depths of the Lost Homeland did not seem to have any impact upon him. "Captain, are you weary?" Alice inquired cautiously. "Would you like me to prepare something for you to eat? You hardly had dinner." Duncan paused, ruminating on his thoughts as he regarded the doll beside him. On her face was an expression of genuine concern, akin to that of Nina. He suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, as the shadows in his heart began to dissipate quietly. "Do not drop anything peculiar into the pot this time. My head is not peculiar, especially not yours." Oh, Chapter 61. Unstable navigation. Duncan believed he had been exploring the ship for an eternity, even doubting that an entire night had elapsed. However, upon gazing at the profound darkness enveloping him, it appeared he had merely lingered below for a few hours. Yet, within this brief span, the bizarre and uncanny sights he had encountered were sufficient to leave an indelible impression upon him. He still vividly recalled the cabin with its inverse play of light and shadow, as well as the door located at the bottom of the hold. Particularly that door, what lay beyond it? The lantern in Duncan's hand had extinguished, and he, accompanied by the puppet, gradually made his way toward the captain's quarters. Their conversation was sparse. The puppet seemed to be rehearsing culinary tasks in its mind, while Duncan's attention was drawn to the surrounding deck structures. He compared his recollections, affirming that the dim, dilapidated cabin opposite the door was indeed a part of the Lost Homeland. Both sharing a strikingly similar architectural style and an elusive continuity in their construction. This was a clandestine area of the Lost Homeland, veiled in snow, imperceptible even to Duncan. The captain, did the goat-headed figure possess knowledge of that door? Was it aware of what lay beyond? Should he inquire about it? Upon reaching the captain's quarters, Duncan's thoughts remained tumultuous. He entered with Alice, only to find the goat-headed figure still quietly stationed at the navigation table, its hollow, dark eyes turning toward the doorway in response to their arrival. Duncan turned to hang the lantern, and then he heard Alice, brimming with excitement, greeting the goat-head from behind. "Mr. Goat-head, I accompanied the captain to the ship's hold. The depths of this vessel are astonishing. The lowest compartment is utterly fragmented, and there is even a most peculiar door." At that moment, Duncan felt a wave of clarity wash over him regarding how to engage the goat-head in conversation. He nearly forgot that he was accompanied by an inquisitive and utterly uninformed companion. Alice's lively chatter had effectively broken the ice. He made an effort to suppress his amusement while feigning indifference as he tidied up, all the while straining to listen to the exchange between the two crew members. He caught the goat-head's voice, infused with an unmistakable tone of anticipation. "I knew you would be utterly astonished. Miss Alice, do you now comprehend the magnificence of the Lost Homeland? This vessel is capable of navigating through various dimensions while ensuring safety." Duncan listened intently, and his heart stirred with intrigue. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The bizarre spectacle outside the ship's fractured bottom was a result of its being situated beyond the realms of the boundless sea as time and space. Meanwhile, he was rapidly contemplating. The ever-curious Alice was utterly fascinated by the peculiar sights in the lower decks of the Lost Home, yet she seemed hesitant to question him. Her captain, too extensively, preferring instead to inquire of the loquacious goat-head. However, he realized that if he remained there as a mere listener, it would appear rather odd and suspicious, and could even lead Goat-head to redirect the conversation towards him. Should it arise that he suggested to Alice to consult the captain, something he would be ill-prepared to handle. With this thought, he promptly devised a plan, adjusted his expression, and, regaining his usual seriousness, remarked nonchalantly, "You may continue your discussion here. I shall take a stroll outside. Alice is now a member of the crew, and regarding matters of this ship, feel free to share anything that isn't too confidential." Upon hearing this, Alice's face brightened with joy, while Goat-head immediately replied with enthusiasm, "Of course, Captain. Your loyal servant has always been eager to welcome new members." Duncan then exited the captain's quarters. Yet, the moment he stepped out, he concentrated his mind, utilizing his profound connection with the lost home to attentively monitor the happenings within the captain's chamber. Once his focus sharpened, the vague perceptions transformed into a clear, real-time observation, allowing every detail within the captain's quarters to be vividly reflected in Duncan's mind. He observed as Alice boldly fetched a stool to sit opposite Goat-head, excitedly recounting her explorations in the lower decks of the Lost Home, sharing tales of the bizarre sights in the hold. She seemed to have completely forgotten about preparing a midnight snack for the captain, yet Duncan was utterly unconcerned. He appreciated the timely assistance of this puppet at a critical moment. Beneath the night sky, AI suddenly flapped her wings and flew to a nearby mast, as if to stand guard. Duncan, proceeding as if on a routine inspection of the deck, moved forward slowly, while the conversation from the captain's quarters resonated clearly in his mind. Alice had already discussed the peculiar door with the goat-headed figure, her tone tinged with anxiety. "That door looks rather frightening. The captain forbids me from approaching it." "Of course you cannot approach it, let alone you. Even I cannot touch it." "Do not wear that expression. I am aware that I lack limbs. When I say touch, I mean it in a different sense. To contact, to control, to comprehend, to glimpse. Do you understand? That door is untouchable in this profound sense. If you touch it, it will be your end. Do you grasp that?" Alice appeared startled by the goat-headed figure's particularly serious tone, hesitating for a second or two before speaking. "So, what exactly is that door?" "I didn't touch it." Alice immediately responded in haste, yet hesitated for a moment before continuing with uncertainty. However, the captain leaned in for a closer look. peering through the crack of the door and prodding at some unknown object across the way with his sword. As Alice's words lingered in the air, Duncan suddenly felt the entire vessel sway, followed by a mournful wailing of the main sails and side sails in the wind. The masts and rigging creaked ominously, all under the dominion of the goat head. He gazed up in astonishment at the swaying masts and rigging, as if he could sense the momentary panic of the unseen controller behind them. Meanwhile, a cry echoed in his mind, the voice of the captain from the quarters. "What did you say? You mentioned a crack in the door? That door is ajar?" "Why, yes," Alice stammered, seemingly startled. "The door is slightly open, with a gap, perhaps, just wide enough for a finger." The captain glanced at the crack in the door. And then, what did he do? Did he exhibit any hesitation or bewilderment when he took you away? "Don't think about the kitchen just yet. Do you know what lies beyond that door?" "Ah, what is beyond that door?" Alice's tone was tinged with confusion and fear. She had never witnessed the goat head in such a grave and urgent demeanor, which made her feel as though the ship were on the brink of sinking. The goat head's voice suddenly deepened, and it spoke slowly. "Behind that door lies the hyperspace." Duncan, wandering on the deck, came to an abrupt halt. Behind that door lay the subspace? He was taken aback, a tumultuous wave of emotion surging within him, nearly disrupting the monitoring of the captain's quarters. Then, another thought struck him, the fragmented hull, the dim, chaotic light and shadow of the turbulent flow outside the cracks of the hull indicated that the lost home was traversing through different dimensions. Clearly, the space beyond the hull was a realm distinct from the reality he knew, and yet there was a door in the hull, with subspace on the other side. Could it be that the lower half of the lost home was indeed navigating within subspace? Moreover, according to the goathead's assertion, this state of navigation seemed rather unstable. Not only did the captain need to constantly reassure the hull, but theoretically, that door should have remained tightly shut. Yet now, it bore a crack. What could this signify? Did it imply a breach in the hull's integrity? Or was something from subspace attempting to infiltrate the lost home? Perhaps, when he tried to close that door, something on the other side resisted, preventing him from sealing that passage. Chapter 62. Intertwined overlaps. The revelation that the hull of the lost home might have been perpetually sailing through subspace rendered Duncan's emotions profoundly intricate. He had always been aware of the eerie and perilous nature of the Lost Homeland. Yet he had never anticipated that this vessel could possess such an uncanny degree of strangeness. His knowledge of subspace was scant, perhaps even inferior to that of Nina's history teacher. However, he was at least cognizant of the fact that subspace represented one of the most treacherous phenomena in existence, a realm that could rob saints of their sleep and instill profound dread in the hearts of gods. It was so terrifying that among the superstitious sailors aboard the ship preparing to set sail, some dared not utter the word subspace aloud, fearing its implications. Although subspace was not a sentient deity that would cast its gaze upon those who invoked its name, the mere mention of it at sea inspired an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Yet, the Lost Homeland, this ghostly ship that had drifted for a century, harbored the possibility that a portion of it had been navigating through subspace all along. Even more unsettling was the thought that beneath its hull lay a door leading into that very realm. The dim and dilapidated cabin beyond that door might represent the structures of the Lost Homeland that had succumbed entirely to the encroachment of subspace. With the door serving as a seal, Duncan instinctively lowered his gaze to the dark-hued deck beneath his feet, as if his sight could penetrate the layers of wood to glimpse that shattered cabin and the chaotic light and shadow beyond. In that moment, he felt as though he stood upon a powder keg already ignited, the slightest crack in that door serving as the fuse, the length of which remained unknown to him. However, after a brief interval of shock and tension, Duncan gradually began to realize that the behavior of the goat-headed figure seemed to reveal another layer of information. Upon hearing Alice's words, Duncan's demeanor reflected a palpable panic, as if merely peering through the crack of that door into the subspace would precipitate a dreadful calamity. Yet, Duncan was acutely aware of his own state. He recognized that he was entirely composed. The illusions presented behind that door did indeed evoke a fleeting sense of alarm, and he had momentarily contemplated whether to open it, but all of this was merely a transient psychological fluctuation. Throughout this ordeal, he felt no influence of extraordinary power. The fleeting thought passed as quickly as it had arisen. He did not perceive that the door bore any long-term repercussions on him. Duncan lowered his gaze to his hands, repeatedly affirming within his mind that here, he was Duncan Abnomer, the captain of the Lost Homeland. In another realm, he was known as Zhou Ming, an ordinary high school teacher ensnared in a fog-laden apartment. Perhaps, the goat-headed figure was merely overstrained? It was but a crack in the door, not an open portal to subspace. The Lost Homeland swayed gently upon the waves, the mast and rigging creaking and groaning, while the semi-transparent spectral sail remained somewhat unstable, betraying the tension and negligence of its controller. Duncan raised his gaze to the sail, suddenly regaining his composure and in the depths of his mind. He intoned solemnly, "First mate, steady your helm, and manage the sail with precision." "Captain, Captain," the voice of the goat-headed figure immediately resounded, laced with a hint of panic. "Ah, yes, yes, Captain." Duncan remained silent, upholding his customary solemnity in their mental connection, patiently awaiting the goat-headed figure to speak. True to form, the latter broke the silence mere seconds later. "Captain, I just overheard Miss Alice mention. A crack has formed in the door at the bottom of the cabin." "Indeed," Duncan replied calmly. "I have already inspected it." "You did check. And Miss Alice stated that you confirmed the situation beyond the door." The goat-headed figure seemed to be weighing his words carefully. "Do you feel, just a hint of mental disorientation? That door leads to subspace, I know," Duncan interjected before the goat-headed figure could finish. "Do I appear to you as someone lacking mental clarity? Speak plainly." Duncan astutely grasped the implications woven into the goat-headed figure's words and swiftly deduced a fragment of the truth, yet he betrayed no sign of unease. Instead, he casually remarked, "From my observations, that crack remains stable for now, though I cannot dismiss the possibility of further expansion. I would like to hear your thoughts." "Now, the mere fact that stability has been achieved is indeed good news, Captain." The goat-head harbors no suspicions, yet appears profoundly troubled. "As for my suggestion, to be candid, I find myself at a loss. That door was left by your own hand, and it was you who sealed it. You have never disclosed what plans you had thereafter, nor have you mentioned the changes that might ensue. Matters concerning the hold have always been your sole responsibility." "Indeed," Duncan quickly interjected, "it seems you have little counsel to offer on this front." It appears the goat-head is equally oblivious to the full extent of information regarding that door in the hold. It merely understands that beyond that door lies the subspace, and that opening it would herald no good. Yet, more vital intelligence resides solely with the true Captain Duncan. But where, pray tell, can one find the genuine Captain Duncan at this moment? "Captain, at this juncture." The voice of the goat-head echoed once more in my mind. "What are your next arrangements?" "Arrangements? What arrangements? Do you suggest fleeing to the mainland?" Given Captain Duncan's notorious reputation as an enemy to all, it would not be surprising if the moment the Lost Homeland appears off any coastal city, an entire fleet would converge to pursue and besiege it. What other option do we have but to continue drifting upon this vessel? Duncan rolled his eyes in exasperation and gazed skyward. Meanwhile, I, who had previously climbed the mast pretending to stand guard, flitted down and landed on his shoulder, nodding vigorously while exclaiming, "This is a trap. Abandon ship and escape." "Escape? Escape?" Duncan remarked instinctively, but soon realized, "Wait. Can you hear my conversation with the goat-head?" He had been communicating telepathically with goat-head, so why did this pigeon suddenly swoop down to utter such a seemingly apt remark? The pigeon flapped its wings, looking haughty. "For heaven's sake, don't speak. I have my own understanding." Duncan suddenly found himself curious about the taste of pigeon soup. However, he had not forgotten that goat-head awaited his response, so after centering himself, he disregarded the insistent pigeon on his shoulder and continued in his mind, "Just focus on your own tasks. I will keep a vigilant eye on that door, as always." "Aye, Captain." The Lost Homeland gradually steadied itself, the sails adjusting to the wind's embrace, allowing the grand vessel to forge ahead across the boundless sea. The bow cleaved through the waves, the gentle lapping of the water against the hull creating a soothing symphony. Duncan concluded his dialogue with goat-head and slowly approached the edge of the deck, gazing down at the dark, unfathomable ocean. The water mirrored the pale, chilling radiance of the world's creation. He would remain attentive to the door in the hold, though mere vigilance would not alter the circumstances. He required greater knowledge, a deeper understanding and mastery of his own powers. Perhaps he also needed additional assistance. Such resources were absent on the ship. But perhaps the city-state of Plander held what he sought. Before he could adeptly transfer his primary consciousness into the city-state and simultaneously command two bodies, this frequent switching of perspectives was an unavoidable necessity. During this transfer, he also intended to have AIE conduct further tests. He wanted to ascertain whether AIE could transport items from the Lost Homeland to the antique shop. If successful, it was essential to determine if there were limitations on the quantity she could carry and whether carrying an excessive number of items would lead to potential loss. As various plans brewed in his mind, Duncan's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the undulating waves outside. The reflection of the world's creation in the sea appeared hazy and chaotic, with scattered glimmers resembling an intangible flow of light. The world's creation? Duncan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly sensing a peculiar familiarity in the sky reflected in the water. He abruptly lifted his head to gaze at the enormous, scar-like fissure in the sky. Within this vast wound, chaotic and dim glimmers filled the space, while the sky surrounding the wound emitted a vapor of dispersing light. Upon closer inspection, the so-called light vapor was, in fact, a multitude of overlapping and entangled, indistinct streams of light. It resembled the scenery outside the shattered hull at the bottom of the Lost Homeland. Chapter 63, Homecoming. Was the view outside the bottom of the Lost Homeland indeed the world's creation? If the exterior of the hull represented the subspace, then could the world's creation also be a part of this subspace? Or at the very least, exist in some form of connection? Ultimately, however, he could discern no clear answers. The conjectures in his mind remained mere speculations. Duncan stood on the deck, allowing the sea breeze to envelop him for an extended period, contemplating as he gradually regained his composure. He also kept an eye on the activity near the goat's head and noticed that his first mate seemed to have calmed down as well, diligently maneuvering the Lost Homeland at that moment. Yet Duncan remained acutely aware of an elusive tension permeating the vessel. This unease seemed to lack a tangible source, saturating the entire living ghost ship, the towering masts, the interwoven sails, and the coils of rope piled upon the deck. These silent entities in the darkness appeared to murmur with a stifled anxiety, deliberating the matter of that door. It was the first occasion Duncan sensed the emotional fluctuations of the ship directly within his mind. The entire vessel now fixated on the captain, scrutinizing any anomalies following his furtive glance beyond that door. The evening breeze caressed him as he inhaled deeply, gradually making his way toward the captain's quarters. His fingers gently tapped upon the railing beside the hull, as if in a soliloquy. Relax, this is merely trivial. In that moment, he distinctly felt the shift. The pervasive tension throughout the ship began to wane, the rope slackened, and the sails billowed with renewed vigor. The faint creaking sounds from below deck gradually subsided. The ship seemed to affirm at last that the captain remained in command. The door swung open, revealing a swirling mass of black mist within. Duncan stepped toward this nebulous darkness, while the dove, AI, that had perched upon his shoulder, suddenly flapped its wings and fluttered to a nearby mast, squawking, "The path ahead is cut off. The path ahead is cut off." Duncan cast a curious glance at the dove's abrupt departure, but resolutely advanced a step forward. Zhou Ming lowered his head, confirming the condition of his body. Familiar hands, a familiar shirt, familiar trousers, not as robust as Captain Duncan, but rather an utterly ordinary human. He then raised his gaze to survey the room. Everything remained precisely as it was when he departed. Even the dust had not accumulated. Standing in his designated spot, he initially presumed a figure awaited him on the other side of the door, and then he cast his eyes toward that direction. Through the crack of the door, he could indeed glimpse the center of the room, where a somewhat disheveled desk lay, adorned with a computer and various clutter, his usual workspace where he engaged in reading, writing, and grading his students' assignments and exams. Zhou Ming slowly opened the door a fraction, inch by inch, pressing his eye against the gap. At that moment, he felt his heart racing, despite rationality urging him that such thoughts were utterly illogical. Yet, he could not help but ponder. Might an eye suddenly appear through the crack? Might a grim and somber ghostly captain materialize? Or perhaps, a pirate's sword would thrust through. He leaned closer, his eyes fixed on the outside. Beyond lay only a swirling mass of black mist, as ever. Zhou Ming suddenly exhaled, yet for reasons unknown. An odd sensation of loss crept into his heart, as if his expectations had been dashed, and he felt an inexplicable absence of delight. He vigorously shook his head, dismissing the somewhat eerie mindset that had settled within him. Gradually, he approached the desk, where remnants of his previous existence lingered, scraps of paper adorned with chaotic doodles, a neatly arranged diary, and the computer screen that remained illuminated despite being disconnected from power. Everything appeared unchanged. Zhou Ming exhaled, but suddenly, his expression froze. There was indeed a change. His gaze was fixed on a corner of the desk, where a small object had mysteriously appeared, an exquisitely crafted ornament. A lifelike model of a ship, the Lost Homeland. Zhou Ming felt as though struck by lightning, sitting motionless in his chair for a full half-minute, utterly stunned. He was 100% certain that this object had not been present on his desk before, especially not a model of the Lost Homeland. After what felt like an eternity, he blinked and cautiously picked up the model that had inexplicably materialized before him. bringing it close for a meticulous examination. Compared to the actual Lost Homeland, the only discernible difference was perhaps its size. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He brought the ship closer and gently pried open the captain's cabin door at the stern. Peering inside through the small opening, searching intently within. On the miniature navigation table, there was no trace of the goat-headed figure. Likewise, Alice was nowhere to be found on the ship. A peculiar sensation stirred within Zhou Ming. He could not fathom why he believed that Alice would manifest aboard this miniature version of the Lost Homeland. Such an idea was undoubtedly absurd. Perhaps the mere existence of this vessel was itself too far-fetched? Zhou Ming cradled the diminutive Lost Homeland, lost in contemplation for what felt like an eternity. He was bewildered by how this ship had materialized on his desk. Yet it was evident that the connection between his sequestered single apartment and the world across the door was far deeper than he had ever imagined. The transformation might have occurred after he took the helm, or perhaps it transpired when he peered into the subspace through the crack in the door. Leaning back against the chair's backrest, he allowed his mind to gradually settle. He discovered that he could still sense the happenings beyond the door. He could feel the essence of the Lost Homeland, the presence of the goat-headed figure, and even the distant city-state of Prander, along with another shell within that antique shop. After an indeterminate period of reflection, Zhou Ming jolted back to awareness, blinking as he gazed at the ghostly ship still cradled in his hands. His attention then shifted to an empty shelf at the far end of the room. That shelf had been purchased several years prior, yet until the arrival of the anomaly, he had not found an opportunity to fill it. At that moment, it held only a few decorative crystal vases, deceived into his possession through online purchases, while the remaining compartments lay vacant. With care, Zhou Ming placed the Lost Homeland upon the shelf, stepping back a couple of paces to scrutinize his handiwork. Seemingly satisfied with his choice of location, the origin of this object in this place remains a mystery. However, at least, during these days of confinement, he can once again embellish his modest abode. A resonant and melodious whistle shattered the tranquility of the sea, prompting Vanna, who had arrived early at the port, to hasten to the edge of the lookout, gazing intently at the scene unfolding at the dock. The entire harbor had been preemptively cleared. The once bustling Prander main port now lay desolate. The ordinary dockworkers and handover agents had vanished, replaced by a fully armed contingent of law enforcement officers and guards affiliated with the church. 12 steam-powered walking machines barred all access to the dock area. Meanwhile, on the gently undulating waves beyond the harbor, a splendid steam-powered vessel was gradually approaching, the White Oak. Chapter 64. The White Oak Encounter with Duncan. Many awaited the return of this ship, countless pairs of eyes anxiously fixated on the silhouette drawing closer across the water. Judge Vanna observed as the horn of the White Oak sounded, prompting immediate action from the personnel at the dock. The crew responsible for guiding the vessel to shore swiftly took their positions, signaling the White Oak with lights and flags. Meanwhile, the guardians trained by the church proceeded to activate the deep-sea relics strategically placed around Pier 1 the previous evening. These were numerous bronze monuments, inscribed with the name of the storm goddess, Gromona, at their bases, while their tops were filled with sacred oils and spices. Upon activation, the area surrounding the White Oak's docking point would be sealed off, transforming it into a sanctified domain under the watchful gaze of the goddess. In the distance, the constables sent by the city hall assembled. These ordinary individuals were ill-equipped to confront the extraordinary. Thus, their primary task was to secure all entrances with heavy firepower, as conventional firearms were ineffective against the eerie, intangible curses. However, should a tangible contaminator emerge from the White Oak, the 8mm bullets and 4-pound cannons would prove significantly advantageous. At times, Vanna found herself silently grateful for the advancements in technology. These engineering marvels empowered the frail and ordinary to partake in the unfolding of such supernatural events. Although the consequences of technological progress were a mixed blessing, at the very least, the support from machine guns and artillery had considerably reduced the casualties among her fellow congregants over the years. Vanna's gaze extended beyond the dock, sweeping across the distant sea. A priest standing beside her exhaled softly, a hint of relief evident in his voice as he remarked, "The White Oak has obeyed the command. It seems that vessel is still under human control. It cannot be asserted definitively. For many individuals influenced by anomalies or extraordinary phenomena may appear indistinguishable from ordinary people until a mutation occurs." Vanna shook her head and transmitted a second set of signals, dispatching a reconnaissance vessel, instructing the coastal artillery to remain on high alert, ready to fire at a moment's notice should any unusual activity arise aboard the ship. The order from the adjudicator was swiftly disseminated, and due to the damaged communication apparatus of the White Oak, those on shore could only communicate with the vessel through lights and flags. Following a complex exchange of signals, 3 lights illuminated the bow of the White Oak, and shortly thereafter, a rope ladder was lowered from its side. A swift boat was launched from the dock, propelled by a small steam engine, racing towards the White Oak. On board was an entire squad of guardians, comprising 8 combatants, a commander, and a deep-sea priest. These devoted clerics ignited incense in their small craft, reciting the sacred name of the storm goddess. Upon nearing the White Oak, they did not immediately board but circled the grand vessel, casting a mixture of seaweed extract and holy oil into the surrounding waters. As these oils touched the sea, they emitted a faint glow, gradually coalescing into a luminous ring that completely encircled the White Oak. Having completed this ritual, the clerics aboard the small vessel finally approached the White Oak and ascended the rope ladder. All of this unfolded under the watchful gaze of Vanna atop the lookout. The storm goddess would embrace the souls of these unfortunate beings. This cold, even somewhat cruel, law does not arise from anyone's malice, but rather represents the survival strategies that humanity has painstakingly developed through the ages. Naturally, there exist city-states that either refuse or are unable to adhere to these stringent rules. Most of these are now largely confined to the initial 2 units of the second volume of secondary school history, which are essential content for final examinations. Vanna crossed her arms, gently tapping the metal of her armored sleeves. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated from the small church at the docks, the steam release pipes on either side of the bell tower emitting 3 prolonged chimes. The ship was secure, the White Oak requested to dock, while simultaneously reporting a special situation. Vanna let out a sigh of relief. As far as she could ascertain, that vessel appeared to be in good condition. And this was indeed the most encouraging news. As for the special situation report, she was not surprised. A ship that had taken a curious detour returning to port would undoubtedly have something unusual to report. More church guardians began to board the ship in an orderly fashion, preparing for a thorough inspection and inquiries. Vanna, too, departed from the lookout tower, personally leading a team of priests to the dock. She traversed the lengthy gangplank and finally stepped onto the deck of the White Oak, where she encountered the ship's captain, a robust man with graying hair. The old captain's expression appeared somewhat haggard, clearly having worked under intense pressure for an extended period. Yet upon noticing the approach of the church's inquisitor, the elder promptly rallied his spirits and made his way to Vanna. "Certainly, Your Honor." Lawrence nodded immediately, intending to address her as Miss Judge, considering she appeared to be nearly the same age as his daughter. However, at the last moment, he opted for the more respectful title. "I had anticipated this, after all. We have been out of touch for so long." Vanna nodded and inquired, "Briefly explain what happened to the White Oak and why you lost contact. Furthermore, what prompted your sudden appearance on an unreported route? What is the status of the cargo you were escorting, particularly regarding the anomalous situation 099? Upon hearing this, a look of profound frustration and anxiety washed over Lawrence's face. He sighed, glancing around instinctively before slowly beginning to speak. "You may find it hard to believe, but we encountered the fabled Lost Haven." In front him, the serious-faced judge seemed to freeze in place, her expression transforming into one of bewilderment. He could not decipher the meaning behind her countenance, but it bore a striking resemblance to the look she had after the collision with the Lost Haven just days prior. "Your Honor," Lawrence asked cautiously, "You?" "Captain Lawrence." Vanna suddenly seemed to awaken, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Please, repeat that." "I said you may find it hard to believe. I mentioned the latter part. We encountered the legendary Lost Haven." "I believe you." Lawrence was taken aback. "Well, you may need to linger at the dock for a few more days, Captain," Vanna stated with a grave demeanor. "This matter is quite serious, exceedingly serious. You encountered the Lost Homeland, yet all survived?" The expression on the adjudicator's face suddenly shifted, a hint of skepticism glimmering in her eyes. Noticing this, Lawrence hastily raised his hands. "We are unscathed, but the Lost Homeland took away Anomaly 099, the doll's coffin. I suspect that Ghost Ship targeted the doll's coffin." "The Lost Homeland took Anomaly 099? Vanna furrowed her brow, then inquired further, "What happened next? Did it just let you go?" "Why, yes," Lawrence replied, growing increasingly anxious and vaguely aware of an underlying truth. "Your Excellency, has there been, well, it may not hurt to inform you, as it seems your contact may be more severe than ours." Vanna sighed, gazing at the old captain. Captain Lawrence, you may not be the only one who has recently encountered the Lost Homeland. Let us find a quiet place. I need to ascertain more details. Chapter 65. The guillotine, the captain's quarters of the White Oak had been temporarily transformed into a sanctuary. The fragrant aroma of incense wafted through the room, while talismans inscribed with storm runes hung at every door and window. The priests established bronze boundary stones at each corner of the chamber, adorning their tops with strips of cloth soaked in holy oil. Finally, a tome titled the Codex of Storms, sourced from the cathedral, was introduced into the sanctum to serve as its foundation. Once these arrangements were complete, Captain Lawrence entered the captain's quarters alongside the adjudicator, Vanna. I hope you do not mind our innovations here, Vanna remarked with a calm demeanor, embodying the decorum and restraint befitting a high-ranking clergyman, all for the sake of safety. Of course, all for the sake of safety, Captain Lawrence replied, his understanding evident as he nodded. He surveyed the sacred artifacts within the room, feeling a slight sense of relief. With such items present, the usual twisted abominations would likely perish at the mere sight of them. You may speak freely with me about the Lost Homeland, Vanna encouraged. Nodding in affirmation. Let us begin from the start. Where were you, and how did you come to encounter that vessel? Captain Lawrence steadied himself, preparing to recount the most harrowing day of his memory. It was like this. He detailed the events meticulously, even recalling what he had for breakfast that day and the precise time the sailors had their meals. For those details he could not clearly remember. He referenced the ship's log and the sailors' diaries from that fateful day. Experienced captains are well aware of this. Prior to many extraordinary phenomena, there often appear seemingly ordinary signs. At the time, individuals may find it challenging to perceive the connections between these occurrences. Yet professionals analyzing the events in hindsight can derive insights from those everyday clues and caution future generations. Every captain navigating the boundless sea maintains the habit of recording a nautical log, while perusing their own writings remains the only safe form of reading. Aside from the study of revered classics, upon hearing that harrowing encounter, Vanna's brow furrowed with increasing intensity. The situation was more dire and bizarre than she had anticipated. She had initially believed that Captain Lawrence's so-called encounter was merely a fleeting glimpse or, at best, a narrow escape from the ghostly vessel. Thus, she assumed that the fearsome captain had only pilfered the ship's cargo without inflicting harm upon anyone. However, she was taken aback to learn that it was a direct collision. The entire ship, the White Oak, had crashed into the hull of the Lost Homeland, with the ghostly green flames sweeping through it from top to bottom. According to Captain Lawrence, at that moment, the White Oak was even beginning to transform into the Lost Homeland. He could vividly perceive his own body shifting into a spectral state. The sacred beacon aboard the ship was inactive, the ballast relics unresponsive, and the protective materials integrated into the hull served no purpose. The priest could only preserve himself. The entire vessel was ensconced in a deep spiritual realm, unable to summon aid from the outside world. It can be said that the White Oak had already become the quarry of that captain, and there existed no semblance of a fortunate escape. Captain Lawrence stands here today solely because the ship Lost Homeland decisively relinquished its claim to this prize. Your Honor, after finally recounting his experiences, Captain Lawrence observed that Vanna remained unresponsive for an extended period, prompting him to inquire, what was the true intention of the Lost Homeland at that time? Did it genuinely seek only to take away Anomaly 099? Vanna glanced at him and replied, Isn't that your long-held belief? I have always thought so. But now I find myself uncertain, Lawrence sighed. Especially considering your earlier mention of that ghost captain recently extending his influence to the city-state of Prand. I cannot shake the feeling that matters are not so straightforward. No one can fathom the thoughts of that ghost captain, Vanna shook her head. For now, all we can do is conduct a thorough examination of the White Oak to ensure it does not harbor any invasive entities. You and your crew will have to endure some inconveniences. Until the investigation concludes, you are prohibited from interacting with anyone aside from the church officials, including visits from family. Captain Lawrence bowed his head in understanding. After a brief pause, he continued, and regarding the theft of Anomaly 099, Vanna recognized the captain's underlying concern. The bizarre and terrifying maritime phenomena loom as a threat above civilization. Yet, before contemplating these vast and distant dangers, this captain is fundamentally a man who needs to provide for his family. The burden of losing Anomaly 099 weighs heavily upon an ordinary individual. Fear not, for the church shall intervene to elucidate matters to both the city authorities and the Explorers Guild. She spoke with a calm demeanor. The emergence of the Lost Homeland is deemed an act of nature beyond our control, and the loss of Anomaly 099 is not your burden to bear. Even if it was a church vessel entrusted with its transport, the outcome would likely have been no different. Captain Lawrence's expression visibly relaxed a fraction. Yet, within Vanna's heart lay an unspoken truth. Ultimately, anomalies exist perpetually on the precipice of containment and chaos. Each year, new anomalies slip beyond the grasp of control, leading to the tragic demise of city dwellers under the influence of these bizarre entities. The Church has wrestled with such uncontrollable anomalies for centuries. And in the face of this enduring and vast dynamic equilibrium, the loss of an anomaly, even one numbered within the hundreds, is not unfathomable. However, such thoughts are not for her to voice as a judge. At that moment, Captain Lawrence hesitated, breaking the silence. "I wish to inquire about the peculiarities of Anomaly 099. He paused, then quickly added, "Of course, I received some documentation while undertaking the transport duties, though it primarily pertained to the sealing methods and emergency protocols following its initial loss of control. It did not delve into the background of this anomaly or the circumstances following its complete loss of control. You understand, after all, that the closer ordinary individuals come to comprehending an anomaly numbered within the hundreds, the greater the risk of it spiraling beyond control. I grasp this principle well. However, the Anomaly 099 has now been captured by the Lost Town, and according to regulations, it should be classified as utterly uncontrollable. Therefore, I shall inform you." Although Vanna did not wait for Captain Lawrence to finish speaking before nodding in acknowledgement, Anomaly 099 has indeed severed its ties with the governance of civilized society. Consequently, as stipulated, its pertinent information will be disseminated to the Adventurers Association and the extraordinary teams of various city-states, with the hope of future apprehension and resealing. As a member of the Adventurers Association and the last individual to have encountered Anomaly 099, you ought to be aware of this intelligence. As she paused to reflect, she began to methodically articulate the information she had gathered. Anomaly 099, known as the doll casket, manifests as an opulent wooden box resembling a coffin, within which lies a dormant doll. This doll, with silver hair and a violet gown, bears a physique akin to that of an ordinary human. The anomaly was initially discovered in the frigid northern seas, and the appearance of the doll strikingly resembles that of the Frost Queen, Rhaenora, who was executed by rebels half a century ago. However, no evidence substantiates a tangible connection between the two. The anomaly lacks cognitive inclination and is devoid of consciousness. Yet it is highly probable that it may instinctively perceive its surroundings and exert influence upon them. You are undoubtedly familiar with the methods of sealing Anomaly 099, so I shall refrain from reiterating them. As for its perilous nature, firstly, the doll casket exhibits a propensity to settle. Once it lingers in a specific area for an extended period, it will regard that locale as its territory, making subsequent relocation exceedingly challenging. Consequently, it will gradually amplify its influence within its designated domain, while the strength of its seal diminishes precipitously, rendering it increasingly susceptible to losing control. This is a common trait among many anomalies. Hence, it is imperative to frequently relocate the sealing site of Anomaly 099 to prevent its excessive growth. Secondly, in the event of the doll casket spiraling out of control, all humanoid entities within a certain radius, including humans, elves, forest kin, and Giplos, will be targeted for assessment. This radius can range from a few hundred meters to nearly a kilometer, expanding as the doll casket's settling duration increases. The specific criteria for verification remain ambiguous. It is only known that the selected target will immediately lose its autonomy, as if manipulated by puppet strings, and will instinctively kneel and bow towards the effigy of the puppet, akin to the subjects of a city-state venerating their queen. Once this action is completed, the victim is swiftly beheaded. The puppet effigy possesses the ability to move uncontrollably, exhibiting remarkable speed and immense strength, and can escape capture in astonishing ways. Furthermore, the effigy itself is exceedingly robust, amplifying the dangers posed when it spirals out of control. In several incidents of the effigy losing control, only one saint survived. However, this saint happened to possess the bloodline of the Northern Frost City, leaving it uncertain whether it was the saint's power that resisted the curse, or if his lineage coincidentally met the effigy's criteria for pardon. As Captain Lawrence listened to the young judge's calm recounting, he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. His first thought was that indeed, earning the authorities' coin in the city-state was no easy task. No wonder the remuneration for escorting Anomaly 099 was nearly 5 times that of transporting ordinary anomalies. The lethal damage, triggered simply by the puppet fixing its gaze upon you, disregards all forms of protection and evasion, rendering it a terrifying entity that guarantees the demise of all aboard should it spiral out of control on a vessel with no escape. Only a band of captains from the Explorers Association, who specialize in extreme survival, would dare to take on such a perilous assignment. Meanwhile, he continued to hear the voice of Judge Vanna resounding, in light of the peculiar and terrifying abilities of the puppet coffin. The Church has designated a name for its powers during the documentation of Anomaly 099. A title inspired by the execution device employed a century ago during the execution of the Frost Queen, the Alice Guillotine. Chapter 66. A Beautiful Morning on the Lost Homeland. Alice. Mind your head. The beautiful morning aboard the Lost Homeland commenced with the captain's robust shout from the deck. Duncan stood outside the captain's quarters, pointing at a puppet head suspended from a nearby beam. After a prolonged moment of squinting, he finally discerned a puppet figure in a deep purple Gothic gown hastily rising from the side, removing the head that dangled in midair. "What on earth are you doing hanging a head at my doorstep this early in the morning?" Duncan exclaimed, glaring at this cursed puppet known for its antics. Honestly, encountering a head swaying at the entrance first thing in the morning is enough to startle anyone. Thankfully, having spent considerable time aboard this ship, his nerves had grown more resilient. Otherwise, he might have fainted. "And don't tell me you were on lookout duty with pigeons." "I just washed my hair this morning," Alice replied, retracting her neck cautiously. "It wouldn't dry, so I thought I'd hang it up high to catch some wind." "Duncan." Alice cautiously glanced at Duncan. "Captain, are you angry?" "You. Reasonable." After considerable restraint, Duncan could only utter this single phrase from his bronchial depths. As he struggled to suppress the tremors of his facial muscles, he had to concede that, at least from Alice's rather peculiar lifestyle, as an anomaly of Type 099. There was indeed merit in keeping one's head elevated to catch a refreshing breeze. The ship's winch had even adopted napping as a customary practice, while the water buckets for scrubbing the deck rolled to the stern every afternoon to bask in the sun. Life aboard this vessel demanded a broad-minded spirit. In this regard, Alice, now acclimated to the maritime existence, had genuinely become one with the ship. "Captain, as long as you are not upset." Alice immediately beamed with joy. It seemed she had not only adapted to the life aboard, but also come to understand, or perhaps comprehend, the captain's temperament. While she still held a profound reverence for this formidable ghostly captain, her initial, simplistic fear had transformed into a more relaxed demeanor, allowing her to even engage in negotiation with him. "So, I could still hang my head. Not anywhere except in front of the captain's quarters." "You must find another place," Duncan interjected, casting a sidelong glance at the doll. "I would prefer not to open the door only to be greeted by a crew member's head dangling there or a headless body swaying at my threshold." Alice could only obediently lower her head. "Oh, very well." Duncan continued to observe her, a contemplative expression gracing his features. "Captain?" Alice felt a bit unnerved under his unwavering gaze. "Why do you keep staring at me?" "I merely had a sudden thought," Duncan replied, lost in contemplation. "You do shed hair, correct? Does it fall out when you wash it? And, do you grow hair?" Alice was momentarily stunned, her expression akin to that of a pigeon frozen in a sudden state of shock. After a lengthy pause, her eyes widened as she gazed at Duncan with sheer astonishment. I never contemplated this matter." The latter part of her sentence was tinged with a quivering tone, her voice faltering as she hesitated to articulate her thoughts. She wished to inquire, "Captain, are you a devil?" Yet, she feared that uttering such words would invite reprimand from Mr. Goathead, who would chastise her for underestimating the captain's might and excessively romanticizing the image of the ocean's foremost calamity. Alice was on the verge of tears. "Captain, why would you even conceive such a terrifying notion?" Duncan replied, "Actually, I have been pondering this since you prepared that bowl of fish head soup." Despite her sorrow, Alice paused in surprise at his words. "But I merely made fish soup." Duncan retorted with conviction, "Nonsense. It contains fish, a head, and broth. How can it not be fish head soup?" Alice conceded. "You have a point, Captain." Thus began a splendid morning aboard the Lost Homeland, marked by mutual recognition of reason among the crew. Miss Dahl, seemingly lost in thought, departed, as if she had suddenly been burdened with profound considerations regarding her future. Meanwhile, Duncan's spirits lifted. He inhaled the sea breeze and then enjoyed a simple breakfast consisting of fish fillets baked by Alice the previous day, chopped cheese, and a robust spirit from the city-state of Prand. It may not have been exquisite, but it was the finest fare aboard the Lost Homeland at present. What piques your curiosity? Would the cursed doll truly become a bald doll if its hair fell out? Duncan engaged in a serious discussion with the goat-headed figure regarding extraordinary matters, pondering whether such phenomena should be accompanied by some form of extraordinary power to ensure, to maintain a certain state. Unfortunately, I had not yet had the opportunity to delve into this topic with Alice before she hurried away. The goat-headed figure remained silent. Duncan cast a curious glance at this typically boisterous individual and inquired, "Why are you so quiet?" After a prolonged pause, the goat-headed figure finally managed to utter, "You truly deserve the title of the most terrifying calamity upon the boundless seas. I could never muster the courage to pose such a question." Duncan shrugged and rose from behind the navigation table. "I must take another leave," he informed the goat-headed figure, simultaneously snapping his fingers. A burst of green flames erupted, and from within emerged AI, a dove in the form of a spectral bird, descending to perch upon his shoulder. "As usual, you are responsible for steering the ship. At your command, Captain. Your loyal subordinate shall not disappoint you." The goat-headed figure responded eagerly, his tone rising. He then curiously added, "Captain, you seem to be quite keen on traversing the spirit realm lately. Is there something on land that has piqued your interest?" The greatest calamity upon the boundless seas can also be a source of amusement, for the jester accommodates all things. The goat-headed figure exhibited no unusual reaction, as if every decision made by Captain Duncan was entirely natural in its eyes. You are indeed correct. After all these years, those frail city-states ought to have produced something to capture your interest. It is only natural for you to seek a diversion. In that case, should the Lost Homestead prepare for departure? Which territory do you intend to invade? Prand? Linsa? Or perhaps the more northern Frost? Indeed. I see now that my suggestion was rather reckless. The goat-head immediately retracted its statement, as I had presumed you were planning to sail over there for a leisurely exploration. Of course, since that is not your intention, such a suggestion should be dismissed. In truth, this is for the better, as the great city-states possess considerable power, and approaching them carelessly entails certain risks. Let us refrain from discussing the invasion of city-states in the future. Duncan cast a wary glance at the goat-head, adding another layer of caution. We have been detached from the world for a century. Now I must reacquaint myself with the changes in civilized society. This may involve numerous long-term transformations, so until I receive explicit orders, do not entertain any unnecessary plans. As you command, Captain. Chapter 67. New Connections. The goat-head is a perilous individual, and Duncan has been aware of its inherent danger from the outset. Its threat lies not only in its enigmatic nature, but also in its previous allegiance to the true Captain Duncan, adhering to the old ways of thinking and acting even to this day. From the goat-head's perspective, the city-states on land are utterly inconsequential. The mortals within them are laughably ignorant, and the feeble fleets of the city-states are mere fodder. Pillaging and slaughtering them is the routine of the Lost Homestead. Duncan is uncertain how long it will take to alter the goat-head's habitual way of thinking, but he understands that this transformation must be subtly influenced with reasonable justifications, as it is the most prudent approach to change both himself and the conduct of the Lost Homestead. He cast a final glance at the goat-head quietly awaiting on the navigation table, confirming that the other had assumed control of the sails and helm of the Lost Home. Only then did he push open the door to his chamber. As the door to the captain's quarters closed behind him, the goat-head silently regarded the direction of the door in the dim light, remaining silent for an indeterminate duration. It was not until it sensed the captain's consciousness had embarked on a journey through the spirit realm that it began to murmur softly to itself, truly unaffected by the subspace. In the obscurity, the wooden sculpture of the goat's head creaked and turned, as if surveying the room, yet its gaze seemed to penetrate through the confines, encompassing the entirety of the ship. Lost home, oh lost home, what dreadful thing did you haul aboard those years ago? It appeared that as this dual-connected timeline extended, the sensation grew increasingly vivid. He now found that he need not exert any deliberate focus to perceive the happenings at the antique shop, nor to remotely control the body within to undertake some basic daily activities. This was evidently a fortunate circumstance, for an antique shop proprietor who spent over half of his time in a stupor would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Even if that body merely rose to stretch and linger at the doorway for a minute or two, it would dispel many unnecessary glances. In the vast darkness, i.e., in the form of a bone dove, silently circled, its ethereal body trailing flecks of green fire as it flew. At the center of IE's spiraling path lay a collection of indistinct phantoms. Among the phantoms, There were the sun amulets previously brought onto the lost homage. An ancient and weathered dagger, a piece of cheese, a round cannonball, and a hard, salted dried fish. These items were meticulously prepared prior to his departure as test specimens, intended for further examination of AI's ability to carry objects and the transformations occurring during the process. The dagger, discovered in the ship's hold, likely belonged to a sailor, devoid of any sentient essence. The cheese, retrieved from the kitchen, possessed the remarkable quality of remaining unspoiled. The cannonball was sourced from the arsenal, while the dried fish was one of the catches from a recent fishing expedition, having been sun-dried for only a couple of days, yet already exhibiting a hardened texture. Duncan observed AI circling around these phantoms and nodded slightly, realizing, "So this is how you carry items each time." AI flapped her wings, emitting a harsh, piercing cry. "Hold steady, hold steady." Duncan chuckled softly and then focused his attention, preparing to project his primary consciousness. However, in that fleeting moment of concentration, he suddenly beheld an unusual glimmer at the very end of the luminous stream pointing towards the city-state of Prand. He immediately halted, gazing in astonishment at the radiance flickering amidst the countless dim stars. It appeared as if the light had always existed there, only becoming apparent at the moment of his concentrated attention, as if it had been suddenly acknowledged, beginning to emit a distinct sense of presence. What could that possibly be? Duncan, shrouded in uncertainty, endeavored to move toward the faint glimmer before him. In an instant, merely by the power of thought, he transcended the vast darkness. And the luminous beacon rapidly expanded, transforming into a flowing stream of light that undulated before his eyes. It was then that he discerned an almost imperceptible connection between this shimmering stream and himself, akin to the bond between his corporeal form aboard the Lost Homeland and the spare body nestled within the antique shop. Could this be yet another prospective vessel? Such a notion flickered through Duncan's mind, though he swiftly dismissed it. The flowing luminescence far surpassed the scattered points of light representing bodies. This vast expanse of radiance seemed less a mere selection of alternative shells and more a colossal entity that had established a connection with him. In his moment of hesitation, resolve surged within him, and he cautiously extended his hand to touch the brilliance. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming and unfamiliar perception surged into his consciousness. While he could not clearly perceive his surroundings, he felt the caress of the sea breeze against his body and sensed the gentle undulation of the waves nearby. He became aware of numerous individuals moving around him, even traversing his own form. The air was thick with the sound of conversations from all directions. Yet every voice melded into a cacophony, as if filtered through a heavy curtain, rendering them utterly indistinct. He vaguely realized that he was perceiving the environment through the perspective of a colossal entity. However, this immense being was not conducive to his spirit's direct descent. Perhaps some force was safeguarding it, thwarting his intrusion. Consequently, all his perceptions manifested as sluggish and obscured. This gigantic presence seemed to linger upon the surface of the sea, close to the shore, where a multitude of people had gathered. An atmosphere of tension and gravity pervaded the crowd, as they appeared to be earnestly addressing some perilous matter. Their conversations muted yet succinct. Duncan exerted himself to concentrate, striving to discern the essence of the voices that seemed shrouded by a heavy curtain. After considerable effort, he finally caught a recurrent word amidst the cacophony: White Oak. A faint glow flickered in the darkness, subtly revealing the phantom of a ship. White Oak. The name struck a chord of familiarity, yet he could not recall when he had last heard it. Then, he remembered a newspaper he had purchased in the city-state of Prand, which contained an inconspicuous section mentioning that the long-lost vessel White Oak would soon dock after being missing for several days. Duncan stared in a daze at the flickering luminescence before him. This was the White Oak, the very ship tasked with escorting Abnormality 099. It was indeed a source of joy to realize that the old captain, who had once attempted to communicate with him, and his crew had finally reached the city-state of Prand. Evidently, a connection had been established between himself and the vessel. Was the connection established after that fateful incident involving the collision with the spirit world? Did the flames of the Lost Homestead vessel reach the White Oak? Duncan's mind was vaguely filled with conjectures, pondering the various attributes of his spectral flames. Simultaneously, he contemplated whether the bond he shared with the steamship could prove useful. After drifting for so long aboard the Lost Homestead, he cherished every thread of connection to the civilized world. It appeared that, although the White Oak had docked, it remained under a certain form of lockdown and surveillance. The anxious individuals present were likely professionals assigned by the city-state to deal with extraordinary phenomena. Clearly, for the inhabitants of the city-state, a ship that had once been adrift at sea posed a potential threat. And the fact that it had close encounters with the Lost Homestead was undoubtedly a matter of significant scrutiny. Duncan was acutely aware of his own notoriety and that of the Lost Homestead. After careful consideration, he cautiously retreated, refraining from further contact with the luminous mist before him. As the foremost entity of the boundless seas, he had no intention of engaging with the protectors of the city-state. Moreover, without understanding the true nature of those extraordinary experts, he was reluctant to disclose the fact that the White Oak had already established a connection with Captain Duncan. He preferred that the nature of this bond remained undiscovered and unchallenged. The connection, having formed as steadfast as an anchor line beneath the waves, allowed him to wait patiently. The surveillance of the White Oak would one day be lifted. By that time, perhaps he could still engage in a calm conversation with the old captain, inquiring about what the captain had shouted to himself during the tempestuous winds and waves. Chapter 68. Reliable Pigeon Express. A sudden cool sea breeze swept across the deck, prompting Captain Lawrence, who had just stepped outside from the confines of the cabin, to instinctively rub his arms. Yet, he was uncertain whether the shiver-inducing sensation stemmed from the brisk sea air or from the unsettling revelations imparted by the young magistrate. Anomaly 099, the puppet coffin. Once it spiraled out of control, not only possessed the capacity for movement and an inclination for escape, but also had the ability to continuously expand its influence, relentlessly assessing humanoid targets within its vicinity for unconditional decapitation. Only saints stood a chance of resisting this nearly causal execution effect. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of trepidation. As a member of the Explorer Society and a seasoned maritime adventurer, his vocation starkly contrasted with that of fishermen who operated solely in the safety of coastal waters. A significant portion of his seafaring life had been devoted to confronting various anomalies and phenomena. Every captain who eked out a living between city-states understood the perils they faced, with more than half of them suffering the repercussions of their perilous careers in their twilight years. A lifetime spent navigating the boundless ocean invariably left its mark, as abnormalities and oddities would forever entwine themselves in one's fate. Many of his contemporaries, of similar age, had already retired, either ensnared in relentless nightmares, afflicted by mental ailments due to various curses, or bearing physical disabilities resulting from their voyages, or worse. The captain and sailors aboard the ocean vessel enjoy a lucrative income that far surpasses the wildest imaginations of the city-state's residents. Yet they are also burdened by occupational ailments that exceed those of any other profession. Captain Lawrence perceives himself as lacking nobility. His primary motivation for this line of work is financial gain. Of course, in his youth, he harbored a fervent passion for exploring the seas, but much like most individuals, such youthful enthusiasm is seldom sustained throughout one's life. Now, he feels that this flicker of passion has reached its end. While his mind remains sound and before the boundless ocean entangles his fate, perhaps it is time to consider retirement. With a faint sigh, Lawrence turned and began his slow walk toward the captain's quarters. The search and inquiries by the clergy were still ongoing, preventing him from departing the White Oak. Once concluded, he, along with the others, would be transferred to the church for isolation and a series of psychological evaluations. His gaze swept over the familiar shipboard facilities. It is a fine vessel, quite new, and he has only held command for 5 years. To use the colloquialism of captains navigating the vast seas, the honeymoon phase between captain and ship has yet to wane. Truth be told, the thought of retirement stirs a sense of reluctance within him. Yet, stepping down now is preferable to perishing on some future voyage or spending the latter half of his life in an asylum. In the lower districts of the city-state, within the aged Duncan Antiquities shop, a middle-aged man lying on the second-floor bed slowly opened his eyes, the somewhat stale and moldy ceiling reflecting in Duncan's line of sight. Duncan exhaled softly, feeling the sensations from this body rapidly become clear and stabilize. He sensed his control over it shifting from remote manipulation to direct command. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, he exerted himself to push himself upright. Just as he was about to stretch and shake off the remnants of lethargy, the Pigeon-S words nearly caused him to pull a muscle. He swiftly slapped AIE on the head, exclaiming, "How come you have every word imaginable?" AIE, evidently no ordinary bird, seemed unfazed by Duncan's slap. With a light-hearted demeanor, it stepped aside, continuing to chatter, with just one punch, right on the nose, blood gushing forth, the nose askew. As if a sauce shop had opened, Duncan chose to disregard the eccentric bird and rose from the bed, directing his gaze toward the table not far away. On the table lay the various experimental items he had prepared aboard the Lost Homeland: a solar amulet, a dagger, cheese, a shell, and a salted fish. The assortment was complete. Amidst such a chaotic collection of unrelated items, there was no sign of AI misplacing anything. This pigeon proved to be more reliable than he had anticipated. He then noticed AI pacing restlessly at the head of the bed, now turned toward Luda, where he observed Zheng Tu standing firmly on the ground. Duncan concealed his admiration and took a seat at the table, beginning to inspect the items one by one. First, there lies the sun charm, an extraordinary artifact that has remained unchanged, thoroughly transformed and controlled by the ethereal fire. Within it, a gentle power continues to flow silently. The two recent journeys into the spirit realm seemingly have not altered the essence of this object. The dagger, devoid of any extraordinary attributes, appears similarly unaltered. Aside from its antiquated design, its blade remains sharp, and its sheath is well maintained. Duncan's gaze settles upon the piece of cheese he had brought from the kitchen of the Lost Home. The cheese displays no anomalies, retaining its unpalatable state, not deteriorating or vanishing as Duncan had envisioned upon departing the Lost Home. He then turned his attention to the cannonball, which lay quietly on the table. Unresponsive to the captain's scrutiny, Duncan nudged the cannonball and tapped its cast-iron exterior. The extraordinary characteristics had faded from the cannonball. On the Lost Home, even cannonballs possessed a semblance of life. However, this did not imply that each cannonball had an independent consciousness. Rather, the entire ammunition system of the ship operated under a unified awareness. As a subordinate of this consciousness, the cannonballs aboard the Lost Home would even adjust their positions and present themselves for inspection when observed by the captain. Clearly, this cannonball had severed its connection to the higher consciousness upon leaving the Lost Home, becoming merely an ordinary lump of iron. Duncan pondered, extending his thoughts further. Could the Lost Home upgrade its artillery system? Could more advanced cannons and projectiles be effectively utilized aboard that vessel? The Lost Homeland is a ghost ship, which inevitably renders it difficult to procure supplies and implement improvements as effortlessly as ordinary vessels do. The items transported aboard are mere foreign objects if they cannot seamlessly integrate into the essence of the Lost Homeland. They will lack the operational convenience characteristic of other onboard facilities. However, should there exist a method to transform these items into integral components of the ship, the ghost vessel may unleash even greater potential while simultaneously enhancing living conditions. Duncan found himself pondering extensively on this matter. The more he engaged with the modern city-state of Prand, the more he sensed that the Lost Homeland, a century ago, was not as resplendent and flawless as its formidable reputation suggested. The ship may possess bizarre and terrifying powers, yet it lacked even a simple electric light. Nor did it offer the comfort of fries. Its weaponry comprised antiquated muzzle-loading cannons, the effectiveness of which was uncertain, and still, it had no fries. Although the spectral sails proved advantageous, a steam engine as a backup power source would undoubtedly be beneficial. Yet, the vessel did not even boast a boiler for heating water. And still, no fries. Duncan silently cast a glance at the pigeon perched on the windowsill, staring vacantly outside. The salted fish, a delightful delicacy crafted from the bounties of the deep sea, tasted rather pleasant, yet it belonged to the realm beyond the Lost Homeland. After traversing the spirit world, the salted fish appeared unchanged. Perhaps it would serve well in a soup for Nina tonight. Chapter 69. Life in the city-state. After examining all the test items, Duncan gained a deeper understanding of AI's transportation capabilities and the nature of the items aboard the Lost Homeland. AI is capable of transporting multiple types of items simultaneously, encompassing organic substances, inorganic materials, extraordinary entities, and mundane objects. The variety of items does not compromise the stability of the transportation process, nor does it alter the inherent properties of the items themselves. Certain items aboard the Lost Homeland, which evidently possess the ability to move, are merely subunits under a larger controlling consciousness. For instance, shells are components of the ammunition system, and once these subunits depart from the Lost Homeland, they lose their mobility and revert to being unremarkable objects. Thus far, only the variable of item types has been tested, and it remains uncertain whether AI's transportation capabilities are constrained by weight or volume, necessitating further experimentation. Duncan meticulously summarized the currently known information, allowing himself a sigh of relief as he leaned back in his chair after confirming that all considerations had been addressed. He understood that the tests conducted thus far were still far from comprehensive, with numerous potential variables left unexamined, even in terms of the variety of tested items. The samples he selected were insufficient to generate meaningful data. In the future, He would need to select a broader range of item types and conduct tests using varying weights and volumes to ascertain AI's transportation limits and the stability of repeated transports. Only with a sufficient number of comparative samples could the resulting data be deemed reliable and credible. He is exceedingly cautious in this regard. And such caution is not without justification, for he harbors a rather audacious plan, or rather, an idea. Given that AI can flawlessly transport items between land and the lost ship, without limitation on the types of items, could it also transport people? If it can convey individuals, might it also handle those who are not entirely human? For instance, Alice? Duncan understands that a person's capabilities are inherently limited. Relying solely on his ability to traverse the spirit realm as a conduit between the lost ship and the city-states of the land will inevitably lead to issues of manpower and oversight. In such circumstances, having assistance would significantly alleviate the situation. The teleportation abilities exhibited by the pigeon AI provided him with a promising avenue of thought. Of course, Alice is not an ideal candidate for assistance. This anomalous entity with a high-ranking designation, 099, may exude an air of elegance and mystery when at rest. Yet once she becomes active, her inherent ineptitude becomes glaringly apparent. Regrettably, Duncan finds himself devoid of alternative options. The realization that the only crew member at his disposal is a hapless individual who could inadvertently stew themselves while cooking elicits a resigned sigh from him. The designation of the Lost Homeland as a universally antagonistic entity undoubtedly rendered him quite distressed. He surmised that seeking allies within the realm of humanity would be a futile endeavor if he were to attempt it. He could only attract a band of deluded rogues, those who awaken each day anticipating the apocalypse, engage in acts of sabotage on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, partake in demonic sacrifices on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and spend Sundays skirmishing with the guardians of the church. Such individuals might readily conspire with the goat-headed entity, idly plotting invasions of various city-states, yet they were far from the assistance Duncan desired. Sighing, he stood, lamenting the fact that at least Alice was obedient and trustworthy. If nurtured properly, she might flourish, he mused, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, even if she could not serve as an aid. Allowing that puppet to experience the world of humanity would be worthwhile, for she had languished in a coffin for so many years, unaware of the wonders that lay beyond. The second floor of the antique shop offered limited space for concealment, and Nina would soon arrive to assist with tidying up. Items that were conspicuously out of place, such as a century-old shell, would certainly raise eyebrows if left in the room. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Duncan devised a plausible hiding spot for these artifacts. The sun amulet should be discreetly kept close, while the salted fish can be placed directly in the kitchen. Appearing quite reasonable, a century-old shell and a sailor's dagger from the same era are even simpler to manage. Duncan directly brought those two items to the shop on the ground floor, placing them in an inconspicuous corner beside the counter. After all, this is an antique shop, overflowing with a medley of eclectic items. The dagger and the shell would be far better concealed among the heap of worthless trinkets on the first floor. As for the final item, the cheese acquired from the kitchen of the Lost Homeland, Duncan found it an appropriate resting place, the trash bin. Once he had completed all these tasks, Duncan brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, thoroughly pleased with his arrangements. He then cast a glance at the sky outside. The sun, ensnared by dual runes, hung high in the firmament, marking the noon hour. It appeared that the antique shop would see little business today. The weather was somewhat cool, prompting Duncan to don a deep brown coat and tidy up his somewhat disheveled hair, striving to present his once vibrant self. Now worn by the ravages of alcohol, drugs, and illness, in a more spirited manner before departing the antique shop. As soon as he stepped outside, a flurry of flapping wings echoed from the second floor. The pigeon, Ayi, emerged from the room and alighted upon his shoulder, bobbing its head proudly while cooing, to Urxiankyo. Take Chunghua Avenue. Duncan cast a sidelong glance at the creature. He had originally intended for the pigeon to remain on the second floor, as having it perched on his shoulder while venturing out seemed rather conspicuous and peculiar. Nevertheless, a spiritual bond connected him to Ayi, allowing him to summon it back to his side with a flicker of spiritual flame in case of any unforeseen circumstances, thus alleviating any concerns about hindrances. However, he had forgotten to relay this instruction before leaving, and the bird had taken it upon itself to join him. Observing Ayi's self-satisfied demeanor, Duncan eventually sighed in resignation. Well, if you wish to accompany me, so be it. Thus, with the pigeon perched atop him, he made his way to the main thoroughfare opposite the antique shop. After walking a short distance along the road, he heard the distinct sound of bells mingling with the mechanical whir of steam engines, growing closer with each passing moment. Upon glancing up, he spotted a brown double-decker bus adorned with blue stripes approaching along the thoroughfare, gradually coming to a halt at a nearby station. This was a common mode of public transport in the city-state of Prander, powered by steam machinery, with a fare of 6 pesos, providing access to a significant portion of the lower district. According to the route map affixed to the back of the bus, it would make 2 more stops before reaching the outskirts of the upper district, one of which was a place called Cross District. Duncan held a vivid recollection of the crossroads, recognizing it as the boundary of the planned city-state, an area characterized by its bustling commerce and respectable residences. Many residents from the lower district regarded the crossroads as a symbol of aspiration and a dream of elevating their socioeconomic status. Additionally, numerous middle-class citizens, unable to afford the exorbitant cost of the upper district yet yearning for a dignified life, resided there. The locale boasted cinemas, museums, and a selection of upscale restaurants. Nina's school was situated near the crossroads, and the museum she had mentioned was adjacent to it. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan hastened towards the bus station. Boarding the vehicle just before its departure, the bus was sparsely populated, with more than half of the seats on the lower deck unoccupied. Next to the driver's cabin stood a young ticket collector clad in a deep blue uniform, with shoulder-length hair and minimal makeup. She instinctively reached for her ticket pouch upon seeing a passenger, but quickly noticed the dove perched on Duncan's shoulder. "Apologies, but pets are not permitted on board," the young woman stated, pointing at the dove. Duncan glanced at Ai, who innocently flapped her wings and tilted her head in curiosity. "Go on, get on the roof," he urged. "Coo, coo," Ai responded, flapping her wings and flying out of the bus, chattering in discontent as she soared. The young ticket collector stood momentarily stunned, observing the man conversing with the dove, which seemed to comprehend human speech, leaving her momentarily speechless. Is this acceptable now? Duncan felt compelled to remind the seemingly dazed ticket clerk, raising his hand to point at the roof of the bus. "You can't possibly manage the bird that has landed up there, can you?" The clerk finally snapped back to reality, responding, yes. The fare is 6 pesos for a general ticket." Duncan reached into his pocket, retrieving 2 coins in exchange for a blue ticket, and then settled into a window seat, quietly preparing to relish his inaugural journey in this world. The steam engine roared to life, accompanied by a gentle vibration and the sound of mechanical friction. As the bell at the front of the bus chimed melodiously, followed by a slight jolt as the bus began to glide, the scenery outside receding into the distance. Duncan comfortably leaned back against the seat, savoring the tremors and acceleration of this mechanical marvel at work. The steam engine was a remarkable invention, as was civilized society, and the advancement of technology. He resolved that he must procure a similar boiler for the Lost Homeland, even if it were merely capable of heating water, for then they could enjoy warm baths aboard the vessel. Just as his thoughts began to expand, he suddenly felt the bus jolt again, and the view outside gradually came to a halt. The young ticket clerk opened a window near the front of the bus, leaning out to call, "Anyone boarding?" "Plenty of seats. All spacious." Duncan paused, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. In that moment, he felt an unexpected vitality infuse the city, which still felt unfamiliar to him. Chapter 70. Kinfolk in a realm beset by extraordinary phenomena, where vast oceans encircle the land, and the guardians of city-states engage in ceaseless battles with anomalies. How do ordinary individuals manage to survive? Duncan remains somewhat unfamiliar with this city-state. Yet in the places he has observed, the common folk continue to dwell in an environment marked by order and stability. They toil, learn, and rest. They run shops and engage in mutual exchanges. On their days off, they venture out to cinemas and restaurants, to parks and harbors. They visit museums and, after dinner, indulge in light-hearted conversations with their neighbors. Their lives may not be particularly thrilling, yet they are often characterized by a reassuring steadiness. The steam-powered buses come to a halt intermittently, occasionally stopping at designated stations or along the roadside, as passengers board and alight at will. The taciturn driver occasionally exchanges a few words with the ticket collector, yet for the most part, he remains engrossed in his driving. While the young ticket collector occasionally glances at the ceiling, seemingly preoccupied with a lingering concern for a pigeon, Duncan sits in his seat, observing everything with curiosity. Taking in the lives of these ordinary people, it appears that, aside from the necessity to comprehend the anomalies and phenomena that exist in the world, and to adhere to this knowledge as a form of safety guideline, their lives are not vastly different from what he has witnessed on Earth. As the bus approaches the intersection, it halts once more, this time at the station, where numerous passengers board. Duncan gazed curiously at the scenery on the platform, observing the distant chimneys standing tall and the intricate network of steam pipes crisscrossing above the buildings. Suddenly, he felt an unusual warmth rising near his chest. Without hesitation, Duncan sprang to his feet and hurried towards the train door. In that instant, his companion, the pigeon AIE, received the signal and flapped its wings, descending from the rooftop to perch upon his shoulder. The ticket collector, positioned near the door, watched in astonishment until Duncan disembarked, at which point he quietly muttered to himself, pondering how the pigeon had been trained. Meanwhile, Duncan had already merged into the crowd, swiftly navigating through the throngs of people on the bustling platform and intersection, in pursuit of a figure clad in black. The individual moved briskly, easily evading the scrutiny of the afternoon foot traffic, and within moments, the silhouette had vanished from Duncan's sight. Yet, this newfound perceptiveness now served him well. He spotted the suspicious figure hastening past the intersection ahead, seemingly oblivious to the presence of a pursuer trailing behind. Simultaneously, he felt increasingly certain that he was approaching a clandestine gathering place teeming with devotees of the sun god. As he had anticipated, more of these sun-worshipping heretics had congregated in the shadowy corners of the city. And the group he had encountered in the sewers was merely a fraction of these cultists, akin to cockroaches lurking in the darkness. He was unaware of the true intentions of the cultists, yet he was certain that these individuals possessed a far deeper understanding of ancient history, solar worship, and the Age of Order than Nina's instructors. Alternatively, he contemplated the possibility of confronting them all at once. Just as Duncan was lost in thought, he abruptly halted. Silently, he raised the collar of his coat, concealing half of his face within its folds. Almost immediately upon completing this action, he heard the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from the shadows of a nearby building. One figure after another emerged, a group of more than a dozen people, their attire indistinguishable from that of ordinary citizens. After all, no cultist would dare to wander the daylight streets clad in long robes, just as a typical assassin would not don an ostentatious white hooded cloak in the bustling marketplace. Duncan lifted his gaze towards the end of the street, spotting the black-clad man he had previously been tracking among them, who was now regarding him with palpable vigilance. Beside him stood a tall, slender young man who whispered a few words to his companion before turning his gaze in Duncan's direction. "This is private property. What are you sneaking around for?" The tall, slender man spoke, seemingly attempting to create an atmosphere of normalcy among the citizens present, while casting suspicion upon Duncan's covert presence. Uncertain of Duncan's true identity, he refrained from making any rash moves, yet remained on high alert. Duncan pondered within himself, realizing that he was indeed ill-suited for this specialized task of tracking, while simultaneously harboring a curiosity about how these cultists intended to deal with him. The tracker, should he feign ignorance? Would they masquerade as a dedicated group of nefarious individuals to frighten him away, or would they diligently pursue their sinister agenda, perhaps even binding him to offer as a feast to their sun god? "Did you not hear me?" The tall, slender man furrowed his brow, expressing his impatience. As he spoke, the figures surrounding them subtly advanced a step forward, forming a vague encirclement. "I am inquiring of you." Duncan shrugged nonchalantly, retrieving the sun amulet from his pocket, his tone earnest. "We are on the same side. Let us unite. Perhaps I can glean some information." Should they doubt his allegiance, uniting might still prove beneficial. Chapter 71. Gathering in the gutter. The moment Duncan produced the sun amulet, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene for several seconds. His casual declaration of "we are on the same side" hung in the air, prompting several pairs of eyes to exchange cautious glances. Then, the man who appeared to be a minor leader, tall and gaunt, suddenly lowered his voice, urgency evident in his tone. "Quickly, put it away. Be wary. There may be church spies nearby. Is this amulet truly effective? Does it hold such persuasive power among the sun worshippers?" Duncan felt a flicker of amusement within, yet he maintained a stoic facade, obscuring half of his face with an air of mystery. As he stowed away the amulet, he remarked nonchalantly, "If there are indeed church spies lurking nearby, your gathering here is far more conspicuous than my talisman." No sooner had he spoken than a scruffy man opposite him instinctively retorted, "That's not true. Will only attract the sheriff, who might charge us with disturbing the peace." Silence. The tall, slender leader immediately interrupted his subordinate's ramblings, then fixed his gaze intently on Duncan. "A necessary caution given the city's current perilous state. Approach, but refrain from any unnecessary movements." Duncan proceeded calmly towards them, while they scrutinized him from head to toe. After a prolonged examination, the lean man quietly inquired, "Are you a resident believer in this city?" Duncan pondered briefly before nodding. Yes. The original inhabitant of this body indeed resided in the city, and he too now called it home. On such evident matters, he resolved to speak the truth. His plan was straightforward: to navigate the murky waters and infiltrate this band of cultists, hoping to glean some information without revealing his intentions. Should he find himself exposed, he would rely on AI to swiftly extricate them all. The tall, slender man remained oblivious to the dangerous thoughts swirling in the mind of his fellow congregant before him. Instead, he promptly inquired, "As far as I am aware, the Deep Sea Church launched an assault on the gathering in the sewer a few days ago, where a solar rite was being conducted. The ceremony spiraled out of control, resulting in significant losses for us, but I managed to escape," Duncan recounted. Devoid of any psychological burden, while subtly gauging the reactions of the surrounding solar worshippers, he sensed the palpable tension among them had noticeably eased. Yet the diminutive leader before him continued to maintain a cautious demeanor. "I escaped with 3 others, but we became separated. I have had no contact with the church until I encountered you. The sun has guided me." The tall man responded with a non-committal grunt. Then his gaze fell upon Duncan's shoulder. "What is that?" "This is my pet," Duncan casually replied. "Can't you tell? It's just an ordinary pigeon." At that moment, AI shook its head and emitted a loud coo. That pigeon has quite the vocal prowess. The tall man seemed to finally lower his guard, perhaps subconsciously convinced that the staunchly orthodox members of the church would not be in the habit of parading around with a bird. He nodded, "Follow me. It is unsafe to converse out here." Duncan felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that his initial foray into this murky situation was proving successful. He then trailed behind the cultists, venturing deeper into the alleyway. The alley was deeper than he had imagined, seemingly leading into the most forsaken and shadowy recesses of this dilapidated urban area. A group of cultists guided Duncan through a labyrinthine path, traversing an antiquated network of pipes that exhaled steam, navigating through streets awash with sewage, and ultimately meandering into a cluster of low, crumbling edifices. The further he ventured, the more the darker and more decrepit side of this once thriving city of steam unveiled itself before him. He had thought that the place he shared with Nina represented the nadir of this metropolis, yet he now realized that the rundown antique shop had, in fact, been a respectable establishment in the lower district. "Behold, this is the most prosperous city on the boundless seas, planned," murmured the man in black, who had initially piqued Duncan's interest. His words seemed to drift between soliloquy and a dialogue directed at Duncan. "It is the same everywhere. Lunsa is like this. Cold Harbor is no different, and even the elves' so-called paradise of peace and justice, Breezelight, suffers similarly. They proclaim that the so-called sun shines fairly upon the world, bringing light and order to all. Yet how much sunlight can one truly discuss in these sewers? Most of this filth is the result of steam condensing from nearby leaking pipes. As the city operates, these effluents mix with the chemical concoctions from factories, accumulating day after day in the lower district. One need not reside in this city for long." A mere glance allows Duncan to surmise how this urban sewer came to be. Duncan cast a silent glance at the aggrieved man in black, his expression remaining unperturbed. Whether seduced by the progeny of the sun or compelled by the harshness of existence, the emergence of these cultists indeed possesses its rationale. Yet, what significance does it hold? These self-proclaimed victims of the city, who believe they are forced to dwell in the gutters, ultimately descend upon this lower district to capture the destitute, offering them as living sacrifices in the cavernous lair where countless ragged souls reside, none of whom hail from the respectable upper echelons of society. As a foreigner still grappling with the intricacies of this world, Duncan felt no urgency to pass extensive judgment on the city-state. However, as a former offering himself, he deemed these cultists to be utterly reprehensible. In silence, he finally arrived at the stronghold of these cultists, nestled beneath an abandoned factory. These nefarious individuals, who scuttle through the filth, seem to possess an uncanny ability to locate suitable sewers, transforming them into their sanctuaries. Or perhaps this prosperous city of steam is riddled with innumerable gutters, fertile grounds for the growth of dark and blasphemous entities. A group of individuals traversed the dilapidated outer walls of the factory, unsealing the iron door that led to the subterranean structure. Although Duncan had initially intended to observe the factory's interior, fulfilling his curiosity about the steam age, he found no opportunity. Instead, he was directly escorted to a sloping staircase leading underground, arriving at the cultist clandestine base. This space, once perhaps a warehouse for a factory or possibly a mechanical facility, now stands vacated, its vastness only marked by the remnants of a pipe system overhead and the extinguished gas lamps that once adorned the walls. The darkness within this expansive area is perilous, a fact not lost on the cultists who have illuminated various corners underground with oil lamps fueled by whale blubber. In the glow of these numerous lamps, Duncan was astonished to discover a congregation of over a dozen cultists gathered here. After the church had decimated one of their sacrificial sites, how could so many followers of the sun still be assembled? Where did these zealots emerge from? Were they akin to mushrooms or moss, sprouting forth wherever dampness prevailed? Duncan gazed in surprise at the figures amassed within the spacious basement. While the cultists regarded him with a mix of curiosity and wariness, this sudden stranger in their midst. Soon, a tall, slender man approached, followed closely by several robust and imposing followers who encircled Duncan. Furrowing his brow, Duncan inquired, "Must I be searched again upon entering? I was unaware of such a protocol." "If you truly are an informant for the church, a search would be futile," replied the lean man, producing a strip of cloth from his cloak and extending it towards Duncan. "Relax. This is merely a more rigorous verification process, a necessary precaution. We have lost many compatriots over the years for various reasons. Take this and recite after me." Duncan cast a glance at the object presented to him, noting that it was merely a filthy strip of cloth, seemingly torn from an old garment, its surface marred by dark brown stains reminiscent of dried blood. Was this yet another tool employed by the sun worshippers to authenticate their brethren? A sense of astonishment washed over Duncan as he reflected on the fact that these individuals, perpetually hunted, were indeed professionals in their craft. While their combat prowess appeared unremarkable, their skills in external defense against infiltration and internal vigilance against traitors were undoubtedly honed to perfection. He then accepted the item from the man and heard the tall, slender figure begin to murmur softly, "In the name of the sun, may the Lord's radiance shine forth." The words struck Duncan as eerily familiar. Only recently had he heard a cultist recite the same incantation to him. That very cultist had even bestowed upon him a protective talisman, maintaining a facade of indifference. Duncan subtly raised his finger, allowing a cluster of unnoticed green flames to seep into the seemingly mundane strip of cloth in his grasp. He then adopted a serious demeanor, mimicking the tall man as he recited the prayer alongside him. The cloth, which appeared to be stained with blood, remained obediently in his hand, showing no signs of reaction. Chapter 72. Intelligence at the Assembly. To be fair, these cultists exhibited a commendable level of caution. They did not accept the words of this unfamiliar compatriot merely because Duncan produced the solar talisman, nor did they easily trust his account of the events that transpired in the sacrificial site of the sewer. Throughout their journey, they scrutinized Duncan's demeanor and actions, and even upon arriving at the assembly, they conducted an additional verification to ascertain the identity of the stranger. For a group of cultists evading scrutiny, they had performed admirably. However, all their discernment measures were predicated on treating Duncan as an ordinary human being. Duncan nodded and moved towards an inconspicuous corner, while attentively observing every face that appeared in the assembly. Contrary to the situation he had witnessed in the sewer sacrificial site, he was astonished to find that these solar devotees were not clad in the distinctive black robes, but rather dressed like ordinary citizens, their faces openly displayed without any concealing hoods. Curiously, he inquired of a nearby devotee, "Is it unnecessary for everyone to conceal their faces during gatherings here?" The devotee he questioned appeared quite taken aback, replying, "Do the local believers of the planned or city-state typically cover their faces during assemblies?" Duncan immediately furrowed his brow slightly. "You are not from Prand. We hail from Lensa," another devotee calmly interjected. Upon confirming that the unfamiliar individuals before them were indeed fellow members of the church, the sun followers here clearly relaxed their guard. They had only just arrived last week. But before they could establish any connections with the local brethren, the attack had occurred. "Is everyone here from Lensa?" Duncan inquired, somewhat astonished. He finally understood why there remained such a multitude of sun followers in this city, even after the sacrificial site in the sewers had been destroyed. "Yes, all gathered here are compatriots from Lensa, though there are also groups from other city-states scattered across various strongholds," another devotee chimed in. "Alas, we have all heard about the situation in Prand. For the past 4 years, that wretched governor and the church's hyenas have relentlessly suppressed our cause. You have faced your own trials as well, but thankfully, those times have passed." Duncan nodded noncommittally, and then he heard the initial devotee he had questioned speak again. "That pigeon on your shoulder is rather distinctive." A twitch flickered at the corner of Duncan's eye. He was acutely aware that more than one person was observing the pigeon perched on his shoulder. While a pigeon itself was not particularly strange, bringing one to a gathering certainly was. He could only offer a casual reply. "This is my pet. It assists me in many ways." He feigned indifference. Yet a torrent of thoughts surged within his mind. A multitude of sun followers was flooding into the city-state of Prand. Corroborating a prior conjecture of his, the typically discreet Sun Church had suddenly orchestrated a conspicuous event in the sewers, indicating that these zealots were indeed up to something significant. His opportunistic infiltration had fortuitously led him to the right path. Concurrently, he grasped why the cultists attending the gathering here did not conceal their faces. Rather, they adorned themselves like ordinary citizens. Previously, in the sewers, the Sun followers' complete concealment of their identities and the singular communication protocol among lower-tier adherents were measures taken to combat the Church's incessant purges, while also avoiding the risk of traitors or key members being captured and divulging secrets. This was a desperate choice made by the beleaguered local church. In contrast, the ragtag assembly now converging upon Prand from various city-states evidently lacked such experience. After all, they were mere cultists, not a disciplined special forces unit. On the other hand, they had no need for such disguises, as all gathered were compatriots hailing from the same city-state, already well acquainted with one another, rendering identity concealment during the assembly utterly meaningless. Their present guise as ordinary citizens, however, facilitated a swift escape in the event of exposure, allowing them to disperse and blend into the unregulated civilian populace of the lower districts. As Duncan contemplated these thoughts, his gaze swept across the assembly, and suddenly, he felt a piercing stare directed at him. He immediately followed his instincts and turned to see the owner of the gaze. A petite girl with short black hair stood a mere 10 meters away. She wore a black dress adorned with white lace, her delicate and serene features suggesting she was of a similar age to Nina. What stood out most was the dark red collar encircling her neck, which was embellished with a charming silver bell. Though it appeared somewhat endearing, it also exuded an air of peculiarity. As Duncan shifted his gaze, the girl naturally averted her eyes to another direction, her movements subtle yet deliberate. Yet Duncan was certain that the previous gaze had undeniably originated from this young maiden. Why was there such a small child among these cultists? Doubt began to stir within Duncan, and he cast another glance at the girl's attire. For reasons unknown, he felt that she was starkly out of place in this environment. As he pondered, the sudden sound of creaking hinges reached his ears. The tall, slender cult leader commanded the closing of the basement door, then proceeded to the center of the gathering. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to this leader, prompting Duncan to collect his thoughts and focus on the unfolding situation. He observed the tall man standing confidently amidst the crowd, a hint of a smile playing upon his rather sinister features, before he retrieved an object from his robe and raised it high for all to see. Before them lay a resplendent sun mask of pale gold, identical to the one worn by the sinister cult priest presiding over the sacrificial rites in the subterranean assembly hall. In reverence to the glory of the Lord, intoned the tall, slender man, his voice imbued with profound piety, whisper the sacred incantations beneath his watchful gaze. Bow before this blessed mask, that the protection of the sun's progeny may dwell within it, guiding us, the gathered brethren. Instantaneously, the surrounding devotees echoed the name of the true solar deity in unison, subsequently placing their fists upon their foreheads, bowing in a gesture of homage. Astonishingly, their reverence was not directed towards the tall man at the center of the assembly, but rather to the golden mask itself, as if it were the embodiment of some exalted being, and the man merely its vessel. With solemnity, the lanky figure adorned his face with the mask. In that very moment, Duncan perceived an unmistakable transformation occurring within the man. The ordinary individual, through this simple act of donning the mask and the brief ritual, transcended into a symbol of divine authority. The congregation erupted in harmonious exclamations. May the glory of our Lord endure forever. May the path of our Lord descend upon the earthly realm. He had previously encountered a priest adorned with a golden mask at the assembly in the sewer, but at that time, the priest had already completed the process of wearing it. Additionally, Duncan was unable to comprehend the surrounding circumstances, and the temporary body he inhabited was in a poor state, leading him to overlook the peculiar significance of the seemingly ordinary golden mask. He had not contemplated why the masked priest was referred to as the messenger by the ordinary worshippers. Now, it appears that this so-called solar mask might indeed serve as a communication device, enabling the sun's progeny, who dwell beyond the confines of civilized society, to remotely guide the faithful and observe the world. Or more accurately, it might function as some form of spiritual projection device. Upon the sudden realization of its intriguing nature, Duncan's gaze towards the golden mask shifted noticeably. This artifact, perhaps it bore a connection to him. Chapter 73. Incomplete memories. He had yet to glean any useful information, and must refrain from prematurely drawing the attention of this sinister cult. Just as he lowered his head, the sensation of being scrutinized returned once more. Duncan furrowed his brow slightly and followed the feeling, discovering once again the girl in the black dress, adorned with a peculiar bell around her neck, stealthily observing him. As he turned his gaze, she subtly averted her own. This left Duncan profoundly perplexed. He was certain he did not recognize her, and the memories of the original owner of this body contained no remnants of information regarding this girl. Why would a novice follower of the sun god take such an interest in him? Could it be that the dove upon his shoulder is indeed quite extraordinary? As he indulged in such whimsical thoughts, the voice of the leader of the congregation suddenly resonated from the front. After donning a golden mask, the leader had transformed into an embodiment of divine authority, his voice now deep and commanding. It was uncertain whether this was a deliberate modulation of his tone or if the mask infused his voice with another consciousness. The prayer has concluded. The Lord has witnessed our devotion and reverence. Grace has illuminated our souls. Brothers and sisters, let us embrace gratitude. For we have persevered another day in this arduous and shadowy world, bringing us one step closer to the day of rebirth under the blazing sun and the restoration of order. The priest, adorned with the golden mask, extended his arms, speaking in a notably persuasive tone, before his gaze unexpectedly settled on a corner among the congregants, his demeanor becoming more gentle and approachable. However, prior to proceeding with today's gathering, we must first welcome two compatriots. They were once ensnared by darkness in these trying times, but through the Lord's guidance, they have returned to our fold. Please, introduce yourselves briefly. Two compatriots? Duncan suddenly recalled that the leader had indeed mentioned to him earlier that he was not the sole unfamiliar face in this assembly. He then directed his gaze toward the leader's focus and beheld a girl clad in a black dress. For reasons unknown, he felt no surprise. You may call me Shelley. The girl stepped forward with an effortless grace and spoke with poise. My parents were both devout believers, yet tragically, for years ago, they fell victim to the sinister machinations of the deep-sea church. For these past years, I have sought refuge in the Cross District, severing all ties with my brethren. How fortunate it is that you have arrived. Her voice was soft, exuding an air of gentleness, and had one not witnessed her plight firsthand, it would be difficult to associate such a child with the brutalities of a malevolent cult. The leader's gaze finally settled upon Duncan. Duncan, a resident of the lower town, had long been prepared. He stepped forward with composure. A few days prior, the deep-sea church had disrupted a sacrificial ceremony in the sewers, and I was the sole survivor. As Duncan's words hung in the air, the uninformed cult members cast their eyes upon him, some nodding in understanding while others expressed their astonishment. Duncan continued to obscure much of his face, reciting the multiplication table in reverse. The preliminary introductions had concluded, and at this juncture, the leader finally addressed the matters that piqued Duncan's interest, proceeding to announce the latest developments. Duncan's ears immediately perked up. Currently, a considerable number of compatriots continued to converge upon the city-state, comprising both devout ordinary believers and formidable emissaries and priests. Our power within this city-state is steadily growing, and the day of re-establishing order is drawing near. Surrounding worshippers seem to be profoundly moved, spontaneously extolling the love and greatness of the sun god. Duncan immediately recalls the sacrificial ceremony he previously witnessed in the sewers. Indeed, these cultists are harnessing strength through such rituals. Moreover, it appears that the shadowy orchestrators known as the Children of the Sun have chosen to participate personally this time. The power amassed by these cultists seems insufficient, as the Municipal Hall and Church of Prand have already detected their activities. However, should those children choose to intervene directly, the cultist plans may very well continue to unfold. A thought stirs within Duncan. Sun fragments? What might those be? Could gathering a stack of sun fragments empower the Spear of Aten to unleash a significant force? He senses the dove upon his shoulder becoming increasingly restless, as Ai shakes its body vigorously while emitting low, cooing sounds from its throat. Through the connection conveyed by the ethereal flame, he faintly discerns the dove's intentions. It longs to chatter, to voice its thoughts loudly, urging Duncan to seize the solar war axe and rally another wave of troops. Yet, it cannot articulate its desires. It is merely a dove here. This predicament leaves it quite vexed. Silence. Duncan could only murmur softly. simultaneously stroking the dove's head with the back of his hand in a gesture of reassurance. Meanwhile, a devotee situated near the leader inquired, "Can we ascertain the approximate location of the solar fragment? Is there any method to detect it?" The solar fragment currently lies in a dormant state. Impervious to any means of detection, the leader replied with a shake of his head. However, the Almighty has bestowed guidance, and the fragment is likely concealed in the vicinity of the lower district of Prand. Furthermore, considering the recent addition of new brethren today, let me elucidate the situation. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, the fragment first manifested in the mortal realm approximately 11 years ago, potentially triggering a series of extraordinary phenomena, perhaps a large-scale fire, an abnormal rise in temperature throughout an entire block, or even instances of spontaneous human combustion and collective hallucinations. This is precisely the direction of our current investigation. The city authorities possess detailed records of extraordinary occurrences over the years, and the esteemed divine watchers have begun their quest to uncover these chronicles. It is plausible that some ordinary individuals residing in the lower district may still recall the strange events that transpired here 11 years ago. Our mission is to gather clues in this regard to deduce the location of the solar fragment. However, caution is paramount in all inquiries. Although the authorities maintain a generally lax grip on the lower district, the hounds of the Deep Sea Church often possess an acute sense of awareness. They have already become vigilant. The leader elucidated the current situation to the assembled congregation, while Duncan's mind raced with thoughts. He paid particular attention to what the leader referred to as the moment 11 years prior, a day marked by the emergence of a certain extraordinary phenomenon known as the shard of the sun. Yet, Duncan was acutely aware that this date bore significance for another reason. 11 years ago, a mere 6-year-old Nina lost her parents, seemingly due to a devastating fire. Was it merely a coincidence? Could such fortuitous alignments truly exist? Chapter 74. A Traitor Within. Termination of the deal ultimately. Duncan could not unearth any further memories from the recesses of his mind. However, one fact remained indisputable. 11 years prior, a great fire did indeed occur, claiming the lives of Nina's biological parents in the lower district, irrevocably altering the trajectory of that child's life. While this may appear to be mere happenstance, there exists a more insidious possibility that this event is intricately linked to the shards of the sun sought by the sun cultists. The accidental manifestation of the shard ignited a conflagration within the city, resulting in the tragic loss of innocent lives and transforming a child into an orphan. Years later, this very child would find her only remaining kin succumbing to the allure of the cult that worships the shards of the sun. In the shadows of fate, there seems to be an inextricable bond, a karmic connection revolving around the sun, like an entity ensnared by gravity. At that moment, amidst the congregation, a voice unexpectedly interrupted Duncan's reverie. In my recent inquiries among the local residents, I have not heard of any notable fire occurring in the lower district 11 years ago. However, it was mentioned that a factory experienced a leak, releasing toxic gas that spread across several blocks, causing many to succumb to hallucinations and madness. This incident even made it to the newspapers. Duncan looked up in surprise, noticing that the speaker was an unremarkable woman from the congregation. Yet, before he could ponder the implications of her words, he felt the gaze of the cult leader shift towards him. "Comrade, you are the local here. Do you have any knowledge about this matter?" Duncan was taken aback, suddenly realizing he had become the center of attention for these outsiders seeking to gather information. As a resident of the lower district of Pland, he was undoubtedly a valuable source of intelligence. Noticing several pairs of eyes upon him, he quickly formulated his response. "I did not reside here 11 years ago, so I am not well informed about the specifics. But I have indeed heard tales regarding the factory leak." While delivering this evasive answer, he turned his gaze toward the woman who had initially spoken. "Is it true that no significant fire occurred in the lower district 11 years ago? At least according to the information I have gathered, it appears that the devotee nodded in agreement, stating that it has been at least 20 years since a significant fire incident occurred in the lower district of Prand. Minor fires, such as kitchen blazes, have certainly transpired, but those are evidently not within the realm of consideration." Duncan blinked, remaining silent. He distinctly recalled that Nina's parents perished in a great fire 11 years ago. Fragments of memory surfaced in his mind, including the image of himself leading Nina out of the inferno. Where had the discrepancy arisen? Was there a confusion during the transmission of memories within this body? Or perhaps the great fire from that year did not occur in the lower district? Or it could simply be that the cultist before him had not managed to uncover the truth of the matter. A faint sense of doubt arose within him, as this matter pertained to Nina and himself, prompting him to instinctively pay closer attention. Just then, he heard a voice from across the way. It was the girl named Shelley. Was the factory leak incident from 11 years ago the one that took place in the 6th District? The 6th District? Yes. It seemed accurate. The female devotee nodded, asserting that this incident had a substantial impact, as the chemicals involved left many individuals with lasting repercussions. And numerous residents of the lower district still remember it to this day. A few devotees nearby nodded in agreement, indicating that they too had gathered similar information. Recently, one should pay close attention to the newspapers within the city-state and the whispers that echo through the streets. Any event that appears unusual may very well point towards fragments of the sun. Do not overlook any clues. Do you understand? For years ago, the deep-sea church of Prander City indeed launched a decisive assault that obliterated the largest stronghold of solar heretics within the city. It is said that the event was grand in scale, marking a significant moment in the rise of the current city-state judge, Vanna. Following that confrontation, the sun worshippers in this city have been in disarray until today. Until now, all Duncan had known were these surface-level reports. But it now appears that the truth of the matter was that the sun worshippers were attempting to prematurely awaken the fragments of the sun that lay dormant somewhere. Unbeknownst to him, a series of truths, long hidden in the past, began to unravel before Duncan. He swiftly pieced together the fragments of known information in his mind while contemplating how to extract further intelligence from these cultists. Just then, a peculiar odor suddenly penetrated his nostrils, reminiscent of sulfur burning, mixed with an acrid, chemical-like stench. In the next moment, the ordinary worshippers around him also caught a whiff of this pungent and unmistakable scent. Some exchanged glances, seemingly searching for the source of the odor. While the leader standing at the center of the gathering quickly reacted, he suddenly produced a talisman resembling the sun from his garments, identical to the solar talisman Duncan carried. Its surface ablaze with a phantom-like, translucent flame. The noxious scent emanated from that very flame. The impurities the flames have been deceived. The leader cast a glance at the blazing sun talisman, his voice immediately filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. A heretic lurks among us. An uproar erupted among the crowd. Duncan's first instinct was to assume his cover had been blown, though he couldn't fathom how. It seemed the talisman possessed by the leader had finally identified him as a heretic, one who held no belief in the sun. Reflecting on this, he let out a faint sigh, preparing to release the dove. Yet, before he could take any action, another sigh resonated from across the room. The sound came from a girl clad in a black dress, a maiden named Sherry, who shook her head in disappointment. I knew that Mutt was unreliable. His disguise couldn't possibly last more than 3 hours. No sooner had she spoken than a surge of pitch-black flames erupted beside her. The fire manifested seemingly from thin air, taking the shape of flames, yet as dark as shadows. It ignited upon the girl's arm, and within a second, spread to nearly a third of her body. In the next moment, Sherry's right half appeared to transform into fuel for the black fire. As it crackled and roared, the flames coalesced into a dark chain suspended in midair, while the portion that fell to the ground swiftly morphed into a skeletal creature, its entire form ablaze. It was a pitch-black hellhound, a colossal creature towering above a man, seemingly composed of countless twisted and stacked bones. Where flesh ought to reside, there was instead an inferno of burning black flames and writhing shadows. Its head was jagged and menacing, and where one would expect eyes, there lay only hollow voids, filled with a blood-red mist, brimming with insatiable hunger and malice. A dark chain extended from the neck of this monstrous hound, reaching towards Shelley's arm, as if it were merging with the very essence of the girl. The Abyssal Hound, the summoner of the obliteration cult. The leader in the center of the gathering was overwhelmed with a mixture of shock and fury upon witnessing this scene. What did it signify? Were these worshippers of the abyss truly intent on waging war against the followers of the sun? Chapter 75. Clash of Titans. It appeared that he was not the sole traitor in this assembly. The girl in the black dress had from the beginning exuded an unsettling aura. Initially, Duncan had thought her uncharacteristically youthful and demure presence clashed with the sinister atmosphere of the cult gathering, but he had not anticipated such a revelation. He noted the leader uttered 2 significant terms, Abyssal Hound and Obliteration Cult. The former clearly referred to the black skeletal behemoth summoned by the girl, while the latter sounded far from a legitimate civic organization that could be duly registered at the town hall. This girl was certainly not a follower of the sun god, but rather a member of another nefarious cult. Just how many bizarre and sinister sects lurked in the shadows of this world? Duncan's mind was in turmoil as the girl summoning the abyssal hound slightly raised the black chains on her arm, while adopting a defensive posture. She scanned the gathering with a smirk that seemed tinged with derision. The cult of annihilation. How unfortunate, for I have little connection to them. Unlike you wretches who must serve some malevolent deity to find solace, I act solely for my own interests. Her words were met with skepticism. Only the cult of annihilation possesses the knowledge to summon the eerie denizens of the abyss. I advise you to abandon your resistance, heretic. You stand upon the territory of the sun god, and not even the curse of the abyssal hounds can safeguard you. The leader in the center of the assembly fixed his gaze intently on Sherry, his voice low and laced with menace. What do you intend to do? Though annihilation and the sun are not allies, we have never been foes. Why do you masquerade as one of us at our sacred gathering? I merely seek to extract some intelligence from your dim-witted ranks, Sherry replied, her lips curling into a smile. Suddenly, the chains connected to her body emitted a cacophony of clattering sounds, the indistinct rings appearing to writhe as if imbued with life. And I have already stated, I am not of the cult of annihilation. Before she could finish, a series of sharp crackling sounds erupted from all directions. The oil lamps scattered throughout the room, as if stirred by an unknown force, suddenly blazed to life with fervent flames. The luminous flame of the oil lamp suddenly illuminated the entire basement as brightly as day. Above each lamp, a small fireball emerged and ascended, resembling miniature suns that began to emit tremendous power. The leader, standing at the center of the gathering, had unwittingly tightened his grip on his solar talisman. The sharp, fiery edges of the talisman pierced his palm, and blood seeped into it, igniting like oil and engulfing his entire hand in flames, resonating with the abruptly transformed oil lamps. Clearly, this seasoned cult priest was merely biding time with a few words. When Shirley was not paying attention, he had activated some extraordinary ability. Surrender, heretic, came the ominous voice from beneath the golden mask. The power of the sun god has sealed off the entire gathering. I am aware of your ability to obliterate the faithful. You can borrow incantations from the demons you summon and inflict harm with them. The shadowy breath of the abyssal hound is indeed terrifying, but this place is sealed. Neither you nor your hound can draw any power from the depths of the abyss. Duncan's fingers, tucked into his pocket, stirred slightly as he contemplated whether to intervene. Although it appeared to be a conflict between two factions of cultists, the girl named Shirley might possess valuable knowledge, and at present, she evidently found herself outnumbered. However, in the face of the solar priest's threat, Sherry appeared utterly indifferent. She merely turned her gaze towards the flickering oil lamps and then surveyed the surrounding solar cultists, who had hastily drawn their short swords, daggers, and even revolvers. Calmly, she inquired, "It must be quite taxing for you to maintain this force field, is it not?" The solar priest scoffed. "Humph, the power bestowed upon me by my lord." Before he could finish his sentence, the girl in the black dress sprang into action. With a sudden stride forward, Sherry raised her right arm, engulfed in black flames. The obsidian chains whistled through the air, and at the end of the chains, a shadowy hound was swung around with tremendous force. This massive beast, several times the size of an ordinary dog, was hurled in a full circle, and with a terrifying crash, it struck the solar priest squarely in the chest. The sound of splintering bones rang out clearly as the solar priest, preoccupied with maintaining the barrier, had no time to react before being sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing against the wall opposite him, motionless. Duncan. This was truly unexpected. In the blink of an eye, the sudden turn of events left all the cultists in shock. The solar followers, still awaiting their leader's command, witnessed their chief being flung away. In the next instant, the chains whistled through the air once more, slicing through the atmosphere with urgency. Shirley once again raised her arms, the ebony chains clinking ominously as an extraordinary force swung the abyssal hound like a meteor hammer. The colossal beast traced a terrifying arc through the air, and with a series of resounding crashes, several cultists were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths. The massive hound tore through the void, leaving the cultists with shattered bones and broken spirits as they were hurled backward. Shirley exhibited an exquisite mastery of the meteor hammer technique. The scene dominated by the whirling chains, the howling hound, and the girl deftly maneuvering amidst the chaos, striking and retreating with fluid grace. At that moment, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. The sun-worshipping cultists, armed with revolvers, had finally discerned an opening. Realizing that close combat with the formidable girl was an impossibility, they unhesitatingly pulled the triggers. The brass bullets sliced through the air. Two struck the chains, igniting brilliant, fleeting sparks, while several others found their mark within Shirley's body. With a gasp, the girl momentarily staggered, the impact and agony of the bullets penetrating her form causing her to falter. Yet, in the next heartbeat, as the cultists believed the tide had turned, the sound of the chains whistled through the air once more. "Ego, shield me from the pain." The hound, flung into the air, let out a chaotic roar before crashing into one of the armed cultists, sending him flying. His head collided with a distant pillar, transforming him into a youthful, miniaturized version of Alice in an instant. Meanwhile, the meteor hound at the center of the gathering surged with even greater ferocity than before. Duncan silently stepped back, diminishing his presence as he awaited the conclusion of this tumultuous spectacle. As for that valiant woman who skillfully commands the meteor hounds, she hardly requires any assistance. Her condition is splendid. The battle itself did not endure for long. The girl in the black dress wielded her meteor hounds with remarkable strength and swiftness. This inescapable basement served as her exclusive hunting ground. Duncan, standing silently in the corner, busily recited the multiplication table for the second time, yet by the time he completed it, the skirmish had already concluded. Once all the cultists had been vanquished, silence finally enveloped the basement. Sherry came to a halt, clutching the iron chains that bound the enigmatic hounds, gasping for breath in the center of the room. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon a figure lurking in the corner. She had finally noticed Duncan, the last cultist in this assembly. Although she was taken aback by his calm demeanor, she resolutely approached her final target, her hostility unmistakable. Chapter 76. The dog sees into the heart of man as Sherry advanced towards him, radiating menace. Duncan could not help but exhale deeply, realizing that this trouble would ultimately fall upon his shoulders. He felt no real anxiety. Although he was acutely aware of his scant combat experience, and that the girl before him seemed capable of triumphing even on the most treacherous battlefield, he remained unperturbed. First and foremost, he possessed a pigeon adept at delayed strikes. Ai's abilities activated instantaneously within her influence, swifter than a mere theft. Should Sherry attempt to swing her hound at him, it was likely that she would be thwarted midair by the pigeon's high ping, leading to her inevitable downfall. Furthermore, he wielded the ethereal flames, which possessed extraordinary efficacy against all things supernatural. This fire could even dominate the Lost Haven. And it was unlikely that the shadowy hound before him was more formidable than the array of monsters aboard that vessel. At worst, he could envelop himself in flames. Thus entering his realm of expertise, "My dear, I sense a connection between you and this hound." Lastly, and perhaps most crucially, this body was not his true self. At this moment, he was merely utilizing an avatar. Although, from a physiological standpoint, this avatar appeared to be alive. It was fundamentally a corpse animated by spectral forces. Duncan did not require this vessel to maintain physiological integrity in order to animate it. Much like the avatar he had previously employed in the sewers, which continued to function despite the absence of a heart. He merely needed its existence to continue its use. He stood there with an air of nonchalance, observing the girl clad in a black dress as she approached him. He watched the black chains in her hand sway in the air, while the eerie and terrifying shadow hound moved with an elusive gait, trailing closely beside its master. The earlier fierce battle had left bloodstains on the girl's arms and cheeks, utterly shattering the serene and demure impression she initially conveyed, revealing instead an aura of strange peril. "You are unafraid, indeed peculiar," Sherry remarked, halting a few meters in front of Duncan, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the sun cultist. While her right hand subtly began to rise, had she resigned herself to abandon resistance? Duncan pondered for a moment. "Do you truly believe I am one of them?" As he spoke, he discreetly rubbed his fingers together in his pocket, allowing the ethereal flames to dance gently between his clothing and skin, lest the girl become incensed and unleash her hound upon him. Sherry paused, her bloodstained visage slowly morphing into a look of incredulity, as if to say, "Do you think I—" Before she could finish her thought, the shadowy hound beside her unexpectedly spoke, its skeletal throat emitting a raspy, guttural voice. "I do." "Ah. What?" Sherry stared in shock at her summoned creature. "Did you just lose your mind? A dog? Wait a moment." The shadowy hound shook its head and, under Duncan's bewildered gaze, moved aside, stretching its neck to regurgitate. Duncan watched the scene unfold with a stoic expression, contemplating whether he had discerned a weakness in Sherry's combat prowess. While she possessed great strength and a fierce demeanor, her fighting style was bizarre and unpredictable. Yet, it was evident that she was not adept at prolonged skirmishes. The crux of the matter lay in her approach. Humans could endure, but dogs could not. Thus, the atmosphere remained awkward for 2 or 3 minutes until the hound's retching finally subsided. Duncan could no longer restrain his curiosity and leaned forward to inquire. Are you all right? The hound immediately lowered its head, its bony tail tucked firmly between its legs. I appreciate your concern. I hope my indiscretion has not offended your sensibilities. Do you have any further commands for me? If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. At this moment, Duncan began to grasp the situation. Suddenly casting a glance at the fearsome and formidable abyssal hound, his gaze deepening. This creature was evidently afraid of him, a demon from the unfathomable depths of the ocean. It likely possessed a perception that diverged from that of ordinary humans. Do you know who I am? Duncan inquired softly. Do you recognize me? No. The abyssal hound did not even lift its head, truly unaware. Yet it was evident that you are a person of significance, without a doubt. Duncan furrowed his brow and asked again, in your eyes, I do not appear to be human, do I? The abyssal hound hesitated, cautiously lifting its gaze to meet Duncan's eyes, before tentatively responding, you seem, or do not seem, perhaps. The girl in the black dress observed the scene with uncertainty, finally retracting her initial hostility, replaced instead by profound astonishment and wariness. Her demeanor appeared somewhat reckless. Yet she was clearly not foolish. After witnessing her pet's peculiar reactions, even the most impulsive temperament would find a moment to pause and recognize the oddity of the situation. She subtly tightened the chain connecting her to the abyssal hound, while discreetly stepping back, warily assessing Duncan. You claimed you are not one of them. Indeed, Duncan replied, raising his hands. You may find it hard to believe, but I too have infiltrated this place to gather intelligence. I believe you, Shirley promptly affirmed. This time, it was somewhat unexpected for Duncan. He suddenly realized that the impression this girl left on him was constantly evolving. Initially, he perceived her as a quiet and gentle child based solely on her appearance, only to later witness her ferocious and bloodthirsty side. Just moments ago, he thought she was merely reckless and headstrong. Yet now her ability to adapt and concede in response to the situation surpassed his expectations. What kind of family could nurture such a child? As strange thoughts swirled in his mind, Duncan found himself momentarily taken aback by her unyielding demeanor. After regaining his composure, he finally managed to articulate his inquiry. Earlier, during the gathering, why did you glance at me twice? Is it because of that dog? Duncan frowned and cast a glance at the pitch-black skeletal hound. I heard that priest mentioned the cult of annihilation, a sect that worships the abyssal deep. What connection do you have with this cult? I have no ties to them. Sherry promptly replied, her tone underscored with emphasis. Their worship of the abyssal deep is their affair. My acquaintance with the hound is due to entirely different reasons. Duncan's gaze fell upon the chain linking the girl and the abyssal hound. According to the recently acquired intelligence, the worship of the abyssal deep allows one to summon demons from its depths, and under normal circumstances, harness the power of these demons to cast spells in combat. This appears to be a defining characteristic of the Annihilation sect. The Sun Priest formed this judgment due to the abyssal hound summoned by Cheryl. Although he suffered a grievous blow from the meteoric hammer of flying dogs due to a misjudgment, Duncan firmly believed that, at the very least, the information should be reliable under ordinary circumstances. The only anomaly was the peculiar girl before him. She seemed exceedingly resistant to any association with cultists, despite possessing a hound from the abyssal deep. Nevertheless, Duncan shook his head and inquired, Then why do you find yourself here? What are you investigating? Cheryl opened her mouth, but at that moment, a deafening explosion erupted in the basement, and a searing fireball suddenly hurtled towards them from the side. Chapter 77. Reflections on Fire. The explosion resonated throughout the basement as the intense fireball surged forth. However, before the fireball could draw near, Duncan had already reacted. His perception was swifter than his physical form. He sensed the unusual energy the instant it manifested in the basement. At that moment, he had no time for contemplation and instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. A faint sensation of heat emanated from his fingertips, but in the next moment, a surge of spiritual flame erupted with explosive vigor, engulfing the fireball. Duncan grasped the fiery orb that shot from the corner of the basement. Its searing blaze almost instantly tinged with a spectral green hue. The erupting energy swiftly became subdued, settling into a tranquil burn within his grasp. Holding the now ethereal green fireball, Duncan slowly turned to face the source of the attack. Just as his gaze shifted, the shadowy hound known as a ghoul leaped back with sudden ferocity, a rift pulsating with countless shadows and black mist materializing where it landed. Without hesitation, it plunged into the void, dark chains simultaneously dragging Sherry along, who, just before vanishing into the rift, spat a mouthful of bloodied bullets onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, both the man and the dog vanished from the basement, He still had a plethora of questions left unasked, all due to the sudden ambush by an exceptionally resilient cultist. Duncan's mood soured subtly as he cast his gaze back toward the direction of the fireball, only to behold the cult priest adorned with a sun mask, slumped against the wall, struggling to maintain the posture of his raised arm with his last breath. He appeared astonished that the fireball, summoned with all his might, had not only been seized from the air but had its authority usurped. His vacant eyes visible even through the golden mask. To refrain from delivering the final blow is certainly not a commendable habit. Duncan's countenance darkened as he muttered about a certain girl, a brawler oblivious to the necessity of a finishing strike, while he gradually approached the severely wounded cult priest. In his hand, he still held the quietly burning emerald fireball, whose power was subtly permeating the basement. With each step he took, the oil lamps and torches scattered throughout the subterranean chamber appeared to respond to an inexplicable call. The flickering flames gradually took on a layer of ghostly green. Under the ominous glow of this encroaching light, the masked solar priest finally sensed an unprecedented and profound terror. He felt the connection between himself and the sun god rapidly dwindling as lamp after lamp was usurped. The sun god's gaze retreating from his soul like the melting snows of spring. In the grip of overwhelming fear, a trembling voice emerged from beneath the mask. You are no ordinary heretic. What exactly are you? As the last flicker of light transformed into an emerald soul flame, Duncan halted before the priest, slightly bowing his head. His visage, illuminated by the spectral fire, appeared particularly menacing. I had not finished my inquiry before you interrupted me, which is rather impolite. Did your mother not teach you any manners? As he spoke, he noticed the priest's condition. He realized he had misjudged Sherry. This cultist's chest was nearly entirely concave, with broken ribs likely having penetrated his heart and lungs, undoubtedly fatal injury, rendering any finishing blow unnecessary. The priest's continued existence is tethered to a more potent and enigmatic force, perhaps that which the cultists refer to as the sun god. Nevertheless, Duncan could discern that vitality was swiftly ebbing from the priest's body. Each breath he took grew fainter, as if death were imminent. The reasons remained obscure. Yet it was evident that the sun god's blessings were rapidly receding from this priest. It seemed that the divine favor bestowed by the sun god was not particularly reliable. Shaking his head, Duncan mused, "Your master has forsaken you." This casual remark unexpectedly provoked a reaction from the already feeble priest. With eyes wide with rage, he summoned his last reserves of strength and, to Duncan's astonishment, retrieved a blood-stained cloth from his sleeve. "I offer this body to my lord. May the sacred relic purify the heretic before me," the priest exclaimed, his golden mask smeared with congealed blood and fragments of viscera. He raised the sacred cloth high, presenting it as the most complete and frenzied sacrifice to his deity. He relinquished everything, intent on igniting the relic, aiming to perish alongside the heretic who dared to usurp the flames. Yet, Duncan merely observed this ultimate act of madness with calm detachment. Although taken aback when the priest had suddenly produced the item from his sleeve, his composure returned upon recognizing its nature. "It was precisely at the moment when I first entered the assembly hall that the peculiar strip of fabric, employed by the other party to verify the identity of their compatriots, revealed itself to possess the extraordinary designation of the Holy Shroud." Just as Duncan had anticipated, the Holy Shroud remained eerily silent, untouched by any miraculous occurrence, even in the face of the extreme sacrifices made by the cult priest in his dying moments. The eyes behind the mask betrayed a flicker of confusion as the cult priest struggled to maintain his composure, despair enveloping him as he gazed upon the inert sacred relic in his hands. With disbelief, he coughed up another mouthful of tainted blood, declaring, "I offer this body to the Lord. I presume this is what you seek." Duncan, unable to bear the sight, shook his head and pointed towards the blood-stained strip of cloth. In the next instant, a cluster of eerie green flames erupted. The ethereal fire ignited the Holy Shroud, set ablaze the blood expelled by the cult priest, and consumed the flesh of this deranged individual. The priest, caught in the fury of the spiritual flames, let out a howl of rage and despair. "No, no, no. It shouldn't be like this. The Lord will not forsake. The Lord will punish you, you heretic. Who are you?" Amidst the raging inferno, the voice of the cult priest gradually weakened and faded. The extraordinary vitality sustained by his supernatural power ultimately proved insufficient to withstand the flames that seared his very soul. Ironically, it was the very presence of that extraordinary power that led to his transformation into ashes in this backlash of spiritual fire. As the ethereal flames finally dwindled, The solar priest, slumped against the wall, had been utterly consumed, leaving behind only a scattered set of garments and the golden mask fashioned in the likeness of the sun. Even the so-called holy shroud was reduced to ash in the flames, serving merely as a medium. Duncan furrowed his brow. To be candid, this was not the first time he had encountered corpses. The offerings he had seen in the subterranean caverns and the sacrifice priest had long since steeled his nerves. At this moment, he was merely taken aback. Normally, his ethereal fire only acted upon extraordinary objects, a fact he had confirmed through various tests aboard the Lost Homeland. Extraordinary items scorched by the flames would be appropriated as Captain Duncan's possessions, while anything mundane, even a mere sheet of paper, remained untouched by the ethereal fire. Just moments ago, the ethereal fire had produced an actual incineration effect, a result of his deliberate activation. He feared that the heretic might indeed invoke some nefarious scheme with the holy shroud, and out of caution, he commanded the shroud to self-immolate. The outcome confirmed that the shroud faithfully complied with his command. However, he had not anticipated that the spreading flames would also consume the heretical priest, which contradicted the conclusions he had drawn following his earlier tests. The incineration of the shroud is deemed a commonplace occurrence, for it is an extraordinary artifact, susceptible to the influence of spiritual flames. It is equally normal that the attire of the heretical priest remained unscathed, as those garments were evidently mundane. The spiritual fire affects such objects merely as phantoms from parallel realms, exerting no impact unless the garments were enchanted or woven with some extraordinary materials. The preservation of the golden mask is also understandable, for Duncan had a keen interest in this distinctly exceptional item. As the flames began to spread, he promptly issued commands to safeguard the mask from damage. Yet, why was this cultist reduced to ashes by the spiritual fire? Duncan, perplexed, knelt down to scrutinize the ashen remnants, which resembled the ashes left in the wake of the shroud's destruction. He had never tested his spiritual fire on a living being, let alone purposefully wielded it to take a life. This heretical priest could be considered his first true sacrifice under the deliberate control of his flames. Gradually, a bold notion emerged in Duncan's mind. Could it be that mortals who had received blessings due to their veneration of specific deities might also be regarded as extraordinary entities? Chapter 78. Concluding tasks and the conscience of a good citizen. Duncan's contemplation yielded no resolution, for he was now uncertain where to seek a second, still-breathing disciple of the sun for testing his hypothesis. Such matters are often dictated by fate. Duncan slowly rose to his feet. As the ethereal green flames flickered in the confined space of the basement, casting ghostly shadows that danced in the stillness. Within this dim, flickering light, his thoughts began to unfurl gradually. Devotees who worship divine beings and accept their blessings might perceive the flames of the spirit as extraordinary entities, but what of ordinary individuals? When these flames engulf a common person, do they evoke effects beyond mere visual illusions? If not, to what extent must one's faith in the divine be held for the flames to regard them as worthy targets of their extraordinary power? Can the flames consume the followers of malevolent deities, yet spare those who revere benevolent ones? Duncan gazed calmly at the flickering lights in the room, a faint smile gracing his lips. They are human. Thus, his contemplation ceased, and he chose not to pursue that line of thought further. This flame represents a formidable force, one that is inherently innocent, yet a frail will may very well invite downfall. Ever since he realized he possessed an unimaginable power, Duncan constantly reminded himself of this truth. Regardless of his formidable reputation or the might of the spirit flames, he must remain vigilant of his own humanity. He could not afford to disregard the essence of being human, even in this otherworldly realm. Even in the presence of those who may not conform to conventional definitions of humanity. Duncan exhaled gently, observing the verdant fireball still ablaze in his hand. And with a wave, he commanded it to extinguish. The flames obediently complied, vanishing silently into the air. When Duncan smiled, he was, and would forever be, the master of this flame. As the ethereal fire dissipated, the ambience of the basement swiftly returned to normalcy, the eerie green lights gradually transforming back into their original bright and clear state. Duncan surveyed the chaotic scene around him, contemplating his next course of action. There were numerous questions he wished to pose, yet it appeared that the opportunity had slipped away. It was inevitable that they would soon create a tumultuous uproar. With the solar emblem, which had usurped authority, concealed within his possession, he could sense the movements of the sun worshippers within the city. Although the range of this perception seemed rather limited, he figured that as long as he wandered the city idly, he might stumble upon new amusements. As for the disarray surrounding him, Duncan had no inclination to assist in tidying it up. He merely retrieved the golden mask left behind by the solar priest from the ashes on the ground, meticulously wiping away the soot and dust that marred its surface. This was his trophy, destined for study aboard the Lost Homeland. The priest had been incinerated thoroughly, and all items related to the extraordinary realm had turned to ash. The solar mask was the sole relic he had left in this world. The most prudent course of action would be to deliver it to an utterly secure location. The pigeon tilted its head, locking eyes with Duncan. 80 for the large hammer, 40 for the small hammer. The pigeon promptly flapped its wings, flying toward the mask in Duncan's hand while emitting its distinctive sharp voice. I initially intended to decline, but your offer is simply too generous. Before he could finish his words, Duncan saw a flicker of light and shadow before him, and both the dove and the mask vanished from his sight. However, deep within his consciousness, he distinctly sensed AIE's presence suddenly materializing in the captain's quarters of the Lost Homeland. The delay was scarcely a second. Such astonishing speed for the dove. Was it truly capable of such swift transportation? Duncan marveled at this thought when, in an instant, he was startled as AIE, in her skeletal dove form, sprang forth from the air and perched upon his shoulder. The bird flapped its wings, and its spectral body transformed back into a white dove, proudly lifting its neck. The transportation was a success. Upon witnessing the state in which AIE had emerged, Duncan nodded to himself. Finding the situation reasonable, it was only natural that the skeletal dove would be swifter than AIE. The sun, ensnared by the dual runic rings, was gradually sinking toward the horizon, while resplendent evening hues spread across the uneven rooftops of the lower city. Amidst the twilight, the pale fissure high in the sky was becoming increasingly discernible. His nephew, the child, had only just begun to feel better. He could not afford to stay out all night. Duncan hastily departed from the abandoned factory, navigating along the route etched in his memory toward the main thoroughfare. He traversed the winding alleys and the foul-smelling intersection of seeping sewage, until, at last, the distant sounds of bustling traffic reached his ears. The sky had yet to succumb to complete darkness. He should still be able to catch the last bus. Yet, without warning, Duncan came to an abrupt halt. Two individuals clad in long black coats bore a conspicuous item at their waists, a lantern adorned with runes, evidently intended for nocturnal patrols. At the intersection, uniformed figures appeared to be engaged in a shift change. Duncan hesitated momentarily but quickly regained his composure. They were the constables belonging to the city hall and the guardians under the church's jurisdiction. The constables upheld the order of the city during the day, while the guardians safeguarded the tranquility of the realm under the cover of night. As the sun gradually descended, the transition from day to night approached, a moment when the mundane and the divine exchanged positions. This was a distinctive spectacle of this world. The four individuals seemed oblivious to Duncan's presence. He approached them with a calm demeanor, though he had hesitated for but a fleeting moment. He soon reminded himself that he had nothing to be ashamed of. Law-abiding citizens could stroll outside before darkness fell without committing any crime. Gentlemen, I wish to report a situation. Duncan quickened his pace and sincerely conveyed, I just heard a considerable commotion emanating from the abandoned factory over there, and earlier, I noticed numerous furtive individuals entering and exiting the premises. He paused for a moment before adding, I read in the newspaper that everyone should actively report any unusual gatherings and odd noises in their vicinity. Chapter 79. The flickering lights of the alley in a secluded corner of an unremarkable alley, far from the abandoned factory. A modest and dilapidated cottage suddenly illuminated with the flicker of an oil lamp. In the wavering glow, the cottage's simple and antiquated furnishings became visible, a slightly moldy ceiling, peeling wallpaper, and in the corner of the room, a dark crack that slowly writhed and contracted. The grotesque skeletal hound lay beside the fissure, motionless as if it were a lifeless dog, utterly drained of energy. Meanwhile, at the other end of the dark chain, Sherry, dressed in a long black gown with white trim, meticulously adjusted the wick of the oil lamp before moving to the window to anxiously check the dimming daylight outside. Not far away, the shadowy hound, sprawled on the floor, suddenly lifted its head, emitting a raspy, fragmented growl. Speak your mind. Do not involve the dog. Can you still talk? I thought this treacherous passage had cost you half your life. Sherry glanced back at the hound. Can you speak now? Why the sudden urge to flee, and why through the perilous abyss? Did you not mention that countless demons in the abyss awaited to devour your very bones? The demons of the abyss may be numerous, but I can navigate around them. If I cannot fight, I can at least escape. However, just moments ago, had I not hurriedly fled, I might not have made it at all. The shadowy hound finally seemed to catch its breath, lifting its head slightly to gaze at Sherry. You should be grateful for my quick thinking. The instant that terrifying creature diverted its gaze, I opened the fissure. Had its attention remained on us, I would not have been able to create an escape route. Sherry's eyes widened in disbelief. I've never seen you so frightened, even if I have not encountered it before. As a shadow demon, I can still perceive shadows more terrifying than death itself. The shadowy hound suddenly lifted its head, its hollow, crimson eye sockets fixated intently on Sherry. Within the shell of a human being lay a swirling vortex of chaotic light and shadow, a sight so disorienting that merely gazing upon it could induce madness. How could I not feel fear? Sherry, unnerved by the creature's terrifying tone and gaze, despite its eyes merely being two glowing voids, couldn't help but mutter. How could I have felt nothing at that moment? I even thought it was rather amiable. At times, I find myself envious of your humankind. This inefficacious and sluggish perception acts as a blissful veil, a divine gift from the world. It allows you to face the most grotesque and tumultuous calamities with a serene smile as you embrace your demise. The shadowy hound, with a weary sigh, lay back down, resigned to its blindness. Perhaps the world could indeed be a tad more beautiful. Alas, I, a pitiful little dog, am not so fortunate. For I am doomed to encounter frightful horrors all too frequently. How on earth could there exist a creature as cowardly as you, a shadowy demon? Sherry couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the hound, then seemed to ponder deeply, hesitatingly suggesting, but considering what you've said, perhaps we shouldn't flee. If that being is indeed as formidable as you claim, we might have the chance to ally ourselves with a powerful entity. After all, it was quite cordial towards us earlier, even inquiring about our circumstances, and it appears to harbor disdain for those wretched sunspawn. Is this not an opportunity? I playfully acted cute, perhaps in hopes of finding a benefactor. Before the girl could finish her sentence, a sudden clank of dark chains echoed through the air, and the seemingly lifeless dog sprang to life. Cease this madness at once. Your level of hysteria is on the verge of opening a dimensional rift. After a brief pause, he continued with palpable concern. Listen, never engage with those who wear the guise of humanity, yet harbor unspeakable depths within. They are more cunning than the purest of demons and more treacherous than genuine humans. Their seemingly cordial conversations are merely a prelude to a grand feast. Do not be deceived by their initial amiability. Do you truly believe that once you divulge all you know, they will allow you to depart unscathed? It seemed that the unusual severity in the voice of the abyssal hound had made an impression on Sherry as she finally relinquished her audacious notion. Though she muttered in response, all right, but a dog, why do you sound like an overprotective mother? The abyssal hound lay down, retorting, nonsense. I raised you. Sherry scoffed lightly and then glanced out the window. Noticing the night had gradually descended, she stepped toward the window. The black iron chain tightened, moving along with the girl's footsteps. The once resting shadowy hound, initially inclined to lie down, was reluctantly dragged along the ground. This colossal and heavy specter, in the hands of Shelley, seemed to possess an almost ethereal weightlessness. What do you intend to do now? Can't you allow me to rest for a while? Today's exertions have utterly exhausted me. Shelley pressed her lips together. Let us extinguish it before we sleep. Otherwise, the room will be too dark. A grumble emanated from the hound's belly, yet it refrained from voicing any complaint. Within the city-state, the administrators and builders meticulously planned the locations and quantities of the most fundamental exorcistic apparatus, the street lamps. The gas lamps, dispersed throughout the city, ensured that the entire urban area remained safeguarded after nightfall. Consequently, whether the inhabitants utilized electric lights or oil lamps within their homes, safety was guaranteed. Even after the street lamps were lit, extinguishing the lights within the rooms remained a secure practice. Nevertheless, even in the most prosperous of cities, there exist forgotten corners. Deep within the dilapidated slums, which were even more rundown than the lower districts, the number of gas lamps was vastly inferior to that of other areas. These lamps barely sufficed to maintain safety between day and night, a meager provision that did little to inspire confidence. Thus, in the impoverished quarters, oil lamps and grease candles for illumination became essential items in every household. If the street lamps were delayed for even a moment, the flickering flames within their homes could at least temporarily ward off the encroaching darkness after sunset. Moreover, many impoverished families opted for oil lamps and candles for another significant reason. They could not afford the relatively exorbitant costs of electrical upgrades. The electric lights, bright, clean, and safe, have become the primary choice for illumination in the worry-free urban neighborhoods. Yet, within this humble abode nestled in the slums, The only source of comfort for Sherry and a dog remains the flickering flame of an old lamp. In the dim light, the deep voice of the hound shatters the silence. Are we going out again soon? Still looking for trouble with those sun bastards? We're merely gathering intelligence on them. It seems they aren't entirely aware of what transpired 11 years ago. Just look at today's situation. Even they are inquiring with the locals. This group happens to be from Lunsa, so perhaps next time we might glean some useful information. All right, if that pleases you. Just ensure that when you weave disguises for me next time, you do it with more precision and avoid exposing ourselves halfway through. I can only hope we don't encounter that terrifying individual from today. I suspect that our presence was revealed prematurely due to such a strong interference on site. Fine. If you say so. Chapter 8, A Home Visit. Just before the last rays of twilight faded into the horizon, Duncan beheld the familiar facade of the antique shop. Strictly speaking, from Duncan's perspective, he and Nina had only recently met, yet inexplicably, upon seeing the lights on the first floor, he felt an unaccountable sense of remorse. Was this remorse due to his tardiness in returning home? Duncan stepped forward and pushed open the door of the antique shop, the bell hanging at the entrance chiming melodiously. In the next moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from the staircase. A girl dressed in a simple long dress seemed to rush down from upstairs like a gust of wind. Uncle Duncan. Nina paused on the stairs, her expression a mixture of surprise and joy as she gazed at Duncan standing at the door, her eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. I thought you were. I took a stroll in town, and didn't he realize how late it had gotten? Duncan replied, shaking his head apologetically. I had intended to go to Cross Street to pick you up after school, but encountered a little mishap. You went across street? Nina looked at Duncan with a blend of astonishment and confusion, scrutinizing him as if to ascertain whether her uncle had been drinking again or was merely under the influence of medication. To pick me up? After school? Duncan presented a side of himself that was both unfamiliar and familiar, leaving Nina at a loss for how to react. She stood there, momentarily stunned, watching as Duncan entered the house and closed the door behind him. Noticing his steady gait and vibrant demeanor, she instinctively nodded. It's getting late, Duncan remarked as he made his way toward the staircase leading to the second floor, glancing back at Nina standing at the top of the stairs. Have you eaten? Uncle, you're going to cook? Nina exclaimed, as if she had heard the most fantastical of tales. However, before she could pose her question, she saw Duncan striding confidently upstairs, prompting her to hurry after him. In the process, her gaze fell upon the pigeon perched steadily on Duncan's shoulder, and she was taken aback. Uncle, has this pigeon been with you all along? Indeed, it is rather clingy, Duncan remarked casually. Oh, by the way, I have given it a name. Ai. For a pigeon. What a peculiar name, Nina responded, scratching her head. She had followed Duncan up to the second floor and watched as he made his way to the kitchen. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she finally inquired. Did you buy something? It's merely a dried fish, Duncan said, retrieving the preserved fish he had tucked away in the kitchen cabinet. He waved the stiff ingredient in front of Nina with a proud expression, adding, despite its unremarkable appearance, it tastes quite delightful in soup. Fish, Nina exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. What day is it? Fish is so expensive. Usually we don't. Oh, she finally discerned the dried fish in Duncan's hand. The unassuming item left her utterly perplexed. She blinked for a moment, then asked, what kind of fish is this? I've never seen it before. Duncan had anticipated Nina's reaction. The citizens of the city-state had certainly encountered fish, even though the vast sea was perilous, with dangerous entities known as offspring lurking in the depths, threatening human safety. However, not all maritime areas were as treacherous as the deep sea. Thanks to divine protection and the city-state's own defensive systems, the shallow waters near the city and a few blessed shipping routes were relatively safe, often providing the civilization with invaluable resources. In coastal regions, people gather seafood and minerals, hunting whales and other fish of immense industrial value along the sacred routes protected by the gods, sustaining the survival of city-states and supporting industrial development. Under such circumstances, the profession of fishing naturally exists. However, the oceans of this world are ultimately unlike those of Earth. Even the safe waters are merely safer compared to the deep sea. Thus, even nearshore fishing in this world is an exceedingly specialized, perilous endeavor that demands extraordinary knowledge and combat skills. For the inhabitants of the city-state, fish represent a familiar yet costly delicacy. Despite living adjacent to the sea, and with countless fish swimming within it, Nina has not tasted fish in many years. Prior to her uncle's illness, she, as an ordinary citizen, had little opportunity to witness fish being served at the dining table. If common fish are so rare, one can only imagine the scarcity of gifts from the deep sea. Duncan even suspects that the deep-sea fish he caught aboard the Lost Homeland might be a first for the city of Plander. Not even Nina, this humble girl, nor the city's officials or high-ranking clergy have had the chance to savor such a delicacy. Today, however, Nina is in for a treat. Her uncle has indeed begun to cook. Watching the familiar figure bustling in the kitchen, Nina feels as though she is in a dream. The sounds of knife meeting cutting board resonate, the gas stove hisses, and the broth in the pot bubbles enthusiastically. Nina feels a sense of disorientation. Has it truly been years since she last witnessed such a scene? A trace of hesitation appeared on her face, and after a brief moment, it seemed as though she had suddenly resolved to speak. At the threshold of the kitchen, she addressed the busy figure within. "Uncle, tomorrow Mr. Morris will be coming for a home visit." A home visit? Duncan, engrossed in his culinary endeavors, paused in surprise. "Mr. Morris, your history teacher?" Nina nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The school does not typically have such a practice," she cautiously remarked, observing Duncan's demeanor, "but Mr. Morris is rather exceptional. He is particularly attentive to his students." Duncan fell momentarily silent, as the situation began to exceed his expectations. He had never anticipated that, amidst his undertakings in the city-state, he would suddenly be confronted with such a circumstance. He had considered interactions with the church, the sheriff, and even the naval forces and military police of the city-state. Regardless of his inclinations, his contingency plans brimmed with flames, swords, and the more than 100 cannons of the Lost Homeland. Yet, he had never accounted for the presence of an elderly gentleman teaching history in a public school. Why does reality so often defy anticipation? "Uncle?" Nina, noticing Duncan's prolonged silence, grew somewhat anxious. "Are you unwilling?" "I could inform Mr. Morris. In fact, I mentioned it to him today. I told him that your health is not well, and therefore, you cannot accommodate a home visit this time." He did not respond at that moment. Duncan gazed at Nina's slightly tense reaction, and a swirl of thoughts arose within him. It appears that Mr. Morris has made requests for home visits on numerous occasions. How many times has Nina similarly declined? He teaches history, does he not? Duncan suddenly reiterated the question. Although Nina was uncertain as to why her uncle posed this inquiry once more, she nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. It is quite fortuitous, as I happen to wish to engage with a specialist in the field of history." Duncan chuckled, inquiring when he would be visiting tomorrow. Chapter 81. Memory bias. A scholar, whose reasons for teaching history at a public school remain unknown, possesses a profound knowledge of ancient history and seems to share a cordial relationship with Nina. His arrival is an unexpected circumstance for Duncan, yet simultaneously presents an opportunity. Mr. Morris's expertise in his field is bound to assist Duncan in unraveling numerous inquiries, and fostering a good rapport with such a distinguished professional could yield unforeseen advantages in the future. A venerable scholar undoubtedly holds a significant status within the city-state. Nina is unaware of her uncle Duncan's sudden agreement to the home visit, nor does she dwell on it. She merely feels an unusual sense of joy. As night deepens outside, the pale, cold light of the world's creation illuminates the windowsill of the antique shop on the second floor. Under the tranquil night sky, the entire city gradually succumbs to silence. In a world filled with bizarre phenomena, most individuals lack any semblance of nightlife. "Oh, very well, Uncle Duncan." Nina responded with a soft sound, obediently approaching the dining table, where the aroma of fish soup wafted around her. She wrinkled her nose in astonishment, gazing at Duncan with disbelief. "It smells so wonderful. Uncle, when did your culinary skills become this remarkable? Is this even considered remarkable?" Duncan chuckled softly, pondering that his cooking prowess was perhaps only slightly superior to Alice's, yet he was being praised for his skills. Had his abilities truly been so lacking before? As Nina continued speaking, her voice gradually diminished. "Never mind, that was years ago, and you've always disliked me bringing it up." Duncan fell silent. Nina quietly tore apart the hard bread, gently soaking it in the delicious broth until it softened. Suddenly, Duncan reached out, ruffling the child's hair. Nina looked up in surprise. "Uncle, my latest culinary experiment has been a success," Duncan declared with utmost seriousness. Nina blinked in astonishment, her expression shifting through various emotions as countless thoughts swirled in her mind. Ultimately, all her expressions coalesced into an uncontrollable smile. "Uncle, your serious demeanor is just too amusing. Do not mock adults." Duncan shot her a sidelong glance, then as if recalling something, casually remarked, "By the way, I plan to thoroughly organize the shop's inventory. If you happen to see anything odd or unfamiliar on the first floor, do not touch it. He was preparing for the forthcoming endeavors of traveling between the two locations, managing the distribution and circulation of supplies. As Ai's abilities were developed, he inevitably found himself frequently transporting goods between the lost home and the antique shop, a fact that would be difficult to conceal from Nina. Thus, it was prudent to issue a precautionary notice in advance. Nina harbored no suspicions, quickly nodding in agreement. Duncan then continued, "Additionally, I intend to hire more staff for the shop. This way, should I need to step out during the day, there will be someone to oversee things. Of course, this is merely a preliminary plan and may not come to fruition. But I wanted to inform you beforehand to prevent any surprise should you encounter a stranger in the shop one day." This was merely a pretext for Alice's impending arrival. He needed her assistance, as her penchant for theatrics in public was not suitable. Nina looked at Duncan with astonishment. "Uncle, are you actually planning to hire shop assistants? This is quite significant. Do you have anyone in mind? What are they like?" Duncan pondered momentarily, striving to filter out a plethora of less than favorable descriptors from his thoughts before adopting a serious demeanor. "I have a preliminary candidate. She is a diligent young lady." He reflected that the only remaining commendable trait associated with Alice was her diligence. He then observed Nina's expression shift subtly. The girl scrutinized her uncle several times before finally unable to contain herself. "A young lady? Uncle, do you mean that?" Duncan, having experienced such situations before, instantly recognized the thoughts swirling in Nina's mind. He promptly rapped his fingers on the table. "Focus on your meal. Stop indulging in fanciful speculations." Nina stifled a laugh, emitting a soft chuckle as she continued to eat, her eyes widening in astonishment after tasting a piece of fish. "So delicious." Duncan chuckled in response, casually tearing off a piece of bread to toss to a pigeon wandering nearby, and said, "Then eat more. There is plenty more in the kitchen." On the modest second floor of the antique shop, Nina and her uncle Duncan concluded a simple yet long-awaited dinner. He had some matters he wished to clarify. "Nina," he said, observing the girl who had just emerged from the kitchen, tidying up the dishes, "there are some things I would like to ask you." Nina replied, her curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Furrowing her brow, Nina pondered why her uncle had suddenly brought up events from 11 years prior, yet she began to reflect. "I was quite young then, and many details elude my memory, but I recall that day being chaotic. Adults were in disarray everywhere. Some said there was a factory leak near Cross Street. Others claimed there was a collective frenzy on Lower 3rd Street, and even whispers of trouble in the upper town. Much of it didn't register with me at the time. I only pieced it together later from conversations among the adults." Duncan contemplated for a moment, gazing into Nina's eyes. "Do you remember a great fire?" he inquired. "I carried you away from the blaze. Your parents, they were caught in that inferno." He had merely broached the subject tentatively, yet was taken aback when Nina's eyes widened in shock. "A fire? Uncle, you remember there was indeed a fire back then?" I certainly recall that Duncan, upon witnessing Nina's reaction, discerned that there was indeed something amiss. "Was there not a fire?" "I distinctly remember that there was a significant blaze," and Nina, somewhat agitated, spoke rapidly. However, when I relayed the incident to the adults nearby, none of them seemed to recall the event. They all insisted that I must have been too frightened to remember anything, claiming there was no fire at all. As I grew older, I even sought out the newspapers from that time. At this point, she paused, shaking her head slowly with a peculiar expression. Yet, even the newspapers made no mention of any significant fire. All the records merely stated that there had been a factory leak, resulting in widespread hallucinations. Chapter 82. The fire that exists only in dreams in this world. The majority of people adhere to a routine of early rising and retiring, for the hours after sunset are perilous. The twilight of creation warps reality to its utmost extremes. Even in cities illuminated against the dark, caution is paramount as night descends. Yet, Duncan felt no trace of drowsiness. Nina remembered a great fire, and residual memories from his body held echoes of that very inferno. During that conflagration, he had fled with a 6-year-old girl from a crumbling, ablaze structure, while the distant streets were filled with frantic crowds and swirling mists. However, only the two of them retained the memory of that grand conflagration. Nina had sought out other adults to discuss these matters, yet she was dismissed as a mere child. Her recollections deemed the result of a frightened mind's disarray. The newspapers from 11 years past clearly documented the truth. At that time, the intersection of the planned downtown area and the Cross District was marked solely by a factory leak that induced mass hallucinations, with no record of any fire. Duncan furrowed his brow slightly, Another point of intrigue lay within himself. According to Nina, Uncle Duncan did not recall the fire either. It had always been her alone who remembered the event. In her childhood, she had even recounted the incident to Uncle Duncan, who at that time should have been Ron, only to be met with the belief that she had misremembered due to fright, like the other adults. Where did the discrepancy lie? Why, within Nina's memory, did her uncle appear to have no recollection of the fire, while Duncan unearthed corresponding images from the depths of this body's memory? Was Nina's uncle perpetually dishonest? Or had this memory been meticulously sealed away, surfacing only when a ghostly captain assumed control of this vessel, allowing the most profound memories to emerge? Duncan absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against the window frame, silently organizing the timeline in his mind. He synthesized the information gleaned from those sun cultists. 11 years ago, the fragments of the sun first materialized within the city-state of Plander, and the extraordinary phenomena triggered by these fragments could potentially extend over vast expanses. 11 years ago, Nina became an orphan. In her and Duncan's recollections, a great fire occurred in the lower district, yet apart from them, no one retains any memory of this calamity, nor exists any evidence to substantiate its occurrence. Subsequently, the fragments of the sun lay dormant within the city-state, devoid of any disturbances. The sole record remaining from that fateful event is the incident of the factory leak in the Cross District. Over the years, Nina relied solely on her only remaining family member. For years ago, the followers of the sun god in the city-state of Prandal endeavored to prematurely awaken the slumbering sun fragments, conducting a perilous sacrificial ritual. However, the ritual was thwarted by the newly appointed apprentice judge, Vanna, leading to a significant blow to their sect's influence. Following a grand purge, the sun god cult was expelled from the city-state. Although the ritual did not reach its final stage, the cult's attempt to awaken the fragments may have had some effect, as the fragments began to stir from their slumber thereafter. Around this time, Nina's uncle, her only companion, fell ill with a strange affliction, succumbing to the torment of his suffering and ultimately yielding to the temptations of the remaining sun worshippers in the city, becoming a minion of the cult. Recently, news of the sun fragments activity began to draw the sun worshippers back to the city. The cultists, who had remained in hiding for 4 years, resumed their sacrificial rituals, and it was then that Duncan intervened. Throughout this timeline, many events seemed to be subtly interconnected, yet they all lacked crucial evidence. The most suspicious aspect lies a decade ago, when the fragments of the sun seemingly triggered extraordinary phenomena. Did that great fire truly exist? Did the city authorities erase the truth of that incident, obliterating all traces of the inferno? Subsequently, for the sake of maintaining order, did they publicly declare the entire affair as a collective hallucination caused by a factory leak? Moreover, in this world, anomalies and phenomena are openly acknowledged. Even children are aware of the existence and dangers of such extraordinary matters. The authorities are evidently cognizant of this fact and have consistently adhered to the principle of preemptively disclosing dangers to ensure that citizens possess the knowledge necessary for self-preservation. If that was indeed merely a fire ignited by supernatural forces, why conceal it? Unless there lies a far more significant issue behind that inferno, such that even the mere disclosure of information could unleash uncontrollable peril. Duncan suddenly furrowed his brow. Alternatively, there exists another possibility. The nature of extraordinary phenomena is peculiar, often. The harm they inflict transcends the physical realm, distorting human perception to the extent that it could warp the evidence inscribed on paper. What if the memories and perceptions of this event, even the records maintained by the city authorities and the church, were tainted by the sun's fragments? Duncan felt his imagination was running rampant. As a novice in the realm of anomalies and phenomena, yet he could not suppress this line of thought once it emerged. The memories of individuals, the records of authorities, and even the documents penned in black and white many years ago can all be distorted and replaced. In the past, he might have been skeptical of such notions, but now he believes them more than anyone else, for he finds himself in a place now known as Duncan's Antiques. Here, every person is acquainted with their old neighbor, Mr. Duncan, the proprietor of the antique shop. Duncan exhaled softly, lowering his head to gaze through the second-floor window at the street illuminated by gas lamps. Now, only one question remained. Regardless of whether the Great Fire occurred 11 years ago, or if solar fragments tainted the memories of those involved and the records left by the city, one critical point remains. Why does Nina recall that inferno? In the upper city, within a residence belonging to the governor, Vanna awoke from a nightmare. However, this time, the nightmare bore no connection to the Black Sun, nor did it allude to the ship, the Lost Homeland, returning from the subspace. Instead, she was suddenly transported back to her childhood memories. On that night, filled with fog, smoke, bloodshed, and a frenzied crowd, the 12-year-old girl was carried away by her uncle as they fled from the assault of the rioters. The young judge, clad in her nightgown, sat upon her bed, inhaling deeply as she gazed at the celestial expanse outside. The ethereal light of creation still hung high in the sky, while the clock near the window indicated that it had only just passed midnight. She felt as though she had been submerged in a nightmare for an entire century. Fana rose and flicked on the light, approaching the vanity to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. She softly intoned the name of the goddess of storms, seeking inner tranquility before sighing, as if to console herself, murmuring, "At least I will not dream of that ship now." No sooner had she spoken than she suddenly heard footsteps echoing from the corridor outside, followed by a knocking at the door. "Fana, did you have a nightmare?" It was the voice of her uncle, the most revered governor of the city-state. "I am fine." Fana steadied herself, adjusting her attire before rising to open the door. Dante Wayne stood at the threshold, a gray-haired man with gray eyes, not particularly imposing, who clearly had just awakened. He casually draped a coat over his shoulders and, upon the door's opening, gazed at his niece with concern. Having lost one eye in a past incident, he now possessed a ruby eye, within which intricate golden patterns could be discerned, while the surrounding socket bore the ghastly scars of 11 years past, rendering his visage somewhat intimidating. However, Fana had long grown accustomed to it. She understood that her uncle was, in truth, a gentle and just soul. "I had a nightmare," she confessed, rubbing her eyes, her tone tinged with helplessness. "I did not mean to disturb you." "Not at all. As one ages, sleep tends to be lighter," Dante Wayne replied, eyeing Fana with concern. "Was it another dream from your childhood?" "Yes, it was indeed another dream from that time." Chapter 83. The ghost entwined with reality. The uncle procured a calming herbal liquor. The potency of the herbs combined with the strength of the alcohol gradually soothed Vanna's slightly agitated spirit. She opened the door leading to the balcony, standing there as the breeze caressed her, gazing towards the distant cathedral. As a judge, such a display of weakness was unbecoming. Vanna's voice was deep, towering over her uncle by a significant height. Yet, in the presence of this elder who had raised her and was her sole companion, she never hesitated to reveal her innermost feelings. "I am quite troubled. Have you spoken to Heidi?" she continued. "She recommended 4 neurosurgeries and 2 nerve puncture therapies." Vanna sighed. Reflecting on their long-standing friendship, "I refrained from taking action. That is her style. She rarely interacts with ordinary folk." Dante Wayne shook his head. "To be honest, I did not anticipate that after all these years, you would still be haunted by that nightmarish experience." After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Dante did not voice any objections, but instead inquired pensively, "Does your nightmare still involve that fire?" Vanna nodded. "Yes, it was ablaze everywhere. You carried me away from the inferno, and I vividly recall our escape through the factory's pipes, with a nearby building succumbing to the flames." She paused, her gaze resting upon her uncle. "You do not remember this fire, do you?" "Not only do I struggle to remember, but so does everyone else." The solemn governor of the city-state slowly shook his head. "I can only recall the pipeline from which the toxic gas leaked and the frenzied cultists. There were many individuals involved that night, yet it seems you alone witnessed the inferno." For a moment, Vanna fell silent, lost in thought for an unknown duration, before suddenly speaking in a soft voice. "Aside from the fire incident, our memories align perfectly. At that time, I understood nothing. But now I am acutely aware that this must be some form of extraordinary influence at play. Despite the passage of years and my ascension to sainthood, this influence has yet to dissipate. This suggests either the nature of this influence is so profound that it has imprinted an indelible mark upon your soul, or that the source of this influence did not fade away with that incident, but has instead remained concealed somewhere within the city-state. I have been investigating this matter for years, yet regrettably, I have made little progress." By the end of his statement, Dante Wayne's tone carried a hint of regret. He was not only apologizing for his inability to alleviate his niece's distress, but also lamenting his failure as the governor to clarify an unresolved case from the past. The scars left by that tumultuous event 11 years ago are far-reaching. Vanna was acutely aware that this matter was not solely her burden, but also a lingering affliction for her uncle. However, she lacked the aptitude to offer solace to others. After much contemplation, she could only divert the conversation. "I recall that numerous cultists were apprehended at that time. In retrospect, that incident was even more extensive than the Black Sun event 4 years prior. Indeed, thousands were captured, So many that I found myself questioning how such a multitude of cultists could conceal themselves within the confines of the city-state of Planned. Dante Wayne sighed. Moreover, it was not limited to a single sect. There were the solar heretics following the Black Sun, the annihilation worshippers of the obscure Lord, and even the heralds of the end, who venerated the very subspace itself. These vermin emerged from the shadows that night, wreaking havoc in a frenzied panic. Vanna regarded Dante. Yet, according to subsequent interrogations, none of the thousands of disruptors apprehended could be deemed masterminds. Not a single individual knew the reason behind the chaos that ensued that evening. Rather than suggesting that these cultists had orchestrated the destruction, it seemed they were merely victims of a collective madness unleashed from the depths of their psyches, spiraling into a state of uncontrollable frenzy. For a moment, Dante remained silent, lost in thought. He suddenly fixed his gaze upon Vanna's eyes. Your restlessness must stem from more than just that dreadful nightmare. The sudden emergence of these topics must relate to the recent instability within the city, does it not? I have commanded all ports to rigorously scrutinize personnel movement and have communicated with the governors of other city-states. Numerous heretics of the sun have been apprehended aboard ships, effectively severing their routes into the city-state. As for those already infiltrated into Prand, it largely depends on the actions of the Church. The Guardians specialize in locating and apprehending extraordinary criminals. At this juncture, the middle-aged governor suddenly paused, seemingly pondering whether certain matters ought to be raised at this moment. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to proceed. Regarding the matter of the Lost Homeland, I may not be of much assistance in the realm of the extraordinary, but I do have an idea concerning the mundane. The mundane? Vanna furrowed her brow, initially intending to question how the ghost ship Lost Homeland could possibly relate to the secular realm, only to suddenly recall a certain notion. Wait, are you referring to Captain Lucrezia Abnomer of the pioneering exploration vessel, the Brilliant Star, and the pirate leader of the Northern Seas, Captain Tyrion Abnomer of the Misty Sea? Dante replied nonchalantly, affirming that while the Lost Homeland is indeed a ghost ship transcending conventional understanding, it once belonged to the material world, leaving behind an anchor point of its existence. I wonder how Captain Duncan's children would react to their father's return to the realm of the living. Vanna gradually widened her eyes. Accustomed to employing straightforward and forceful methods to vanquish her foes, she had never contemplated matters concerning the Lost Homeland from this perspective. However, she soon furrowed her brow. Yet I have heard that those two individuals seldom engage with the city-state powers. They have established their own dominions across the boundless seas, maintaining a cold and even tense relationship with all city-states. Vanna looked at her uncle with a knitted brow. Do you truly expect them to assist Prand in opposing their father? Merely a thought, yet it is worth exploring. Dante remarked with surprising seriousness. After all, it is well known that the Brilliant Star and the Misty Fog severed ties with the Lost Homeland over a century ago. Lucrezia and Tyrion had already broken with their father prior to the incident at the 13 Isles of Wyzerlon. Furthermore, there were whispers from over half a century ago that certain ocean captains had witnessed the Misty Fog engaging in combat with the specter of the Lost Homeland in the Northern Seas, by which time the Lost Homeland had already become a legendary ghost ship. This may shed light on the attitudes of those two captains when confronted with their father. Half a century ago, at that time, the Misty Fog was still the flagship under the command of the Frost Queen, and Captain Tyrion was perhaps merely executing orders to protect the city-state. As Vanna pondered, she spoke slowly. However, you were correct. At the very least, this serves to confirm that the Misty Fog indeed has a record of confronting the Lost Homeland. Yet, lingering doubts remained within her, and after a few moments of contemplation, she voiced her concerns. What if the Brilliant Star and the Misty Fog choose to ignore Prand? Thus, this is merely an endeavor, Dante remarked quietly. I shall disseminate the information and seek a means to convey the circumstances of the Lost Home's emergence and its voyage towards Plan to the desks of those two captains. I shall do no more. Their subsequent reactions are theirs to determine. Chapter 84. The offspring of Captain Duncan. Even phantoms were once inhabitants of the tangible realm. A century ago, the Lost Home, which plummeted into the subspace, now, regardless of its terrifying visage, was forged by the hands of artisans from the real world. Much like Captain Duncan, who, before transforming into a shadow within the subspace, was indeed human. For the ordinary seafarer, all that pertains to the Lost Home is inevitably shrouded in a curse, a bizarre veil. As if that dreadful ghostly captain had sprung forth directly from the abyss of subspace. Few contemplate whether a calamity adrift upon the boundless sea harbored personal whims or interpersonal connections. In the minds of many, Captain Duncan exists merely as an emblematic natural phenomenon, devoid of the need for deeper origins. Yet, as a judge specifically tasked with confronting such fears, Vanna understood how to discern the genuine fragments buried within a plethora of legends, exaggerations, and delirious murmurs. The fearsome captain of the Lost Home, when he was still human, prior to the incident at the Isles of Visserland, had his own close friends and family. He commanded loyal sailors and officers. And he too had to visit ports for resupply and engage with the authorities of the city-states. He could not have been born a harbinger of calamity. Captain Duncan has a pair of offspring, his eldest son, Tyrion Abnomer, and his daughter, Lucrezia Abnomer, both of whom still exist in this world. It is said that a certain curse has imbued them with longevity, allowing these two captains to wander the earth in an immortal state, akin to their fearsome father. Each captain commands a formidable vessel, lingering on the fringes of the civilized world, maintaining a tenuous and often antagonistic relationship with all city-states. Consequently, many are too fearful to even contemplate that Captain Duncan has living children, known only to a select few who possess both knowledge of history and the discernment to comprehend their existence. On the other hand, despite their frosty relations with various city-states, these two captains at least stand on the side of humanity. The dreadful curse that befell Captain Duncan has not led them down the same path. The illustrious Lucrezia Abnomer commands the Radiant Star, a powerful exploratory vessel. She is ardently devoted to pushing the boundaries of the world, and it is said that she has reached the very edge of the known world, witnessing wonders beyond the imagination of humankind. No one knows precisely what she seeks at the world's brink, but on rare occasions, she dispatches envoys to visit certain city-states explorers' guilds, sharing fragments of knowledge discovered along her journeys. This infrequent yet benevolent interaction serves as evidence of her continued allegiance to humanity. Tyrion Abnormal, a figure more intimately entwined with the human realm, yet infinitely more perilous than his sister, once served the Frost City of the Northern Seas over half a century ago. Now, he stands as the most formidable pirate captain of the frigid waters. This capricious captain commands nearly half of the principal trade routes in the icy seas, with the flagship Frostmist and over a dozen warships at his disposal. In truth, he has evolved into a quasi-official power on the frigid sea, rivaling the Frost City and the Cold Harbor, with his occupied islands developed to a degree that they can contend with city-states, transcending the mere concept of piracy. As for how Captain Tyrion metamorphosed from a general under the Frost Queen to a pirate chief, the accounts are varied and conflicting. Some assert that he was the mastermind behind the Frost Rebellion half a century ago, the very one who condemned the Frost Queen to the guillotine, subsequently plundering the city's riches to establish a formidable pirate fleet. Conversely, a minority of scholars contend that Tyrion Abnormal fought valiantly for the Queen until the last moment of the rebellion, ultimately turning to piracy out of despair and a fervent desire for vengeance against the Frost and Cold Harbor. Vanna remains uncertain of the veracity of these tumultuous speculations. Given the temperaments of the two captains, it is likely they harbor no interest in elucidating their pasts to the world. However, one thing is indisputable. The reemergence of the Lost Homeland is an event that demands their attention, if not outright vigilance in preparation for war. Certainly, as Dante Wayne aptly stated, it is merely a backup card that may prove useful, yet one must not place all hope upon it. The true reliance lies within one's own strength. The sunlight gradually spreads across the distant skyline, while the world within the sky begins to fade and dissolve in the golden rays. The sounds of carriages and passers-by drift in from the streets as the city, enveloped by the boundless sea, has once again traversed the veil of night and peacefully welcomed the dawn. Nina had risen early to prepare breakfast. The enticing aroma of mushroom sauce and toasted bread helped Duncan dispel the weariness of his human form in the morning. Listening to the ringing of bicycle bells from the street outside, he suddenly inquired, "Would you like a bicycle?" "A bicycle?" Nina paused momentarily, then shook her head. "But that is quite expensive, and I don't really need one." "It would make getting to school easier," Duncan replied. "You needn't worry about the finances. I will find a way." He had given this matter considerable thought, although the antique shop may not appear impressive. The turnover of goods in the warehouse and the cash stored within the shop indicated that it likely enjoyed a stable sales volume, more than sufficient to sustain two individuals comfortably. Nina's current state of financial hardship stemmed entirely from her uncle's decision to donate over half of the family fortune to a cult, with the remainder squandered on spirits, gambling, and drugs. The dismal chapter of life has now come to a close, with the extravagant expenditures curtailed. He need only maintain the business of the shop to ensure that Nina can lead a life that is slightly better than before. Of course, he is not well versed in running a store. The few supply channels he recalls are somewhat hazy. However, adaptation will come in due time. The most crucial aspect is to help Nina feel secure and accustomed to the fact that her uncle has once again become a reliable figure in her life. Nina lowered her head, nibbling on a somewhat stale piece of bread, and after a moment, reiterated, "It's so expensive." Duncan opened his mouth, poised to respond, when suddenly a knock echoed from the first floor. "So early. Is there someone here before we've even opened?" Nina paused at the sound, instinctively murmuring to herself before rising to investigate. "I'll go see what's happening." The girl dashed downstairs, while Duncan casually broke off a piece of bread and tossed it to the pigeon that was pacing on the table. "Tell me, aside from simply running the store, are there any quicker ways to make money? Perhaps you could start a logistics company?" The pigeon suddenly hopped aside, flapping its wings in exasperation. "Surely, you did not come merely to amuse yourself." It then began to ramble about how Dayu was enraged, wielding an 8-foot snake spear, while Tang Sung brandished his fists, striking fiercely, causing Qiu Qianren to spin like a top. As it prepared to lift its gaze again, a blood bar appeared above the Buddha's head, filling the entire screen, and the three brothers broke into a cold sweat. Duncan was utterly bewildered. He could comprehend that the pigeon was unable to speak while Nina was present, hence its pent-up frustration. But he found it incomprehensible how the bird's mind had transformed after holding back for so long, resulting in such a chaotic vocabulary. However, before he could utter a word to the pigeon, Nina's voice suddenly echoed from the first floor, her tone laced with tension. "Uncle Duncan, there are 2 sheriff gentlemen here to see you." "Sheriffs? 2 sheriffs seeking him early in the morning?" Taken aback, Duncan promptly instructed the pigeon to remain in the room, then swiftly descended the stairs. Chapter 85. The Reward. Duncan steadied himself, approaching the 2 sheriffs at the door. His conscience was clear. After all, he had not engaged in any mischief nor clashed with the authorities. Captain Duncan, despite his notorious reputation, had no connection to the natural disasters that roamed the boundless seas, nor to the humble antique shop he owned. Reflecting on it, his most suspicious action had merely been attending a cult gathering, and he had even reported it enthusiastically afterward. Wait a moment. Report? Duncan suddenly recalled the matter and instantly surmised the reason for the 2 sheriffs' visit, his steps becoming notably more confident. However, Nina clearly lacked such composure. Upon seeing her uncle descend the stairs, she rushed forward, lowering her voice in a hushed yet urgent tone, unseen by the 2 sheriffs. "Uncle, when the sheriffs ask questions, you must be completely honest." Duncan stumbled slightly, casting a peculiar glance at his niece. "Is this truly the image you have of me?" Nina looked at her uncle, whose reputation was far from pristine, often attracting attention due to his bouts of drunkenness or brawls in casinos, with a hint of grievance. "Otherwise, what other reason could the sheriffs have for visiting you?" Duncan sighed in resignation as he approached the store entrance, greeting the 2 officers clad in deep blue uniforms with a beaming smile. "Good morning, gentlemen. What brings you here?" "Mr. Duncan Strain," began the elder of the 2 sheriffs, his tone polite yet formal. "We have come to this address as per our records. The lead you reported to the patrol officers yesterday has been corroborated. On behalf of the municipal hall, we thank you for your contribution to maintaining order in our city and present you with a reward." As he finished speaking, the younger sheriff stepped forward, handing over a somewhat substantial package. Nina, standing beside him, widened her eyes in astonishment. Duncan had just surmised the intention of the 2 sheriffs, speculating that there had been developments regarding his previous report on the cult's hideout. He was taken aback when they presented the reward directly to him. Surprised, he accepted the paper package, noticing the disposable wax seal inscribed with the amount of 435 solars. For the residents of the lower district, this represented a considerable sum. So, there is money to be had. Duncan squeezed the package, feeling the substantial thickness of the cash, realizing he had not considered this at the time. Feeling a stir of curiosity, he feigned nonchalance and inquired, "By the way, I heard some commotion over there, and didn't he dare to investigate further? What exactly transpired?" The 2 sheriffs exchanged glances, then took 2 steps forward into the shop. Nina, witnessing this, paused momentarily before hastily closing the shop door. "We did not go to the scene. The Guardians are handling the matter, but according to the reports we received, the situation at the site was dire." The younger sheriff spoke, still unaccustomed to the formal tone of his senior. "Your decision to refrain from approaching and to promptly report to the patrol was indeed prudent. Otherwise, you would have found yourself in peril." As the young man's words settled, The other sheriff chimed in. Ordinary citizens need not concern themselves with the specifics. We merely wish to caution you that cult activities have increased in the city recently, and you should refrain from discussing your report and the reward with outsiders. Duncan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. This is the lower district, a place where polluted waters converge beneath a shroud of darkness, concealing all that is most unsightly and planned. When the malevolent forces stir, they inevitably seek refuge in such shadowy alleys. Furthermore, even disregarding the potential presence of cultists among the ordinary populace, an individual who reports to the authorities for a reward is likely to draw suspicion from those around them. The local constables, well acquainted with the intricacies of their surroundings, are undoubtedly aware of this. Their reminder is both routine and genuinely benevolent. Duncan pondered for a moment and recognized the validity of their caution. This place indeed harbors the potential for cultists, and he still carried that sun emblem in his pocket. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks. Though uncertain of the average competency of the local constables, he felt that these two had made a commendable impression. "Shall we take a moment to rest here?" he inquired. "No need," replied the older constable, waving his hand and turning towards the shop door. "We have patrol duties to attend to." Naturally, Duncan squeezed the paper parcel in his hand, a sincere smile gracing his face. "I have always been a concerned citizen of the city-state." The girl opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately hesitated, unable to voice her astonishment that he could indeed perform a good deed. "Nina, however, I must admit that the unexpectedly high reward has taken me by surprise." Without waiting for Nina to speak, Duncan lowered his head, contemplatively gazing at the banknotes in his hand, muttering softly, "This is certainly a quicker way to earn money than through business." There was another thought he did not voice, based on the intelligence he had previously gathered. There were still countless cultists from various city-states hiding within the town. That is a fortune. Nina, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Uncle, what are you saying?" "It's nothing." Duncan waved his hand dismissively. While pondering this new avenue for profit, he casually asked, "Aren't you supposed to be heading to school? Be sure to leave early so you won't be late. By the way, when is Mr. Morris coming for a home visit?" Upon hearing this, Nina cast a suspicious glance. "Uncle, what do you intend to do?" Duncan smiled radiantly. "Uncle is going hunting." Yet Nina, being a clever girl, despite not knowing the full extent of Duncan's intentions, quickly deduced the meaning behind his words. The delicate brows of the girl furrowed immediately. "Uncle, that is not right. You mentioned just yesterday about running the store properly and addressing its operations and hiring staff. Concern for the city's security does not contradict the pursuit of a stable business." Duncan waved his hand grandly. "Go to school. Uncle knows what he is doing." However, he did not expect that Nina, upon hearing this, would instead find a chair and sit down. "Nina? Uncle, this is dangerous." Nina lifted her head, her eyes fixed intently on Duncan. "Duncan, well, actually, I must keep an eye on you." Nina, stubbornly seated there, had just heard from the two officers that the city has become increasingly perilous. It is one thing to inadvertently encounter danger, but why would one actively seek it out? Duncan gazed in bewilderment at the 17-year-old girl before him. He suddenly realized that she genuinely cared for him in a manner she deemed correct and safe. Concerned for her Uncle Duncan, who, in her eyes, had been gravely ill for many years, physically frail, reckless in his actions, and now urgently seeking to earn money. "I don't want a bicycle," Nina mumbled, her head bowed. "Go to school." Duncan let out a sudden sigh, smiling as he approached and gently patted Nina's head. Startled, she lifted her gaze. Chapter 86. A better solution perhaps she had long ceased to believe, yet still clung to the facade of faith. Duncan stood behind the window of the antique shop on the ground floor, watching Nina's swift figure as she dashed around the corner and vanished from view. Come here." A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a stream of green flame suddenly coursed through the air, revealing the silhouette of a pigeon before Duncan. The bird tilted its head, gazing at its master with its small, greenish eyes. Through the connection established by the spiritual flame, Duncan could distinctly perceive the location of the pigeon, sensing its state. Although he could not yet fully share all five senses, this level of perception was already sufficient for many tasks. Duncan lowered his head, gazing into AIE's small eyes. "You are indeed quite intelligent, capable of fully comprehending my words and performing numerous tasks, are you not?" The dove immediately puffed up with pride, flapping its wings. Loyal beyond expression, loyal beyond expression. The dove was exceptionally cooperative throughout, even using its beak to assist Duncan in tying a strip of cloth. It seemed to understand its master's intentions perfectly. Aside from its inability to articulate its thoughts accurately, it was as clever as a human. The dove flapped its wings and tilted its head. "Shall we have some fries?" Duncan maintained a stern expression. "If you can pinpoint even one, I could bury you in fries." Without hesitation, the dove flapped its wings and darted toward the entrance, as if fearing its master might change his mind. This was even simpler than he had anticipated. The connection established by the ethereal fire was more robust than initially thought. AI's flight path appeared in his mind as a clear and luminous guiding line. With the assistance of maps and memory, locating the bird was hardly a challenge. This was indeed a commendable strategy. Duncan exhaled softly and adjusted his posture comfortably against the counter. He had promised Nina not to venture into danger recklessly, and he intended to honor that commitment. However, he could send the dove out to hunt while he remained at home to draft a report. To be fair, this was an even better plan. A flying dove could search with far greater efficiency than he could while wandering aimlessly around the city. Of course, this approach had its drawbacks. Once the cult's hideout was located, he would be unable to infiltrate and gather intelligence, leaving only the potential for reporting. However, Duncan was not overly concerned about this slight regret. Based on his previous experience at the gathering, those cultists who could be easily located were essentially just a group of low-level informants, their intelligence value inherently limited. If AIE truly sensed a significant target, he had subsequent methods to extract that target discreetly. After all, AIE's abilities extended far beyond merely flying with a sensor. His primary role was in courier services. Should a substantial target be identified, AIE could simply open a portal on-site to transport the individual directly onto the Lost Homeland. With his own physical form aboard the ship, it would be considerably easier to conduct a thorough interrogation. Moreover, he had yet to test the capability of having pigeons transport humans. While he could not use innocent civilians for such experiments, the cult's fanatical priests, who indulged in murder and heart extraction, were an entirely different matter. When necessary, they could serve as expendable resources. As Duncan leaned back in his chair, attuning himself to AIE's location, he contemplated his scheme and grew increasingly convinced of its perfection. He meticulously drafted his report, outlined the interrogation procedures, and mapped out the capture and transportation processes. The only missing component was a certain two-legged bag of money known as the Sun Cultist. The sole consideration remaining in this comprehensive plan was how to explain to Nina, should his report prove successful and the authorities issue a reward, that he had promised the young lady not to venture out for hunting. After pondering for a while, Duncan suddenly recalled something. In this world, which had advanced to the industrial era, the existence of banks was a reality. This was an inevitable result of economic and productive development, as well as a necessary condition. Although the banking system in this world is far less convenient and widespread than that on Earth, the most fundamental account functionalities are invariably present. The cities scattered across the boundless seas have even constructed an interconnected financial system, despite the challenges of maintaining such a system being considerably greater than on Earth. Nevertheless, they have succeeded in establishing it. The original owner of this body did not fare well and had not opened an account at the city-state bank, which is quite common in the lower districts. Typically, only the dignified individuals of the upper districts reach a level where they can engage with banks. Yet the banks themselves remain open to all citizens. There is a bank in the Cross District. Of course, whether this approach is truly feasible will remain to be seen, especially since the original owner of this body possesses little experience dealing with the city-state's law enforcement, or, to be precise, has minimal positive experiences. Nonetheless, Duncan believes that this course of action is reasonable. In these perilous times, anonymous reporting should be a normal choice for many concerned citizens acting out of caution. As for today, he has decided to remain quietly within the antique shop. This is not solely due to his intention to strictly adhere to the agreement with Nina, but also because it is his first time releasing a dove so far, and then using the power of the spiritual flame for navigation. His lack of familiarity with the operation necessitates that he concentrate intently, thus requiring a stable environment. Another reason is that he truly ought to engage earnestly in business for a day, as the shop has yet to make a single sale since it came into his possession. Duncan stretched languidly, rising from behind the counter. He meandered to the entrance, hanging the open sign outside. A newfound sense of direction and innovative plans had begun to take shape, all stemming from a mere agreement made with a 17-year-old girl, an intriguing experience indeed. In the vicinity of the crossroads, within the dilapidated confines of an abandoned factory, the church guardians, clad in long coats of black adorned with silver trim, had cordoned off the area. The adjudicator, Vanna, donned in lightweight armor and wielding a blessed great sword, descended the sloping staircase accompanied by two deep-sea priests, arriving at the forsaken space of the factory's lower level. Here, everything retained its original state since the first Guardians had received reports and secured the site of the gathering. In the expansive basement, a nauseating stench of blood permeated the air, intermingled with the acrid odor of chemicals scorched by flames. The bodies of the cultists lay haphazardly strewn about. Yet aside from the remains of these Sun heretics, no evidence of the assailants was found, no additional corpses, not even fragments of clothing. Vanna furrowed her brow slightly. This was a one-sided slaughter. The attackers possessed overwhelming strength compared to these largely ordinary cultists. Furthermore, the abruptness of the incident suggested that many of the Sun heretics were dispatched before they could mount any resistance. Who was responsible for this? A wild extraordinary being harboring a vendetta against these cultists? Or perhaps another formidable heretical faction? Was it yet another instance of an uncontrollable, blood-soaked sacrifice, where these self-destructive heretics summoned forth monstrous entities beyond their capacity to control? The young inquisitor found himself lost in contemplation.